Amphibious, this unit can breathe normally in both water and air. Fistmaster. The same profession as Badong. But in terms of attributes, Badong was more specialized than him. Whereas this Fistmaster's focus was on being amphibious and moving quickly in the water. This was also why the association always had such a hard time capturing him. If he detected danger, he'd jump into the sea and escape, and normal professionals simply couldn't catch him underwater. If they followed him into the water, it wasn't clear who would end up killing whom. Among the expertise, there were also terms like navigation and ship repair. Years of being a pirate meant he did all sorts of jobs. There was also one called drill ship, attacking from below the ship, which seemed to be a rather good tactic. From now on, you'll be called Shark Teeth. Wu Heng named him. Shark Teeth showed no reaction and walked to the side. Why does he look different from normal skeletons? Li Yong asked. Wu Heng was a bit at a loss for words, then said, it's similar to a mutation, changes that occur due to the living environment. Oh. Li Yong nodded and didn't ask more. Wu Heng continued, get someone to find a set of clothes, and then bring over a motorcycle helmet. Okay. Li Yong gave the orders through the walkie-talkie. Soon, someone delivered a set of ordinary clothes and a black full-face helmet. After dressing Shark Teeth, they left with a team. The two strolled around the base. Li Yong went to the canteen for a meal while Wu Heng returned to his room. He went through the boundary door to Gold and Silver Island. He lowered the illuminating stone chandelier. The room was lit with a soft light. Wu Heng took out the 2 elixirs that Li Yong had brought him. High-efficiency reinforcement potion, high-efficiency intelligence potion. The name of the second potion had changed to intelligence potion. The materials for making this potion must be from the corpse core of a big-head zombie. It's just the name, intelligence. It doesn't sound too pleasant to the ears. Without dwelling on these thoughts, he opened the first elixir and drank it down. The sourness flowed into his stomach, and after the warmth spread throughout his body, there came a cramp-like stabbing pain. Strength +3, Constitution +2, the attribute notification distracted some of his attention. Gradually, the stabbing sensation disappeared. His muscles also began to relax. Good, the attribute points haven't decreased. Initially, when consuming a level 1 corpse core, the effect was to increase by 3 points, but gradually the efficacy decreased, to 2 points, finally 1 point. This level 2 corpse core elixir, he reckoned would also gradually weaken. He rested briefly after that. He continued by opening a high-efficiency intelligence potion and drank it back. The bitter taste prevailed, and energy continued to spread throughout his body. Yet the effect wasn't muscle pain but a feeling of dizziness and brain swelling. Intelligence +3, Perception +2, Charm +1, attributes appeared again, adding 6 points to his stats. Intelligence was the highest among them. This was still quite remarkable. It's just a pity that he still hadn't unlocked any superpower. Wu Heng opened his attributes to take a look. Attributes: Strength 34, Agility 28, Constitution 37, Intelligence 33, Perception 21, Charm 27. His attributes had changed. Intelligence had also caught up quickly. But his Constitution remained his highest attribute. That wasn't a bad thing. Constitution is very important in any profession. Even in a near-death state, those with higher Constitution would endure for a longer time. Intelligence had also reached 33 points. That wasn't inferior to a 15th level magic user anymore. Now it seemed, actually, his attributes were not bad at all. Strength, Constitution, Intelligence. All three were high. Could it be that a combat approach was more suitable for him? Remember, Zai Ligui is a magic swordsman. This thought emerged in his brain but was immediately dismissed. No, it's better to just keep a low profile. With so many skeletons, there's no need to develop close combat capabilities. Learning some close combat skills to increase self-preservation wouldn't hurt. But to focus on close combat would only lead to dying quicker. Surviving until now in both worlds was already quite difficult. He tidied up briefly. Wu Heng then left his room once more. He went to the bathroom to clean up briefly. And then went back to the bedroom. On the bed, Minnie and Andre Willow were asleep facing each other, one on each side. The blanket had slid to one side, revealing their pale and beautiful figures. Full of youth and vitality. Wu Heng knelt on the bed and pushed their heads closer together. Tip to tip, Minnie unconsciously stuck out her tongue and lightly licked it while Andre Willow in her sleep slightly furrowed her brows. Soon, they both sensed something was amiss. Their eyes shot open with a cry of surprise. Seeing Wu Heng, Andre Willow's face reddened slightly with reproach. Master really is. Wu Heng smiled, hugged them both, and lay down on the bed again. Sleep, sleep. The next day, early morning. Wu Heng, with Andre Willow, headed to the association. As soon as he stepped into the corridor, a cry came from behind. It was an assistant to the steward, a bespectacled female elf. Deputy Steward Wu Heng, your merit rewards are ready, you can select them at any time. Chapter 262, Spinal Bone Snake Cane. Please continue reading on oxville.m. The rewards have arrived? Upon hearing the news, Wu Heng's heart leapt with joy. He calculated the time, it had been almost a month since he had killed Skullcrusher and the two key members. He had traveled from London City to Gold and Silver Island, and the rewards had finally arrived. The efficiency of this world was still too slow. Many pieces of information and documents were mainly transmitted by letters. Wu Heng looked at the elf assistant and asked, "How should I go about collecting it?" The assistant spoke in an even tone, "Since it involves a second-level merit reward, you can go to the steward's office to select. Normal third-level merit item rewards. You could pick them at the front desk, but for the second-level merit, you need to go to the steward's office." It looked quite troublesome. "Is the steward in the office?" "Yes, I'll take you there." After saying this, the female elf assistant turned and walked towards the steward's office. Wu Heng informed Andrea Willow to go to the office on her own and then followed the elf assistant. The physique and appearance of the elves were both outstanding. Noble and elegant, that was the appraisal all races gave to the elf race. The female elf assistant was also a golden-haired elf with pointed ears, dressed in a dark gown, walking with an upright posture. Upon reaching the steward's office, the elf assistant lightly knocked on the door. "Steward, Deputy Steward Wu Heng has arrived. Let him in." The voice of the steward came from inside the room. The door opened, and Wu Heng walked straight in. "Steward." Steward Emilio nodded indifferently. "Your merit reward has come down. I've screened it for you and brought some useful ones over, so you can pick one yourself." "Thank you, steward." Emilio didn't say much else and walked out from behind the desk to the coffee table. He took out one item after another from the space ring and placed them on the coffee table. Vine root bracelet, hunting ring, inspiring horn. Instructor, special item, tracing locket, special item. There were also skill books. Bone transplantation, pestilence skill, breath of death. These are the third-level merit rewards. According to the records of merits, you can pick 2 items. Emilio said, at the same time handing a piece of paper to the assistant beside him. The female elf stood to the side and began to introduce in order. The vine root bracelet is an etched magic item with natural attributes. Thrown out, it can create a difficult terrain of vegetation within a certain area to limit the enemy's movement or buy yourself time to escape. Wu Heng looked at the first, vine root bracelet. When in Blackstone Town, the original team captain exchanged merit for a bracelet that produced the effect of vines entangling a single target. The one before him was obviously an area of effect item, certainly quite rare. The elf continued with the introduction. The hunting ring grants the user the ability to precisely lock onto a target. It is not only useful for crossbows but also assists in the accuracy of casting spells. The inspiring horn, when blown, boosts the fighting spirit of all creatures. The elf assistant kept talking. Wu Heng's gaze swept over and fell directly onto the last 2 special items. The first special item was called Instructor, but its appearance was just a regular longsword, looking slightly worn. Instructor, special item, category, special item, function. Upon holding, the body will be controlled by the special item to undergo swordsmanship training. Side effects, when in use, severe wrestling for control of the body will occur. Description, originally a training longsword from a swordsmanship academy, imbued with a self-imposed mission through years of practice, holders will undergo orthodox swordsmanship training, a longsword that could possess others. The effect of ghost possession was to take control of someone else's body. As described, it would take over the user's body for swordsmanship training. This aspect was indeed quite special. Wu Heng watched. The elf assistant just happened to introduce the longsword. The instructor longsword can help the user practice swordsmanship quickly. The highest level user has achieved master level swordsmanship. Well done, master level swordsmanship. The specialization levels were divided into 6 categories. Novice, basic, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster. Master level was already considered top-notch among swordsmanship experts. The assistant immediately followed with the introduction of the second special item. The tracing locket, when a missing target's hair or a personal item is placed in the mouth, can detect the direction of the target. Wu Heng continued to look at the tracing locket. A nuclear head-sized metal skull, tarnished with rust, hung on a thin iron chain. Tracing locket, special item, category, special item, function, determines whether the target is alive or dead, locates the approximate position. Side effects, after use, it must be fed with blood. Description, a funerary object from a deep tomb, retaining the obsession of the seeker for their kin, a special item that can locate targets. The price is to feed it fresh blood. It doesn't specify whose blood. There shouldn't be a problem. As for the remaining skill books, you should be more familiar with them than I am, so I won't introduce them to you. The elf assistant closed the document in their hand. Wu Hang nodded and continued to look at the skill books. There were 3 in total. Bone transplantation. Description: after casting, it allows skeleton attendants with incomplete skeletons to self-replenish missing parts. The replenishment materials include but are not limited to corpses, bones, fallen skeleton attendants. Pestilence skill. Description: generates poisonous insects from corpses or carrion to attack surrounding enemy units. Breath of death. Description: creates an environment filled with a mist of the scent of death, which obstructs vision and contains a variety of viruses such as disease, wilting, weakness, etc. All 3 skills were very good. All were what he needed. In Blackstone Town and London City, obtaining skills mostly relied on purchases from the Snake Badge Consortium, transported from outside. Here, it seemed one could directly exchange merit for them. The big city indeed had a more comprehensive range of items. Which ones are you interested in? Steward Emilio asked with a smile. I'm still considering. Wu Hang replied. With 3rd level merit, he could exchange for 2 item rewards. Regarding the items, he definitely had his eye on 2 special items. The instructor longsword could help him train, and the tracing locket was also a very nice special item, whose price wasn't too high. Choosing these 2 would yield the greatest benefit. Special items were basically unique. If taken out for sale, they would fetch the highest price. And Wu Hang needed these 3 skill books just as much. Especially, bone transplantation. His skeleton legion had quite a few who were missing arms or legs. Even Basin, who was left to protect Liang, had a rib broken and was temporarily bound with adhesive tape. I think the instructor longsword is a good choice, and you can pick one spell book for the other. Breath of Death is quite good with its area coverage. It's effective for blocking pursuers or for retreats. Steward Emilio offered his suggestion. Wu Hang didn't respond. From the perspective of Emilio, he thought these 2 would suit him best. Wu Hang thought carefully and then looked up with a smile. I'll exchange for the skill books when I have more merits in the future. This time I'll choose these 2 special items. The day before yesterday, he helped Team 3 to kill the pirates, which also granted 3rd level merit. He'd wait for the merit to come through and then exchange for the skill books. But if these 2 special items were exchanged away, he wouldn't be able to find them again. The steward was a bit surprised but didn't say much. Alright, as long as you've made up your mind, just take them. Wu Hang collected the 2 items. The elf assistant beside them noted this in their book. Emilio also collected the rest of the items and skill books. He continued, you also have 1 2nd level merit reward. With a wave of his hand, 2 items appeared in front of him. One was a white magic wand that resembled a spine, and the other was a palm-sized, iron-gray solid iron figure. Wu Hang's gaze first fell on the magic wand. The wand, shaped like a bending spine with layers of vertebrae overlapping, had a curved top drooping down, much like a cobra set upright. Spinal bone snake cane. Description: made from a corpse ghost's spinal bone, engraved with pestilence skill, gaze of heart capture, and augmenting necromancy magic effects by plus 23%. Good heavens! Wu Hang's pupils constricted. It wasn't a special item, but rather a magical implement crafted from a corpse ghost's spine. To become a corpse ghost was to achieve an undead state. It was astonishing that someone would use such a means to craft a weapon. One couldn't help but say that the people of this world utilized materials to a perverse extent. After his initial surprise, Wu Hang paid close attention to the engraved spells on it. He had already seen the skill book for pestilence skill, and the second one was called Gaze of Heart Capture. Wu Hang didn't pay any attention to the 2 elves in the room. He directly took out the book of necromancy from his space ring to search for the relevant content. In his memory, he vaguely remembered seeing this skill. Gaze of Heart Capture. With terrifying power in your eyes, creatures with intelligence below 20 that meet your gaze will suffer from deep sleep, panic, falling ill, and other effects, and targets affected by this spell can be affected by necromancy magic again. A skill released from the eyes? Chapter 263, Metal Puppet. Please continue reading on Oxville.m. Upon reading the skill introduction, Wu Hang was still somewhat surprised by the effects of this magic wand. It released skill effects through the medium of the eyes. Targets with less than 20 points of intelligence would suffer 3 kinds of effects. Deep sleep counted as a control-type skill. With just one glance, the opponent would fall asleep directly, which seemed very practical. Panic was capable of causing a certain amount of fear. Even if the target didn't flee, their morale and will to fight would be greatly reduced. And the last one, falling ill, was a common tactic used by necromancers, encompassing sudden diseases, relapses, or even wound rot. Indeed, offending a necromancer could be quite troublesome. The steward and the elf assistant watched as Wu Hang browsed the book of necromancy. They did not say much. At his age, Wu Hang was in his 20s. To hold the position of deputy steward at such an age already indicated an extremely high talent. It was quite normal for some things to require looking up in books on the spot. After closing the book and withdrawing it back into his space ring, the steward Emilio smiled and said, "Did you find the information you were looking for?" "I did. Would you like to hear about the second item?" Emilio asked. Wu Heng's gaze fell upon the second item, a palm-sized iron figurine. With no attributes appearing, its nature was unknown. "Let's hear it, I have not seen this object before," Wu Heng said. Emilio nodded and explained, "The item before you is just a to-scale miniature iron figure, a magical artifact itself. Its lifelike counterpart is close to 4 meters tall, a metal puppet whose defense and strength can reach the standard of a 4th-tier professional. It is a very good defensive guard in the association." He paused briefly, then added, "It is made of special materials, so its defense is even stronger than that of your Necromancer attendant, and it can be repaired if damaged." No wonder there were no attributes for the metal block before him. It was merely a model. Listening to Emilio's introduction, such puppets indeed seemed formidable. The power of a 4th-tier professional was already considered top-tier strength. In the association, it even surpassed the level of many station stewards. Any professional, not just mages, would choose this puppet if there were no better options, as it adds a powerful guard. Wu Heng was also somewhat tempted. But not enough to take advantage of this reward opportunity. As a 4th-tier guard, he had his level 16 Skull Crusher, and wasn't lacking in that aspect for the time being. Having decided, he returned the iron trinket and said, "Steward, I've made up my mind. I'll choose this staff." Emilio's eyebrows raised as he said, "Actually, I hope you would choose the iron puppet. You also know that Gold and Silver Island is not a safe place." "Thank you, Steward, I'll exchange for the iron puppet with next time's merits." Wu Heng smiled. Emilio did not pursue the matter further and simply took the iron puppet back. "If you've made your decision, then let's get it registered." The assistant recorded the details in the documents, and Wu Heng picked up the magic wand, placing it into his space ring. The merit reward ended. Emilio stood up and settled back into his desk chair as if making casual conversation. "You've been here for a few days now, are you getting used to life here?" "It's quite manageable. The island is not like your mainland, it's a melting pot here. When doing things or investigating cases, be more cautious," Emilio continued. "Understood, thank you for the reminder, Steward." Emilio nodded. "All right, I have nothing more for you here, came to me if you run into any trouble." "Will do, I'll be heading back now." Wu Heng stood up and left directly. He returned to his office study. Andre Willow was seated at the desk, sorting through documents. Seeing Wu Heng enter, she immediately smiled and asked, "Master, did you find a satisfying reward?" "There were 2 fairly good items." "That's good then." Andre Willow smiled, her fluffy tail waving gently. Wu Heng placed several artifacts on the table. He looked them over one by one. Andre Willow also stretched her neck to peek. He had chosen 2 special items, one being a magical artifact exclusive to necromancers. Of these, the most influential for his own power was definitely the spinal bone snake cane. Its skills and the magical enhancement it provided were immediately usable. The tracing locket was known for its ability to find people. It was an auxiliary special item. The instructor longsword could assist in practicing swordsmanship, and the cost was almost negligible. It was indeed a very good special item. Even if he stopped using it later, he could let Wire, Wen Manshaw and the others use it. After all, rangers also paired well with short blades or one-handed swords. He picked up the instructor iron sword and held it in his hand. The next second, it was as if his body was controlled by a force. He abruptly stood from his seat, spun around and thrust the sword forward. Clang! A sharp sound rang out as the copper illuminating stone stand on the desk was pierced and toppled over. Andre Willow got a fright and quickly grabbed the fallen candle stand, saying, "Master, don't practice swordplay here, you'll have to pay if you break something." "Oh." Wu Heng regained control over his body and put the special item away. "This longsword is not quite what I imagined. I initially thought that by letting the longsword take control of my body, I could use it to deal with some close combat fighting. After all, I've only just begun to learn swordsmanship, and this special item can reach the standards of a master level. But now it seems there is still a gap. When the longsword controls the body, it is unable to discern the surroundings. It can only subconsciously control the body to practice some swordsmanship. So, even if an enemy were close by, I couldn't rely on this longsword for fighting and counterattacking. No wonder it's called instructor, it really can only train." I sat in the study for a while. Seeing that there was nothing to do, I directly left the association and headed outside. After leaving the association, Wu Heng did not take a carriage. Instead, he walked along the road towards the harbor. He browsed through some shops along the way to get an idea of local prices and bought some seafood and fruit from street vendors. As I approached the harbor, there were more people on the road, and the noise was unusually loud. Wu Heng wandered and looked around. His gaze was drawn to a cargo ship docked at the harbor. It seemed to be ready to set sail, with rows of workers carrying goods onto the ship. There were also people standing on wooden boxes, loudly introducing to the crowd the workers needed for the voyage. What are they saying over there? It seems that some lord wants to hold a banquet on the ship. They have been preparing for the past 2 days. I heard they even invited a few famous chefs to head out to sea. How many people are eating that they need so much? Probably because the sea voyage is long. Half a month will go by with all the coming and going, so they definitely need to bring a lot of supplies. These guys really know how to enjoy themselves. Let's go, it's none of our business. A few people whispered and left together. Wu Heng then looked curiously at the cargo ship. Standing at the railing of the deck, a slender figure draped in a huge cloak stood on the deck looking down. Good lord, wearing a cloak in such hot weather. Wu Heng mocked to himself and didn't stick around for the excitement. He followed the crowd and left. As dusk neared, Wu Heng returned to the association to pick up Andre Willow after work. The two of them headed back to their residence together. Wu Heng took out the fruits and food he had bought on the street that day. On Gold and Silver Island, lobsters as thick as a small arm and large crabs were not expensive ingredients, so Wu Heng bought some to try them out. Even in his original world, Wu Heng had only seen such big ones eaten by some food bloggers in videos. Now, I could eat them anytime. It was an opportunity for those who came from the inland to try something new. Soon, many brought up the steamed ingredients. Wu Heng and Minnie started to extract the meat from the shrimp and crab, while Andre Willow was more straightforward, cracking the shells with a crack and chewing on them in her mouth. The three of them had their fill. Wu Heng took them to the training room. He took out the instructor longsword, and the next second, his body began to move on its own. There was no need for others to correct the posture. Naturally, it was the standard sword thrusting posture. The moves and postures were all quite correct, resulting in muscle pain in the hands and feet as if they were being forcefully stretched. While performing very standard movements, he grimaced in pain. In the distance, Minnie and Andre Willow trained for a while, then leaned on their chins, watching him continue to practice. Occasionally, they would let out a chuckle. Practicing into the late night, the three returned to their place, took a bath together, and went to bed to rest. The next day, in the association. Inside the office study. Wu Heng sat behind the desk. Opposite him was the leader of Team 3, the short person Olin. Andre Willow brought over some tea. After Olin expressed his thanks, he looked at Wu Heng. Deputy Steward, I've brought you the bounty and the money from the sale of those 2 magical items. The level 3 merit will take some time. Wu Heng signaled Andre Willow to put the money away. He also said, no rush, we'll follow the association's rules. The short person continued, Deputy Steward, let me report to you about those hostage girls. At the time, after killing the Shark Teeth pirate gang, they had rescued 4 girls. They were all young. Did you send them back? We did, said the short person as he stroked his beard. We discovered there are other missing girls who still haven't been found. Chapter 264, they mentioned you. Please continue reading on Knoxville.m. Tell me the details. Wu Heng said. Following the association's instructions, we sent those human girls back to their homes. We also learned that there have been others missing, all young girls, said the dwarf Olin. Wu Heng frowned slightly. So, this has happened a few times already. We suspect there might be an evil cult collecting offerings for some kind of ritual. Olin stroked his beard and continued, we don't have any leads, so we thought we'd ask the vice executive if you have any ideas. What about the bodies of those pirates and the buyers from last time? Wu Heng planned to conduct a wench burned. Olin replied. Damn it. There would be no chance for a wench That's right, when I went to remove the internal organs last time, the coroner said they would be cremated the next day. At that time, I hadn't thought that others were missing, too. Olin immediately spoke up, Vice Executive, a few families who've lost children are at the association. Shall I bring them over for you to ask? Wu Heng thought for a moment, then turned his gaze towards Andre Willow standing nearby. He said, Wire, follow him to ask about the situation. Record the missing people's facial features and the locations where they disappeared, then issue a written commission. Yes. Andre Willow nodded. Dwarf Olin stood up and walked out with Andre Willow. Wu Heng suddenly thought of something else and continued, Wire, ask if anyone has personal items of the missing girls, things they carried with them all year round. If they do, bring them back. Okay. Andre Willow agreed and left following the dwarf. Shortly after, Andre Willow came back. In her hand were some documents and a blue hair ribbon. The most recent disappearance was just yesterday. This is the hair ribbon her mother brought. Andre Willow handed over the hair ribbon. Wu Heng took it and then took out a tracing locket from his space ring. Holding the fine chain, a walnut-sized skull head lightly swayed. He brought the hair ribbon close to it, pressing the two items together. There was no change. Isn't it used this way? He re-examined the special item's description and confirmed there were no issues. Thinking for a moment, he picked up a fruit knife from the side and made a small cut on his fingertip. He squeezed out a drop of blood and let it fall on the skull head. The next second, a blue light of soul fire rose in the skull's eye sockets. The mouth opened, took a corner of the hair ribbon in its teeth, and began to chew. It seemed quite strenuous. After chewing 3 or 4 times, a blue soul fire shot out of the skull head. The tail was still connected to the skull, and the other end slanted towards a particular direction. Like a struggling ghost. There actually was a reaction. At this moment, Andre Willow also finished writing the commission. She stamped it with a vice executive seal. Wu Heng said, "Wire, go have Squad 3 prepare a carriage, we already have a lead." "Oh okay, should I still post the commission?" "Post it anyway, we can't be sure there won't be results." Wu Heng stood up, hung the locket on the coat rack, and began to put on armor. "By the way, Wire, you don't need to come, you should head home to rest if it's nearly time. I'll go with you, I can take care of you if something happens." Wu Heng patted her on the head. "Don't worry, I can run if there's danger. You stay at the association." "Alright, I'll go inform Squad 3. Andre Willow said and quickly walked out. It wasn't long before the carriage was ready. Wu Heng, holding the locket, left with the skeleton attendant. The Yani-san cargo ship. Although it was a cargo ship, the huge central chamber was adorned with exceptional and opulent decorations. The floor was covered with soft carpet, the walls were finely carved, and they were decorated with expensive paintings. Saying it was a cargo ship, it looked more like the grand hall of a lavish mansion. Marek, as the owner of the ship, dressed in a dark suit and holding a solid wood cane, walked out slowly. An attractive woman in a dark green, low-neck, form-fitting, long dress followed by his side. "Mr. Marek, Madam. You both look in good spirits today, Lord Marek, and Madam, as beautiful as ever." The crowd attending the banquet greeted them one after another. Marek walked slowly, nodding and greeting everyone. Just then, a young man with curly hair strode in. Seeing Marek, he immediately smiled. "Mr. Marek, I hope I haven't delayed your party." Marek laughed heartily. "My brother, you are just in time, the dinner wouldn't start without you." With that, the two embraced each other. After exchanging pleasantries, the man turned to gaze at the attractive woman beside him, bent over, and kissed her fingertips. "You are as beautiful as always." The woman smiled, lightly scratched the palm of his hand, and said, "You're as thoughtful as before." The two exchanged looks and shared a smile. Gradually, the guests for the banquet entered one by one. The banquet was ready to begin. Marek clapped his hands. Once a series of exquisite dishes had been brought in, several guards wearing iron armor emerged from one side of the cabin. 6 or so young girls, pale-faced, were led to the table in front of the banquet guests. Eager customers wasted no time in piercing the girls' wrists with their nails, and the bright red blood flowed into the goblets, where they held it in their mouths to savor slowly. Others bit directly into the wrist wounds and sucked greedily. Their faces full of pleasure. The stench of blood filled the air. And the servants and guards stationed around the banquet hall acted as if this was normal, showing no reaction whatsoever. After their merry drinking, the girls, due to blood loss, began to falter on their feet. Marek made a subtle gesture, and the guards took them all away. The effects of the elixirs in this world were significant, and such blood loss wouldn't be fatal to them. But they would be kept captive, to be used as food for later on. Marek took another sip from the cup of blood wine and spoke in a low voice. "The one who took the blood cup, Wu Heng, is coming. I've put the word out, a bounty of 20 gold coins for his head. Keep an eye out when you're at sea, kill him and bring back those 2 special items. Mr. Marek sure values him, for a third-grade fugitive, the usual bounty is so much less. You're offering 20 gold coins for his head. Indeed, he isn't worth that much." Marek shook his head. "Better to be safe. Let's retrieve the special items first," he said. "Once he arrives, wanting him dead won't be a difficult wish to fulfill." "Indeed." Marek smiled. "It's good to have confidence. We must kill him before he officially becomes the vice executive." "All right." The crowd nodded as they enjoyed their drinks. On the sea, Wu Heng, holding the tracing locket, sat in a small boat. By his side were Skullcrusher and Blood Axe, and the adept swimmer Shark Teeth floated on the surface, his arms resting on the edge of the boat. At that moment, the ghost Glenda flew back towards them. Hovering in midair, she said, "A group of vampire-like creatures are having a banquet." "Vampires?" Wu Heng frowned slightly. Did you see those missing girls? I saw them. They've been bled a bit, but they're all right. Is there a crowd? Wu Hang continued to inquire. There aren't many guests at the banquet, but there could be over 100 guards and sailors, reported Glinda, then suddenly remembering something, she added, they mentioned you. Me? Yeah, they put up 20 gold coins for your head, before proceeding to Gold and Silver Island. Glinda hovered in the air, her face full of mirth. Wu Hang was taken aback, his brows tightly knotted in thought. He said, they are not vampires, they're bloodthirsty creatures created by the blood cup. By the normal course, he had not yet reached Gold and Silver Island. Clever, commended Glinda. Let me take a look inside. Wu Hang continued. Glinda dove straight into his body. The scene aboard the ship appeared in his mind. The dignitaries attending the dinner, the brought-up girls, and their intoxicated expressions while tasting the blood. They were indeed a group of bloodthirsty creatures dealing with the side effects of using the blood cup. Meaning, the blood cup didn't just appear in London City, but had traveled to many places. Afterward, Wu Hang heard the discussion about him. A group of people sitting together, belittling him while discussing how to kill him. Before taking office. Then, Wu Hang released Glinda once again. What do you plan to do? Asked Glinda. Wu Hang closed his eyes in thought and finally said, kill them, wait until the banquet disperses, then they'll be harder to find. That's the style you've had all along. Wu Hang glanced at Shark Teeth to the side and instructed, get closer to the cargo ship. Shark Teeth dived into the water and began to push the wooden boat rapidly closer. As the boat neared the cargo ship, several sailors immediately leaned over the rail to look. Who goes there? Wu Hang looked up and called out, is this Mr. Marek's cargo ship? I hope I haven't missed his banquet. The sailors glared at each other and dropped down the rope ladder. Wu Hang, along with Skullcrusher and Blood Axe, boarded the ship directly. Standing on the deck, Wu Hang surveyed the area. Guards clad in various armors, sailors, pirates, numbering nearly 100. No doubt the protectors of those who attended the feast below. Sir, your invitation? 2 armored guards approached. Wu Hang ignored them and pulled out the spine staff with a flip of his hand. Addressing the crowd outside, he commanded, look at me. The multitude of guards and sailors outside gazed at him in puzzlement. Wu Hang gripped the staff tightly, made a sweeping gesture downwards, and intoned, deep sleep. Whoosh! A great number of sailors and pirates collapsed to the deck hall at once. Only a scattered few remained standing, gazing in terror in his direction. Wu Hang looked at the rest and ordered without hesitation, kill them. Skullcrusher and Blood Axe, taking wide strides, charged toward the remaining few. Chapter 265, You Have No Reason. Please continue reading on Knoxville.m. In the banquet hall, music was flowing melodiously. Guests were toasting and conversing, the room filled with laughter and cheerful voices. Bang! Suddenly, the grand doors of the banquet hall were forcefully pushed open. A man in leather armor, wearing a sailor's scarf on his head, strode in. His skin was shriveled, his lips slightly retracted, leaving a trail of bloody footprints with each step. The sounds of joy abruptly stopped. Everyone looked in disbelief at the carrion that had charged in. Thud thud thud. More carrions in various attires crowded and jostled their way in. Their gaze turned to the other people in the hall. They acted immediately, pouncing like wild beasts. It's the carrions, kill them. Someone shouted. The guards were the first to react. Drawing their weapons, they swiftly met the foremost carrion. The longzards swept across, and the heads of the carrions fell, rolling to the side. Before they could rejoice, the bodies quickly formed pus-filled boils the size of bowls. Pop pop pop. The boils burst open, and from the splattered fluids emerged multicolored spiders that continued to leap at the living beings around them. The crowd swung their swords again at the spiders. The spiders died. Bang bang bang. Their bodies continued to explode, releasing thick poisonous fog that quickly filled the entire hall. It's the carrions, everyone come closer to me, let's fight our way out together. Someone yelled loudly, leading the people around him to form a basic formation, beginning to fight their way out. The room was enclosed on all sides, and the toxic gas kept rising. Staying would mean certain death sooner or later. Clang clang clatter. In the midst of the fierce battle, more carrions fell, splitting into even more poisonous spiders that continued their assault on others. Those fighting back were not only battling the carrions but also frantically grabbing at the spiders crawling over them. It was chaotic. The spiders were highly venomous. After their sharp mouths tore through flesh, there was widespread purpling necrosis and unbearable pain. The distraction from the spiders disrupted the rhythm of combat. Many were toppled to the ground by carrions from behind, wildly tearing and slashing. Those who had intended to lead a charge out were forced to retreat back after half their number were left behind. They pressed wet cloths to their mouths and noses, leaning in the corner to continue their defense. "Damn it, Marek, did you provoke a high-level necromancer?" shouted one of the distinguished guests attending the banquet. "Just apologize already, this kind of fighting is going to be troublesome." And Marek, who was hosting the feast, was angrily cutting away the rotting flesh from his body, also shouting, "I don't know any necromancers, I haven't offended any. It must be you who have done so, drawing them here. Damn it, I should never have came to this lousy event. Mage Lord, there must be some misunderstanding. Please cease your attack, we can provide you with generous compensation. Yes, whoever you have a grievance with, we can sit down and discuss it properly. I apologize on behalf of Marek." Gurgle gurgle. While they were speaking, 2 round objects rolled through a gap in the defense circle and came to rest at their feet. The pins had been pulled out and lay discarded to one side. The crowd frowned, but before anyone could stoop to pick them up, bang bang. 2 thunderous explosions erupted, the grenades went off, and the few people in defense were instantly blown away, with blood and limbs splashed across the surrounding walls. In an instant, there were hardly any living left. Those remaining had no will to fight and held their heads in their hands, begging for mercy. While the Carians too were being decimated by the grenade explosions, Marek seized the moment, his figure swiftly darting towards the doorway. His rapier swung out, and instantly several Carian heads fell to the ground. His body then nimbly darted into the corridor. As vision restored, he took a few deep breaths. Marek stood at one end of the corridor, his gaze fixed on 3 figures opposite him. 2 tall figures and one upright with jet black hair, dressed in the dark leather armor of a vice executive, holding a white bone cane, a young spirit mage. Associate Vice Executive. Black hair. Black pupils. Marek's heart skipped a beat, and his face grew even darker. "Mr. Vice Executive of the Guild, I'd like to ask what exactly is going on here?" Marek took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and then asked. "Mr. Marek doesn't recognize me? Your banquet earlier mentioned me many times, and now by killing me, you can save yourself a hefty sum," Wu Hang said with a smile. Marek's face turned icy, and with a sudden motion, he hurled the longsword in his hand forward. Like an arrow leaving the bow, it whistled through the air. His body followed close behind, turning into a shadow that rapidly approached the 3 men, reaching out mid-stride to draw 2 short blades into his hands. Whoosh! The thrown longsword, dodged by the 3, embedded itself into the wooden wall behind them. Marek closed the distance quickly, the short blade stabbing straight for the gaps in Skullcrusher's breastplate and helmet. Bang! However, Skullcrusher's movements were even more straightforward and efficient. Leaning back, he simultaneously kicked Marek in the abdomen. After a dull thud, Marek, dressed in a suit, was sent flying backward, vomiting blood. He looked up again only to be met with several ashen beams of light striking his body. His strength began to plummet rapidly as his vigor dwindled. The wounds that had slowly started to heal from the elixir he had taken earlier began to fester once more. His condition declined swiftly. Marek quickly rolled to his feet, pulling out 2 thunder orbs and throwing them straight ahead. Mid-roll, they were kicked back by Skullcrusher. Bang, bang, bang. The thunder orbs exploded, and smoke instantly enveloped the area. Marek's form turned into a cloud of black mist, merging with the smoke, drifting towards the exit of the corridor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Skullcrusher and Blood Axe, weapons in hand, began to chase and slash at the black smoke. Wu Hang also took out a submachine gun from his space ring, unleashing bullets towards the dark mist above. Bullets poured out densely, dispersing the fog's cohesion. His movement speed slowed down increasingly. With a painful scream, Marek reverted back to his human form, collapsing to the ground. Skullcrusher stepped forward, planting his foot on Marek's chest. The warhammer fell in an unceasing rhythm, shattering his limbs. Marek howled in pain, showing sharp fangs in an attempt to bite the ankle that was pressing on his chest. Thud. A muffled sound. Skullcrusher kicked him in the face, bursting an eyeball, with sharp teeth flying everywhere. Marek screamed at the top of his lungs, "Wu Hang, you can't kill me, I'm not on the guild's wanted list, there will be big trouble if you kill me, you are the vice executive, you must abide by the guild's procedures and rules." Even spewing blood profusely, he kept screaming. He didn't know where things had gone wrong. Why Wu Hang had arrived at Gold and Silver Island early, and how he knew about the plan, coming directly here to kill him. But he truly regretted it. If only he had stayed further away from this place. Further away from him. Marek, with his status at the time, knew how to avoid rules that were unfavorable to him. Just like he had said, according to the guild's rules, Wu Hang had no reason to kill him. Even if he wanted to kill his opponent, it wasn't to Wu Hang's benefit to kill him. Wu Hang looked at him, along with the stench of blood coming from his body. Calmly he said, talking about these things with a necromancer, what were you thinking? Under Marek's horrified gaze, Wu Heng waved his hand. Blood Axe chopped off his head with an axe. Squeak. At that moment, the banquet hall's double doors opened again. A woman in a dark-colored dress, showing off her long slender legs, heavily made up and blood-stained, staggered out. Behind her, the hall was still full of dispersing poison gas, no longer showing a single living person. As the woman leaned against the wall, she cursed, "Marek, are you even a man, running off and leaving your own woman behind?" Gurgle, gurgle. Right then, Marek's head rolled to her feet. The woman's pupils shrank suddenly, and she looked up to see three figures standing not far away. She shouted immediately, "Don't kill me, I'm no threat to you, I can serve you, I assure you I'm very comfortable." Chapter 266, How They All Died. As she spoke, the woman took off her shoulder strap. The low-cut dress slid down, revealing her fair and full body. She cupped her breasts with her hands and continued, "Marek has offended you, I'm his woman, and I am willing to atone for his sins on his behalf." As she spoke, her expression became increasingly pitiable and helpless. Her timid and fearful demeanor, paired with her half-naked form, provided a distinct shock. It appeared that she knew how to tease a man well. Wu Heng observed her and said, "Where's the girl you've captured?" She's down below in the cabin. Marek built a secret room that can avoid some inspections, I can take you there," the woman said directly. "No need, I can find it myself." Wu Heng uttered a word and pulled the trigger of the submachine gun he held. The sound of gunfire boomed. The woman hadn't even had the chance to react before her body was riddled with several bloody holes. With a look of terror, she glanced at her body and slowly collapsed. Wu Heng glanced at the corpse, and after confirming her death, he had the skeleton drag the two corpses back into the banquet hall. The hall was silent. Only the corpses on the dining table dripped blood in a steady tick-tock. Carrion, guests, attendants, or guards, none survived. The ground was littered with bodies, without even a moan. The woman from before must have been the only one alive to walk out. But, with what she had done and her connection to the secret cultivation hall, she was fated to die here. "Drag all the corpses in formal wear over here," Wu Heng ordered. Skullcrusher and Blood Axe sprang into action. They began to search the hall for bodies. Many had been hacked to pieces, and their clothing soaked in blood red, making them difficult to identify. In the end, including the two killed in the corridor, a total of 6 bodies were laid flat on the ground in front of him. Wu Heng first glanced over them. He took a space ring from the finger of Marek and an elderly noble. Without looking at what treasures were inside, he quickly stashed them away. Then he pulled out a tablet to compare with the association's wanted notices. He went from Marek to the last person. Among them was one body that matched the description on the wanted notice, just an ordinary notice with no reward for a magical item. Marek and the others were indeed not on the list. Wu Heng found a wooden door and said after opening the boundary door, "Take all these corpses in." The skeleton sprang into action, moving all the bodies except the fugitives to one side of the boundary door. Hiding the bodies of these people would save him a lot of trouble. The ordinary sailors or guards who died on the ship, even if involved in imprisoning young girls and drinking blood, would not have their lives or deaths questioned by anyone. Soon, the body transfer was completed. Wu Heng took out a wireless earphone and put it on one ear. "Olin. I'm here, Deputy Steward." "Bring people over," Wu Heng commanded. "Have you confirmed it's on the ship?" "I'll immediately notify the association to request reinforcements and at the same time organize personnel to forcefully board the ship," Olin spoke with a serious tone. Wu Heng said, "No need, it's safe here now, you can just bring the squad up." "Ah. Are you sure?" "Positive, come over." He hung up the radio. Wu Heng stepped out of the banquet hall and followed the wooden stairwell down into the bottom cabin. Lower deck cabin. Dark and damp, the air was filled with a musty smell. The guard stationed at the door lay dead, his body limp at the entrance. Wu Heng checked and found him lifeless. No external injuries were on his body. It seemed he had signed a soul contract with Marek. At the moment of Marek's death, their souls also dissipated. "Found it, over there." Glenda came through from one side and said. Wu Heng approached a wooden wall and looked around. "How do I get through?" "The mechanism is on the left wall lamp, pull the lamp rod and it will open," Glenda instructed. Compared to Wu Heng, Glenda was more familiar with these mechanisms. The last time at the City Lord's mansion in London City, she had led Wu Heng to the secret treasure room behind a hidden door. Of course, with Wu Heng's present insight, a careful study might also reveal the mechanism. But it would certainly take some time. Having Glenda directly tell him was faster. Wu Heng walked over and pulled the lamp rod on the wall, and with a click, the wooden wall opened a crack. He gently pushed, fully opening it. Inside was still dimly lit, and in 3 iron cages, one could faintly see figures huddled in the corners. Vulnerable and trembling. Wu Heng did not approach, to avoid frightening them, and spoke as softly as he could. "You're safe now, I'm the deputy steward of the association, contracted by your families to take you home. There was no response from within the iron cages. In the doubtful views, a glimmer of distrust lingered. This is your headband, your mother gave it to me, to bring you home. Wu Heng took out the headband and threw it in front of the girls who were huddled together. Outside the cargo ship. After the Grey-furred owl confirmed there were no people on board, the third squad boarded the ship quickly, surveying their surroundings cautiously. The night wind was chilly, the deck was barren, and not a soul was in sight. It was as if they had boarded a ghost ship adrift at sea. Check it out, Olin commanded. The group dispersed a bit. To inspect the situation on deck. Captain, there are bloodstains here, and they aren't dry yet. There are signs of a fight over here. There's an ear over here. The group reported one after another, proving that a battle had just taken place on the ship. Their skiff was not far away. Yet not a sound was heard. Olin used the tamed beast to fly another circle around the ship, confirmed that indeed there was not a single person, and directly said, "Let's go, down to the cabin." The group nodded, weapons in hand, and entered the ship's cabin. Clang. Stepping into the corridor, with a steel sword dragging underfoot. Next came the thick, nauseating stench of blood, assaulting their faces. Their faces grew uglier, and their pace quickened. Passing through a corridor full of signs of battle, they pushed open the banquet hall's door, and everyone's expression changed drastically. The person at the front unconsciously stepped back, bumping into the person behind them. The seemingly spacious and luxurious hall was already littered with bodies. The deaths were miserable, their features unrecognizable. Many bodies were incomplete, severed into pieces, no longer recognizable as human. Yet it was still deathly quiet. Not a single sound. Damn it, what happened here? These bodies look like carrion. Did the deputy steward take action? One person killed an entire ship's crew? Someone asked in return. How would I know? The dwarf Olin gestured with his hand for everyone to shut up. Walking randomly down could reveal who knows what. He directly used the strange communication device on his head and asked, "Deputy steward, we're on the cargo ship, where are you?" Over the wireless headset, Wu Heng's voice came through, "I'm on the deck, haven't seen you guys yet? We'll be right there." Olin didn't want to stay here any longer and motioned his subordinates to leave immediately. They hurried to the deck. From a distance, they could see Wu Heng, with a few girls draped in animal skins, standing on the deck. A few illuminating stones cast a bright light all around. "Deputy steward." Olin approached. "Have these children registered, asking their names and home addresses, while the others tie the smaller boat to the stern. We are getting ready to go back," Wu Heng directly ordered. "Understood." Olin immediately instructed his men to carry out the orders. That's when Shark Teeth, who had stayed underwater, climbed up the rope ladder. "Shark Teeth, go to the pilot house, we're preparing to head back." Shark Teeth went straight below. Before long, the cargo ship slowly started to move, approaching the dock. Olin came back and asked, "Deputy steward, how should we explain this to the association?" There wasn't much to pity about these dead people. But the association still had its own procedures and rules. With not a single survivor on the ship, there would certainly be questions upon their return. Asking the deputy steward now, so he would have a clear idea, was better than saying the wrong thing later and provoking the person who single-handedly killed an entire ship's crew. Wu Heng said directly, "The people here captured these children intending to hold a blood feast, which is to drink the blood of the living. I boarded the ship and was attacked, so I had to fight back. To think of drinking children's blood, these people really deserve to die." The dwarf angrily slapped the wooden pole and said vehemently, "Yes indeed. Deputy steward, did everyone at the banquet die?" Wu Heng shook his head, "No, some of the nobles were quite skilled and escaped by jumping off the ship." "Oh, I got it, I know how to explain now," Olin said. The two stood at the bow of the ship, enjoying the cool breeze for a while. Suddenly, Wu Heng thought about the ship's situation and asked, "How are captured ships usually dealt with?" According to association rules, booty was to be divided among the members. If they had something they couldn't use or wanted in exchange for merit, they could donate it to the association. The ships were likely considered booty as well. The dwarf said directly, "There are two possibilities. If it's a fugitive's ship or one without any affiliated powers, it is treated as booty and disposed of by the individuals. If it is not a fugitive's ship but there was a battle on board or some special circumstances, it is not considered booty." Wu Heng nodded, indicating he understood. The dwarf added, "This ship detained these girls and even had a secret chamber, so it definitely belongs to a criminal. There's a good chance it will be classified as booty, and I'll let you know if there's any news." "Alright, keep an eye on this for me." "Understood." Dawn was breaking. The cargo ship neared the dock. A few remained to guard the ship while the rest went to the association to call for assistance. The girls, who neither cried nor made a fuss, huddled together as they followed to the association. Upon arriving at the association, Olin went to handle the matter. Wu Heng also returned to his residence, glanced at the two girls sleeping in the bedroom, and went to another room. He opened the boundary door and went to the zombie world. He turned on the light. In the bedroom, several bodies lay flat. The smell of blood pervaded the entire room. Wu Heng searched the bodies. No magic items were found, but some gold and silver jewelry and some coins were discovered on the bodies. He directed the skeletons to move the bodies out. Wu Heng then continued to examine the harvested space rings. Space ring, 2 cubic, space ring, 5 cubic, both space rings weren't particularly large. They were of a fairly common spatial range. Wu Heng connected mentally to the interior space and took out every item one by one. Walking water belt, description, a belt etched with the effect of water flow, allowing living beings to swim faster in water. Among them, he found one magic item. It enhanced swimming efficiency. He continued to examine the rest of the items. Personal clothing, household items carved with special effects, a large amount of silver coins, and a small bag of gold coins. As well as the deeds to property on Gold and Silver Island, and contracts for transport cooperation. He cast aside anything of no use. Wu Heng instructed the skeletons to take the bodies outside and transform them all into skeletons. Chapter 267, Writing a letter to Lilith. The next morning dawned. The whole incident had spread within the association. The merchant ship had established a prison cell, holding young girls from the island captive as food for fresh blood. This revelation instantly stirred everyone's anger and hatred. Even those who were not good people would not commit such vicious acts. Damn it, to think someone could do such a thing. It must be vampires, those creatures never change their nature. So many girls went missing on the island and it's only discovered now, there must be an insider. Once I find them, I'll flay their skin off. The hall was filled with cursing voices, and some even shouted for the association to name the culprits. They wanted to seek revenge on those people. In Deputy Steward Zyligui's study. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked upon, and the dwarf Olin walked in. Deputy Steward, you summoned me? Olin appeared somewhat exhausted. Zyligui sat behind the desk, donned in deep blue garments, sitting ramrod straight. Sit. Zyligui instructed. Olin sat down. Zyligui, looking at the documents in her hand, spoke calmly. The steward asked me to verify the incident of the imprisoned girls. Tell me again what happened last night. Oh, all right. Olin pondered for a moment and recounted everything that had happened the day before, including the clueless missing persons case to the eventual return with the ship. It was consistent with the report submitted. Zyligui listened closely, her expression unchanging, but her heart still held some shock. That is to say, with no leads on the missing persons case, Team 3 sought the help of Deputy Steward Wu Heng. Not only did he find the people directly, he also forcefully boarded the ship and killed everyone on board. Only a handful of individuals jumped ship and escaped. When they pulled up a boat full of corpses at the harbor, it caused quite the stir among many people. Now, with the dwarf's detailed account, things were clearer, but some parts still seemed unbelievable. A rank indeed influences a person's combat abilities, but it's not as if one person can single-handedly take on so many. If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Heng had just been transferred from elsewhere, she would have suspected that this was all a staged play. After all, necromancers are capable of doing anything. Deputy Steward, do I need to report this matter to the steward? The dwarf asked. I will talk to the steward, Zyligui responded, looking at him, and continued, don't worry. Using captive girls as blood food is enough for these people to deserve death 8 times over. You have done a good deed, the association won't wrongfully condemn anyone. Thank you, Deputy Steward. The dwarf also fell silent before asking again, Deputy Steward, I have one more question. Does that merchant ship count as war loot? Zyligui glanced at him. I'll consult with the steward about that, and you will be notified in due time. Oh. All right, you can go rest now. I'll have someone send the girls back home, she stated. The dwarf stood up and bowed again. And then he left the room. Inside the study, Wu Heng sat at the desk, yawning, as Andre Willow brought a cup of tea over. She stood behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. Why didn't you go back to sleep in your room? We would have fallen asleep in a bit, Andre Willow whispered softly. Dawn is nearly upon us, so I didn't want to disturb you all. Wu Heng leaned back into the fox woman's embrace. Andre Willow smiled, gently wrapping her arms around him, her face full of tenderness. The two remained this way for a moment. Then Wu Heng said, go to the front desk and get some envelopes and paper. Okay. Andre Willow nodded and promptly headed out. She returned shortly with a stack. Wu Heng took them and sat thinking for a moment at the desk. He spread out a piece of paper and began to write. To Leader Lilith Ambishmt, Deputy Steward Wu Heng of Gold and Silver Island. At Natalie Port, during the investigation into the disappearance of young girls, it has come to my knowledge that persons have been imprisoning girls of various races, holding blood banquets, an egregious situation that has sparked outrage and hatred amongst the island's residents. Among the attendees of the blood banquet, many were born of noble origins. I speculate that the blood-drinking behavior is symptomatic of the effects of the special item blood cup. This letter is to inform the leader of the intelligence and to request that leader arrange for personnel to oversee this matter, to prevent similar situations from happening elsewhere, damaging the nocturnal race's reputation in the association. Deputy Steward of Gold and Silver Island, Wu Heng. Lilith Ambishmt is the leader of the association's secret speaker faction. Gossip and intelligence from various locations inevitably end up with her. Previously, when obtaining the blood cup, Slither had given him a detailed briefing about this leader Lilith. So, he truly remembered her name. This incident was obviously an aftermath of the blood cup, and still, the secret cultivation hall members keep causing troubles for him. After much consideration, he decided to write this letter. Whether to avert other places from having people drinking blood, or to give trouble to the secret cultivation hall, informing this leader Lilith wouldn't be a mistake. After finishing, he put the letter into the envelope and sealed it with the deputy steward's seal wax. He addressed the recipient and noted the destination. "Wire, take this to the front desk," he instructed. "Yes, master." Andre Willow picked up the envelope and proceeded out. Wu Heng stood to stretch his limbs. Just as he decided to leave for home to sleep, the door was knocked again. "Come in," he called out. The door opened, and the dwarf captain walked in. Deputy Steward Wu Heng. Seeing the dwarf, Wu Heng was also taken aback. The other party had returned from the sea. After entering, the dwarf went straight to the point. "Deputy Steward, I've brought all the goods you ordered. Just let me know when you're free, and I'll have them delivered to you." Before the dwarf set sail, Wu Heng indeed had ordered a variety of goods. At this time, Andre Willow also came back from outside. The dwarf saluted. "Miss." Andre Willow nodded. Wu Heng stood up and said, "Let's go, Wire will accompany us." The dwarf willingly opened the door, respectful in demeanor. Together, they walked outside. Along the way, many staff members greeted them with smiles. Wu Heng responded, while thinking in his mind that he should urge the construction team to speed up the renovation work. The dormitory provided by the association was not bad, but every time he went out, he had to pass through the association hall. It wasn't as convenient as having his own place. They boarded the dwarf's ship eventually. The dimly lit cabin was filled with all sorts of goods. "These are the wooden bows you ordered, a total of 500 pieces." The covering tarp was lifted, revealing neatly arranged bows inside. "Wire, check them." Andre Willow randomly took a few bows to inspect, fitted them with bowstrings, and shot arrows. The arrows clinked as they hit a wooden target on the side. "No problem," Andre Willow said. "Since I promised you, I wouldn't sham you with ordinary goods," the dwarf said with a smile all over his face. "What about the price?" "As agreed, 25 silver coins each," the dwarf stated. The price was the same as the last purchase from the elves, which indicated that the market had a certain price range. Wu Heng didn't waste any further words and directly took out the corresponding silver coins, laying them out on the cabin floor. The dwarf and the sailors immediately showed their gratified smiles and started counting. Once they confirmed that everything was correct, Wu Heng collected all the wooden bows. "Deputy Steward, do you need to purchase any other goods?" "We're setting sail to Natalie Port," the dwarf stepped forward and asked eagerly. "If there's anything you need, we can directly procure it for you." "Not at the moment, I'll contact you if I need anything." "Okay." Wu Heng left the cargo ship with Andre Willow. On the way out, he glanced at the ship brought back last night, which had already been sealed off. Returning to the association, there still wasn't much to do in the afternoon. Andre Willow went back to the office library, and Wu Heng returned living quarters. At home, Minnie sat next to the coffee table, practicing writing. After such a long time, Minnie had learned quickly, not just the language of this world, but also because there were illustrations and storybooks in the house, her study of Chinese characters was also swift. She could even translate some sentences. Wu Heng felt that Minnie had chosen the wrong profession. Switching to an intelligence-based profession or deciphering archaeological documents might have offered her more opportunities. "Ah! Master's back," Minnie exclaimed excitedly and lunged forward to greet him. Wu Heng caught her midair, swirled her around, and then gently placed her back down. "Are you hungry?" Minnie asked. "Not yet, waiting for Wire." Wu Heng produced a 2-cubic-foot space ring and handed it to her. "This is for you." Last time, Wu Heng distributed space rings to Win Manshaw and Andre Willow, but Minnie did not receive one. Having obtained another one now, he gave it to her directly. Having a space ring would be more convenient for her. Seeing the space ring, Minnie exclaimed with delight, "Wow, I have one too, that's great, thank you, Master." Then, she leaped up, hanging onto him, and gave him a kiss of her own. Wu Heng wrapped his arms around her waist, savoring the deep kiss from the little rabbit. After a long moment, Minnie, still holding his face, stuck out her tongue and licked his lip. "Do you know how to use it?" Wu Heng asked. I've never used it before. Try communicating with it using spiritual power." "Okay." Minnie focused and attempted to communicate, then grabbed a water cup by her side and directly put it into the space ring. This world naturally grasped the usage of magical objects. Just like children in the modern world, who could easily learn to use a smartphone. "That's great, I can store my shopping in it now," Minnie giggled happily. Wu Heng stroked her head and ears, saying, "Alright, go play by yourself, I'm heading to the study." I'll cook something delicious for Master tonight." Wu Heng smiled and nodded, then entered the study on the side. He opened the boundary door and went to Zombie World. Wu Heng emerged from the residential building. The survivors he encountered greeted him with smiles. He was about to call Li Yong on the walkie-talkie when Calamity hurried over. "Your Majesty." "Ah. What's the matter?" Wu Heng saw him panicking. "The Iron Wolf Rake is ready." "Where is it?" "Let me see," Wu Heng said. Calamity spoke into the walkie-talkie, and two men about the same size as Calamity came out from a nearby warehouse, carrying a black metallic object. Chapter 268, Failed Design. Two people carried the Iron Wolf Rake over. With a clang, it stood upright on the ground. "Your Majesty." The two greeted before handing the Iron Wolf Rake to Calamity and then departed. Calamity held the Iron Wolf Rake with one hand and scratched his head with the other, saying, "It's a bit different from the original sketch. The previous one was too heavy, so we reduced the number and length of the branches, and this is the final result." Wu Heng carefully examined it. On the main spear shaft, 9 iron branches branched off. Though it was called the Iron Wolf Rake, it now looked more like a mace with long spikes. It was completely different from the original draft. "Let me try its weight." "It's quite heavy," Calamity remarked as he passed it over. Wu Heng picked it up and swung it through the air with whooshes on the open ground in front of him. Calamity, standing by his side, had his eyes wide open, almost in disbelief, watching Wu Heng handle the Iron Wolf Rake. What the two of them had carried together, he was swinging around like a stick. Too heavy to use, Wu Heng placed the Iron Wolf Rake on the ground and said. It wasn't that it was too heavy for him, but rather for the skeletons. Even with his own strength of 34 points, he felt it was burdensome, let alone equipping it to ordinary skeletons who would have to fend off hordes of zombies. It would be even more strenuous. "This isn't practical, but it looks pretty cool as an ornament. How about this, tell the workshop to produce more tridents with sharper blades," Wu Heng said directly. "Alright, I'll have them take care of it when I get back," agreed Calamity without any argument. After standing the Iron Wolf Rake aside, Calamity took out the previous sketch and said, "Let me show you, we've been researching equipment for the Flying Dragon." Wu Heng leaned over. "Let's see. Based on the characteristics of the Flying Dragon, we made two conjectures. The first is to have the Flying Dragon drop bombs, like a plane dropping bombs. The second is to attach weapons to the dragon claws." "Go on," urged Wu Heng. Calamity pointed to the blueprints. It depicted a flying dragon with several bombs below it. The bone dragon could have its chest cavity designed as a bomb bay to drop bombs. "Of course, we don't have bombs, so our idea is to drop short arrowheads, or chunks of iron or stone. There's no problem with designing the chest cavity as a bomb bay. Throwing arrowheads has too little lethality, while iron and stone chunks are heavy, and the carrying quantity would not be much." Neither solution was good. "And the second proposal?" Wu Heng continued to inquire. Calamity turned another page, revealing an even more exaggerated design. From the dragon claws, extended blades, similar to Wolverine's claws. We add hooks to the dragon claws, which, after a dive, could hook up zombies and lift them into the sky, then drop them to their deaths, or directly attach swords for a sweeping pass through the zombie horde, killing them. Wu Heng looked at the drawing, frowning slightly. Calamity asked, "What do you think?" "No good," Wu Heng said. "With your first hook, what if it catches on some structure and the zombies pull the flying dragon down? And for the second, if you bind knives to the claws, it cannot land anymore." Wu Heng pondered for a moment and continued, "Focus on the bombing research. It seems more reliable." Calamity nodded. "Okay." As the two conversed, Li Yong approached from the front, carrying a bag. "Sister Hong." Calamity greeted. "What are you talking about?" "Just updating His Majesty on some work, we won't interrupt your chat," Calamity said and then left. Li Yong handed over the bag, which when opened, contained some gold and silver jewelry. She said, the shelters are able to trade less and less gold, and soon it might be difficult to get much more. In the post-apocalyptic world, gold was indeed of little value. But the shelters needed to have gold to bring it over. If you search in safe places and kill some lone zombies, you might get some. After these trades, however, it would be difficult to scrape together more gold and silver. Wu Heng was aware of this issue and asked, any solutions? It boils down to two aspects, either clear the roads outside so more shelters can come and trade, or give those survivors a continuous chance to obtain gold and silver. In other words, either clear the roads leading in other directions as well. Let more survivors come safely to trade materials. The second option is to provide them with some weapons and armor so they can clear the zombies themselves and scavenge more gold. In the modern world, many wore gold and silver jewelry. If they have the ability to kill zombies, they can make a profit. Shifting their focus onto killing zombies to get gold and silver would also prevent the shelters from becoming desperate, keeping their attention off the auto repair shop. What kind of equipment do you think we should provide? Wu Heng asked further. Currently, the most popular items are strong crossbows and arm guards and armor. Both have good markets, Li Yong contemplated before answering. Suddenly, it appeared that this world was gradually evolving towards a different world format. Strong crossbows and armor had become desired items. Archers, can you use them? Wu Heng took out a wooden bow and arrows from the space ring. Li Yong took them, fitted an arrow to the bowstring, and with a thwack, the bowstring vibrated, but the arrow did not shoot out. It slipped from her grasp and clinked to a stop beside her foot. That was close, it nearly hit her foot. Li Yong looked at the arrow on the ground, and with some embarrassment said, it's not quite like what they show on TV, I might need to practice a bit. Indeed, using a bow and arrow was not as simple as using a strong crossbow. Wu Heng nodded, I will find a way to provide you with strong crossbows and armor. We'll make the exchange terms more generous, giving all shelters a chance to trade more. Great. Wu Heng smiled. Let's go. We're heading over to the skeleton side. Afterwards, the two went to the residential area where the skeletons were stationed. Wu Heng handed over all 500 wooden bows and arrows he had purchased from the dwarves to the skeleton warriors. Li Yong had arranged for targets to be set up in the residential area. 500 archers began their training. The bows snapped taut, the arrows whooshing through the air towards the molybdenum targets. The scene was still somewhat shocking. Unlike Li Yong, skeletons picked up bows and arrows and could shoot them, but with low precision. Most of them missed the targets and flew off. They needed some time to practice. After watching for a while, Wu Heng took Li Yong and headed back. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the plaza to clear out the zombies and push forward a bit, Wu Heng said. Okay. In the dead of night, the temperature dropped a bit. Wu Heng got up and closed the open window. The sleeping Li Yong awoke, hummed lightly, and lazily said, what's wrong, couldn't sleep well? Just closing the window. After saying that, Wu Heng got back under the covers and lightly caressed her smooth back. With a slight turn, he gradually pressed her beneath him. At this time, you're not tired? Li Yong propped herself up slightly on his chest, her legs naturally wrapping around his waist. Are you tired? Li Yong smiled, turned her head to the side, and said, as long as you're not tired, it's fine. After all, I don't have to exert any effort. Li Yong's breathing gradually became heavier, her arms slightly tightened, and she burrowed into his embrace. Sticking out her red tongue, she began to lick gently like a cat drinking water. Next day, early morning. According to yesterday's plan. Today, the cleaning of zombies along the road was to continue. Gold and Silver Island was relatively stable, but the level still needed to be raised. Li Yong's bus was parked outside while Wu Heng with his special skeletons boarded it. Since the distance wasn't far, just about 2 kilometers, they decided not to take the convoy. Get the skeletons out, ready to leave, Wu Heng said directly. Clatter. Dense footsteps sounded from one side of the residential area, and a large group of skeletons emerged from within. They surrounded the bus in the middle. Let's go, Wu Heng said. The bus started, moving slowly forward. The skeleton army on either side quickly turned into a jog, following in the middle of the bus. The bones rattled noisily. About half an hour later, the army passed the green peak living plaza that had been cleared last time. A large number of zombies began appearing ahead. Roars sounded one after another as zombies rushed out from the side alleys and shops, converging into a stream and forming a mass. Wu Heng opened the door of the bus and looked at the swarming mass of zombies ahead. He commanded directly, archers, volley fire. Whoosh! Dense arrows were shot into the sky. In such situations, precision was not needed. As long as they shot forward and not at their own people, they could roughly hit their targets. Thud thud clink clink. The arrows fell like rain, and the charging zombies were instantly turned into porcupines, quivering all over from the impact and falling in heaps. Before they could get up and charge again, they were trampled back to the ground by the surging zombies behind them. A large mass of zombies fell, rolling into a bundle. The relentless rain of arrows continued to fall, wave after wave of zombies kept hitting the ground. The lethality brought by the arrows was still weak. Even if the bodies of zombies were pierced through, it did not affect them too much. They still advanced, arrows sticking out of them, continuing their attack. The horde came within 300 meters. Wu Heng gave another order, spear throwers, throw. Whoosh! Iron spears fell headlong, and once again a swath of zombies hit the ground. After several rounds of long-range attacks, the horde's numbers had nearly halved. The next second, the zombie horde directly collided with the skeleton ranks, resulting in a heavy thudding noise. The two sides began engaging in close-quarters combat. The sound of the melee resonated across the entire area. Ding! During the battle, suddenly, a system prompt appeared. Your level has increased to 11, intellect +1, perception +1, specialty unlocked, spellcasting acceleration, chapter 269, are you full? I leveled up. I advanced to level 10 by killing members of the Hammer Party in London City. After that, I took part in a few battles until today, when I finally leveled up again. Wu Heng glanced over the battlefield to confirm everything was in order, then looked at his attributes and feats. Attributes: Strength 34, Agility 28, Constitution 37, Intelligence 34, Perception 22, Charm 27. The 2 attribute points from leveling up were added to Intelligence and Perception. Intelligence had caught up with Strength. He continued to look at the newly unlocked feats. Unlocked feat: Spellcasting Acceleration. Spellcasting Acceleration. Your intelligence and spirit have significantly improved, allowing you to perform more complex spellcasting operations in a shorter amount of time. Spellcasting Acceleration does just what it says, speeding up spellcasting. For a mage, even a necromancer, this is a very practical feat. I've taken a step up in power. Having checked his attributes and feats, Wu Heng turned his attention back to the battlefield. The surging mass of carrion and skeletons were still entangled with one another. The number of zombies had dwindled substantially, with only some left that were still attacking frenziedly. Wu Heng looked at the mutated skeletons beside him. You go too, resolve the battle quickly. The mutated skeletons charged out in large strides. Leaping high into the air from a distance still away, amidst the pounding of their landing, they plunged right into the throng of corpses. Like an out-of-control truck, they barreled through the crowd of zombies, their arms swinging non-stop, throwing large numbers of them into the air. They fell like blossoms scattering, landing all around the sides of the road. Then the skeletons lined up and began advancing forward, mowing down the remaining corpses like a meat grinder until they were completely cleared. The battle came to an end. The entire road was covered with zombie corpses. Clean up the battlefield. Wu Heng commanded again. The skeletons began to transport the bodies while the others started to collect scattered arrows and iron spears. Soon, the bodies were piled to one side. Wu Heng took out his magic wand and began casting Corpse Battlefield. A vast number of skeletons rose from the pile of corpses to join the ranks. Once the collection of arrows and iron spears was nearly complete, Wu Heng gave another order to advance forward. We fought from morning until dusk. With the last wave of zombies killed, the whole road was covered with corpses. The skeletons began cleaning up the battlefield, while Li Yaong, with a mask on, said, I'll get the convoy over here, and we'll start arranging for resource collection these next few days. Okay. Wu Heng began casting his skills, and one by one, skeletons rose from the bodies. Before long, the convoy arrived. Li Yaong began assigning tasks. First, do a simple sweep through the shops along the way, then bring more people tomorrow for more thorough scavenging. Once the instructions were given, Wu Heng boarded Li Yaong's bus and returned. Back at the bus station, Li Yaong went off to tend to her own affairs. Wu Heng also returned to Gold and Silver Island via the boundary door. Stepping out of the room, the sound of Minnie cooking wafted from the kitchen. Seeing Wu Heng come out, Minnie immediately smiled. Master, please wait just a little bit, dinner will be ready soon. No rush, I'm going to take a bath first. I'll go get your bathwater ready, Minnie said, wiping her hands. Wu Heng patted her head. No need, I can manage by myself. He enjoyed a comfortable bath in the bathroom. When he came out, Andre Willow was wearing a loose set of home clothes, revealing 2 slender white legs, curled up on the sofa, looking at the document in her hand. Master. Andre Willow softly called out. Wu Heng nodded, sat down close by, and pulled the fox woman into his embrace. His arm circled around her waist, slid under the hem of her top, and groped her rounded form. Andre Willow's cheeks turned a slight red, bashfully leaning in his arms. her fluffy tail swishing slightly. "Is there anything going on with the association?" Wu Heng asked. At that moment, the role of an assistant became evident. Andre Willow twisted her body slightly and answered, "Nothing much. A few members of the association have been involved in the girl's imprisonment case, and they are now under investigation." "Association members too?" "Yes, the incident has caused public outrage on the island, and the association is taking it seriously," Andre Willow said. "Whether it's the association or some of the local security teams. It's unavoidable that some people take money to do things for the powerful. Finding it leads back to team members is actually not surprising. Has the reward for Team 3 come down yet?" "Not yet." Andre Willow's voice grew softer, and she burrowed further into his embrace. Then, as if remembering something, she said, "Oh right, Master, the renovation team sent a message that we can go for the inspection tomorrow." At that moment, Minnie brought in food from the kitchen. Seeing the two of them clinging together, she joked, "Why your sis hasn't already filled up, has she?" Andre Willow gave her a glance. "Stop spouting nonsense." "Hee hee," Minnie laughed and continued, "What are Master and why your sis talking about?" Andre Willow sat up and said, "The new house has been renovated, and the renovation team notified us that we can inspect it at any time." "Really? Can we finally move over there?" Minnie exclaimed excitedly. Wu Heng smiled and said, "Then tomorrow let's see when we have time, and we'll all go for the inspection. If there are no issues, we'll move in right away." "Yay!" Minnie cheered again. Then the three of them sat down together for dinner. They continued discussing the new house's arrangements, as well as what to plant in the front and back gardens. After dinner, Wu Heng took the two to the association's training room. It was already a bit late when they arrived, just as a few team members were leaving. Once those people left, the training room was essentially reserved for the three of them. Minnie continued to train boxing and martial arts with Bodong, her moves becoming ever more powerful. Wu Heng took out the special item instructor longsword and began his swordsmanship training, his bones cracking with each movement. Andre Willow also drew a sword and stood not far away, following along with the swordsmanship movements. They practiced until late into the night, then all three returned home together. The next day, the three went to the association together. Before they could leave for the inspection of the new residence, news came from Team 3, the merit for killing the leader of the Shark Teeth Pirate Gang had been awarded, and they could go to the front desk to claim the reward. Wu Heng led the two women directly to the hall. He asked them to wait for a while and went up to the front desk himself. "Deputy Steward," the front desk staff greeted him with a smile. "I have a level 3 merit, show me the skill books I can exchange," Wu Heng said directly. "Please wait a moment," the staff replied and started preparing. Soon, several skill books were presented before him. Wu Heng lowered his head and looked over them. Animate Object, Death Cloud Technique, Iced Spike. Bone Transplantation, Pestilence Skill, Breath of Death. Chapter 270, You and Your Gluttony. Last time I went to see the steward, it was because I had a level 2 merit. Normally, a level 3 merit can be claimed at the front desk. In addition to the Necromancy sect, there were spells from other sects inside. Wu Heng's gaze fell on the skill book. Living Objects, Description, within casting range, non-magic objects will come to life at your command, maintaining until the spell ends. Wu Heng's eyebrows raised. To bring objects to life. Seeing this skill, images from cartoons of witches commanding brooms to sweep and teacups to pour water immediately came to mind. It felt like the style of magic had suddenly changed. But he had to admit, he found this spell quite interesting. After exchanging for the spells he needed, he could also take this one to play with. Continuing to look at a few more spells afterward, each one had its own effect. Some could alter the terrain, while others, like Ice Spike, directly condensed water elements to attack. Unlike in Blackstone Town and London City, where there were no skills to choose from, the skills here seemed quite nice and useful. After reviewing them all, Wu Heng directly said, "I'll take this bone transplantation." "Okay." The staff member made a record, and Wu Heng collected the skill book. Actually, for normal combat, Breath of Death would be more suitable for him since it could create an area of negative attribute poison fog. Whether to trap an enemy or to hinder pursuers, it could have a good effect. But what Wu Heng considered was the repair of the skeleton soldiers' bodies in the zombie world. Now, the skeletons' missing arms and legs accounted for more than half of the total, most of which were skeletons that had reached level 5 or above from frequent battles. If these skeletons could return to the battlefield, Wu Heng's military strength and combat power would receive a certain boost. After securing the skill book, Wu Heng called out to the two women waiting not far away and walked straight out of the guild. In the central area, Snowborn District. Although not the best location on the island, it was still where the wealthy and powerful lived. At the entrance, some workers were gathering their tools, seemingly ready to leave. Wu Heng and his companions walked over. Seeing them, a foreman quickly approached with a smile on his face. "Miss Andre Willow, my lords, young ladies." The commission had been issued through the guild. Therefore, he only met Andre Willow, but judging from the positions of the group, he could make some guesses. He greeted everyone just to be safe. Andre Willow nodded. "Will you be finished today?" "We've already finished, just waiting for your inspection. If there is anything inadequate, we can also make improvements as fast as possible," the foreman said. "Let's have a look," Andre Willow replied, and they all entered together. The front yard was quite spacious, with a stone-paved path beneath their feet, and on one side, there was a swimming pool, though currently empty and with some leaves in it. Passing through the courtyard, they entered the central building. Unlike their accommodations in London City, this building had 4 stories, each with an area of about 120 square meters. The first floor had a dark stone fireplace, above which hung a brightly colored oil painting. Opposite were the sofa and coffee table. The foreman followed behind, softly introducing the layout of the building. The first floor contained the living room, dining room, kitchen, and 2 bedrooms. The second and third floors were primarily comprised of bedrooms. The design of the building was intended to meet the needs of servants, guards, attendants, or some family members. For Wu Heng, actually, none of this was necessary. With only 2 maids and skeleton attendants who needed no rest, these rooms didn't have a better allocation, so they were all made into bedrooms. The 4th floor was Wu Heng's private space, with a bedroom, study, bathroom, and a lab. The group checked everything and found no issues. The foreman continued, "Ms. Andre Willow, we have also preemptively reserved the wiring lines you requested. You just need to pull them slightly to see them," pointing upwards towards the ceiling. Embedded electric wire ends could be seen. Andre Willow looked to Wu Heng. Wu Heng addressed the foreman, "There are no problems, you can go to the guild for the final commission payment tomorrow." Upon hearing there were no issues, the foreman also revealed a smile, "Then we won't disturb the lord and young ladies any further. If you need any more help later, you can always come to us for modifications." The foreman bowed again and left the building, taking his workers with him. After the workers had left, Minnie let out excited cheers again, seemingly very fond of this mansion. "All right, you go choose your rooms. It's fine if you want to stay together," Wu Heng said with a smile. Minnie stuck out her tongue. "Master, you're the one who wants to live with us." Afterward, she pulled Andre Willow away to pick out rooms. Wu Heng also went up to the 4th floor, first glanced at the bedroom, then entered the study. He took out the entire bookshelf from the space ring, had Skullcrusher carry it, and placed it against the wall. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps came from downstairs. Minnie stood at the door and called out, "Master, do you need us to help lay out the bedding?" "Come in," Wu Heng said. The 2 entered the room and began laying out the bedding. "Wow, the bed in the master's room is so big, the 3 of us could live together here with no problem," Minnie remarked as she made the bed, feeling impressed. Andre Willow glanced at her. "If you want to stay, just say it. What's with all the hinting around the master?" "I'm not hinting at anything, after all, we used to live together in the association's dormitory, didn't we?" Minnie muttered. "You're just greedy." The 2 bickered while making the bed. Then, they continued to the bathroom to install the heated fish tank. Wu Heng was sitting in the study. He took out the bone transplantation he had obtained today and began to look through it. According to the Book of Necromancy, the development of bone transplantation aimed to address the damage that skeleton attendants sustain in battle. A skeleton attendant that suits oneself is as valuable as a precious special item. Therefore, repairing the damaged bodies of skeletons was also a subject of study for mages. Inspired by some transformation series spells, the bone transplantation spell was developed. The process of limb completion was not about reshaping the limbs but assembling them. It involved attaching the bodies of other fallen skeletons or remains and bones from corpses to the missing parts, which reflected the term transplantation in its name. Wu Heng read intently until he reached the last page. A prompt suddenly appeared. Skill unlocked, bone transplantation. After unlocking the skill, Wu Heng put the book back on the shelf behind him. Then, he left the study. Downstairs, Andre Willow and Minnie were hanging some oil paintings and decorations. "Wire, are you going back to the association this afternoon?" Wu Heng asked. Andre Willow, who was helping Minnie hold a chair, turned her head. "I'll need to go back. If there's anything, I'll inform you, Master." Wu Heng nodded. "All right, come back early in the evening. The roads are unfamiliar, don't get lost." Andre Willow smiled. "Master, I'm not that careless." Minnie hopped down from the chair and said, "If you can't find your way, wire sis, just shout, and I'll come to get you. Just don't you get lost." Andre Willow shot back. Wu Heng thought for a moment. "Minnie, go with your sis wire in the afternoon, then come back earlier, It's also safer to have a companion. Okay, we can buy some supplies on the way back. Alright. After busying themselves in the house for a while, the two women took two skeleton attendants and headed to the association. Wu Heng also opened a boundary door from the fourth floor and went to Zombie World. It was also afternoon here. It must have rained last night, there were still wet traces on the ground. Liang came over from not far away, followed by Basin, who acted as her bodyguard. Are we going straight to kill zombies? Liang asked. The previous plan was to clear the zombies along the way. To open up the road to the city as quickly as possible, so more survivors could come over, and at the same time, to expedite finding Zhao's mother. Not in a hurry. Are there any corpses here? Wu Heng asked. Liang frowned at him. Human, or zombie? Zombie. I'll ask. Liang picked up the walkie-talkie to inquire about any zombie kills. After communicating, Liang said, there's one, stuck on a convoy brought over by survivors. Have someone take the corpse to the skeleton community. Okay. Liang nodded and relayed the instructions through the walkie-talkie. Let's go, we'll head there too. The two went to the skeleton community together. Not far from the entrance lay a blurry mess of zombie remains. Before death, he must have been a particular person, dressed in a white shirt and suit. Wu Heng unleashed bone transplantation right away. A circle of light spread out, with necromancy magic wrapping around Basin. Basin walked over to the body. He reached out to tear open the corpse's chest and snapped off two ribs, placing them onto himself. The necromancy magic fused the broken areas by joining the two different bones together. Liang, standing by, had her eyes widened at this point. Especially when tearing open the chest and snapping the ribs. Her whole body shuddered along with the action. Wu Heng also stood by, feeling that the effect was quite successful. Basin's damaged areas had been repaired, and aside from the color difference, not much else was noticeable. There was no change in attributes either. Take the body and come inside with me, Wu Heng said. Basin dragged the body along, following him into the neighborhood. Here stood many skeletons with damaged bodies. Wu Heng released bone transplantation again, and the circle of light spread out. 7 or 8 damaged skeletons began to move. Amidst the crunching sounds, they completely stripped the bones from the body. All that was left was a slop of rotten flesh. Liang's eyes grew even wider, watching the skeletons fitting the new limbs onto themselves. Chapter 271, Level 12 Ironsmith. Unlike the broken ribs, the skeletons with attached arms and legs had limbs that were slightly uneven in length. But the difference wasn't too significant. The skeleton seemed to be able to self-match the bones to determine if they fit. There were no serious misalignments. These skeletons can repair their bodies now? Liang managed to choke out a sentence. Yes, they can repair to a certain extent, Wu Heng said. Liang nodded, without saying much else. In this small district, the number of incomplete skeletons accounted for half. Before, she had thought that Wu Heng was keeping these discarded soldiers from going into battle, unwilling to dismiss them while they took up space. Now it seemed that Wu Heng knew that they could repair their bodies, which is why he deliberately kept them. Wu Heng continued to look at the bodies on the ground. The corpse manipulation skill and bone manipulation skill were clearly no longer effective. After pondering for a moment, he took out the spine staff and cast the pestilence skill, causing the bodies to start swelling. There was a series of popping sounds as 5 dinner bowl-sized mottled spiders appeared. Let's continue to clear out the zombies, Wu Heng said. Alright, I'll bring the bus over. Soon, Liang drove the bus to the door. Wu Heng boarded the bus, followed by the skeleton army and a large number of incomplete skeletons. They advanced along the road, passing through areas that had been cleared. Large swarms of bodies began to emerge ahead. With angry roars and flailing claws, they charged forward. The skeleton troops maintained formation, raining arrows and iron spears like a vast iron net plummeting from the skies again and again. Hordes of zombies fell to the ground, turning into piles of corpses. After the ranged attacks were over, the zombie horde collided with a skeleton army, beginning a fierce slaughter. The sounds of howling and weapons clashing echoed throughout the entire area. When the last zombie was penetrated by a long sword, the noisy battlefield suddenly fell silent. At the sight of the confrontation between the two sides, a wall of bodies half a person tall was formed. Coagulated blood converged, creating crimson streams. Wu Heng came up from behind. Incomplete skeletons, come closer, Wu Heng commanded. The ranks of skeletons began to change formation, with those in the rear having incomplete limbs slowly moving forward. A few skeletons missing their lower halves were especially struggling to crawl forward. Once they all came closer, Wu Heng directly cast bone transplantation. A dark circle of light rippled out, and the incomplete skeletons plunged into the piles of corpses. They began searching for the bodies they needed. One by one, The skeletons restored their bodies and rejoined the ranks of skeletons. With this one move, a large portion of the incomplete skeletons regained their combat effectiveness. Wu Hang looked at the strewn bodies and continued to cast bone manipulation skill, and hundreds of skeletons stood up once again. This transformation was not from complete bodies, but rather from leftover bones that, once reaching a certain quantity, became skeletons. After the bone manipulation skill ended, Wu Hang continued to cast pestilence skill, and those useless fleshy bodies spawned a large number of spiders. Watching, Liang got goosebumps all over her body. Clean up the battlefield, and collect back all the arrows and iron spears, Wu Hang ordered. A large number of skeletons got into action. They began cleaning up the battlefield. After the collection was complete, Wu Hang had no intention of advancing further. He sat back on the bus and led the skeletons back to the bus station. Bus station, warehouse. Wu Hang loaded up some photovoltaic panels and accessories, and called over a few skeletons that had unlocked God Machine specialization. Liang said, "I've put the word out in the region about selling strong crossbows and armor from the base, 10 grams of gold for a crossbow, 12 for a set of armor." 10 grams wasn't actually expensive. Before, Ma Ziyang took 2 grenade launchers and several grenades, which she had no plans to trade. It was also because she planned to allow all the refugees to have the ability to confront zombies. That's why the price was set so low. I have no issues with the price. I'll bring you a batch in the next couple of days, and you can sell them directly, Wu Hang said. Okay, Liang nodded. The two stood chatting at the warehouse entrance for a while. Then they parted ways, each attending to their own affairs. Back on Gold and Silver Island, Wu Hang descended the stairs with skeletons in tow. He saw the 2 women preparing dinner in the kitchen. Master, dinner will be ready soon, Minnie said with a smile. No rush. Wu Hang went out to the courtyard and took out all the photovoltaic panels. He instructed the electrician skeleton on where to place the panels. The estate wasn't small, so the power supply should be quite substantial. The skeletons climbed onto the roof to install the panels, while Wu Hang returned to the dining room to eat dinner. After dinner, Wu Hang reigned in the courtyard with the 2 women. Instructor, the effects of the longsword training are significant. After practicing for several days, I now no longer feel the pain of stretched muscles. The movements are visibly precise. Andre Willow and Minnie trained beside him. As the sky gradually darkened, the trio stopped their training. Minnie pulled Wu Hang aside and whispered mysteriously, "Master, come with me." Wu Hang was led by her into the bathroom on the 3rd floor. He thought Minnie was going to bathe him, but instead, he saw a large round bathtub in the center. Big enough for 2 people, even 3 or 4. Wire and I pooled our money to buy this so we can bathe together from now on. Minnie hugged his arm close to her chest. Wu Hang glanced at Andre Willow. The fox woman's cheeks reddened as she looked down. Well, what are we waiting for? Wu Hang chuckled, grabbing Minnie's close-fitting training outfit and lifting it up. He stripped off the top right away, revealing her fair, pink skin. Master, the water's not ready yet, Minnie said, holding her arms, bashful. Wu Hang called out to a skeleton outside the door, "Go get the water ready." The skeleton went downstairs to fetch water. Meanwhile, Wu Hang grabbed the fleeing Andre Willow. Time to punish the fox girl today. Yay! Minnie cheered, helping to hold down the naughty little fox girl. Soon, the tub was filled with water. Wu Hang held 1 girl on each side, enjoying their soft and rounded forms. The next day, at the Snake Badge Consortium, Wu Hang sat in the reception room. The staff brought over some tea and pastries. Wu Hang took out an emblem and handed it to them, saying, "Could you check on a commission I posted? Any news?" "Of course, sir." Shortly after, a man in a fitted suit came in, returned the emblem, and said softly, "Sir, your commission has been completed. We've collected 3 corpses of special professions." Wu Hang's eyebrows raised. The efficiency here is higher. It's only been a few days, and already 3 corpses have been delivered. I hope it's not like in London City, where they kill on the spot. "Bring them here so I can verify," he said. "Right away, sir." The man gave an order outside. Soon after, the room door was opened again, and 3 coffins, 2 large and 1 small, were carried in. The coffins were placed in the center of the reception room. The man commanded, "Open them." The coffin bearers promptly opened the lids. Wu Hang rose to inspect them. The first corpse he saw was that of a stout figure. Short people. His stature, along with his bushy beard, indicated he was indeed a dwarf. Just as Wu Hang was making his assessments, the man started to give the introduction. Deaf Hunter, of the dwarf race, died at 54 in a dispute, 12th level ironsmith. Chapter 272, Cross-Regional Procurement, a level 12 dwarf smith. Among various races, dwarves indeed surpass other races in forging skills. This is not to say that other races do not have professional high-level blacksmiths, but that dwarves are more adept at such professions. Continue. Wu Heng continued to look at the second coffin. Suiles, Wood Elf, 374 years old, died of assassination, level 11 gardener. Hulian, human race, 38 years old, died in a sea disaster, level 10 chef. The second corpse was a tall figure with hands clasped in front of the chest, the face intact, no signs of decomposition, probably had not been dead for long. Wood elves are a type of elf, but Wu Heng had yet to understand the specific differences between them and the elf race. The third body was a human male without any distinctive features, the body had been treated and the face was unclear. After looking over them, Wu Heng returned to his chair and said, "I'll take these 3 bodies, commission a change though, I don't need the professions of a gardener or a chef." "Of course, customer," the man still wore a smile and arranged a new commission, also saying, "Customer, you also need to settle for these 3 bodies with 1,700 silver coins." Wu Heng nodded and took out the corresponding silver coins. He had the coffin lids closed and put into the space ring. The man continued, "The new commission has been filled out. Post it and I'll come back in a couple of days." "Of course, customer." After the conversation was over, Wu Heng didn't stay longer. He left the consortium directly. After leaving the consortium, Wu Heng continued on to the Lighthouse Street blacksmith shop. "Customer, you're here early today," the headscarf-tied owner greeted warmly. "The crossbow arrows purchased before were all from this place." He could take the complete selection of arrows in the store. "Business seems good today," Wu Heng said casually as he entered the shop. "It's all thanks to some regulars looking out for us." Wu Heng did not continue the chat, his gaze sweeping over the shop's counter. He asked, "How much for these 2 crossbows?" "Strong crossbows for 32 silver coins, and these hand crossbows for 28 silver coins," the owner introduced. "There are 3 major types of crossbows, the strong crossbow, hand crossbow, and arm crossbow. The strong crossbow is a 2-handed crossbow with high power and range but equally heavy. The hand crossbow is a lighter crossbow, more convenient to operate due to its lighter weight, but with reduced power and range in comparison. The arm crossbow is mounted on an arm guard and is commonly used for assassinations." "How many do you have in stock?" Wu Heng asked as he walked. The owner's eyes narrowed and he immediately felt a surge of excitement. The customer before him was known for buying out the stock. Previously, the store's stock of crossbow arrows and arrows had been completely purchased by him. "Wait a moment, let me take a count," the owner said immediately. Soon, a clerk returned with the count. He said, 12 strong crossbows, 35 hand crossbows." The owner looked at Wu Heng. "Customer, that's all we have. Make it cheaper, I'll take them all. I really can't go lower on the price." "Pack them up, I'll take them all," Wu Heng said directly. "All right, I'll get them ready for you now." The owner called his clerks to prepare them while Wu Heng sat and waited for a while. Soon, the crossbows were ready. Wu Heng paid the corresponding silver coins and took them all. As he left the shop, the owner followed closely. "If there's anything the customer needs, please come again." Wu Heng nodded and left without delay. Next, he continued on to the other few shops in the area. He bought all the crossbows available. In total, he had acquired over 70 strong crossbows and over 100 hand crossbows. After leaving the shop beneath his feet, Wu Heng did not inquire about other places selling weapons. He hailed a carriage and headed straight towards the outskirts of the city. Once he reached a secluded area and the carriage had left, he took out the train conductor's hat and put it on his head. The next second, the whistle blew, and the phantom train appeared out of thin air, stopping right in front of him. Wu Heng, with his 2 skeleton attendants, boarded the train and wrote Netali City in the travel ledger. Netali City, a port city of the Yoko Kingdom. A few hours later, the train arrived at the edge of a forest outside Netali City. After confirming the direction, he headed directly towards the city. He entered the commercial district. Wu Heng walked into a shop. The owner was a middle-aged man, scolding 2 clerks in hushed tones. Seeing Wu Heng enter, he switched back to a friendly demeanor. "What does the customer need?" "We offer both retail and trade." Wu Heng circled around the shop and looked up at the strong crossbows hanging above. "How much is this crossbow?" Wu Heng asked. 30 silver coins. This type of strong crossbow is our export version, moderately weighted and stable in performance. It's very popular among all races, the proprietor introduced. "And the hand crossbow?" 25 silver coins for the hand crossbow. "What are the requirements for export, and roughly how much would it cost?" "For orders over 200 units, the strong crossbow is priced at 28 silver coins, and the hand crossbow at 20 silver coins." The prices were considerably cheaper than Gold and Silver Island. Wu Heng took a strong crossbow from the counter, checked it over, and said directly, "I'll take 500 strong crossbows, and I'll take them now." He had bought some hand crossbows on Gold and Silver Island already. He wasn't sure yet if they would be popular in the shelters, so he would decide later whether to continue purchasing them. The proprietor's face lit up at the direct order. But then he shook his head immediately and said, "Customer, we don't have that many in stock. For export, we need to plan and prepare the goods in advance." "What a hassle." Wu Heng muttered, then continued to ask, "So how many do you have in your store?" The proprietor flipped through the record book on the table. "We can deliver 120 strong crossbows to you. If you are placing an order, we can write up an export contract for you, and give you these at the export price," the proprietor said. 120 crossbows were about right. The various shelters were unlikely to purchase in large quantities anyway. "If I place an order, how long will it take to deliver?" Wu Heng continued to ask. "It will take about 10 days. "Fine, let's sign a contract then. I'll send someone to pick them up when they're ready." The proprietor immediately instructed someone to prepare the contract and offered tea and conversation to Wu Heng in the meantime. Wu Heng signed the purchase contract, paid the deposit, and received the 120 prepared strong crossbows. Without lingering, he walked straight out of the shop. Standing on the road, he looked around and then headed directly to the opposite armor store. The female owner of the store saw Wu Heng coming over and the weapon shop proprietor seeing him out. Her expression immediately froze. She adjusted her loose clothes and promptly got up to greet him at the door. "Customer, what do you need?" "I'm here to look at armor," Wu Heng said as he entered the store. The female proprietor followed him with a smile. There were more varieties of armor than weapons. After looking around, Wu Heng pointed at a set of leather armor and asked, "How much for this kind?" The armor was leather overall, but with metal plates attached to the arms, shoulders, and chest area. It wasn't too heavy and could protect against zombie bites. "One set for 35 silver coins. For export, we can do 32 silver coins." "How many do you have in your warehouse?" "There are over 50 sets in the warehouse." "Write me an order for 500 sets, include these 50, I'll take them now." The eyes of the female proprietor brightened, and joy spread across her face. "I'll go get the order form." When she came back, she bowed and handed over the order. The dipping neckline revealed a large expanse of fair skin. Wu Heng glanced at it, then looked up at the female proprietor, who was smiling. "Customer, please take care of our business in the future." "Sure, let's sit down and talk," Wu Heng nodded. The armor order was signed, and he had the armor ready. Wu Heng put them into his space ring, stood up, and left. He left the city and found a quiet spot to board the train back to Gold and Silver Island. He returned to his residence. The sky was nearing dusk. Traveling from Gold and Silver Island to Netherley City by boat took 5 days. Even with a phantom train, it still took 5 hours. Minnie and Andre Willow hadn't returned yet. Wu Heng quickly sorted his things and passed through the boundary door to the zombie world. Descending the stairs, Liang was directing the shelter, moving scavenged supplies to the designated warehouse. "You've collected quite a bit of daily necessities," Liang said as he came over when he saw him. The shops in London City were closed. Liang was still collecting various daily necessities. "Wait a few more days, and I'll take them then." "Yes. The warehouse is getting a bit full." The shelter's supplies kept growing, and they had started expanding the warehouse beyond the passenger terminal. "Let's go to the warehouse," Wu Heng said. The two went to the warehouse, and Wu Heng took out 3 coffins. Upon opening the coffin lids, the corpses inside were exposed. Wu Heng glanced at it and directly cast bone manipulation skill on the dwarf. The flesh fell off, revealing the gleaming white skeleton, which sat up from the coffin. Skeleton Blacksmith, Level 12, Chapter 273, It's already done, what more do I do? Skeleton Blacksmith, Level 12, Attributes, Constitution 23, Strength 25, Agility 17, Intelligence 15, Perception 13, Charm 5, Traits, Hollow Skeleton, Intermediate Soul, Specializations, Heavy Armor Specialty, Intermediate, War Armor Specialty, Advanced, Smithing, Ironsmithing, Proficient, Abilities, Heat Adaptation, Weapon Research, Ironsmithing Proficiency, Heat Adaptation. This unit has an extraordinary ability to adapt to hot environments, treating the effects of extreme heat on it as if they were one level lower. Incredibly hot is treated as blisteringly hot as very hot, and so on. Weapon Research, able to improve weapons according to usage requirements. Ironsmithing Proficiency, identify various metals and perform smelting. The dwarf smith's attributes look quite decent upon inspection. In terms of abilities, there's Weapon Research, which allows for improvements to weapons based on usage requirements. Wu Heng believed this to be a very useful ability. After all, Weapon improvement was indeed a weak point for his side. Calamity and the others could come up with some imaginative ideas, but it was difficult to manufacture them. From now on you'll be called number 1 blacksmith, come on out first. Wu Hang said. The dwarf stepped out of the coffin and stood aside. Wu Hang continued to speak to Li Yong. This is a skeleton blacksmith, capable of iron forging and weapon development. Set up a smithing area for him in the next couple of days, and start producing crossbow arrows. Li Yong sized up the skeleton. She nodded to indicate she understood. Wu Hang continued to cast bone manipulation skill on the remaining 2 corpses. 2 skeletons of similar size stood up. The gardener skeleton had specializations in plant cultivation and pruning, reaching a proficient level. The chef skeleton was proficient in cooking specialization. Offhandedly, he named the 2 skeletons. He had the skeletons carry the coffins out. After the entire warehouse was emptied, Wu Hang casually took out all the strong crossbows and leather armor from the space ring. In an instant, they filled the entire warehouse. Li Yong's eyes widened instantly. So many. There will be more to follow, just sell them normally, he said. The message was sent out the day before yesterday. People should start coming to trade soon, Li Yong said as she nonchalantly picked up a hand crossbow. This one's pretty good, quite light. This is a hand crossbow, its power is less. Zombies are naturally tough-skinned and resilient, so it might not be extremely effective, but it's still intimidating against people, Wu Hang explained. Got it. Li Yong also picked up a set of armor and tried it on. Wu Hang showed her how to wear it, stuffing the bulging chest part inward. Li Yong, her face turning red from being pushed and prodded, gave him a light punch. Be gentler. Once the full set was donned, Li Yong's appearance was transformed into that of a female warrior ready to enter the battlefield. The stab-resistant vest was lighter, but it didn't offer the solid protection of leather armor, especially against zombies biting arms and shoulders. Not bad, just a bit heavy, Li Yong nodded. Yeah, the main weight is from the iron plates on the outside. As the 2 chatted, a slight static noise came from the walkie-talkie on Li Yong's waist. Then, came the voice of a base personnel reporting. Sister Hong, a convoy from Flame God Shelter has arrived. Captain Ma has something to discuss with you, it said. Hearing the message, the 2 exchanged glances. They were coming at this time. It meant they might have to travel part of the night on their return trip. Li Yong pressed the walkie-talkie. Please ask Captain Ma to the reception hall, I'll wait for him there. Copy that. The 2 turned and headed towards the reception hall. Inside the reception hall, Li Yong waited a moment before Ma Ziyong, accompanied by 2 attendants, walked in. They looked travel-worn, not as if they'd just hurriedly come from the base. Ma Ziyong and his entourage also stared at the armor on Li Yong. Captain Ma, please take a seat, Li Yong said to break the ice. Oh. Ma Ziyong came back to his senses and took a seat with a smile. Captain Ma, you wanted to see me? I heard Leader Li was selling strong crossbows and armor. We happened to be passing by and came to trade, Ma Ziyong said. Li Yong glanced up at him. Flame God Shelter's timing couldn't have been better. Just as Wu Hang had stocked the warehouse with weapons and armor, they showed up. Not a moment too soon. Of course, that's fine. How would Captain Ma like to trade? Wait a moment, I'll have someone bring it, Ma Ziyong gestured to the people behind him. 2 individuals stepped out, placing 2 backpacks on the table. Upon unzipping, gold jewelry was revealed inside. Ma Ziyong said, 550 grams of gold in exchange for 20 strong crossbows, with the rest for your armor. It seemed Flame God Shelter had been scavenging a gold shop. That certainly works, Li Yong nodded and added, we also have a lighter crossbow with less power, but it's still lethal enough to kill, suitable for women and children to use. Captain Ma might want to consider that as well. Oh? Let me have a look. Li Yong asked Calamity to fetch them. He quickly went to the warehouse and brought one of each type of crossbow back. Ma Ziyong tried them and found them to his liking. How do we trade for these crossbows? 8 grams of gold each. Ma Ziyong thought for a moment, then spoke a few words to his companion. The 2 hurried away and, when they returned, they walked in carrying a military green box between them. The box opened to reveal a trove of ammunition inside. Last time, Leader Li inquired about ammunition for machine guns and grenades, and we just happened to bring some this time. How about we exchange these for 30 of your light crossbows? Ma Ziyong asked. Li Yong didn't place much importance on firearms and ammunition. Last time, Ma Ziyong had offered a grenade launcher in exchange, and Li Yong had almost refused. Now speaking of it, he felt somewhat uncertain. 20 crossbows, we have plenty of ammunition and no use for it, Li Yong said bluntly. Okay, let's make the exchange then. Li Yong waved his hand, signaling his people to put the items away. At the same time, he went to the storeroom to prepare the corresponding weapons and armor. After Li Yong and Ma Xiaoyong chatted for a while and the items were ready, they didn't linger and left directly. After the group had left, Calamity Tsai came over with a few men, exclaiming loudly, "Sister Hong, there's so many weapons in the storeroom. Those were brought by the king. Get a count of the brothers guarding the checkpoints and patrol, and then come to me to get the weapons," Li Yong instructed. "Roger that," Calamity Tsai responded, leading the men away. Wu Heng also emerged from behind. He collected all the gold and ammunition from the ground into his space ring. "They must have just returned from outside and took the opportunity to exchange some items with us," Li Yong suggested. "Just now I had Zhao scout out their convoy. From their conversation, it seems they looted a jewelry store, and their exchange of weapons this time seems to be in preparation for attacking somewhere," Wu Heng said. "Flame God Shelter likely knows some information that we aren't privy to. Yeah, just keep trading normally with them. If they grow stronger, we can exchange for even more things," Wu Heng continued. In plain terms, the control of food and weaponry was mainly in Wu Heng's hands. Even if they looted some, how long could it sustain them? Wu Heng could exchange resources in the other world at any time. Okay. After their conversation, Wu Heng also returned to the boundary door. Back at home, Minnie and Andre Willow were planning the garden layout in the yard. Seeing Wu Heng emerge, they immediately came over to introduce the results of their deliberation. The front yard would have flowers planted and vegetables, and the backyard would have a few fruit trees. If not for the limited space, they might have even considered raising chickens and ducks. Wu Heng, with an arm around each, listened and then introduced, "This is number 1 gardener, responsible for cultivating and pruning the flowers and plants in the yard, and this is chef number 1, who will take care of cooking from now on." The uses of skeletons were known to them. Taking care of the garden and cooking wasn't surprising. But Minnie frowned in thought before asking, "If they do everything, what do I do?" "You can keep Wire company on normal days and do whatever you want," Wu Heng replied. Andre Willow added, "Like tidying up the room, if you want to do it, there will always be something to do." "Alright," Minnie nodded, "then we need to give it a wash too." She instructed chef number 1 to clean its skeletal frame at the side. Andre Willow continued, "By the way, Master, Zai Ligui the vice executive came looking for you today. Seeing you weren't around, she asked you to visit when you have time tomorrow." Zai Ligui? Wu Heng's mind conjured the image of the blonde female elf. "Yes, she didn't specify what it was about, just asked me to tell you," Andre Willow said softly. Wu Heng nodded, "Okay, I'll go see her tomorrow." The group spent a while in the yard and then went back to the living quarters together, watching chef number 1 cook. They discussed whether the food cooked by the skeleton might cause any issues for the living. The next day, Wu Heng also went to the association. In the hall, numerous mercenary teams gathered, discussing which tasks to take on in front of the bulletin board. Wu Heng walked straight through the corridor, heading toward Zai Ligui's office and study. Standing at the door, he was just about to knock. But the door swung open. His raised hand almost knocked on the forehead of the blonde girl. The youthful elf vice executive, blocked by the figure in the doorway, stumbled in her steps. She looked up at him with wide eyes. "What are you doing?" Wu Heng also withdrew his hand, a smile on his face. "Zai Ligui, the vice executive, you were looking for me?" "Oh, right." Zai Ligui nodded, "Come with me, I need a bit of your help with something." With that, she walked to the side. Wu Heng followed her with his skeleton attendant trailing behind, heading toward the direction of the basement. They arrived at the morgue. 2 coroners from the association were processing corpses. "Vice executive." The 2 gave a salute. "You can leave us. We have some matters to deal with," Zai Ligui ordered. "Yes." The 2 left. Zai Ligui glanced at one of the corpses and said, "I need to ask it a few questions." "Go ahead." Wu Heng nodded and cast Communicate with the Dead. Necromancy magic enveloped the corpse. The next moment, the body lying cold on the metal table abruptly sat up. Its gray-white eyeballs turned toward them. Wu Heng gestured for her to start. Zai Ligui nodded, took half a step forward, and asked directly, "How did you die?" The corpse replied, "We were killed in battle with the pirates." Chapter 274, Rich People Are Foolish. Battle with Pirates? Upon hearing this sentence, Wu Heng glanced at the elf vice executive beside him, whose eyebrows were slightly knitted. "In other words, the body lying here was killed by pirates at sea." Zai Ligui continued to ask, "Which pirate group?" The body answered, "Not clear." Zai Ligui looked at the body and asked again, "Is Shayna still alive?" "Not clear." 2 consecutive questions, and the body answered neither clearly. This made the elf's expression grow even more solemn. Source: Novgo.co. After a few seconds of silence, How many people does the enemy have? The body answered, a lot, close to 1,000. What are the characteristics of these pirates? Many people, very fierce in combat. After answering the last question, the body lay back down on the metal slab. And Xiligui's brows were still not relaxed. 5 questions in total. Apart from confirming it was the work of pirates, there was no other gain. Xiligui turned to Wu Heng, let's go, we will head back first. What about the other bodies? Wu Heng said. No more, the others are not associated. Xiligui said this and led him out. Exiting the morgue. The 2 coroners were still chatting by the door. Seeing several people come out, they bowed slightly. Xiligui said, we've disturbed you. No disturbance, the coroner said. Xiligui nodded, and the 2 of them left side by side. After walking some distance, Wu Heng said, if there's nothing else, I will be going back. Xiligui immediately said, don't go back yet, this matter isn't over, let's visit the steward. Oh. Wu Heng didn't quite understand what had happened. He followed along to the steward's office. After knocking on the door and getting a response, they both walked in directly. The steward Emilio was seated at his desk looking at documents, and looking up at the 2, he said, take a seat. They sat down on the sofa, and the elf assistant brought over some tea. How'd it go? Steward Emilio asked. Xiligui recounted the results of speaking with the dead. After listening, Emilio nodded, then turned his attention to Wu Heng and asked, has Xiligui told you about this matter? Not yet. Emilio glanced at the assistant beside him, who softly began to speak. The body found at the port the day before yesterday, after verification, has been confirmed to be an attendant of Shanela. During the autopsy, a piece of human skin with writing was found in the mouth, demanding a ransom of 50,000 gold coin for the exchange of Shanela herself. Wu Heng's eyebrows raised. Kidnapped. This person named Shanela had been hijacked by pirates at sea. Throwing a body over here, demanding 50,000 gold coin. This amount. This person named Shanela must have a not inconsequential status. Just now, Xiligui had specifically inquired whether Shanela was still alive to confirm this matter. Well, I understand, and then what? Wu Heng asked. Still not quite understanding why this matter was being told to him. He didn't have that much money. Emilio said, the trade guild is preparing the money, you 2 will take responsibility for this job, bring the person back, and you will be awarded 3rd grade merit. Wu Heng frowned, pirates take the money and release the hostage? Pirates honor their word, take the money, and release the person. He certainly didn't believe it. Xiligui said, it's just preparations for now, going to redeem the person is the only direction we can proceed with at the moment. Otherwise, we don't even know who the other party is, what else can we do? Then, whether the money is raised or not, it won't be necessary, it's just a starting point anyway, Wu Heng continued. Xiligui shook his head, to prevent the pirates from having implanted someone who is secretly observing us here. Emilio nodded and said, that's the situation, prepare yourselves, each of you will take a small team. Together you will go to make the hostage exchange, prioritize safety above all else. Yes. Xiligui responded, and Wu Heng nodded in agreement. Having left the steward's office, Xiligui said, once the ransom is prepared, I will have someone notify you. Okay. The 2 parted ways, each heading back to their office. Returning to his working office, Andre Willow was sitting at the desk working. Seeing Wu Heng enter, she immediately smiled. Did Deputy Steward Xiligui have something for you? Asked me to interrogate a corpse, Wu Heng replied, and then continued, check if the 3rd squad is on a task, if not, ask Colin to come over. Oh, okay. Andre Willow stood up and walked out. She soon came back. A bearded short person followed her. Different from before, this time, his beard was clasped with 3 silver clasps, adorned with red gems. Deputy Steward. Olin bowed slightly. The 3rd squad had followed Wu Heng on the last 2 tasks and had received quite a few benefits. A 3rd grade merit, and the resolution of a girl's imprisonment. It gave the 3rd squad a certain rise in reputation as well. Now, the short person addressed him with even more respect than before. Take a seat. The short person sat down beside him. Wu Heng kept talking, is the 3rd squad busy with any tasks today? So far, no. Whatever instructions the deputy steward has, we will do our utmost to complete them, Olin said. Wu Heng nodded, the steward has assigned a task, a 3rd grade merit 1. If you're available, come with me. The short person didn't hesitate much and agreed right away, no problem, we can depart right now. No rush. I will inform you when we're leaving. Alright. After everything was settled, Olin once again bowed and walked straight out. Chapter 274, Rich People Are Silly _2 Andre Willow sat down close beside him and said, I will accompany Master, I can take care of you that way. Wu Heng put his arm around the fox lady's shoulder and smiled. Just an ordinary little task, nothing dangerous. Pirates can't possibly keep their promises. But Wu Heng also had ways to protect himself even if there really was danger. The boundary door or phantom train could get him out of harm's way. Taking Andre Willow with him would only mean he had to divide his attention to take care of her. That could actually lead to problems. Alright. Then master, please be extra careful. Wu Heng patted the fox lady's shoulder gently. She looked up at him and then twirled her tail around. Source, Navgo.co. Wu Heng took out a wooden comb and started grooming her fluffy tail, while Andre Willow nestled beside him with a blushing face. As night fell, a medium-sized cargo ship floated on the sea surface. The sea wind howled, and the waves that slapped against the ship's hull sprinkled the deck like raindrops. Step, step. Footsteps sounded as Olin came down. Deputy Steward, Vice Executive Ziligui has notified you that we're almost at the exchange point. Please come over. Oh, alright. Wu Heng stood up, bringing the skeleton attendant with him, and walked onto the deck. Waters splashed endlessly overhead. Wu Heng scanned his surroundings and walked towards where Ziligui was located. Beside her, there was an elf who was the captain of a squad. Deputy Steward Wu Heng, the squad captain saluted. Wu Heng nodded and moved to Ziligui's side, asking, "How is it? I haven't seen any sign of pirates." "If they've arranged it this way, they're bound to show up," Wu Heng said. The cargo ship continued to move forward for a while longer. Someone shouted, "We've arrived at the exchange point." Whoosh! No sooner had the voice faded. From the surrounding darkness, countless small, fast boats suddenly burst forth. They began to close in on the direction of the cargo ship. The boats were crowded with people dressed like pirates. Some yelled loudly with weapons in hand, while others spun grappling hooks in their grasp. "Hail them!" Ziligui instructed. Someone with a megaphone-shaped horn called out, "We've brought the ransom to trade for the hostage. Is the leader Shanela safe?" Haha. They really brought money. To believe such a thing, the brains of the wealthy are broken. Board them, kill them all, and take the money back. The surrounding pirates laughed aloud. They never expected these people to be so gullible, actually bringing a ship over to pay the ransom. The multitude of small boats swiftly approached from all sides. Ziligui leaned on the rail, looking down from both sides. Her gaze swept across all the boats in sight. She could confirm that there was no sign of Shanela. "Fight, kill them all," Ziligui ordered outright. Everyone sprang into action immediately. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Crossbow arrows shot down from the ship. The pirates, holding shields, blocked them, occasionally shaking the shields and taunting with laughter. The small boats reached the ship quickly. Clang, clang, clang. One by one, grappling hooks were thrown onto the cargo ship, hooking onto the railings. She started to attack the pirates climbing from all around. 3 squads of people drew out their weapons and followed Wu Heng's side. "Deputy Steward, what should we do?" "Go help out, don't panic, these people are no threat." "Oh, alright." The people from the 3 squads also rushed down immediately, beginning to cut off the grappling hooks that had been thrown up. "I've got a pretty boy over here, brothers, board this way." "Could it be that bitch's little lover?" "Don't kill him, I like his ass." Wu Heng glanced down, and immediately, the pirates erupted in loud shouts. Compared to the rough-skinned sailors, this one seemed to lack strength. Wu Heng withdrew his gaze. He took out a machine gun from his space ring. He weighed it in his embrace, then rested the machine gun on the railing, its muzzle pointing downwards, aimed at a shouting approaching boat and the pirates on it. Amidst their shouts about doing something to someone's ass, he simply pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. The violent explosions rang out as a dense spray of bullets rained down. In an instant, the laughing, cursing pirates were torn to pieces, their wooden boat, amidst the splinters, riddled with holes, and began to sink slowly. The gunfire stopped. Above and below the boat, silence ensued. Everyone looked in astonishment towards him and at the now missing wooden boat below. "Continue fighting, what are you looking at me for?" Wu Heng said directly. The others immediately continued hacking and hooking, shooting out crossbow arrows and bows. Wu Heng, meanwhile, lifted the machine gun and moved to the side, aiming at the next boat. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire exploded, and people and boats were shattered. Wu Heng didn't stop. The machine gun slid along the railing, continually sweeping toward the boats below. One after another, the boats shattered. The pirates felt fear. Whenever the machine gun pointed at a boat, they would jump overboard without hesitation, plunging into the water. The bullets continued to fly into the sea, tearing the pirates apart. The pirates saw they didn't stand a chance of fighting back and started to consider retreating. Wu Heng cast the dancing light skill, illuminating the sea surface while bullets continued to fly out non-stop. Every pirate boat was shattered. The machine gun was put back into the space ring. Surrounding areas, too, gradually calmed down, the smell of gunpowder in the air dispersed by the sea breeze. Wu Heng looked at the others and directly said, "Retrieve the bodies, bring them all up. Go, lower the boats, and retrieve all the bodies," ordered Olin, the short person, loudly. Except for the third squad, whether it was the first squad or the accompanying merchants, they were all somewhat dizzy. The pirates had came to attack them, and it was over so quickly? And their side hadn't lost a single person, while the pirates' bodies covered the sea surface. Under Olin's repeated loud urging, the others finally snapped back to reality. One by one, small boats were lowered from both sides. They began to retrieve the bodies of the pirates. Zai Ligui came over, gave him a glance, and said, "Aren't you a necromancer? Why didn't you use spells? A mage's strength lies in their mind, not in sticking to a certain spell." "You're right," Zai Ligui first agreed, then realized something. "What do you mean? Are you mocking me?" "I didn't say that." Soon, they had retrieved some bodies. Wu Heng walked over and picked two relatively intact bodies. "Carry them to the cabin." Inside the cabin, Wu Heng invoked Communicate with the Dead, and the bodies sat up immediately. "Is Sha Naila still alive?" Wu Heng asked. The body answered, "She should be still alive." Both were taken aback. Wu Heng pressed on, "What do you mean she should be still alive?" "When I left, that woman used some kind of artifact to seal herself up. She was alive then," the body replied. "So, it meant that the body wasn't sure whether she was still alive now." Wu Heng continued, "Which pirate group are you from?" "Bloody Hand Pirate Group." Upon hearing this name, Zai Ligui's brows furrowed again. Wu Heng continued, "How many of you are left?" "There are about 500 to 600 people left on the island." Chapter 275, Bloodthirsty Twin Blades. Upon hearing this number, Wu Heng and Zai Ligui both frowned. The pirates they had just killed were at least 200 strong. And yet, they said there were still so many people on the island. The pirates' strength was not small indeed. At least, there were more than the bandits on most parts of the mainland. One last question. Wu Heng thought for a moment and then asked, "Where is Sha Naila trapped by you now?" The corpse answered, "Cocktail Island." Source, Novgo.co. Having said that, the corpse lay back down. Wu Heng looked at Zai Ligui and asked, "Have you heard of the Bloody Hand Pirate Group?" Zai Ligui's face grew grave. "I've heard of them. They are a sizable pirate group known for their brutality and violence. They had encountered a notorious pirate group. Moreover, known for their cruelty and violence, there was even less chance of settling this matter peacefully. Not without gains, at least Sha Naila is still alive," Wu Heng stated. "This Sha Naila must have something to do with the trading fleet. The ransom was all raised by them." Both the steward and Zai Ligui were also very concerned about whether this person was still alive. "What's our next step?" Zai Ligui looked over. "No rush, let's interrogate the next corpse," said Wu Heng. Continuing to cast Communicate with the Dead, the second corpse sat up straight. Wu Heng asked, "How many high-level professionals are in your pirate group?" "The captain and the first mate, both are high-level professionals." "What level is your captain?" "A level 15 professional." "Level 15, a 4th-tier professional, 1 level below Skull Crusher." This was already a rare powerhouse. Wu Heng thought for a moment, then continued to ask, "How many people are stationed on Cocktail Island?" "About 600 and more." The previous corpse had said that there were 500 or 600 people in the pirate group. This one said there were over 600 people just on Cocktail Island. They were all on Cocktail Island. "How long will you stay on Cocktail Island?" "1 night, leaving in the morning." "Last question. Where to next?" "I don't know." With the 5 questions concluded, the corpse laid back down. They had asked everything they wanted to know. In total, there were over 600 people on Cocktail Island, with the highest level being the level 15 captain. The best course of action would be to return and call for reinforcements. Knowing the location, it should not be difficult to exterminate a pirate group. But the adversaries would only stay on Cocktail Island for 1 night. They would leave the next day. Bringing the message back and then hurrying over, the opponents would have already left. "Tonight, we sneak in and rescue the person," Zai Ligui said directly. Wu Heng asked, "What's the plan, tell me." "No plan, Cocktail Island is not small, they can't guard such a large coastal line, we will find a spot to land, and then sneak in," said Zai Ligui. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. He thought she had some kind of tool or skill. Turns out, it was a blind rush in the dark. This pirate group, to have built something this big, clearly weren't fools. How could they allow such an easy loophole to be exploited? "Got a map?" Zai Ligui took out a sea chart from her space ring, spreading it out on the table. Pointing at an island, "This here is Cocktail Island. From the scale of it, The surface area of Cocktail Island really wasn't big, its shape didn't resemble a cocktail either, looking more like a chicken's butt. Wu Heng took out a tablet, raised it up high, and snapped a photo. Then he looked back at the map. After pondering for a while, he laid out his plan. We send a few people back to notify the association. We will land on the island. I will use the carrion to attract all the people on the island together, while you lead the others directly onto the island to rescue them, he proposed. Zailigui frowned at the map for a good while before looking up. Will it work? Let's try. If it doesn't work, at least we've done our best. Then we will just retreat safely, Wu Heng replied. Zailigui gave the map another glance and finally clenched her teeth in agreement. Alright. Cocktail Island. Inside a small stone hut near the port, a few pirates huddled around a fire, getting sleepy. How come the ones going for the ransom haven't returned yet? They better not have taken the money and run off, one murmured. You all know the boss's methods, they wouldn't dare run, another said. Do those people really think that they can just bring the money to ransom someone? The boss said that woman is very important, they wouldn't give up easily, a pirate replied. I saw her, she really does look nice, a pity she sealed herself in stone. Otherwise, after the boss had his fun, we could. Before he could finish, a strange surge of sounds approached from the direction of the port. Everyone instantly fell silent, got up, and peered into the darkness through the window. The moonlight shone on the sea, revealing only the splashes of waves, with no signs of any ships or suspicious things approaching. But that odd sound kept growing louder. Ho! Someone pulled a burning stick from the fire and hurled it outward. In the orange-red glow of the fire, figures could be seen emerging from the seabed. With each step forward, they revealed their decayed forms. Walking out from the seabed? The pirates' eyes widened in terror at the sight unfolding before them. It's Beverly and the others. What the hell happened to them? Damn, they've turned into carrion, someone shouted. The carrion that emerged from the sea started to charge at the sound of the roar. Weapons in hand, they moved stiffly forward. They quickly reached the stone hut and began clashing with the pirates inside. One of them jumped out the window on the other side and escaped. Chapter 275, Bloodthirsty Twin Blades _2 He ran toward the center of the island behind him. The pirates inside the stone house were overwhelmed in the blink of an eye. Bodies were dragged out by the ankle by carrions and thrown on the shore. Wu Heng stood on a wooden boat with skull crusher and blood axe. Propelled by sharp teeth, he quickly boarded the shore. Glancing at the bodies on the shore, he released, corpse battlefield, and the bodies slowly rose. They joined the ranks of the carrion. Before long, in the direction of the island center, a large group of pirates burst forth. Source, Novgo.co. They carried weapons and torches in their hands, their gazes suspicious and astonished as they looked toward the shore. Necromancer. Our bloody hand pirate group shouldn't know you, right? Attacking us at night, isn't that a bit too excessive? A deep and thick voice asked. The pirates made way to the side. A burly man wearing a captain's hat stepped forward. With two curved blades at his waist, he stared venomously at Wu Heng. In his eyes, one could see fury that was difficult to contain. Wu Heng stood behind the carrion and spoke directly. The association's people are on their way here, and if you can't leave before dawn, I'm afraid you will never be able to leave at all. The pirate captain's eyes narrowed, scanning the ships behind the carrion before continuing. Do you think your identity is stronger than ours? Does the association really listen to you? Believe it or not, I have plenty of time. Wu Heng said, taking a few steps back. This set of movements left the pirates frozen in place. In their view, carrion blocked the harbor entrance. And there wasn't much time left until daybreak. If the association came with the fleets of major trading companies to encircle them, then they would be left with no way out but death. The pirates began to grow restless. The captain's face was equally ugly. From the opponent's actions, it indeed seemed like they were planning to blockade them here. Turning his head back with a glare, he cursed, "What's all of the noise for? Are we pirates afraid of a mere necromancer? Follow me and attack. Tonight, I will use this guy's head as a chamber pot. There are only so many carrions, we have more people. Mages are rich, kill him. Right, who cares if it's true or not, just kill him." The pirates began to shout. Their morale was rising once again. The pirate captain drew his Xiuangdao, his body seemingly engorged as it began to redden, muscles bulging. He roared loudly, "Follow me and charge, avenge our fallen brothers. Kill." The pirates let out a thunderous cry and started charging up the slope directly. Whoosh 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 huff huff. As they ran, crossbow arrows, flying axes, and flying knives were the first to be thrown into the ranks of the carrion. The carrion did not dodge or avoid, their bodies were instantly hit. Yet not one of them fell. Seeing that the distance between them and the pirates was closing, Wu Heng unleashed a fireball spell, Above the heads of the pirates, the fireball exploded, and its flames fell into the midst of the pirate crowd. In an instant, several pirates were hit by the flames. Their bodies caught the fire and they fell to the ground, rolling around ceaselessly. Wu Hang continued to order, "Attack!" Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The carrion sprang into action, charging head-on toward the pirates. As the two sides drew closer, they collided with each other. The pirate captain moved swiftly, his twin blades slashing simultaneously, and 4 carrion heads fell to the ground in an instant. Next, he plunged into the ranks of the carrion. The carrion were continuously struck down. Bodies fell, and soon large pus-filled blisters began to appear. The next second, the blisters burst, and countless spiders surged skyward, pouncing on the pirate captain and the surrounding pirates. "Watch out for the spiders. Damn it, that necromancer really deserves to die. Cut off the limbs of the carrion, don't kill them or spiders will emerge." The pirates shouted, continuing their assault on the spiders. Bang bang bang. With the spiders bursting, a greenish poison fog instantly rose. It rapidly enveloped the surroundings. Caught in the fog, the pirates were forced to retreat step by step, holding their festering wounds as they continued the attack. People were dying continuously, and more bodies exploded, creating large areas of smoke. Wu Hang stood behind, casting Corpse Battlefield, raising newly fallen bodies as carrion. After casting his spells, Wu Hang fell back to the rear, and said into the wireless earpiece, "All enemies should be drawn out on this side, act quickly on your end. We've already approached the enemy camp. Hold on a little longer." "I will try my best," Wu Hang responded. He disconnected the wireless earpiece. His attention returned to the battlefield. The fight was still going on, but the poisonous fog was starting to give the pirates a disadvantage. Many of them began to fall. Carrion and spiders were pushing forward. The pirate chief covered his mouth and nose with his arm, his eyes quickly scanning the battlefield. These enemies, who multiply in combat, pose an endless problem. Their own dead become the enemy's reinforcements. In the end, they would be worn down to the death by the enemy. Looking ahead, beyond the horde of carrion, he saw a figure in black armor holding a magic wand. Kicking away the carrion that lunged at him, he shouted to those beside him, "A few of you, follow me to kill that mage. Whoever kills him will be my vice-captain, and even a single slash earns them captain." "Aye, captain," several nearby men replied. Then the pirate chief, with a few pirates in tow, charged forwards like mad bulls, plowing through carrion and heading straight for Wu Hang in the distance. Through his gas mask, Wu Hang watched his opponents. He pulled out a machine gun from his space ring and cradling it in his arms, he pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. Bullets whistled out densely. The pirate captain's eyes suddenly shrank, and he instinctively threw himself to one side, rolling behind a protruding rock. The pirates who had charged with him were instantly hit by the bullets. Their bodies were shredded and they fell to the ground in heaps. "Skull Crusher, Blood Axe, go kill him," Wu Hang ordered again, as he too charged forward. Skull Crusher leapt high, his battle axe swung down at the space behind the boulder. The captain rolled backwards, kicking Skull Crusher in the chest with his foot and pushing himself back 3 steps. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. At the same time, Blood Axe arrived at his flank, his huge battle axe swinging non-stop. He pressed the captain back step by step with his attacks. Wu Hang followed up closely, releasing Disease Ray spell, Weakness Ray, non-stop. They hit the pirate captain. Seeing the situation turn sour, the latter turned and quickly ran towards the back. Wu Hang pulled the trigger again. Bullets pierced through his thigh and lower back, and he stumbled to the ground. Skull Crusher and Blood Axe were upon him in an instant. "Don't kill me, I can swear loyalty to you, do things for you, I also have money, I can give it all to you." Bang! The warhammer fell, knocking the Shuang Dao aside. Another battle axe swooped down with a thud, ripping open the chest armor and chopping into his chest. Flesh flipped open, and fresh blood gushed out. "Damn it, why the hell are you targeting me? You're no good either." Bang! The battle axe fell again, chopping off his head. Wu Hang glanced at the battling scene, raised his machine gun, and opened fire directly. Bang bang bang. The muzzle spat flames, carrion and pirates alike fell to the ground. Bodies covered the ground. He reconnected the radio. "Have you found them?" Wu Hang asked. Zai Ligui's voice came through the earpiece, "Not yet." "How's it on your end?" Wu Hang glanced at the bodies strewn all around. "I can hold on, search more carefully, don't worry about me." "All right. Be extra careful." He disconnected the communication. Wu Hang started to search the bodies, taking off items one by one. Bloodthirsty twin blades, special item, space ring, stamina belt. Wu Hang collected all the items. His gaze continued toward the several boats behind him. "Let's go, we're boarding the ships." Chapter 276, The woman in amber. After plundering the loot from the pirate leader, Wu Hang called out and headed straight for the pirate ship at the harbor. At the harbor, there were 3 pirate ships docked, along with a slightly smaller merchant vessel. Wu Hang stood on the shore and glanced at the several ships in the distance. With a thought, he released the ghost Glenda. Glenda circled in the air above before flying down and asked, "Did you fight with pirates? How do you know they are pirates?" Wu Hang curiously asked. "There's a pirate flag on the ship," Glenda replied. "Ghosts possess dark vision and are unaffected at night." Source: Novgo.co. Yes, it was indeed a pirate group, and now they are all dead, Wu Hang said, then continued, "Over there are 3 pirate ships, see which one has good stuff so we can take it with us later." "Okay." Glenda agreed with a shout, diving directly into the pirate ship. Wu Hang didn't stop either and boarded the frontmost one. Pirate ships indeed had their own style. The hull was painted with exaggerated patterns, surrounded by fences, decorated with various styles of shields. The waves rocked the ship, causing the shields to clatter against the hull. Before Wu Hang had a chance to look around, Glenda flew back directly. She said, "Only one ship has a lot of goods and money in it, the other 2 are mainly just cabins, with some weapons and equipment, nothing valuable. Only one ship is loaded with goods. Weren't they afraid it would sink, leaving them with nothing? Take me there." "This way." Glenda led him off the ship they were on and boarded another. They made their way down to the bilge, arriving in front of a door tightly locked with iron chains. "There are no traps, right?" Wu Hang asked. "None." Wu Hang took a step back. "Open it." Blood Axe stepped forward, and his battle axe came swinging down. Dang! An ear-shattering collision sounded, and the iron chain broke off, falling to the ground. Wu Hang pushed the door open, and it was pitch black inside. He cast the dancing light skill in front, the ring of light landing in the center on a barrel, gradually illuminating the surroundings. This was a storage room. There were stacks of cloth and herbs on both sides, and in the middle, there were various kinds of gold and silverware, sculptures, and paintings. They must have all been plundered. Pirates wouldn't normally have an interest in sculptures and art pieces, given their level of refinement. Wu Hang walked in and glanced inside the barrel. The upright barrel had no lid and was filled to the brim with shining silver coins that dazzled in the light. No need to look further, these several barrels all contain silver coins, and there's a chest over there with gold coins and gems, Glenda said softly, floating in the middle. Wu Hang turned around. "There goes the anticipation." "What anticipation?" "The anticipation of opening a blind box." "I don't understand what you are talking about." "I'm going to check the merchant ship." Wu Hang nodded, and Glenda passed through the wall to leave. This must be the pirate's storage room. He had thought that gold and silver would be carried in space rings, but the pirate captain hadn't done so. Instead, it was locked up here. Wu Hang collected all the gold and silver coins into his space ring, but there were too many other goods, and they wouldn't fit. He stood there, thinking for a moment, then walked back to the deck. He called out toward the water below, "Shark Teeth." "Walla." A figure emerged from the water, and Shark Teeth looked up. Shark Teeth had not participated in the previous battle, and his only job had been to push the boat along. "Come up." Shark Teeth walked out of the sea and stepped onto the deck. Wu Hang said, "This ship is ours now, take it out and hide. I will come to fetch you tomorrow." Shark Teeth didn't say much and went straight into the control room. He intended to sail the ship away immediately. "Wait, I will disembark first." Wu Hang got off the ship with 2 skeletons, and the pirate ship slowly left the pier, disappearing into the night. This operation. The pirate ship was deemed a spoil of war. But the association's process was still slow and strict, and there were others like Xiligui to consider. Claiming a ship for himself wasn't a bad deal. After all, he had contributed the most that evening. At that moment, Glenda flew back again, even faster than before. Hovering in midair, she pointed at the merchant fleet's ships and asked, "Why is there a woman up there?" "A woman? A pirate?" Wu Hang asked in return. In this world, women were professionals as well, which meant it was common to see women in battle. Whether pirates or bandit robbers, there were many women. There were even quite a few female leaders. "No, it's an elf woman, sealed inside amber," Glenda explained. "Shainala?" Hearing Glenda's description, Wu Hang's first thought was the rescue target Shainala. The information provided by the association was of an elf woman, and from what he learned from the pirates, she had sealed herself in stone. Which was very similar to what Glenda described. "Do you know her?" Glenda asked, seeing his reaction. "A person the association asked to rescue. She resembles the one you described," Wu Hang briefly explained, then continued, "Let's go, let's take a look." The consortium's ship looked even more attractive. But its body was full of arrows, and grappling hooks still hung on the railings. Wu Hang followed into the cabin. The interior was still luxurious, more like a private yacht. However, now all the decorative items had been cleared out, and one could still see where paintings and ornaments used to hang. Glenda led Wu Hang to a cabin door. After pushing the door open, Wu Hang's eyes widened noticeably. From the ceiling, the illuminating stone cast a gentle light. Beneath the light, a yellow, semi-translucent piece of amber took up half the room. Inside the amber was a graceful, beautiful elf woman. Wu Hang's eyes widened, somewhat surprised at the scene before him. Seeing it in person was more impactful than Glenda's description. Ensuring there was no danger, Wu Hang cast a dancing light skill at the illuminating stone. The room became even brighter, and the figure within the amber became clearer. Her gray-blue hair was shoulder-length, her elf race's pointed ears, her skin as fair as jade, and her features were stunningly beautiful. Over a sky-blue long dress, she wore leather armor adorned with exquisite patterns. Different from the feeling that Vice Executive Zai Ligui gave off, the elf woman in front of him looked more like a matron, like a noble and graceful imperial concubine from a palace. Now, Wu Hang also understood why the pirates had left the amber here. It was so huge that moving it outside was clearly not possible, unless they dismantled the ship. Wu Hang touched the amber and gave it a couple of thud-thud knocks. The entire surface of the amber was extremely hard. This can't have suffocated her, right? Wu Hang muttered to himself softly. And as he spoke, the woman's eyelashes in the amber fluttered slightly. Chapter 277, You've been captured. The woman in the amber slightly fluttered her eyelashes. Instantly, Wu Hang grew alert and quickly retreated 2 steps, standing behind Skullcrusher and Blood Axe. Clearly, the amber in front of him could not be judged as normal earthly amber. The woman inside was not only not suffocated to death, but some parts of her body were also not fixed. And, she could hear the noises from outside. Seeing that no danger had occurred, Wu Hang spoke to the amber. I am the deputy steward of Gold and Silver Island. The Bloody Hand pirate group has been killed by the association. You are safe now. The woman's eyelashes fluttered again, but she made no other movements. What does this mean? Does she not believe me, or can she only move her eyelashes? Source, Navgo.co. He took out the emblem of the vice executive, held it up in midair, and continued, This is my deputy steward emblem. If you are from this ship, you can come out now. After his words fell silent, there were 2 or 3 seconds of quiet. The woman in the amber opened her eyes a sliver. Her gaze glanced at the emblem, then looked at Wu Hang's makeup and attire. It was very easy to recognize whether someone was a pirate, and Wu Hang's appearance and the aura he displayed clearly indicated he was not one of the pirates. He didn't even seem like someone who often went to sea. The next second, the solid amber instantaneously began to liquefy, forming streams of yellow liquid that flowed into the necklace on the elf woman's chest, turning into an amber pendant. The woman lightly stepped onto the ground. A pair of sky-blue eyes looked up at him. What's your name? The woman asked softly. The gaze lifting to meet his was like ripples on the surface of a calm lake, brimming with gentleness and tender affection. Wu Hang, deputy steward of the association, what's your name? Wu Hang asked. Meanwhile, he wondered why her gaze towards him was like this. It resembled the way his own women looked at him when they were moved. Shanela, the owner of this ship, the woman replied softly. Do you have any proof? The woman pointed to the wall that had been obscured by the amber. On it hung a colorful oil painting, in which a woman sat on a high chair that looked very much like the woman before him. There was only a slight difference in the facial expressions. The woman in the painting was cold and aloof, while the woman before him looked up with soft affection. But it was almost certain that this was Shanela. Alright, let's go, I will take you out for some fresh air. Wu Hang turned and walked outside. Shanela followed behind and said, Thank you for saving me, Deputy Steward Wu Hang. Just call me Wu Hang. You can call me by my name in the future too, the woman said softly. Wu Hang continued to ask, How did the pirates target you? Shanela's face turned ugly in an instant. These pirates had set an ambush on the trade route early on. Someone must have leaked my itinerary to them. I will have to investigate thoroughly once I get back. That is to say, someone inside had leaked her navigation route to the outside. This led the pirates to make arrangements early on, just waiting for this fat sheep to enter their prepared ambush. And the pirates were successful, leaving only her alive among everyone on the ship. Seeing her gloomy expression, Wu Hang offered comfort. It's okay, who hasn't encountered a few rotten people in their life? Just be more careful from now on. Thank you, Shanela said and leaned a bit closer once again. The two reached the entrance to the cabin. The voice of Zai Ligui came through the earpiece. Wu Hang, how's it going on your end? Wu Hang signaled to the woman beside him and replied through the earpiece, It's fine, all the pirates are dead. Has the reinforcement arrived? No, they turned on each other. I was summoning carrion while I fought, and I took the chance to kill them, Wu Hang said offhandedly. The opposite side remained silent for quite a while before the voice came through again. If you're captured, just say what you're going to eat tomorrow morning. This little girl is quite cautious. I haven't been captured. The pirates are really dead. Besides, if I can't beat them, can't I still run away? Wu Hang replied. You, alone, killed a few hundred people? How is that possible? The skepticism was still evident in the other person's tone. HMPH. Now you know why necromancers are feared by others. You really haven't been captured? No. If you dare to lie to me, you will regret it, Zai Ligui said, continuing. We didn't find Shanela. We're coming over now, and when the association's reinforcements arrive tomorrow morning, we will conduct a thorough search. Looking at the elf woman beside him, Wu Hang said, Shanela is with me, you all should just come back. Damn, you were captured after all. Big sister, you're overthinking it. We're standing on the deck, let Olin's tamed beast take a look, Wu Hang said plainly. The other side did not respond and fell into silence once again. The Shanela beside him asked, your teammates? Yes, they came to rescue you with me, they were responsible for searching the mountains for you. You attracted the pirates by yourself and then killed them all? Shanela asked with raised eyebrows. Just luck. You're incredible. The two stood on the deck waiting for a while. Several figures sprinted out from the darkness in the distance. With a wave of her hand, Zai Ligui's aura exploded from below her feet, propelling her from the shore and onto the deck. After glancing at Wu Hang, she turned her gaze to the woman beside him. Lady Shanela, what are you doing here? Clearly, Zai Ligui recognized the woman's appearance. Unlike Wu Hang, who had asked several times. Shanela nodded. I was trapped in the cabin. It was Deputy Steward Wu Hang. He saved me, she said, looking up. Zai Ligui felt there was something strange in the other person's tone, but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. She continued, the association's reinforcements will arrive tomorrow morning, so please wait a bit longer. It's alright. Thank you for coming to save me. I will mention this to the association and reward you accordingly upon our return. It's what we should do. The rest of the squad members quickly ran up as well. Deputy Steward Wu Hang. They saluted. Even the members of one small team sounded increasingly respectful. Wu Hang nodded and instructed, clean up the battlefield, identify those with bounties, strip the rest of their equipment, and bury them where they fell. Yes. The team members immediately ran down and started collecting bodies. Dealing with the bodies could also yield quite a bit of war spoils. With some luck, finding something valuable could be a considerable income. Eventually, the bodies of one leader and two key members were dragged out. 10 a.m. The association's fleet arrived at Cocktail Island. Swarms of mercenaries poured onto the small island, only to see two stewards, accompanied by a few squad members, sitting at the port and yawning. Steward Emilo, leading two association squads, disembarked from the ship and asked upon seeing them, where are the pirates? The pirate ship was still there, it was clear the other side hadn't escaped. Seeing Wu Hang had no intention of answering, Zai Ligui stood up and said, all the pirates have been killed, including one pirate leader and two key members listed on the wanted notices. Lady Shanela has also been rescued safely. Emilo looked at the group. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Chapter 278, Bloodthirsty Twin Blades. Where is Lady Shanela? Emilo asked once again. Inside. Zai Ligui gestured, and someone immediately went to fetch her from the stone house behind. Soon, Shanela emerged, her complexion much improved. She smiled, Steward Emilo. I'm glad you're unharmed, Lady Shanela. Please board the ship and rest. We will head back to Gold and Silver Island shortly. Alright. Shanela turned to glance at Wu Hang and his companions, nodded with a smile, and followed them onto the association's vessel. Emilo continued to inquire, what about the pirates' corpses? This way. Zai Ligui led him to the side. On the nearby beach, 3 corpses lay, covered with tattered linen cloth. Source, Novgo.co. The linen was pulled back to reveal the faces of the dead. The Bloody Hand pirate group. Emilo recognized the identity of these men at a glance. The Bloody Hand were already notoriously difficult pirates in the vicinity. Ruthless and merciless in their actions, they rarely left any survivors. Their survival to this day sufficiently proved their tenacity. The fact that the association's few members, despite being at a disadvantage in both numbers and rank, managed to kill the entire opposing party, was indeed somewhat unexpected. Cover them and take them back. You all did very well this time, head back now, Emilo said. Zai Ligui nodded and immediately signaled for the bodies to be carried onto the ship. Along with the pirate ship, they began their voyage home. On the returning seafaring ship, Zai Ligui leaned on the railing, enjoying the sea breeze. This trip, you solved the problem by yourself. The achievement is everyone's, it's just that we played different roles. Wu Heng walked over and stood beside her. We just searched around the mountain and didn't find anyone, Zailigui continued. The plan for last night's operation. They were to ascend the mountain to rescue hostages, which also meant facing combat and danger. But after the entire battle, Wu Heng alone had taken care of matters, making it seem as though they had simply taken a detour before running back. I didn't expect Shaynaila to be on the ship. Wu Heng paused slightly, then asked in a low voice, "What's her identity anyway?" "She seems to have quite a status. The president of Starflower Cross-Sea Commerce Association, the largest of the Wood Elf Commerce Guilds," Zailigui explained. "Such a large commerce guild got hijacked by a pirate group? That's why we're all so surprised. There will likely be further investigation into this matter." Wu Heng nodded, saying no more. According to Shaynaila, the incident last night occurred due to a leaked itinerary. The pirates had set up an ambush well in advance. It seemed that this was also an important factor in the situation. "By the way, it feels like Shaynaila treats you differently from others," Zailigui spoke up again. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. "Really? Maybe it's because I rescued her." "Yes, that must be it." In the afternoon, the fleet returned to Gold and Silver Island. Some of the association's members stayed to handle the ships, while Wu Heng and others headed straight back to the association. The operation could be considered quite successful. The steward had promised that retrieving Shaynaila would be counted as a third-level merit, in addition to capturing the leader of the Bloody Hand pirate group and 2 pirate key members. There would be a sizable reward. Back in the office study, Andre Willow immediately displayed a joyful smile. "Master, you're back." "Yes." Wu Heng nodded and sat down. "No issues at the association while I was away?" "None, everything is normal." Andre Willow poured a cup of tea and placed it before him. Wu Heng took a sip. He continued, "The steward needs a report about last night's events. I said you would help me write it." "Of course, Master." Andre Willow spread out a piece of paper, ready to start writing. Wu Heng thought for a moment and recounted last night's events. Andre Willow sat to the side and began to record everything. The entire operation last night, in fact, wasn't difficult to analyze. He just needed to recount what happened, ensuring it was consistent with Shiraz's account. Besides, there was nothing particularly special about the events, except for the pirate ship he had commandeered, so there was nothing to hide. Andre Willow wrote down everything. Then he briefly organized his notes and copied them anew. "Master, please take a look." Wu Heng picked up the document, read it from beginning to end, and after confirming there were no issues, said, "Take this to the steward then." "Yes." Andre Willow left. Wu Heng took out last night's spoils. He laid them out one by one on the table. Bloodthirsty twin blades, special item space ring stamina belt. The first item was the twin blades used by the pirate captain. Wood handles and iron blades, with a hint of dark red traces on them. It was as if they were smeared with blood that had not been wiped away. Bloodthirsty twin blades, special item, category, special item, function, the holder enters a frenzied state, wounds become difficult to heal, side effects, in the frenzied state, sanity decreases over time, description, a weapon used by a powerful thug, the wielder will gradually be influenced by slaughter, entering a frenzied and insane state, the blade is sharp, wounds inflicted by it are difficult to heal, and the wielder will gradually lose their sanity, a special item. It seems that the Bloody Hand captain was indeed extraordinary. Special items are rare, but weapons that are special items are even rarer. Plus, twin blades have a wide audience, and they could sell for a sky-high price on the market. Wu Heng turned his attention back to the twin blades. The effect they provided was to allow the holder to enter a frenzied state and make wounds difficult to heal. These 2 points could directly enhance the user's combat effectiveness. The cost was the gradual loss of sanity. During the fight with the pirate captain, the fact that he turned and ran meant Wu Heng had not noticed any loss of sanity. But that was not a big problem if he let the skeleton use it. The skeleton simply obeyed commands without emotional sensory interference, so sanity shouldn't affect it. As long as it didn't turn around and attack him, it would be fine. Wu Heng readily pocketed the blades and continued to examine the remaining 2 items. Space ring, 5 cubic meters, he mentally communicated with the ring to explore the space within. Some essential supplies, food, fresh water, various grenades, and a delicate little wooden box. Wu Heng took out the supplies and a little wooden box. He opened the little wooden box. Inside, there were neatly arranged gold coins, at least 1,000 pieces. They really had money. On top of the gold coins was a note from the Snake Badge Consortium. He could take the note and go to the consortium to retrieve items stored inside. The door opened. Andre Willow came back. "What did the steward say?" Wu Heng asked. "Nothing at all," replied Andre Willow, his gaze falling on the miscellaneous items to one side. "Master, what are these?" "Oh, have someone throw them away, they're of no use," Wu Hang said. Okay. Andre Willow opened the door and called some staff to take all the clothes and pants scattered around and throw them away. Wu Hang continued to look at the third item. Stamina belt. Description: a magic belt etched with an enhancement status that can continuously replenish one's stamina. Chapter 279. Lazy Dog Bum. Wu Hang's eyebrows quirked up. He examined the belt once again. Endurance is the ability to resist fatigue and maintain performance while doing physical or mental work. This could play a certain role in both combat and study. But, to place it on a belt, one had to wonder which aspect of work it was meant to sustain. Having looked over all three items, Wu Hang stored them in his space ring. Overall, the haul from this endeavor was substantial. Not to mention anything else, just the gold and silver coins in the cabin and the space ring amounted to a significant fortune. Source: Novgo.co. Once on dry land, that alone could support a lavish lifestyle. Even the nobles in the cities likely couldn't produce such a large sum of cash. Besides the gold and silver coins, what remained were merit and the rewards for the ships. As for the ships, he had taken one for himself in secret, and another one of the two pirate ships would likely fall to his share as well. He yawned and lay back on the sofa. Andre Willow knelt by his side, gently massaging his shoulders. Master must be tired. Not really. With enhanced constitution, staying up all night didn't bother him. Master still needs to take care of himself and not get overtired, Andre Willow murmured, hugging her head to his chest and looking up. Wu Hang raised his head to look at the fair-skinned little fox. Raising both hands, he cupped her cheeks and pulled her closer to himself. Andre Willow's cheeks reddened, her eyes closing instinctively as she extended her pink tongue into his mouth. The two were lost in each other. They were startled into separating by footsteps passing by the door. The fox girl's tail moved rapidly as she lay on his chest and whispered softly, "It's busy here, I will serve you well tonight." Wu Hang smiled, cupped her cheek, and kissed her again. "You said it, tonight you can't lose to Minnie." "Understood, Master." The afternoon at the association was uneventful. Wu Hang gave Andre Willow a couple of instructions and then left the association directly. Accompanied by two skeleton attendants, he found a secluded spot. Donning the train captain's hat, the train whistle sounded, and the Phantom train appeared out of nowhere. Wu Hang boarded the train with the two skeleton attendants. On the itinerary, he wrote down Cocktail Island. The next second, the train vanished. It was only a matter of minutes. He had barely taken his seat when the train reached Cocktail Island. Wu Hang stood up, stepped off the train with the skeletons, and set foot on Cocktail Island once more. The place was now deserted, with the sea breeze howling. Wu Hang released Glenda and after giving a couple of instructions, Glenda flew towards the sea. Soon, the pirate ship that had left the previous evening emerged from the horizon, appearing in their sight. It approached the port slowly. Wu Hang boarded the ship, where the skeleton attendant Shark Teeth was still standing in the control room, and the ship was empty. This ship was the flagship of the Bloody Hand pirate group. No one from the association asked about it, and it seemed that Zai Ligui and the others hadn't noticed this ship either. Now it seemed likely that the ship was his. Wu Hang stood at the bow, pondering what to do with the ship. Whether to use it for cargo transport or to form his own trading fleet. After all, the household goods scavenged from the zombie world still had no outlet for sale. But the ship couldn't dock just yet. Bringing it back to Gold and Silver Island now would tell everyone that he had kept a ship for himself last night. Even if he had contributed the most, it might still lead to some negative reactions. He disembarked once more. Directing the skeletons, he went to the site where they had buried bodies the previous day and exhumed them all. Corpse battlefield was cast, the unconverted corpses shed their flesh, and all stood up as skeletons. Wu Hang ordered, "From now on, you will be stationed on this ship." The skeletons all boarded the pirate ship in unison. Wu Hang continued to speak to Shark Teeth, "Normally, just anchor the ship here. If other fleets approach, avoid them for now. I will come back to pick you up in a few days." Shark Teeth boarded the pirate ship again. After the ship affairs were settled, Wu Hang put back on his train captain's hat and the train appeared, returning to Gold and Silver Island. Back at the living quarters, Minnie and Andre Willow were chatting in the living room. There was the sound of cooking coming from the kitchen. Wu Hang popped his head in to take a look and saw Chef Number 1 tied in an apron, busily preparing dinner. On seeing Wu Hang return, Minnie leaped up excitedly and threw herself into a big hug. Wu Hang patted her bottom and said, "You start seeking affection the moment I'm back. Aren't you afraid Wire will laugh at you?" "Master, I missed you so much." Minnie buried herself in his embrace. "It's been just one day. I still missed you." Wu Hang held her and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Andre Willow said with a smile, "I heard you were coming back. Minnie almost went to the association to find you." "Yes, I did." Minnie nodded energetically. "Minnie is such a good girl," Wu Hang said softly. Still sitting in his lap, Minnie said in a low voice, "Master, I bought some flower seeds and planted them in the courtyard. It won't be long before the garden grows." "Well done," Wu Heng said with a smile of approval. Soon, dinner was ready. The three of them sat together to eat. After dinner, Wu Heng took out the spoils of war he had scavenged from the pirate ship. He left them for the two women so that they could decorate the place when they had time. Dusk fell. The three of them emerged from the bathing tub. Wu Heng, carrying their smooth, supple bodies clinging to him, headed to the bedroom. He placed the two women on the bed. Underneath the light, he admired their beautiful bodies and curves. Minnie was smiling gently, while Andre Willow's cheeks were slightly red, her fluffy foxtail coiled in front, covering some important parts. Standing in front of the bed, Wu Heng gently caressed their smooth bellies. They were soft to the touch. "Master, come here," Minnie said softly, grabbing his hand. Wu Heng nodded and lay down with the two women on the bed. The next day, in the morning, Andre Willow went to the association. Wu Heng quickly tidied up and went straight to Zombie World. He stepped out of his living quarters. Kaiang Tsai approached from a distance. He said, "Boss, I have a new plan for the flying dragon's throwing issue, and this time it's definitely reliable." "What's the plan?" Wu Heng was curious. "Have you heard of the lazy dog bomb?" Kaiang Tsai asked. Wu Heng shook his head. Kaiang Tsai explained, "I spoke to some people from Flame God Shelter when they came over, asking them how to efficiently attack zombies from above in a way that's easy to produce, and they mentioned the lazy dog bomb." He pointed at the draft schematics and said, "They said it's a weapon developed during World War II, solid core without the need for explosive filler. Dropped from a height, it can penetrate 60 millimeters of steel plate. As long as you carry enough, it can cover a sufficient area and kill the enemy." Wu Heng followed his hand and looked at the designs on the draft. The design was very similar to bullets, long and pointed with the only difference being a spiral tail fin at the back. In other words, this bullet wasn't for exploding and killing enemies, but for being thrown from high up to crush zombies to death. This concept wasn't hard to grasp. Even dropping a rock from a great height could kill a person, it all depended on how many you could carry. And with the industrial capabilities of the auto repair shop, producing solid bullets shouldn't be a problem. Not to mention there was also a skeleton blacksmith. "Let's make some and try, see how they work?" Wu Heng suggested. "Right." Kaiang Tsai nodded and agreed. After Kaiang Tsai left, Wu Heng stood by the door and waited a while before Li Yaong also came over. She said, "Yesterday, Chi Hengkai and her people came over. They want to join us." Chapter 280, Exaggerated Lazy Dog Bomb. Wu Heng wasn't too surprised at Chi Hengkai's intention to join. He had discussed the matter with Li Yaong before. Chi Hengkai's visits to the auto repair shop were becoming more frequent, and she made no secret of her interest in the status of the shop. Both the auto repair shop and Dongan Village were considered major refuges in the area. But their strength was worlds apart. Dongan Village was about hiding from zombies, while the auto repair shop was about hunting them down. There was simply no comparison. Before, the people of Dongan Village might not have had any thoughts on the matter, even believing their refuge to be no worse than the auto repair shop. But after witnessing the combat power of the skeletons, their views were bound to be shaken. Source: Novgo.co. As the zombie hordes kept getting stronger, they would become harder to kill in the future. To have a better chance of survival, relying on a stronger refuge was the best choice. "It seems we guessed right," Wu Heng said. "Definitely. If Ma Ziyang had seen the way you fight, he'd probably have been depressed for days before coming to join too," Li Yaong said confidently. Wu Heng smiled. "What do you think?" "I have no objections. It's not a bad thing for us to gain another super-powered man," Li Yaong continued. "My only worry is that so many people are coming at once, and they're all from one group. If something happens, it could be difficult to deal with." "How many people do they have?" Wu Heng asked. "They say over 80. That is quite a few people. Excluding the prison, the bus station only had a little over 50 survivors. With the other side bringing over 80 people, it was indeed a bit troublesome. They weren't afraid of a fight. It was the underhanded scheming that could cause unnecessary trouble that they feared." "Right," Li Yaong went on, "Wang Qinggang, Kaiang Tsai, and I discussed it and decided to keep Dongan Village going. Chi Hengkai will bring some people over for looting and patrolling, and gradually, we will integrate them." Wu Heng looked at her in surprise. "You understand these things? Is it that difficult?" She replied. "No, it's just that you're becoming more like a leader," Wu Heng remarked. Li Yaong smiled. "Not really, it's a collective decision." This was indeed a solution. After all, Chi Hengkai's side was also developing, and things like solar panels had likely been installed. It would be a waste to abandon it outright. Keeping it as a sub-base was a good idea. Li Yaong continued, "So we're agreed?" "Yes, I think the decision you all came to is very good, Wu Heng expressed his agreement. Then I will notify them to come over in the next couple of days. Good. Once Chi Hankai's matter was settled, Li Yaong continued to ask, do you have any plans for today? Let's keep clearing the zombies along the road. Sure. Li Yaong agreed. She drove the coach over and continued along the main road with Wu Heng. 4 in the afternoon. The second road section's horde of zombies was drawn by the skeleton army. They roared and hissed, swarming like a torrent, charging head-on. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A dense flurry of arrows covered the sky. They fell into the zombie horde with clattering impacts, followed by the throwing of iron spears and crossbowmen standing on commercial shop platforms. All kinds of attacks whistled through the air, striking the horde. Zombies fell in waves, trampled to the ground by the undead behind them. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Li, perched atop a broken-down bus, pulled the trigger. The bullet whistled through the air. A fleeing skeleton hound was instantly hit, lost its balance, and tumbled to the ground. Bang! Another shot followed swiftly as the injured mutated dog tried to rise and escape again but was hit once more and didn't get up. Another mutated dog glanced back, and fled even more desperately. Bang bang! 2 more shots rang out. The second mutated dog fell instantly and remained down. Wu Heng glanced at the battlefield and said directly, speed it up. Mutated skeletons charged into the zombie crowd. The zombies were scattered in an instant as the skeleton ranks began to advance, wiping out all the zombies attracted by the mutated skeletons. The fight was soon over. The skeletons began to clean up the battlefield. The corpses of the 2 mutated dogs were dragged by their tails to Wu Heng's feet by Juai. It had been a while since he had seen skeleton hounds. Wu Heng examined the corpses and released bone manipulation skill. The flesh stripped away, leaving 2 skeletons shaped like lions to stand up. Skeleton hunting dog, level 6, level 6. It seemed the mutated dogs were also improving. He motioned for the 2 skeleton hounds to stand aside, used a stick to pick out the corpse cores from the flesh, and packed them away. He handed them to Li Yaong, take these to the alchemy skeleton. Okay. After dealing with the mutated dogs, the 2 waited beside the rest until the big cleanup was done. Wu Heng continued to release corpse battlefield, adding a large number of skeletons to the skeleton ranks. As it was getting late, they decided not to continue clearing. Boarding the coach, they headed back. Upon returning to the bus station, Li Yaong took Wu Heng to see the area where the skeleton blacksmith was located, which now had a furnace built. In this world, iron was everywhere. And the looting team had added another task, which was to gather various iron objects. As dusk approached, Li Yaong joined the others for dinner in the cafeteria, and Wu Heng returned to Gold and Silver Island. When night fell, Minnie lay on the bed, her legs hanging over his shoulders, her words interspersed with breaks. Why wear a belt? It looks so weird, and it's a bit uncomfortable. It's a health belt, good for the body, Wu Heng replied softly. Minnie's eyes were somewhat hazy as she mumbled, why bother with health now, it's not like we're short on time. Of course, some things need to be taken seriously, Wu Heng said. It's so ugly, not at all. Ow! Minnie wanted to speak again, but her mouth was sealed shut. Her eyes tight shut, her arms tightly wrapped around the other's neck. The gently swaying bed woke Andre Willow, who opened her eyes. You're still at it? Ah. As Andre Willow was about to turn to one side, a hand climbed over her chest. She hurriedly said, Master, I have to go to the guild tomorrow. The next day, Wu Heng followed her to the guild and took a look. Having confirmed there was nothing for him to do, he returned home and headed for the zombie world. It had rained a little last night here. The air was moist, and the ground was full of puddles. Wu Heng stood at the door for a while. Li Yaong hadn't come over yet. Kaiangtsai was the first to run over. He rushed over and said, King, we have a breakthrough. Oh? Wu Heng was puzzled. Kaiangtsai took a few heavy breaths and pulled out 2 solid bullets the size of bullets from his pocket. Lazy dog bomb, Kaiangtsai said. So soon? He had just talked to Kaiangtsai about the lazy dog bomb yesterday, and they were already made by this morning? This speed was much faster than that of other weapons. It's not difficult, just make a mold, pour in molten iron, and wait for it to solidify, Kaiangtsai explained straightforwardly. Wu Heng thought about it and felt it made sense. He picked one up and weighed it in his hand. It felt almost as heavy as a gold coin. How much does it weigh? Wu Heng asked. 27 grams. If you want to reduce the weight further, we can make it smaller. A gold coin weighed 30 grams, indeed very close. The flying dragon could carry an adult at high speed in the air. Not accounting for the equipment and thunder rolls carried by pirates at that time, just by the weight itself, and estimating at 120 jin, 60 kilograms. It's roughly equivalent to 2,000 of these solid munitions. The number seemed quite sufficient. How many did you make? Wu Hang asked. Over 1,000, Kang Tsai replied. Wu Hang thought for a moment, then said, have everyone take the ammunition with them, let's go test it. Alright. Wu Hang led Kang Tsai towards the warehouse. At this time, Liang also came over. Seeing the two, she asked, where are you going? We're off to clear out zombies. Oh, okay. Liang drove the minibus, while Kang Tsai drove a military truck to haul the skeleton flying dragon. They headed toward the main road together. Grrr. On the main road into the city. Dense zombies began to gather, their piercing howls echoing through the entire area. Hordes of the dead converged from both sides towards the middle, filling the street completely, swarming towards them in dark waves. Wu Hang glanced at the rapidly approaching horde. He turned his head to see Kang Tsai, sweating profusely, still busy loading the ammunition into the flying dragon's chest cavity. Kang Tsai and the others were quite committed, having rigged up a honeycomb-shaped chamber out of plastic. They were busy securing it with snaps onto the skeleton flying dragon's spine and ribs. The louder the zombies roared, the more sweat appeared on their foreheads. It seemed like there was an issue with the size of some parts. How much longer? Almost done. Kang Tsai took off his belt and used it in place of a broken snap, securing it to the spine. He tested the rigidity by letting his body hang. Wiping his forehead, he said, all set. Wu Hang nodded, pointed at the shortest skeleton warrior nearby and instructed, lay down your sword and armor, and get on the back of the bone dragon. The skeleton warrior discarded its weapons and armor and climbed directly onto the back of the bone dragon. Gripping the reins, they had prepared earlier. Wu Hang ordered the skeleton warrior, fly over the horde and open these chambers. After all the preparations were complete, Wu Hang patted the bone dragon, take off, and fly a bit higher. The skeleton flying dragon pushed off with its feet, its entire body instantly soaring into the sky. It seemed the weight of the ammunition in its chest didn't affect its flight. The silhouette of the skeleton flying dragon continued to ascend until it was only as big as a matchbox. Then, it began to fly forward along the main road. Upon reaching the airspace over the horde, suddenly, a dense shower of black dots rained down from above. It wasn't long before they plunged into the middle of the horde. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous sounds erupted, like a violent rainstorm. In an instant, echoing like thunder, debris and glass scattering everywhere, each iron bomb kicking up dust and smoke 2 or 3 meters high. Wu Hang and the others, who were trailing behind the skeleton, were startled and crouched down to avoid being hit. In shock, they looked forward. The entire street was shrouded in dust, obscuring the view. Experience +1, skeleton flying dragon, experience +1, experience +1, skeleton flying dragon, experience. A swarm of experience points appeared. Wu Hang's eyes widened as he stared at the dust-shrouded front. Is it really that effective? Chapter 281, the neighbors are moving in even though the battlefield was covered in smoke and dust, making it difficult to see the situation clearly. The killing power suggested that the zombie horde had definitely suffered heavy casualties. Otherwise, the experience points wouldn't have increased by such a large amount. It seemed that this weapon design was even more successful than the previous Iron Wolf rig and zombie generator. It was simple and brutal, and easy to make. Damn, that's fierce. Area attack. Awesome. Kang Tsai and the other two who were loading ammo for the skeleton flying dragon exclaimed in surprise. Source, Novgo.co. The effectiveness before their eyes had exceeded their expectations. Boss, Sister Hong, how about that? I told you it would be reliable this time, Kang Tsai said as he came over. It is quite good, Wu Hang didn't deny. You've got a success on your hands, Liang also nodded in agreement. Look, I told you, if I study hard, I can definitely get into the 122, 985, whatever, Kang Tsai said. The glasses-wearing young man behind him interrupted, Brother Kang, you mean 211, right? Isn't 122 the traffic police? Roar. Kang Tsai grinned, about to speak, when he was interrupted by even louder roaring in the distance. The dense mob of zombies continued to approach from a farther location. And they surged towards here. The noise just now was too loud, it's drawn all the nearby zombies here, Liang said. Wu Hang nodded, Kang Tsai, you guys pull back, don't put yourselves in any danger that we can't cover for. Okay. The few of them drove backwards to retreat. Wu Hang's gaze settled on the advancing zombie horde. He ordered, archers, loose arrows. Whoosh. Arrows whistled through the air, falling into the surging mass of zombies. Then came the iron spears and crossbow arrows, as well as the grease skill and fireball spell, released by Wu Hang himself. Soon, the zombies crashed into the skeleton ranks. Combat ensued. Wu Heng continuously directed the skeletons, dividing some forces to intercept the zombies drawn in from the sides. All around the field, the air was filled with roars and the sounds of hacking. Juai, you guys go help out. Don't get trapped in the zombie crowd. Mutated skeletons, stomping on car roofs, leaped into the midst of the zombies. They charged back and forth, causing different disruptions, scattering the horde of zombies. Gradually, the number of zombies began to decrease. The remaining zombies no longer posed a danger. The mutated skeletons quickly charged through, smashing the remaining zombies into a pulp. After confirming that all the zombies had been killed, clean up the battlefield. This time there were more corpses than before, with 2 to 3 layers thick on the ground. Wu Heng walked through the battlefield, wielding the spine staff, releasing corpse battlefield. The corpses along the way were converted into skeletons that shakily stood up and joined the skeleton ranks. Meanwhile, the skeletons behind began collecting arrows and iron spears from beneath the corpses. Arriving at the launch area for the solid iron bullet, Wu Heng looked carefully. There was a significant deviation in the positions where the flying dragons dropped their payloads. Whether due to inertia or the influence of wind, part of it landed on the rooftops on both sides, with the rest reaching the zombie crowd. The area impacted was also much farther back than originally planned. The rear positions of the zombie crowd were covered and struck. And those iron bullets formed bowl-sized deep pits in the asphalt, embedding themselves in the road. Indeed, these iron solid bullets had turned into single-use consumables. The power was genuinely formidable. After cleaning up the battlefield, Wu Heng told Kaiangtsai and the others to go back and continue producing the lazy dog bombs, while he himself led the skeleton army to keep pushing forward. It was still early, and there were more zombies to clean up. As dusk neared, Wu Heng finished clearing the last wave of zombies. After this period of relentless advancement, he had reached the center of the county and urban district. Actually, it wasn't slow progress. Moreover, the speed of the scavenging team couldn't keep up with Wu Heng's advance. After cleaning up the battlefield, Wu Heng rode the bus back. Li Yong said, Chi Heng Kai and her people will come over tomorrow. I plan to have her follow the convoy, while the rest join the scavenging and patrol teams. That's good, assign more to the scavenging team, speed up the scavenging pace a bit. Okay. The convoy returned to the bus station. After discussing the lazy dog bombs with Kaiangtsai, he went back to his room, opened the boundary door, and returned to Gold and Silver Island. After dinner, Wu Heng, with 2 others, went to the courtyard for training. Many had planted plenty of flowers but had also left space for training. Wu Heng took out the instructor, longsword, and the 3 of them went to the courtyard to train. They put on the stamina belt and began swordsmanship training. Practicing swordsmanship had become an essential daily activity. The muscles in his body had fully adapted to the movements and intensity of the training, without the heart-piercing pain anymore. Each movement and posture became increasingly standard. Not to mention combat efficiency, just by watching the training movements, one could tell this was someone proficient in swordsmanship. About an hour or so into the practice, a system prompt appeared beside his ear. Swordsmanship specialization has been promoted to basic. Wu Heng's eyebrows rose slightly as he put the longsword back into the space ring. The previous specialization was just a beginner's level, and after such a long time, it had finally been promoted to basic. He was fortunate to have that sword. It was as if he had a coach providing hands-on training. Sitting down to rest, Andre Willow came over with a towel to wipe off his sweat. Take a break, don't wear yourself out. Minnie also took a break from her training, wearing yoga gear, and leaned over. Sister Wire, wipe me down too. Wipe it yourself. Don't you have hands? Andre Willow threw the towel over. Fine, you're gonna play it like that, huh? Tonight, I'm gonna punish the fox with the master, Minnie said as she wiped off her sweat and spoke loudly. Andre Willow gave her a disdainful glance. Wu Heng smiled as he wrapped his arms around the shoulders of the 2 women, but his eyes caught the light of an illuminating stone shining through the window of the neighboring residence. The place had been empty before. Someone moved in next door? Wu Heng turned his head to look at the adjacent house. This place was more like a modern row of townhouses, with connected courtyard walls. The 2 women also turned to look. Minnie said, yes, a renovation team has started to work on it. I heard the owner is planning to move back in. Oh. Wu Heng nodded and continued, I will arrange for more skeletons, Minnie. When you are at home alone during the day, don't get into conflicts with anyone. If anything happens, wait until I get back. Gold and Silver Island is no peaceful place. Although the chances are slim, as I am the vice executive of a guild, I shouldn't encounter much trouble. But still, it's better to be careful. Don't worry, if there's any trouble, I will run to the guild and find Sister Wire, then use the guild's authority to pressure them, Minnie said, confidently patting her chest. Andre Willow sneered and said, Just now you were talking about punishing me tonight, and now you know to find me when you're in danger? Minnie, consistent in her demeanor, raised her head and said, Sister Wire is just pretending, every time, you're actually enjoying it. Nonsense, Andre Willow retorted. She got up to chase after Minnie, who was quick on her feet and leaped up, gleefully running ahead. Stopping her stride occasionally, she taunted Andre Willow a few times. Andre Willow then followed behind, amusingly chasing and playfully hitting her. Wu Heng watched the playful pair and glanced over at the still busy worksite next door. He stood up and headed towards the room, calling out, Let's go, time to go home, take a bath, and sleep. Time to discipline the bad fox. Minnie quickly ran over and grabbed onto his arm. Andre Willow followed closely and took hold of his other arm. The next day, Wu Heng went to the guild early and, sitting at his desk, poured himself a cup of tea. Wire, go to the front desk and reshoot the wanted notices. Wu Heng handed her the tablet. All right, Master, Andre Willow replied. She left and soon returned with the tablet in hand. Wu Heng began to look through the wanted notices that were captured. There were 3 pirate groups listed on the notices, each possessing flying dragons. Iron Barrel Pirate Group, White Skull Pirate Group, and Hand of the Demon Pirate Group. Yesterday's experiments had proven the power of flying dragons carrying lazy dog bombs. Besides producing more solid iron bullets, Wu Heng also considered whether to increase the number of flying dragons. Wu Heng wanted to pay more attention to news about the pirates. If the opportunity arose, it would be nice to acquire more flying dragons for alternating bombardment from the sky. It could also speed up the efficiency in battles. Andre Willow, resting her chin on his shoulder from behind, softly asked, Master, are you planning to trouble the pirates? Right now, there are no leads, just casually looking, Wu Heng replied. Although he was inclined, there really wasn't any information here. Now he kind of missed when Mancha, during his time in London City, the gang boss provided him with a lot of useful intelligence. Her support was a significant contribution to his attaining the position of deputy steward. Now on Gold and Silver Island, unfamiliar with life and surroundings, even the means to gather intelligence was lacking. Take it slow, we haven't been here for very long, Andre Willow comforted. Wu Heng nodded. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the room was knocked upon. Andre Willow straightened up and sat down in the assistant's position. Wu Heng then said, Come in. The door opened, and the dwarf Olin peeked inside before walking in. Deputy Steward Wu Heng, Miss Andre Willow. Olin greeted respectfully. What is it? Wu Heng asked. Deputy Steward, the ship that held the captive girl from the last time has been approved. In accordance with the spoils being distributed on one zone, I've brought over the ship's certificate of ownership for you, the dwarf said. The last mission. Wu Heng had led the 3rd squad on that operation, but the entirety of the battle had been completed by Wu Heng alone. By the time the 3rd squad arrived, they only carried out the aftermath and reporting work. It was essentially like picking up a mission reward and prestige for free. Not just that, the 3rd squad had followed through on several missions, all completed smoothly. The merits and rewards were continuously linked. Many squads were envious. Naturally, they had to center around Wu Heng. Once there was news of this ship, the dwarf immediately brought it over. Hearing the dwarf's words, Wu Heng's spirits also lifted. A ship was not a conveyance like a horse-drawn carriage. The cost to build a ship was quite expensive. At the least, a few tens of gold coins, or as many as 100 gold coins. Of course, this refers to cargo ships, not those small boats propelled by human power or ordinary fishing boats. Wu Heng looked at the ship certificate handed over to him and asked, How do I use this thing? All you have to do is fill in your name and restamp the account number on the body of the ship, the dwarf explained. The matter seemed uncomplicated. Wu Heng thought for a bit and continued to ask, What if there is a new ship, how should it be registered? That depends on which country or power you wish to register with. Here on Gold and Silver Island, they don't enforce it too strictly. Giving some money for registration should suffice. If you want to register with the association, it's even simpler. Fill out a form, and if the association has it on record, that's considered registered, the dwarf replied. Wu Heng nodded, having understood the other party's explanation. In plain terms, ship ownership wasn't too strict. As long as one had a reasonable identity, actually, it was possible to apply to dock. At that time, there wouldn't be any place to verify whether your location was legitimate. Wu Heng took the ship certificate and said to Andre Willow, Give everyone some celebratory money. Andre Willow took out a pouch of coins, heavy, and handed it to the other party. That won't do, the entire campaign was resolved by you, and this ship should rightfully be yours, the dwarf stated firmly. Take it, consider it everyone celebrating my acquisition of the first ship. The dwarf hesitated for a moment, but still pocketed the pouch of coins. Thank you, Deputy Steward. If you have any orders in the future, just let me know, he said. Wu Heng nodded. Then I won't disturb you any further. Once again, the dwarf bowed courteously and retreated from the room. Master, congratulations on having your own ship, Andre Willow said with a smile. Wu Heng stood up. Come, let's go take a look at that ship. Chapter 282, Blank Letter. One morning, there wasn't much going on at the association. Wu Heng took Andre Willow and left the association directly for the port. The ship allocated to them had already been docked at the association's specialty docks and was under the supervision of the staff. What are you here for? The person watching over the ship seemed not to recognize Wu Heng. Andre Willow showed an assistant certificate, and the other party's attitude became much more respectful. A path was cleared, allowing the two to board the ship. The bodies on the ship had already been cleaned up. But in the crevices of the deck, you could still see the remaining bloodstains and flecks of flesh. If it weren't for the fact that he was a necromancer himself, source, Novgo.co, one might suspect that the ship was adorned with soul rings. What does the master plan to do with this ship? Andre Willow asked. Wu Heng sat down on a remaining chair and said, I haven't thought it through yet. Do you have any suggestions? If the master doesn't plan to form a merchant fleet, you could establish a ship fleet. It would be more convenient to pursue pirate groups at sea, Andre Willow contemplated and then said. As an assistant to the vice executive, she had reviewed quite a lot of information. She knew more about the situation on Gold and Silver Island than Wu Heng did. Previously, Wu Heng had only thought of forming a merchant convoy, but now it seemed possible to arm the fleet as well. To use it for chasing pirate groups. Wire, you're clever, that's an idea, Wu Heng complimented. The two continued to chat for a bit. Then they left the ship together. Walking down the street, they headed in the direction of Lighthouse Street. Wu Heng took Andre Willow first to an elf race's shop. The ordered bow hadn't yet arrived, and it would probably take another 2 or 3 days. Wu Heng then went to the weaponry store and bought all the arrows and crossbow bolts in the store. After making the rounds, it was noon. They found a nearby tavern and decided to take care of lunch. The two entered the tavern and sat down in a corner. Although it was daytime, there were already several tables of guests inside the establishment. They were drinking, chatting, and discussing recent happenings on the island. A full-figured, slightly dark-skinned maid came over with a smile and asked, what would the guests like to have? This demon red flower crab, is it called that because of the crab? Wu Heng asked, looking at the menu written on the wall. Of course not, it is made from dragon-tail crab, kudzu root, leaves of the demon red flower, bamboo shoots, and fish broth, all stewed together. The woman laughed, her tone laden with meaning as she said, guests can try it, I guarantee it's quite different from the usual evening fare. All these ingredients are alchemy materials, aren't they? Andre Willow inquired further. Kudzu root and leaves of the demon red flower were both parts of alchemical elixirs. She hadn't heard before that they could be mixed into food. Our chef is skilled in alchemy cooking, and these dishes are also our specialty, guaranteed to be safe. Of course, they are a bit expensive too. The demon red flower crab costs 2 silver coins per serving, the woman said. Then we will take a serving, and add in tempura platter, root vegetable salad, and beef patties. Hearing that the guest had ordered several of the more expensive dishes in the store, the woman's smile grew even wider, and she respectfully said she would be back shortly before going to prepare the order. It wasn't long before all sorts of dishes were served to their table. Enjoy your meal. The woman curtsied, then retreated to continue serving other customers. The two of them ate. At that moment, the tavern's door opened again. A man dressed as a sailor with a great beard walked in, his gaze sweeping over the entire tavern. He laughed heartily and walked over to sit at a round table where several others were already seated. After the maid brought over some drinks, the man took a sip of beer, then forcefully pinched the woman on the buttocks. He set down the mug and asked, I heard Bloody Hand is dead? What are you yelling about? Someone said. The man's expression stiffened, his gaze once again swept across the hall, and then he leaned forward as if discussing something. Wu Heng continued to eat, his gaze falling on the group. His perception increased, and his hearing was enhanced as well. But deliberately lowering their voices, they still couldn't make out what they were discussing. With a thought, he let Glenda go invisible and move closer. The group chatted for a while. The man's gaze then fell on the woman serving drinks to customers again. He got up, walked over, and scooped her up by the buttocks, saying, You talk, we will go inside for a private chat. The woman struggled a bit with annoyance. But as soon as a few silver coins were shoved into her bust, she immediately became as docile as a kitten. She let the man carry her off to the back. The rest of the group laughed and shouted, Hurry back, I've got something to say to her next. Glenda flew back, returning to the body. The scene of their conversation just now also emerged in Wu Heng's mind. Bloody Hand is really dead? The bearded man asked. The man across from him said, Confirmed news, the association dispatched 2 vice executives, and they wiped out the Bloody Hand pirate group overnight. Not one survived. None survived? Bloody Hand was a level 15 professional. Even if he couldn't win, escaping shouldn't have been a problem. The warrants for Bloody Hand pirate group have all been issued. It's definitely true, someone said, then asked, tell us, what's the new information? The bearded man said, in Yoko Kingdom, the old king is critically ill, and the whole kingdom's situation has tensed up. The second one said, the Iron Barrel pirate group is infighting, the captain has been killed, and the first mate has taken over the pirate group. They muttered amongst themselves about why so many pirate groups had run into trouble recently. Then they all looked at the third person. The third man said, the Blood Clan is capturing some Pale Bloods who do not follow the rules. It's said that those people have gained some of the Blood Clan's powers through certain means, causing the Blood Clan quite a bit of trouble. Chapter 282, Blank Letters. Some time ago, similar events occurred at Gold and Silver Island. Some human dignitaries were captured imprisoning girls to drink their blood, and the association executed them. The person who first began to answer about the Bloody Hand pirate group said, the association has been quite fierce lately. Indeed, 2 vice executives, I heard they're both quite formidable. The association might forcefully intervene here soon. At this point, the big bearded man had lost interest. His gaze moved with the voluptuous woman. He made a few remarks offhand and walked toward the woman. After listening to the conversation of several people, Wu Heng picked up his cup and took a sip. Source, Novgo.co. These individuals formed a sort of small information exchange team, swapping the intelligence they'd gathered right here. Besides the first matter about the Bloody Hand pirate group, the other 3 pieces of news were indeed unknown to Wu Heng. The big bearded man mentioned the political situation in the Yoko Kingdom. The old king was critically ill, which led to increasingly tense situation across the kingdom. This issue must be related to the succession rights, or perhaps someone is trying to seize the throne during this time. Wu Heng found this strange. Members of the secret cultivation hall had all sorts of strange artifacts to extend their lives. Couldn't the king find a way to prolong his life? Or perhaps, after an extension, he had reached the end of his life. This matter didn't have much impact on him. The only thing was Slither from Blackstone Town, but as a remote small town, and with Slither being a steward of the association, it surely wouldn't involve her. The second piece of intelligence was about the Iron Barrel pirate group. In the morning, when Andre Willow went to get the bounty posters, there was one that had a flying dragon. Just as they had confirmed it as their target, it had changed captains. The third piece of intelligence was very directly related to Wu Heng. The Blood Clan started abducting illegal Pale Bloods from various places. In plain terms, they were capturing members of the secret cultivation hall. This was something Wu Heng wanted to see. It was best if they were killed off so they didn't dare to show their faces. After finishing lunch, Wu Heng and Andre Willow walked straight out of the tavern. Andre Willow returned to the association to continue her shift, while Wu Heng went directly to the Snake Badge Consortium. In the hands of the leader of the Bloody Hand pirate group, he had obtained 2 bank drafts from the consortium. Entering the consortium, he was invited into the lounge after showing his emblem. As soon as he sat down in the lounge, a middle-aged man in a suit followed him in. He respectfully asked, "Guest, what can I do for you?" Wu Heng took out the 2 bank drafts, pushed them across the table, and said, "Get the items out." "Of course, guest. Please wait a moment." The man took the drafts and walked out directly. Before long, when he returned, he was followed by 2 employees, each holding a sandalwood-colored wooden box. Wu Heng glanced at them. Judging by the effort the employees used to hold them, there probably wasn't anything heavy inside. It's unlikely to be gold coins or silver coins. "Guest, these are the items for the drafts. If you have any further instructions, you can call us at any time." The man saluted once again, taking the other 2 people and leaving the room. Once the room's door closed, Wu Heng bent down to place the 2 wooden boxes in front of him and opened the first box directly. Inside were 2 dock warrants, laid flat. Wu Heng flipped them over, taking out the paper slips. North Santa Claus Shipyard, ship warrant, large warship. North Santa Claus Shipyard, ship warrant, large warship. 2 ship warrants. Wu Heng frowned. Pirates were storing ship warrants at the Snake Badge Consortium. What sort of move was this? Wu Heng had speculated about money, about special items. But he never expected it to be ship warrants stored at the consortium. It didn't matter, though, as he now had 4 ships. Even though he had no plans to set sail, his own fleet's strength was beginning to take form, certainly much stronger than most pirate groups. His gaze continued to the second wooden box. He opened it directly. Inside was a blank envelope, sealed with wax in the shape of what seemed like a goat's horn. Wu Heng examined both the front and back. He tore open the wax seal and dumped out the letter from within. The letter was still a blank sheet. Without a trace of handwriting, nor even the impression of having been written upon. A blank sheet? Wu Heng held it up to the sun, checking for a hidden layer within the paper. In the end, it proved to be just an ordinary blank sheet. Who would store a blank sheet in the consortium? No matter how Wu Heng considered it, it seemed impossible. He decided to pocket it directly into the space ring, perhaps requiring some special potion to reveal the hidden writing on it. After getting everything in order, Wu Heng walked out of the lounge. He greeted the employees at the door, left the consortium, and headed toward his residence. Upon returning to his place, the moment he pushed open the yard door, he saw many and number one gardeners squatting on the ground, cultivating plants. He was unsure whether the flowers in his world all sprouted so quickly or if they used some special method, but the seeds planted a couple of days ago were now sprouting tenderly. The whole flower bed was lush and green, no longer the original brown of the soil. "Master, you're back so early today." Many cheered and scampered over. Wu Heng wrapped an arm around her shoulder, saying, "Not much to do, so I came back early." "Master must have missed Minnie, really. Master's getting more and more clingy," Minnie said in a soft voice as she clung to his waist. Wu Heng smiled and pinched her cheek. "You seem like you're acting in a play." "Really? Do I have a talent for it?" Minnie asked as they walked together towards the room. "Maybe, we will have Wire take a look tonight." Hee, good. At dusk, Andre Willow also returned from the association. Chapter 282, blank letter. After dinner, having trained for a while in the courtyard, he returned to his room to rest. The next day, early morning, Wu Heng left a few instructions with Andre Willow, who was heading to the association. He had no intention of going to the association himself. After a brief preparation, he opened the boundary door on the 4th floor and headed to Zombie World. Appearing in the bedroom, he glanced outside the window. Source, Novgo.co. He took out the walkie-talkie and said, "Get the cars ready, tell Kayang-tsai to bring the solid bullets too, we're preparing to set off." Soon, the voice of Li Yong was transmitted back, "Okay, we will have it ready immediately." About half an hour later, the walkie-talkie crackled to life again, "All set. I will come down now." When Wu Heng stepped out of the building, he saw 3 vehicles parked at the entrance. The coach belonging to Li Yong, along with 2 military trucks. Big King, Kayang-tsai and several others in the cars greeted, waving their hands. "How many solid bullets have we made?" Wu Heng asked. "Over 5,000, we've added some more molds." Wu Heng nodded. Just as he was about to embark, Li Yong descended from the coach with another figure. "Chi Hankai. This is Chi Hankai." Li Yong gestured towards Wu Heng, saying, "This person is the leader of the auto repair shop, King Yama." Every time he mentioned this name, Wu Heng always felt it was a bit too sophomoric. But he really didn't want to reveal his real name. Chi Hankai's eyes narrowed, realizing the leader was indeed King Yama. And Li Yong was just the ostensible leader, fulfilling more of a managerial role. "King Yama, I have long admired your reputation." Chi Hankai extended her hand. Wu Heng shook hands with her. "Welcome to the team." "Thank you," said Chi Hankai. Li Yong continued, "Now that you've joined, we're all in the same boat. Don't let these matters leak, and make sure to instruct your subordinates as well." Although the words were not pleasant, it was the truth. Shelters were also wary of each other. The auto repair shop wasn't afraid of others, but didn't want its internal affairs to be exposed. "Don't worry, I never betray confidence," Chi Hankai assured. Li Yong nodded. "Then let's set off." "Good." Wu Heng and Li Yong boarded the coach, and Chi Hankai got into the 3rd car at the rear. As the vehicle doors closed and the convoy slowly began to move, Wu Heng asked, "Chi Hankai is also coming along?" "The 3rd car is loaded with forklifts and the ammunition Kayang-tsai and his team made. Originally, we planned on having Wang Chenggang drive, but Chi Hankai wanted to come along to see for herself, so I agreed." Li Yong glanced over. "If you don't want her to come, I can have her replaced right now." "It's fine, I was just curious," he said. "Oh." The convoy continued forward, reaching the end of the road. Clatter. The skeleton army began to prepare. In the distance, a dense horde of zombies began to converge, surging towards them. Behind, 2 skeletons stuffed the ammunition magazine into the flying dragon skeleton. Kayang-tsai secured the fasteners. He reconfirmed its sturdiness. "All set, you can fly now," he announced. Wu Heng signaled for the skeleton warrior to mount the dragon, gently patted the skeleton dragon, "Fly along the road." Whoosh! The skeleton flying dragon soared into the sky, and upon reaching above the horde of zombies, a barrage of metal rained down from the heavens. Boom boom boom. The deafening sound erupted, the ground trembling incessantly. A thick cloud of dust shot up several meters, shrouding the entire road. Several of them crouched down. Chi Hankai, witnessing this scene for the first time, leaped back like a startled rabbit, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld the sight before her. Was this an evolution towards modern weaponry? Whoosh! The sound of something slicing through the air followed, and the dragon landed. Kaiang-tsai and the others promptly came forward, opened the clasps, and replaced the spent ammunition magazine. After the swap, they patted the dragon's head. Fly. Chapter 283, I will stay here first. Boom, boom, boom. The second round of bombing fell, and dust rose again, filling the road ahead. Roar. The remaining horde of zombies continued their attack, struggling forward. Whoosh 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 clang, clang. Rain of arrows and iron spears once again dropped like raindrops. The number in the zombie horde was further reduced. By the time they reached close to the skeleton spear array, only about 1,000 maimed zombies staggered forward. The spears ceaselessly thrust forward. Source, Novgo.co. After a brief conflict, every zombie in sight was killed. The main thoroughfare returned to peace. The autumn wind blew, and the dust gradually dispersed. The road was pockmarked with dense holes, car tops dented, filled with bullet holes. The splattered sand and stone shattered the glass of the shops on both sides. The entire road was covered with bodies. Limbs hung all around, and tainted blood gathered into streams. The sky above was a swath of blood red. It was like a battlefield after a bombardment. Chi Hankai, at the back of the team, stood there dumbfounded. Unlike the shock brought by the last skeleton army, the recent battle instilled a sense of fear. Even though killing zombies was the common goal of all survivors, the brutality before her made her uneasy. How many corpse cores had King Yama consumed, to develop his superpower to such an extent? At the front of the team, Wu Heng stood atop a scrapped car, glancing into the distance. Confirming that the noise from the fight hadn't attracted new hordes of zombies, he directly ordered, "Clear the battlefield." The waiting skeletons began moving again. They started transporting bodies along the road, collecting the arrows and iron spears scattered everywhere. Chi Hankai hesitated briefly, then walked through the skeletons and asked, "What should I do?" Wu Heng glanced at her and asked, "Can you operate a forklift?" "I can, just not very skillfully." "You don't need to be skillful, just move the blocking scrapped vehicles after the horde has moved the bodies," Wu Heng said directly. Almost every section of the road was obstructed by scrapped cars. The skeletons didn't mind, they simply stepped over them and moved on. However, according to Li Yong's plan, the whole road was also intended for other shelters to travel safely to the auto repair shop to trade goods. It was better to be clear of obstacles. That was also why they brought an extra truck this time, hauling a forklift. "Okay." Chi Hankai nodded and headed back. Then she drove a forklift over and started pushing the scrapped cars to the sides of the road. While the battlefield was being cleared, Wu Heng checked his own attribute panel. Name, Wu Heng, level, 11, 77,853 100,000ths, attributes, Strength 34, Agility 28, Constitution 37, Intelligence 34, Perception 22, Charm 27, Proficiencies. One-handed sword specialization, Basic, Swordsmanship specialization, Basic, Arcane training, Knowledge of souls, Knowledge of hunting, Magic sensory, Arcane echo, Scholar of necromancy, Undead adaptation, Spellcasting acceleration, Abilities, Greyhawk swordsmanship, Beginner, Enhance will, Soul sense, Spellcasting acceleration, Skills, Bone manipulation skill. Bone armored, Corpse gauge, White bone transplant. As time passed, the specializations and skills he unlocked were increasingly numerous. Not to say that he was outstanding, but he was far surpassing those of the same or even higher levels. After all, only he had a panel, plus the ability to unlock skills by reading. That's a capability others don't possess. Level-wise, he had reached level 11, and reaching level 12 required 100,000 experience points. In the past, it might have taken years to level up. But now, the bombing kills made by the skeleton flying dragon made this number not so out of reach. After 2 more battles, he would likely reach level 12. Previously, one world faced an apocalypse while another restricted necromancy by law. It was like struggling to survive, but now it has suddenly turned into a game of mowing down enemies and grinding for experience. There was now a bit more anticipation for leveling up. "The road is clear," Chi Hankai said as she returned in a forklift. Wu Heng nodded, then asked through the radio headset, "Kaiang-tsai, how many iron bombs do we have left?" 2 ammo boxes left, over 2,000 rounds." "Follow the convoy and push on a bit further before nightfall," Wu Heng directed. Everyone got into their vehicles. The skeleton army also continued to move forward. After navigating through a certain area, zombies, mingling with skeletons, began to appear again. As dusk approached, Wu Heng glanced at his experience points. Level 11, 89,786 100,000ths. He was about to reach level 12 soon. The skeletons continued to clear the battlefield. Wu Heng looked at the buildings on either side of the road, his gaze settling on a wedding hotel. I won't go back. I will stay here to avoid the back and forth, he said. Li Yong also glanced at the hotel. Isn't it a bit too rushed? Nothing's ready here, and it might be inconvenient to live in. Haven't we always come this far in the past? The bus station is a bit far from here, and it takes too much time on the road. Li Yong thought for a moment. Then I will help you clean up the room. It's easy to get sick if it's not clean. All right. The two entered the hotel and chose an uninhabited room on the top floor. The room had a somewhat complete set of living essentials. Li Yong helped with the setup and then continued, I will leave a truck for you. If there's any issue, use the radio to contact us. That works. After you return, have them prepare more arrows and solid iron bullets, Wu Heng said. Okay. Li Yong nodded and agreed, then looked up at him eagerly. Wu Heng smiled, stepped forward, took her into his arms, and kissed her deeply on the lips. Then he suggested, how about asking Kayang Tsai and the others to wait a little longer? Li Yong said softly, next time, when we have more time. That's fine then. I will be leaving then. Remember to notify me if anything comes up, Li Yong said. I will. Wu Heng saw her out. Once she waved goodbye, she boarded the bus, leading the other two vehicles back the way they had come. Wu Heng's gaze turned back to the still busy skeletons. Approaching a corpse, he held the spine staff in hand and cast corpse battlefield, causing various white skeletons to rise from the piles of dead and join the ranks. After casting the spell several times, a large number of skeletons were added to the force. Skeleton Warrior, level 3. Now, most of the transformed skeleton warriors were at level 3. This indicated that the physical strength of the zombies corresponded to level 3. The evolution of the zombies was much faster than that of the survivors. I wonder if a corpse core will appear once they evolve to level 5, Wu Heng muttered to himself. After rearranging the skeleton army, he returned to his room in the hotel and then went back to Gold and Silver Island. The next day, in the steward's office, Wu Heng took out a tablet and flipping through several wanted posters, he said, this device is very useful for checking the wanted notices and recording various things, just right to assist in your work, steward. Steward Emilio was startled, then looked up at him and said, just tell me what you need. Wu Heng sat down on the opposite sofa, facing the noble elf steward, and said, about that corpse of a bloody hand pirate, could you hand it over to me? Gold and Silver Island is in some danger, and I need some skeleton attendants. Didn't you already get the corpse of Shark Teeth last time? Emilio asked. Wu Heng continued, I brought my family along, and while I can attend the association, home still needs some skeleton attendants to ensure their safety. Emilio nodded slightly, feeling there was some sense to what he said. He glanced at the assistant nearby, write up a certificate and hand over the corpse to him. The assistant nodded and went to prepare the certificate. Emilio looked at him again, your last 2 missions were quite impressive. I thought at first you had some special connections given your rapid advancement, but now it seems you indeed have some solid capabilities. The sudden mention of this made Wu Heng somewhat unsure of how to respond. Then Emilio continued on his own, there are indeed many unstable factors on Gold and Silver Island. From now on, after you kill a fugitive, the body is yours to dispose of, once it's been examined. Chapter 284, Trial Skills. So the bodies of those I kill in the future, after autopsy, I can dispose of them myself? Upon hearing this sentence, Wu Heng felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed that the steward of Gold and Silver Island didn't harbor deep hostility towards necromancers, or rather, his attitude was quite friendly toward Wu Heng before finding out that Wu Heng had committed any misdeeds. From now on, the bodies of the fugitives he killed, after the autopsy, would belong to him. In fact, it sounded like it should always have been this way, but there had never been such treatment in Blackstone Town or London City. Yazd of Blackstone Town, especially, was so afraid of him stealing bodies that he had the squads and the guard team take them out and burn them the next day. Thank you, steward. Wu Heng expressed his gratitude. The graceful elf smiled in approval and said, you've just arrived, and already you have killed several level 3 fugitives, you're certainly not too bad at renting. After finishing, the tone shifted, emphasizing once again, your profession is quite special, you must abide by the association's rules, and if you encounter any difficulties, you can tell me. Wu Heng understood what he meant. He nodded and said, I will. At this point, the elf assistant beside them had also filled out the certificate to take away the bodies. Thank you. Wu Heng took it and then looked towards the tablet on the desk. Steward, do you want this? Tablets were plentiful in the zombie world, there were whole warehouses of new ones with no place to put them. But in this world, They were indeed scarce items. At least, there were no props capable of taking photographs and browsing pictures. Emila glanced at the tablet and said indifferently, "Leave it here." "Oh, this item needs to be charged. If the screen stops displaying images, give it to me first to charge," Wu Heng explained. "I understand." Wu Heng nodded, then exited the room directly. With the ink on the certificate still fresh, he headed down to the morgue. The morgue emanated a repellent, bone-chilling cold. Today, he didn't see the two coroners, only the staff responsible for guarding, who were standing by the doorway chatting. Seeing Wu Heng coming over, they immediately stood up straight. "Deputy Steward." "This is the steward's certificate. I'm taking this body," Wu Heng stated, showing them the certificate briefly. In reality, Wu Heng had many ways to steal a body. After all, as a vice executive, it wouldn't be difficult to cover up the act and use the boundary door to transport the body to another world. But it was best to take the official route, so as not to bring any bad influence upon himself over a single body. "All right." The guard glanced at the certificate, and one of them quickly entered the morgue. They rolled out the body with a straw mat. Wu Heng directly put it into his space ring. "Carry on with your work," Wu Heng said. The two of them bowed slightly in response. He returned to his office study. Andre Willow was sitting in the room. "Master, have you collected the rewards?" Wu Heng asked. "Yes, they're all on the desk." Wu Heng walked over to the desk and saw several items on it, 2 skill books, and 3 pouches filled with silver coins. These were the rewards for rescuing Sean Ayla and for killing the Bloody Hand pirate group. After several days of procedures at the association, the rewards had finally been issued. Andre Willow said with a smile, "When collecting the rewards, the members of the 3rd squad were also there. Olin said you could directly come to them if you have any instructions. It seems they are quite satisfied with the rewards from the mission." "Yes, everyone is rather happy." Andre Willow stood up, poured a cup of tea for Wu Heng, then returned to her seat to continue sorting files. Wu Heng put away the bounty and looked at the 2 skill books in his hands. This time he had exchanged for Breath of Death and Animate Object. There was also a Necromancy, Pestilence skill, at the reception. But that skill overlapped with the one provided by his magic wand, so he decided not to exchange for it. Instead, he let Wire exchange for another skill he was more interested in, Animate Object. Beyond the images of brooms sweeping the floor and teapots pouring water, he also guessed whether casting the spell on a car would make it transform into a transformer. Or perhaps make a machine gun run onto the battlefield on its own, chasing people and firing. With these thoughts in mind, he casually flipped open a skill book. As he read the contents of the book, Wu Heng's concentration deepened. Animate Object. This skill belongs to the type of spell in the Transformation series. Also known as Transfiguration, this branch is often used to change objects or the environment, like the Featherfall skill I previously learned, which is a type of transformation. However, Animate Object is a more advanced type of spell, allowing a mage to animate up to 10 inanimate, non-magical items within casting range. And it's not just any items that can be chosen arbitrarily. The weight and size of the items affect the difficulty of casting and the number of items that can be controlled. The book gives an example, saying that a normal mage could control 10 goose feather pens to write letters, but if it comes to moving chairs, they could only control 5 at a time. This is the difference made by weight and size. Wu Heng's wish to turn a car into a transformer is even less likely. That's not an effect that a spell can produce. After casting, it's also not about giving the objects real life, or a false semblance of a soul. It's more like issuing a command to the object to perform a certain action. And there is no autonomy involved. Wu Heng flipped through the book intently, amazed at the wonder of magic, and astonished that someone could actually invent such spells. Turning to the last page, the system prompt immediately followed. Skill unlocked, Animate Object. He stored the book in the space ring and then turned his gaze to the desk. He cast the spell on a goose feather pen lying nearby. The goose feather pen floating from the penholder drifted onto the table and began writing the words goose feather pen on the paper. This wasn't because the goose feather pen could write by itself, but because Wu Heng had preset the spell to write these words. Dispelling the magic, the goose feather pen fell onto the desk. Wu Heng waved his hand again, and a teapot flew over, pouring water into the teacup. Andre Willow, diligently working, suddenly became alert, and with a flip of her hand, she took out a pistol, pointing it at the suddenly moving teapot. "It's nothing, I just learned a new skill," Wu Heng said immediately. Andre Willow glanced at the teapot, then at Wu Heng, and put the gun away. "What spell?" "The Animate Object I just brought back, which can make some objects move on their own." "Pouring tea and water, huh? It looks like Minnie really will have nothing to do." Wu Heng looked at her and then snapped his fingers with one hand. The hairband tied in Andre Willow's hair suddenly untied itself, quickly tied a knot, and bound her hands together, lifting them high. Wu Heng walked over, grabbed the lifted arms, quite handy. Bound by the hands, Andre Willow cautiously glanced at the door, her face flushed as she whispered, "What are you doing, Master? We're still in the guild, what if someone walks in on us? Don't you think it's fun? Let's play at home." After teasing Andre Willow for a bit, Wu Heng released the magic. He couldn't really do anything in the guild, especially not in broad daylight. He sat back down at the desk and took out another skill book to read. Breath of Death is a spell from the Necromancy sect. The type is similar to Fog skill, and it is highly likely that it's a redevelopment of Fog skill. It can create a fog-like terrain, which, aside from obscuring vision, also carries many negative effects of necromancy. It's more like a fog enshrouded with necromantic energy. Wu Heng had set great value on this skill from the onset. Whether covering terrain or blocking pursuers, it could prove quite effective. Of course, this type of effect is meant for the living, it hardly affects the undead much. He flipped to the last page. The system prompt followed promptly. Skill unlocked, Breath of Death. After unlocking the skill, Wu Heng placed the skill book into the space ring. Feeling that there was not much to do at the guild, he said, "Wire, I'm going back first. If there's nothing else, you should head home early for dinner, too." "Okay, Master," Andre Willow replied. Wu Heng left the guild and headed to his place of residence. The guild and his residence were both in the central area, making the distance not too far, really. It was just over 10 minutes walk, and he would be there. As he walked back suddenly, Wu Heng felt as if he were being watched. He spun around quickly, looking back. The street was bustling with people who all seemed normal, apparently nobody was watching him. But that feeling was not an illusion, either. He glanced once more at the street and up at the sky to confirm everything was normal, then turned around and continued walking back. "Check if someone is following me," Wu Heng said in a low voice without stopping. Glenda, invisible, flew up to the sky to look down from above. Chapter 285, Is He Really a Mage? Wu Heng continued to walk forward for a while. Glenda, in her invisible state, caught up from behind. Crouching beside him, she whispered, "I didn't find any suspicious people, and there are no tamed beasts following us." Wu Heng frowned, "Maybe I was wrong." With Glenda's high perception and her knowledge from her previous life, she was quite adept at reconnaissance and finding traps. Since Glenda didn't notice anyone, either I was mistaken, or the person is a professional who is very good at hiding and tracking. If it's the latter, turning back and searching blindly could alert them. Better to wait and see how things unfold. Glenda hummed a response and continued, "If someone really is tracking you, they are probably wary of your association status. Be cautious, and you should be okay." "Yeah, I understand." He walked back to his residence. Pushing the gate open, Number 1 gardener was strolling around the flower bed. Minnie hopped out from the building to greet him. "Master, you've come back early today." Wu Heng, with his arm around her shoulder, headed inside. There wasn't much to do at the association. "Do you want to eat something? How about I prepare some pastries for you?" "No need, we'll eat dinner soon." Wu Heng sat down on the couch and snapped his fingers lightly. The upside-down teacup flipped over, and the teapot tilted to pour tea into it. Minnie, who had been chattering non-stop, suddenly closed her mouth. Her eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her. The teapot moved. The teapot returned to its place, and Wu Heng dispelled the magic. "It's a new spell I've learned. It's quite fun." "Magic? That's so cool!" Minnie exclaimed. "Actually, it's not that useful. It's just for controlling some small objects." He was somewhat disappointed with his skill. It wasn't as powerful as he had imagined, and the objects he could manipulate could only perform some simple, specific actions. But from Minnie's exclamations, he suddenly felt that the skill was not too bad. After all, he was a necromancer, and combat was left to the necromancer attendants. His own spells just had to be cool. A spell that could make inanimate objects move. And learning it didn't expend much effort. That's still amazing. Being a mage is so great. If I had known it was this fun, I would have chosen to be a mage too, Minnie said enviously. Wu Heng, with his arm still around her shoulder, replied, "But you have to read a lot to be a mage, and do experiments. It's quite monotonous." "Oh. That doesn't sound like a good fit for me." Minnie had a clear understanding of herself. Even practicing writing had tired her hands to cramps. Reading books every day would be even more boring. Minnie's eyes rolled around, and she asked, "Can't I just learn this skill without changing my profession? I feel like it's perfect for a maid." If the creator of this spell heard that their painstakingly developed skill was suitable for a maid, they might be so upset that they'd spit blood. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, "It might not be impossible. I have a skill book here you can study." Now, it depended on whether Minnie could understand it. He handed the skill book to the bunny girl, who joyfully accepted it and said softly, "You're so kind, Master. You're very good too, Minnie." He. After chatting with Minnie in the living room for a while and deciding on the dinner menu, he went straight to the 4th floor. He opened the boundary door and headed to the zombie world. Stepping out of the boundary door, he found himself in a hotel bedroom. The bedroom was still spacious and tidy, with all the necessary furniture. He opened the curtains to look outside. A large number of skeletons filled the open space outside the hotel. Wu Heng opened the room door and walked straight out of the hotel entrance. In the open space before him, he summoned the bodies from his space ring. The skeletons approached and cut the ropes binding the straw mats, revealing the bodies beneath. Wu Heng glanced at them and cast bone manipulation skill. The flesh fell away, and the thick-boned skeleton slowly stood up. Skeleton Warrior, level 15, attributes, Constitution 30, Strength 28, Agility 24, Intelligence 16, Perception 15, Charm 4, Traits, Hollow Skeleton, Intermediate Soul, Dexterous Hands, Proficiencies, Plate Armor Expertise, Advanced, Dual Blades Expertise, Advanced, Simple Weapons Expertise, Basic, Strong Crossbow Expertise, Advanced, Navigation, Advanced, Ship Repair, Intermediate, Abilities, Dual Blade Surprise Attack, Sweep, Continuous Blade Strikes. Looking at its attributes, it's actually not bad. A level 15 skeleton could become a leader in most forces. But pirates or robbers by occupation, no matter how high their level, their attributes still seemed more uneven compared to others. They were more like the strong ones sifted out from fierce competition. From now on, you're called Bloody Hand. Step forward, Wu Heng named him. The skeleton walked out of the pile of decaying flesh and stood to the side. Wu Heng then took out a set of silver plate armor and a special item dual blades, handing them to him. "You can use these for now." The bloodthirsty twin blades could provide a frenzied state and cause wounds that cannot heal after hitting the target. The side effect was that it slowly made the user lose their mind. Of course, skeletons definitely don't have what you'd call a mind, since they only have a false soul given by necromancy magic and aren't independent thinkers. Similarly, whether they can enter a frenzied state is also hard to say. Most states affect living creatures, and they don't have any effect on necromantic beings. He gave them to him for now, and if he could not exhibit the effect of the special item, they could be exchanged later. In just a moment, Bloody Hand had changed into his equipment. Adorned in silver plate armor, with dual blades hanging at his waist. He wore a bandit mask on his head, topped with a round helmet. After dealing with Bloody Hand's matters, Wu Heng continued to walk through the ranks of skeletons. He picked out 50 skeletons of level 10 and above to stand before him. He issued each of them a bandit mask, saying, "You come with me." Returning to the hotel, Wu Heng took the selected skeletons back to Gold and Silver Island. Walking down the stairs. "You few, guard the balcony on the 2nd floor, and you lot, guard the courtyard." Wu Heng began to assign the skeletons to their guard positions. This type of mansion on Gold and Silver Island is considered to be owned by the rich. Every household had to arrange some guards and attendants. Originally, Wu Heng's arrangement was for Skullcrusher and Bloody Hand to follow him, Badong to protect Minnie and teach her boxing and body techniques on the side, Blazing Blade to protect Andre Willow, and the combination of Warrior and Ranger to also have a tactical effect. But today, he felt like someone was following him. Wu Heng still increased the number of skeletons to ensure the security of his dwelling. The skeletons scattered according to his orders. Minnie, holding a small shovel, walked in from outside and asked, "What's happening?" "Nothing serious, just arranging some skeletons to strengthen our defenses," Wu Heng replied. "Wire should be back soon too. I've asked the kitchen to get dinner ready." Wu Heng sat in the living room for a while, and Andre Willow also came back from outside. Smiling while taking off her shoes, she greeted, "Master." "Yeah, dinner will be ready soon, just wait a little longer." "Okay, sure." Andre Willow came over, leaning into his arms, and discussed some documents that had been delivered that afternoon. At the port, below the cargo ship, the dim cabin was dark and damp. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Footsteps sounded, coming down from the stairway above. A man wearing loose robes, with dark skin and dirt-caked dreadlocks, descended, glanced at the dim corners, and said, "I saw that vice executive. Are you sure he's a mage?" From the depths of the shadowy corner, a figure slowly emerged. Well-proportioned, handsome in appearance, but his walk was slightly unsteady. Whenever his right leg hit the ground, there was a tap-tap sound of something hard striking the wooden planks. "Necromancer, I saw it with my own eyes." "What's the issue?" the limping man retorted. The dreadlocked man said, "He is highly alert." "Did he spot you?" The man's tone suddenly grew tense. "I only said he's highly alert. I didn't say he's discovered me," the dreadlocked man continued. The limping man fell silent for a moment, then said, "Kill him, and all this money is yours." Thud. A money bag was tossed to the ground. The loose opening gaped, and 2 gold coins rolled out, which the dreadlocked man stepped on. "I heard that the third squad is handling this. I'll take them out and only charge you half the fee. I want that necromancer dead. Killing an association's vice executive. If there's even a small mistake, we won't be able to leave this island," the dreadlocked man said again. "You're in this line of work, yet you're afraid of this? Just be careful and clean in your task," the man continued. The dreadlocked man stood still for a while, then slightly lifted his head. "Add more money." Bang. Another money bag was thrown over. The dreadlocked man bent over to pick it up, saying, "Wait for the news." Afterwards, he turned and walked back up. Chapter 286, Don't push me to burn you all down after dinner. Wu Heng reigned in the courtyard with the 2 ladies. After this period of training, Wu Heng felt that his adaptability had significantly improved. It wasn't that his combat had become much stronger. Rather, his reaction to emergencies, the coordination of his body, and some special movements had all become much better than before. After the training session, Wu Heng invited the 2 ladies to take a bath together. The 3 of them frolicked and played for a while before returning to their respective rooms. Wu Heng went back to the 4th floor. Before going to sleep, he pondered his next plans. The zombies need to keep leveling up. I need to find a way to gather some intelligence on the Flying Dragon pirate group, increase the number of skeleton flying dragons, and ideally develop my own informants to provide ongoing intelligence. Then there's the matter of the fleet. The ships lack combat equipment. If I could bring modern vessels here, the various advanced weapons would make killing the pirates much easier. He sighed lightly, his hands pillowed behind his head. There's no sea where I live. To reach a coastal city would probably take several years, which is indeed a problem. When the time comes, I'll have Li Yong ask around in the channel to see if anyone can provide what's needed. After thinking for a while, the sky gradually darkened. He lay down to rest. Late at night, sleep took over. In a hazy state, a psychic attack was blocked and dissipated by his mental barrier. Wu Heng suddenly opened his eyes with a grave expression. Someone is attacking me? This sensation of a mental barrier resisting a psychic attack had last occurred when Yaz tried to destroy his will, which was repelled by his specialization, Enhance Will. Instantly wide awake, he immediately smelled the scent of incense in the air. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the sound of whistling pierced the air. Wu Heng glanced to the side and saw Skullcrusher wielding his warhammer, swinging it in a sweeping motion. Smack! In his astonished gaze, it seemed as though something had been smashed to pieces. The dancing light skill was cast, and he saw the smashed body of a spider stuck to the wall. Although it was crushed, one could still make out that it was a variegated spider the size of a fingernail. From above, Wu Heng looked up in confusion. He saw that the ceiling overhead was densely covered with spiders, swarming just like ants. Hiss hiss hiss. At this moment, the sound of the dense crawling resonated, and a mass of spiders converged into a black mass before lunging at him head-on. Wu Heng rolled away. Thud. The cluster of spiders covered the bed. Having rolled off the bed onto the floor, Wu Heng stood behind 2 skeleton attendants. Skullcrusher and Blood Axe moved forward, brandishing their weapons and continuously stomping with their feet. Wu Heng's expression was ugly. Indeed, someone had set their sights on him. He hadn't misinterpreted his feelings during the day. The scent of the incense came from a magic sensor, and controlling such a dense swarm of spiders was not something a regular professional could achieve. Whoosh! At this moment, another large mass of black spiders lunged at him. Without thinking, Wu Heng waved his hand and the bedsheet rose into the air, wrapping the incoming spider swarm into a bundle and throwing it to the ground. With a swing of Skullcrusher's warhammer, it landed on the writhing bedsheet. Bang! The wrapped bedsheet burst, and a large splatter of green liquid sprayed out. "Let's go, we're getting out of here," Wu Heng said as he opened the door and led the 2 skeleton attendants out of the room, while also controlling the room's objects to smash down on the approaching spiders. He then firmly shut the door behind him. As he walked downstairs, he summoned his armor and magic wand, donning them. He also released Glinda and Zhao. While they looked on, puzzled, he said, "There's an enemy nearby who controls spiders. Find him." Okay, the 2 ghosts nodded and quickly shot up into the sky, piercing through the roof and flying out. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the skeleton fireblade was still guarding outside. He pushed open Andre Willow's room. The vixen inside was still deep asleep, while the window was already being invaded by spiders. It seemed that the spiders were targeting him, moving according to his location. "Wire!" Wu Heng called out as he approached her. Andre Willow remained fast asleep. "Carry her." The skeleton fireblade hoisted her onto its shoulder and walked out with him. continuing to Minnie's room, which was the same she was deep asleep. He had Bodong carry her on the shoulder, and together they headed downstairs. By now, the swarm of spiders began to gather on the first and second floors. The skeletons outside began attacking the spiders. They swung their weapons and stamped their feet. They attacked spiders as much as possible. However, due to the sheer number of spiders, this had no significant effect. Similarly, the spiders' attack methods, involving breath and toxins, were not notably effective against the skeletons. Wu Heng, accompanied by skeletons and sleeping maids, made their way down the stairs. Still, large clusters of spiders blocked their path. "Don't force me to set fire and burn all of you," Wu Heng warned. But to the spiders, this presented no deterrence whatsoever. At that moment, Glenda and Zhao flew back. "We found no suspicious people," they reported. "Nobody, Uncle," Zhao added. Wu Heng's frown deepened. Neither ghost had found a trace of the enemy. Where exactly was this person controlling the swarm from? And why attack in this manner? It's very likely that they are hiding in a nearby residence. "It will take some time to search," Glenda said. Glenda was considering where the enemy might be hiding. But Wu Heng was thinking that if the enemy's location was uncertain, rashly charging out could likely be a trap set by the opponent. "These spiders were just one part of it. The aim was to force me out." Wu Heng shook his head and said, "No need, the other party came prepared, they must have made full preparations, you all come back first." The two ghosts nodded and burrowed back into their bodies. "Gather around me," Wu Heng ordered. The skeletons around started to converge towards him. Once all had arrived, Wu Heng released a breath of death inside the room, filling it instantly with a dark blue fog. The negative energy of necromancy began to erode the spiders in every corner of the room. They crackled as they fell to the ground. After that, he opened the boundary door. With all the skeletons and children, he headed to the zombie world. On the other side, was the hotel corridor. Having transported 50 skeletons earlier, he had opened the boundary door in the middle of the corridor. He commanded the skeletons to walk out of the hotel, shaking off their armor to ensure no spiders followed. The two still sleeping maids were placed on the beds in the hotel guest rooms. Wu Heng went to the restroom, washed his face, and tried to feel more awake. After freshening up, the two women were still deep in sleep. There were no problems with their physical conditions. Wu Heng sat down at the desk and began to go through the wanted posters on his tablet. What had happened tonight was too sudden. Daring to assassinate a vice executive of the association. This must be a deep grudge. An old enemy? Or the accomplices of the fugitives I killed on Gold and Silver Island? Thinking back carefully, it seemed there were indeed quite a few enemies since leaving Blackstone Town. I can't think like this. If I do, the range is too broad. Wu Heng slapped his own face, rethinking the possibilities of who the enemy might be. The transportation and communication in this world were relatively primitive. The likelihood of adversaries from Blackstone Town or London City tracking him down was slim to none. The greatest likelihood was either the pirates he had killed or members of the Secret Cultivation Hall. But the Secret Cultivation Hall was currently under the Blood Clan's watch, so they likely wouldn't seek revenge right now. So, was it the accomplices of the pirates? Dawn was breaking. Wu Heng reopened the boundary door to take a look. On the other side, there was no trace of the spiders left, not even the bodies of those that had died. If not for the signs of battle all around, Wu Heng might have thought it was all just a dream. Assassinating an association vice executive was no minor matter. The attackers, upon discovering their target missing, would certainly not dare stay any longer. He let the ghosts check once more, ensuring there was no danger, before he carried the two still sleeping women back. He waited in the living room for a bit, as it grew brighter outside and the sounds of people talking on the streets came through. Minnie yawned and exclaimed, "I slept really well last night." Next to her, Andre Willow was also woken by the noise and said, "Minnie, why did you run to my room again?" "I didn't." The two became a little more alert and realized they were lying in the living room. Moreover, the environment around them felt somewhat off. Wu Heng approached and said, "Get ready, we are all going to the association together." In the daytime, it was unlikely for the attackers to make a move. But it was better to be safe. Realizing there might be a special situation, the two women quickly got ready. They followed Wu Heng to the association steward's office. Wu Heng knocked on the door lightly, and after receiving a response, he pushed the door open and walked in. The elegantly tall elf steward seemed to have just arrived, as he was placing stacks of files on the shelves behind him. "It's rare to see you this early," Emilio commented as he glanced at him. Wu Heng was in no mood for idle chatter, and got straight to the point. "Steward, I was the target of an assassination last night." The elegant steward and the cleaning elf assistant both paused in their actions. "What happened?" asked Emilio, sitting back at his desk with a stern look. "Last night, I was first subject to a psychic attack, followed by a large swarm of spiders. Wu Hang briefly recounted what happened the previous night. He omitted the detail about the boundary door, and kept the means of his response vague. If pressed for details, he would say he used a certain item to limit the spider's assault. "Did you sustain any losses?" inquired Emilo. "Some material losses, but people are all right," Wu Hang responded. Emilo nodded, then frowned and thought for a moment before asking, "Can you identify who attacked you?" "I can't be sure, it's very likely someone seeking revenge." "A spider swarm, psychic attacks," Emilo repeated. It seemed he couldn't locate any relevant information in his mind. After pondering for a moment, he lifted his head and asked, "Do you still have any of those spiders?" "I do." Emilo nodded, then turned to his assistant and instructed, "Moya, take Wu Hang to the Old Barrel Tavern and get the information." "Yes, steward." The elf assistant replied, then continued looking at Wu Hang, "Go change into something more ordinary, I'll take you there." "All right." Chapter 287, I like the tender white ones on the carriage. Wu Hang had changed into a blue-gray suit, wearing his armor underneath, bulging. Opposite him sat the steward assistant Moya, dressed in plain clothes with an added hat to conceal her elf ears. Even hidden, that distinctive aura of the elf race was still very apparent. The carriage creaked and rattled forward. Neither of them spoke. Not until they entered Lighthouse Street and stopped in front of the Old Barrel Tavern. The elf assistant spoke indifferently, "I'll take you in. If the other party doesn't ask, do not mention anything about yourself and the association." "Okay." Wu Hang nodded. The carriage door opened, and the two alighted. Skullcrusher and Blood Axe followed behind Wu Hang, and Moya had brought an association staff member with her as well. They pushed the door and entered the tavern. Inside, it was bustling. Sailors and maids were laughing and frolicking. This tavern operated around the clock. When fleet stocked, the stifled sailors would rush into the tavern to drink and seek female companionship. Moya didn't stop walking. She walked straight through the hall and down a wooden staircase on the side. They then passed through the wine cellar and into another semi-underground room. Two burly men blocked their way. Reaching out, they began to pat them down. "Let the two of them in," came a woman's voice from inside the room. The guards didn't continue their search. They simply said, "Only two of you may enter." The elf assistant nodded and turned to give instructions to the followers, and Wu Hang also told Skullcrusher and Blood Axe to wait outside. After giving their orders, the two entered the room. Inside the room, decorations were sparse. A woman with a somewhat unique appearance sat behind a desk. Brown skin, heavily made up, sporting a nose ring, and wearing a thick, gold necklace around her neck. She was draped in a loose, gray shawl. Her two hands were busy pruning a potted plant. She looked up and glanced at the two of them. "Assistant Moya, coming to my side, please take a seat." Her speech was followed by another hand extending from beneath the shawl making a welcoming gesture. Then she took two more hands out and poured tea for them. Moya sat down on the cushion in front of the desk, and while Wu Hang was somewhat surprised by the number of arms the woman had, he sat down as well. Moya spoke up, "We've encountered some issues and came to see if Mrs. McIntosh has any news." Two teacups were delivered in front of them. The exaggeratedly featured woman looked at Wu Hang. "Young man, have you encountered trouble?" Wu Hang glanced at Moya and seeing her nod, he said directly, "I was the target of an assassination attempt yesterday. The enemy can control a swarm of spiders, and I want to know who they are." "A swarm of spiders? Are there such spiders?" "Yes." Wu Hang took out a transparent glass jar from his pocket, inside of which was a spider close to death. "Release it," the woman said. Wu Hang opened the jar and poured the half-dead spider onto the table. The woman took a cloth strip and crushed the spider to death. Then she held her hands above the spider's corpse and closed her eyes. At the same time, she raised 4 arms, 2 held straight out and 2 over her head. 6 arms. Such a strange species. The room fell quiet for a moment. The woman opened her eyes and looked at Wu Hang, saying, "I saw a half-Spider-Man controlling the swarm." "Half-Spider-Man?" Wu Hang's brow furrowed. He sure had many enemies, but none included these bizarre species. He hadn't even heard of them before coming to Gold and Silver Island, much less clashed with them. "Why would he want me dead?" Wu Hang asked. No one answered. The door next to him opened, and a man walked in and whispered a couple of sentences into the woman's ear. The woman nodded and turned her gaze back to Wu Hang, stating, 5 days ago, a half-Spider-Man landed at the port, and he is scheduled to board a ship and leave Gold and Silver Island at dock number 7 this afternoon." Wu Hang was slightly surprised. The woman in front of him had such swift and accurate intelligence. Given the large transient population on Gold and Silver Island, accurately getting information on the movements of a half-Spider-Man was no simple feat. "What does he look like?" Wu Hang continued to ask. "Male, around 30 years old, Slightly dark skin, hair done in small braids, and he wore loose clothing with yellow striped patterns. "I'm done asking," Wu Heng said. Moya nodded and asked the woman sitting across the table, "How much?" The woman, cradling a teacup in both hands, lifted one arm and erected 3 fingers, 300 silver. The price was indeed not low. Catching a fugitive might not even fetch such a high price. Moya nodded and turned to Wu Heng, "Pay up." Wu Heng took out a silver pouch from the space ring, placed it on the woman's table, and said, "Thank you." The transaction was complete. Wu Heng and his companion turned and left. The woman glanced at the money pouch and spoke again, "If you need anything, feel free to come to me. We like working with young folks like you." Wu Heng also showed a smile, "Okay." After leaving the tavern and boarding the carriage, Wu Heng immediately said, "Head to the port." Moya looked at him and asked, "Don't you need to report back to the steward first?" The requirements for a vice executive's appointment weren't too high. Given Wu Heng's age and growth, she guessed he was probably at the 8th or 9th level. Becoming a vice executive, luck and profession played a certain advantage. Having already been the target of an assassination attempt, rashly going there was not only startling the snake in the grass but could also mean delivering oneself to the killer's door. There's not enough time to go back and forth. Once the target leaves Gold and Silver Island, it will be hard to catch him, said Wu Heng. Moya thought for a moment, opened the curtain and said, "One person goes back to report the situation here to the steward and ask for a squad to come over." An attendant following the carriage responded and then turned to leave. After dropping the curtain, the carriage continued on. Wu Heng directly asked, "How did that woman just now have 6 arms?" Moya replied, "Her name is Macintosh, from the Brimilla tribe, characterized by their 6 arms." "What's her occupation?" "It seems like she has control over the island's intelligence network," Wu Heng continued to inquire. "Her profession is prophet. She controls a large portion of the labor at the harbor, and everything related to port transportation has to pass through their hands. Another business line of theirs is the intelligence network." Wu Heng nodded his understanding. That is to say, there were plenty of longshoremen in the port, making it easier to gather intelligence with such numbers. In London City, Wen Manshaw used to collect intelligence through thieves and crooks. Moya glanced at him. "If you want information in the future, you can buy it from her, though it's a bit pricey." "With such a price, is she deliberately ripping us off?" "The price has always been high." Moya paused slightly, speaking in a teasing tone. "It seems she treated you quite well." "You should be careful, she has outlived several husbands and has had many lovers. Be aware of your status when dealing with her." Wu Heng was taken aback, then he understood her implication. "I like them fair and tender, not her type." About 20 minutes later, the carriage passed through Lighthouse Street and entered the port district. The carriage pulled over to the side. Wu Heng lifted the curtain to look outside. The harbor was as busy as ever, with many workers moving materials on the ships and others standing on crates calling out for people to set sail with them. Then he turned his gaze toward Pier 7. There, a cargo ship with a blue hull was docked, with a multitude of workers loading things onto the ship. Wu Heng's gaze swept over the nearby crowd, the laborers, and the sailors on deck. He did not see the half-Spider-Man mentioned by the 6-armed woman. The half-Spider-Man can change between spider and human forms and is adept at concealment, so he probably won't be standing out in the open, Moya said flatly. "Do you mean the target is in the cabin?" "If I were fleeing, I definitely wouldn't be standing outside." Moved by a thought, Glenda flew out of Wu Heng's body and moved toward the distant cargo ship. Moya continued calmly, "Since we've caught up with the ship, it's good. We just wait here for the squad to arrive and then we can surround and capture him. Going in rashly will only increase our risk." Wu Heng didn't speak. After sitting in the carriage and waiting for a while, Glenda returned. She dived straight back into his body. The next second, the image Glenda saw was shared in Wu Heng's mind. In the dim cabin, a man was sitting in a corner. His skin was slightly dark, and he was wearing a thick cloak, but from the sides of the hood, one could see his hair tied into small braids. It was him. The boy was hiding inside the cabin. "Let's go, board the ship." Wu Heng opened the door and stepped out. 2 skeleton attendants followed behind him, and Moya, looking back, had no choice but to follow onto the ship. Reaching Pier 7, they boarded the ship via the plank. A few sailors frowned and barked, "What are you doing?" Wu Heng pulled out an emblem, "Council business, arresting someone." "Step aside." The sailors' expressions stiffened and they instinctively stepped aside. Wu Heng went straight below the deck toward the lower cabins. Chapter 288, How Did You Know? Cabin. The same people leaving on the ship, all crammed into the airtight cabin, the air thick with the stench of sweat and peculiar odors. In a corner, a half-Spider-Man wearing a loose cloak was incessantly rubbing his hands. His eyes fixed on the cabin door. Whenever someone entered or exited, He would scan them twice to confirm whether they were from the association or not. He had made all the necessary preparations the previous night but still failed to kill the target. He didn't seek out his employer either. Instead, he contacted the first ship leaving the island, intending to escape directly. They couldn't possibly trace it back to me. As long as the ship leaves here, I'll be safe. Just wait, don't panic, he reassured himself. The half-Spider-Man unscrewed his water flask and took a sip. Calm himself down, so as not to be overly anxious. Suddenly, several spiders crawled out through the gaps in the wooden planks above. They hissed softly. The man drinking water suddenly changed expression. Had a vice executive arrived? He had actually found this place. Impossible, how could he know it was me? How could he know I am on this ship? The half-Spider-Man's pupils dilated, horror and bewilderment rising in his heart. How could they have tracked him down so quickly? Tucking his hair back under his hood and using a scarf to cover his mouth and nose, he made for the door. He needed to leave this place quickly. But as he approached the cabin door, the door banged open with a loud noise. Several figures blocked the way out. The half-Spider-Man's heart clenched, and he quickly stepped back, retreating into the crowd. Wu Hang swept his gaze across the room. He saw the half-Spider-Man hiding behind the crowd. The half-Spider-Man stepped backward, without uttering a word. With a single gesture, a dense swarm of spiders surged out from the gaps in the planks, filling the cabin. As the spiders appeared, the other people in the cabin immediately began to panic. Ah! So many spiders. Spiders, damn it, why are there so many? They're poisonous, be careful to avoid them. Don't block the way, move forward, let's get out of here, do it quickly. The crowd began to congregate towards the doorway. The scene turned noisy and chaotic. The half-Spider-Man still stood at the back, a pair of icy, vigilant eyes peering from under his hood, waiting to see what he would do. The cabin was now in chaos. If the other party made way, he would rush out with them. If they didn't make way, even better, the crowd would riot. His chance of escaping would be even greater. Would the association dare to kill all the people here? Wu Hang glanced at the half-Spider-Man in the distance, reading his intent from his eyes. Reaching out, he grasped the spine staff in his hand and shouted to the oncoming people, "Everyone, look at me." The congested crowd looked up towards him. Wu Hang pointed downwards and commanded, "Deep sleep." Whoosh! The disordered crowd instantly collapsed in droves. And at the moment when space cleared as people fell, Wu Hang instantly pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger towards the front. Bang bang bang. The gunshots exploded. The half-Spider-Man dived to the side, evading the bullet fire. Snorting coldly, he made a hiss sound from his mouth. The swarm of spiders overhead began converging from above, forming a black cloud that rushed towards Wu Hang's location. Wu Hang beckoned, and a swath of bedclothes flew up, enveloping the swarm of oncoming spiders, throwing them to the ground, where they writhed incessantly. Skull Crusher, wielding his warhammer, charged forward, smashing directly towards the spot where the half-Spider-Man was dodging. The half-Spider-Man fled again, and behind him came a loud crash as the wooden bed was shattered by the warhammer. Wu Hang's gaze continuously tracked his target, his bullets firing non-stop. Behind, Moya directed those who weren't put to sleep to exit the cabin from one side, while simultaneously instructing her attendants to drag the sleeping people outside. She hadn't expected Wu Hang to act so decisively. Once the crowd had fallen, he immediately began attacking. The battle continued. The half-Spider-Man, dodging again, tried to circle around the figure wielding the warhammer to attack the one behind. But just as he moved, a bedsheet swooped down overhead, obstructing his vision. At the same time, bang bang bang, the piercing sound of gunshots rang out once more. Bullets penetrated the bedsheet, striking the half-Spider-Man's body. The half-Spider-Man's body staggered backward with the impact of the shots, falling seated to the ground. He reached out to touch his wound. His fingertips were smeared with a lot of blood. Seeing the figure with the warhammer charging again, his body shuddered, then suddenly expanded, transforming into a gray furred spider the size of a calf. The spider kicked forcefully with its legs, springing up and clinging inverted to the ceiling. His gaze fell upon the vice executive. Whoosh! The bloated belly undulated ceaselessly, and the next second, a stream of green acidic liquid spewed forth. Wu Hang made another move, and 2 bed planks flew up. They blocked the acid, which corroded through them completely. The giant spider scurried forward along the ceiling at a rapid pace, like a mad bull. Wu Hang flipped his palm and switched to a heavy machine gun, cradling it in his arms. He pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. Bullets blasted holes into the spider's body, causing its entire frame to fall from the ceiling and slam onto the ground. Skull Crusher hurried forward, his warhammer descending. There was a thunderous crash. The spider's chest cavity collapsed, and various fluids splashed everywhere. The body then slumped down limply. Can you communicate with the dead in spider form? Wu Heng inquired. The somewhat dazed assistant steward immediately recovered and said, yes, half-spider men are intelligent beings, not insects. Moya was still somewhat shocked by Wu Heng's performance. A vice executive transferred from an inland town had shown such formidable combat prowess. Throughout the battle, the half-spider man had been completely suppressed. Skeleton attendants, magic, and that strange contraption. The half-spider man had no chance to fight back at all. A necromancer, a new combat school? This was the first time she'd heard of it. Does it speak human language? I mean, will I understand what is said? Wu Heng pressed on with another question. You can understand it. Moya glanced at the body. Are you going to winch? I don't recognize this half-spider man. There must be someone else behind the scenes, Wu Heng said without going into detail. He immediately cast communicate with the dead, and the upturned spider abruptly sprang up. Its murky spider eyes looked this way. Wu Heng asked directly, why did you try to kill me? The spider spoke, its tone a bit odd, I'm in desperate need of money. Someone paid me to kill you. As expected, someone had paid to have him killed. Wu Heng continued, who hired you to kill me? The spider answered, all I know is that his name is Bravoa. Wu Heng frowned in recollection but couldn't find any memory of this person. However, he wasn't sure if he knew him or not. For him, the names of people in this world were hard to remember. He might not recognize someone by name, but he could potentially recognize them by sight. Where can I find him? At port number 3, in the cargo hold of a freighter. Describe what he looks like. The spider paused for a moment before answering, human, around 30 years old, with golden hair, one of his feet is lame, probably a prosthetic. One last question. Wu Heng thought for a moment before asking again, was there anyone else involved in last night's operation? No more. After answering, the body slumped back to the ground. Wu Heng left with the skeleton attendant, heading straight outside. The elf assistant spoke again, aren't you going to wait for the other squads to arrive? Ms. Moya, please wait here for a while. I'm afraid if I'm late, someone might tip off the other side. There could be danger there, the elf assistant cautioned once more. Likely not, if he had the ability to kill me, he wouldn't bother going through the trouble of hiring this half-spider man. The elf assistant wanted to offer further advice, but Wu Heng had already walked out. After waiting for a while, a flurry of footsteps resounded. Members from 4 squads rushed down. Ms. Moya. Is the fight over? Moya nodded, the fight is over. Leave someone to watch the bodies and help those caught in deep sleep. The rest, follow me to port number 3. Yes. At port number 3, in the cargo hold of the freighter. Wu Heng descended and, seeing the figure standing in the dark corner, raised an eyebrow. He hadn't been able to identify who it was when the half-spider man described him. Now that he saw him, he recognized him. From the incident involving the kidnapping of a young girl. Marek was hosting a party on board the ship, a man with slightly curly hair, clean-cut appearance. The reason he paid more attention to him was that Wu Heng, through Glinda's perspective, had seen some subtle interactions between this man and Marek's wife. Bravoa saw Wu Heng coming down with his group. He suddenly stood up from his seat, his face a mix of fear and disbelief. He drew the long sword at his waist, then placed it back down, and said, did that half-spider man betray me? I knew it wouldn't dare to kill you. You already escaped, why come back to trouble me? Wu Heng asked while looking at him. You killed my woman, my lover. I must avenge her, Bravoa shouted angrily. Wasn't she Marek's woman? How did she become your lover? The man's expression froze. How could you know that? Chapter 289, someone wrote me a letter inside the cabin. There was a brief silence for 2 seconds. Wu Heng did not want to continue idle chatter with him. He said directly, is there anything else you want to say? The man hesitated, then asked, can you let me go this once? I can pay you to spare my life and I promise to never trouble you again. Wu Heng shook his head, you should have cherished the last opportunity. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the man suddenly lunged forward with his sword. Bang. A dull thud sounded. The charging man was kicked in the abdomen by Skullcrusher and sent flying back like a cannonball. He knocked over a stack of barrels and other miscellaneous items behind him. Immediately after, Blood Axe quickly stepped forward, raised his battle axe high, and brought it down upon the man's head. Clang. The battle axe broke through the iron sword that was blocking and sliced open the man's chest. The man vomited blood profusely, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. His body slowly weakened and fell, lifelessly. Wu Heng was not surprised that such a person had escaped. During the operation to rescue Shanela, whether it was the initial small boat attack or the later Cocktail Island battle, it was possible that some pirates escaped. That a few or even a small portion had fled was plausible. He just didn't expect that one would come back to hire an assassin to kill him. He took out a tablet and reviewed the pirates' wanted notices again. He did not find a wanted notice for this man. This puzzled Wu Heng. Not an important member of the pirate group, was he serious about coming back for revenge? Are pirates really this loyal? He glanced at the body again and released communicate with the dead. The bleeding stopped, and the corpse turned its head to look this way. Wu Heng asked, was there anyone else involved in last night's assassination attempt? The corpse answered, no. Are there any other surviving members of the Bloody Hand pirate group? Not sure. It seems that this attempt against him involved only these two. Thus, this crisis was also resolved. Wu Heng sat on a wooden chest on the side and casually asked, what were you thinking, coming back for revenge against me? The corpse was silent for 2 or 3 seconds before speaking. I suddenly received a letter, instructing me to avenge the Bloody Hand captain. Wu Heng's eyes suddenly sharpened, and a chill swept down his spine. Someone had lured him, risking danger to came to Gold and Silver Island to seek revenge against him. There was someone else. Who gave you the letter? Wu Heng continued to ask. I don't know. The final question. Wu Heng thought silently for a while. He asked, how did you receive the letter? The corpse answered, I woke up the next day and found it under my pillow. After 5 questions, the corpse lay back on the floor, and the blood in its chest cavity began to flow again. Wu Heng looked at the corpse, motionless for a long time. Having investigated up to now, a new figure who wrote letters had emerged. And why didn't he go after the others, or seek revenge against Zai Ligui instead? Why did he specifically come after him? Yes, he had killed the Bloody Hand captain, while others at most played a part. So, was the person who wrote the letter really looking to avenge the Bloody Hand pirate group or specifically targeting him? Such bizarre items are frequently used by the secret cultivation hall. Is this related to them? Search his body to see if he has anything on him, Wu Heng said. Blood Axe set his battle axe aside and began searching the corpse after pulling open its clothing. He found a purse on the body. After searching around the cabin, they found a backpack. Upon opening it, in addition to some personal belongings, there was a blank envelope. Wu Heng took it in hand, his brows furrowing. He opened the envelope and unfolded the letter inside, only to find it was blank, without a single word. Damned spooks. Wu Heng flipped his hand and took another envelope out of the space ring. Comparing the two, they were exactly the same. The letter in his possession was a voucher he had obtained after killing the Bloody Hand pirate group, a spoil of war from the consortium. That the two were identical was unexpected. What on earth was going on? Tap tap tap. At this moment, a series of rapid footsteps came from the stairwell. Wu Heng stashed the spoils and saw Moya coming down with the association team. Moya and the others were relieved to see that Wu Heng was unharmed. If a vice executive of the association had died here, it would have been a joke to tell. After looking at Wu Heng, they turned their attention to the corpse beside him. Is he the mastermind behind this? Moya asked. Wu Heng nodded. From the Bloody Hand pirate group, came to avenge his captain. It was not new for association members to be targeted for retaliation. This sort of thing happened often. The association's long-distance transfers of members were also partly to avoid retaliation against personnel. Leave this place to them, I'll take you back first, and we'll also report the situation to the steward, Moya continued. Okay. Having delegated the area to the remaining squad, Wu Heng and the elf assistant disembarked from the cargo ship. They took a carriage back. The carriage creaked and jolted along. Wu Heng looked at the elf assistant sitting opposite him. Is there any way to send letters over a long distance? Missing home? Didn't you bring your family with you? Moya asked with a smile. Is there an item that can suddenly deliver something directly into someone's hands? Wu Heng asked. After thinking for a moment, Moya said, currently there's no such magic item, otherwise, it would have become widespread within the association. To achieve what you're describing, probably only a special item could do that. That makes sense. It seemed that the elf assistant was also unaware of this letter matter. Moya continued, if you feel pressured, you can take a few days off. Thank you. The carriage kept moving on. The two continued to discuss other topics. Old Barrel Tavern. In a half-basement room. Macintosh of the Burmala clan sat behind a wooden table, pruning the branches of a potted plant. Tap tap tap. Urgent footsteps sounded. A man clad in a leather vest, his arms crossed, hurried into the room. Upon entering, he gave a slight bow. Leader. What's happened? You're all flustered. The woman continued to focus on the potted plant, her tone even. Those two from the association have left the port. So soon? Did they find that half-Spider-Man? The woman inquired. They did. The half-Spider-Man's corpse was carried out, smashed into a pulp in its spider form, the man reported. Oh? How many people did the association use? The association squad arrived later. The man paused, then went on. I asked people who were in the cabin at the time. It was the black-haired man and his 2 attendants who killed the half-spider man. I also heard he's the vice executive of the association. The woman's pruning paused, and she turned with a look of confusion in her eyes. That human, he's the new vice executive from the association? Seems so. The woman fell silent for a while. Then she spoke. I got it. Tell them to restore order at the port and don't recklessly disclose anything about the association. Yes, leader. The man hesitated before adding, should we arrange for someone to gather intelligence on this new vice executive? The woman shook her head, no need for now. Don't provoke the association, Emilio isn't as docile as he appears. All right. The man bowed again and left the room directly. Back at the association, Moya returned to the steward's office to report what had happened. Wu Heng went back to his own office. He pushed open the door. Andre Willow was sitting at the desk organizing documents while Minnie lay on the couch, absorbed in a comic book. Her little legs swinging back and forth. Last night's events hadn't affected the 2 women at all. After all, they had both been unconscious and were unaware of what had happened. Minnie even complained that she had had the best sleep ever last night. Seeing Wu Heng come in, both women smiled. Master, you're back. Wu Heng sat down in front of the sofa, his hand resting on the protruding hips. Minnie shook her hips without a care. Andre Willow asked, Master, did you catch those people? Caught them, Wu Heng stated. There was still no clue about the case of the blank letter. But clearly, the other party was reluctant to show themselves. The half-spider assassin and the pirate who attempted to kill him were both dead, which meant temporary safety, at least. That's good, continued Andre Willow, the renovation team has already gone over. By tonight, we should be able to return home. In the morning, before leaving the association, Wu Heng had Andre Willow contact the renovation team to repair the damaged parts of the house and clean all the rooms again. After all, they still needed to live in the house, and they couldn't just move somewhere else because of last night's incident. Okay. Wu Heng nodded. Minnie sat up, curling her legs on the couch, and asked, Master, who were the people who tried to assassinate us last night? Pirates, they came back for revenge for their captain, he replied. Ah. How did a pirate get onto the island? Minnie pressed on. Pirates, as long as they aren't on a wanted list, have an identity similar to that of sailors, and it's hard to recognize them, Wu Heng explained while picking up a cup of water and taking a sip. Moreover, it wasn't him who took action, he hired an assassin. Oh, it's a pity we didn't know, or else we could have helped you. Damn villains, daring to come assassinate us, Minnie said fiercely and then clung to Wu Heng's arm coquettishly, but Master is so powerful, you weren't hurt at all. Of course, you know what my constitution is like, he boasted. Hee hee. True that. Thud thud thud. The door was knocked on. Come in. The door opened, and a staff member entered carrying a brown leather bag. Vice Executive, these are the spoils of war brought back by the squad. Assistant Moya asked me to deliver them to you. Chapter 290, Cultivation Jar. It looks like a half-Spider-Man's belongings. At that time, when Wu Heng went to capture the pirate, he didn't thoroughly loot the place. After the killing was done, the site was taken over by the squad. Now they had sent the things over to him. Thank you, just by the door is fine. The staff member placed the package aside, saluted again, and then directly withdrew. Wu Heng also stood up and walked over, opened the package, and took out everything inside. There were 2 money bags, one large and one small. In the large money bag, there were over 800 silver coins brimming to the top. As for the small bag, it contained exactly 20 gold coins. It seemed that this was the reward for killing him, and to tell the truth, it was not a small sum. Even with a bounty on his head, Wu Heng wasn't worth that much money. He promptly stored the money bags away, followed by the half-Spider-Man's clothing and personal items, as well as 2 magic items. Wu Heng set his sights on the magic items. The first one was a ceramic jar painted with various patterns and symbols. The mouth of the jar was open, with the cork tied by a string hanging on one side. Inside, it was full of cobwebs and empty of anything else. Cultivation jar. Description: a magic container used internally for breeding poisonous spiders. It can promote the spider's reproduction. A jar for breeding spiders. The spiders inside must have been released during the fight. So now it was empty. Fortunately, it was empty, otherwise, Wu Heng might not have been able to control those kinds of spiders. Wu Heng considered the uses of the cultivation jar. Although it was a magic item, it seemed to have no useful application. For a necromancer like himself, raising a bunch of uncontrollable spiders was pointless. What's this? It's all full of cobwebs. Minnie picked up a piece of sackcloth, intending to clean out the inside. Just close the lid, this is a magic item, Wu Heng said. Ah, Oh. Minnie tossed the cloth aside and put the cork, which was hanging by the jar, back on. What's the use of this jar? It can be used to cultivate bugs, replied Wu Heng. That's disgusting. Minnie retracted her hand. We don't need it, just set it aside for now, came Wu Heng's response. Okay, sure. Minnie said as she picked up the jar and placed it in a corner of the study. It temporarily served as a piece of handicraft. The second item was an incense burner. Deep sleep incense burner. Description: while burning incense, living beings that inhale it for a certain time will fall into states of vertigo, unconsciousness, and more, with constitution affecting the severity of the effects. Another magic item, an incense burner. Wu Heng already had an incense burner called hallucination incense burner, which caused living beings to suffer from exhaustion, dizziness, and hallucinations. While the deep sleep incense burner in front of him had effects of vertigo and unconsciousness. Both operated through gases that affect anyone who inhales them. Minnie and Andre Willow falling into a deep sleep must have been an effect of the incense burner. Wu Heng himself was unaffected, likely due to his high constitution. Such an item as the incense burner belonged to the category of preset items. That is, they would be placed in a certain location in advance, causing the target to inhale a certain amount of gas to achieve the effect. Although called magic, it was more akin to being poisoned. For surprise battles and direct confrontations, such an item was actually not very helpful. Hence, he hardly used the previous one. After inspecting the two items, Wu Heng stored them all in the space ring. He returned to the sofa and chatted leisurely with the two women. In the afternoon, the trio finished lunch in the office study. Wu Heng then left the association, hailed a carriage, and headed back to Lighthouse Street. Elf Race's Ocean Crossing store. The mature elf proprietress, holding a cloth, was wiping down the shelves inside the store. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned around and saw Wu Heng coming in. She immediately smiled. Good afternoon, Deputy Steward. The last time he visited the store, Zai Ligui was present and had introduced him to the proprietress. Yes, good afternoon. Wu Heng entered the store and asked, the wooden bows I ordered should have arrived by now. He had previously heard that the bows made by the elf race were of very good quality. So he had ordered 2,000 from them. Enough time had passed, and the goods should have arrived by now. The proprietress walked back to the counter, flipped through the ledger, and said, they have arrived. Right this way, please, I'll take you to see them. Wu Heng followed her out of the store to a warehouse located on a back street. The door opened, and the smell of wood and grease hit them. All of these are your items, a total of 2,000. Wu Heng picked up a bow and examined it, pulling on the bowstring to test it out. He wasn't very familiar with the performance of crossbows, but he had acquired some knowledge beforehand from Andre Willow. He glanced over it simply and said, all right, I think it's acceptable, have someone deliver it directly to my place, and I'll settle the final payment. Sure, the woman said, smiling as she contacted the workers to start transporting the goods. Wu Heng and the woman returned to the shop. After he paid the final amount, Wu Heng said, give me the order form, I want to order another 2,000. The woman smiled even more brightly, certainly, Deputy Steward. Having filled out the order form again, Wu Heng followed the transport crew back to his residence. The renovation workers had already finished cleaning up and were preparing to leave. Sir, everything is taken care of here, said the foreman. Wu Heng nodded, go get your payment from Andre Willow tomorrow. Yes, sir, the foreman led his men away. Wu Heng opened the big door, and the workers transporting the weapons moved all the weapons into the courtyard. 2,000 wooden bows had been moved and filled up half the courtyard. Wu Heng closed the big door, directly opened the boundary door, and summoned a large number of skeletons to start transporting the bows. Once everything was moved, Wu Heng also went to the zombie world. He appeared in the guest room of the hotel. He opened the window for a look outside. The car fleet from the auto repair shop had not yet arrived. Below, there was still a large troop of skeletons. Wu Heng walked out of the hotel and began selecting skeletons from the ranks. Gradually, he chose 2,000 skeletons and led them to the front of the troop. Pick up the wooden bows and arrow bags. Clatter. A large number of skeletons began to move, bending down to pick up the wooden bows and arrow bags before rejoining the formation. Now, the number of ranged combatants had reached a not insignificant number. However, the supply of arrows was somewhat insufficient. He would need to have Liang come up with a solution. After arranging matters with the skeletons, Wu Heng reopened the boundary door and returned to Gold and Silver Island. At dusk, Minnie and Andre Willow also returned from outside. The two women chatted happily and cheerfully, both looking very pleased. After dinner and a bath, Minnie hugged his arm and said, Master, there were bad guys last night. Let's stay together tonight. Wu Heng looked up at Andre Willow, whose beast ears twitched slightly, but she continued looking down at the documents in her hands as if she hadn't heard. "Wire, do you want to sleep by yourself, or stay with us?" Wu Hang asked. Andre Willow lifted her head slightly. "I'll stay with Master too." Chapter 291, The Neighbors Next Door. The next day, Wu Hang woke up from his dreams. To his left, Minnie was still fast asleep. He pulled back the thin blanket covering him, and Andre Willow, curled up in the blanket, now lifted her head and looked up. She uttered a small sound and blinked her eyes. Wu Hang reached out to touch her smooth cheek and pulled the blanket back over her. He continued to enjoy the morning wake-up service provided by the girl. After Andre Willow had finished, Minnie also woke up from her deep sleep, got up groggily, and yawned. Then she frowned and stared at the fox woman beside her with confusion. "Are you catching a cold? Why is your face so red?" "Not at all." Andre Willow touched her own face. "Oh, then maybe you caught a chill last night," Minnie said as she dressed herself and then helped Wu Hang get dressed. After washing up, they went downstairs together. After breakfast, Andre Willow headed to the association, while Wu Hang found a secluded place, put on the conductor's hat, and the phantom train appeared. After writing Nathalie City on the travel ledger, he directly entered the train car. Last time, in Nathalie City, he had ordered a batch of strong crossbows and leather armor. It was also the time the other party had promised. Wu Hang first went to the port to rent a temporary warehouse. The shortest rental period was 3 days. He didn't need it for 3 days, it was just a temporary place for opening the boundary door. After renting the warehouse, he went directly to the weapon shop on Commercial Street. Upon entering the shop, an attendant immediately came to greet him. "Customer, would you like to take a look at something? Long swords, shields, we also have strong crossbows for overseas sales." Wu Hang took out the order list and handed it over. "I bought some goods here last time, can you see if they're ready?" The attendant took it, glanced at the order, and said, "Customer, please wait a moment." Wu Hang sat down on the side while 2 skeleton attendants stood by. Soon, the weapon shop owner Wu Hang met last time hurried over, scrutinized him carefully, then pocketed the order and said, "Customer, the weapons you ordered are ready. I will take you to inspect the goods." "All right." Wu Hang followed him into the warehouse at the back. As the door opened, a scent of oil greeted them. "All the weapons here are yours, a total of 500 strong crossbows that have been inspected," the owner pointed to the left. Wu Hang nodded and casually picked up 2 to check. The quality was not bad, no different from the ones displayed in the shop. Wu Hang said directly, "Deliver the items to warehouse number 32 at the port. Write me another order, same quantity 500 strong crossbows." "Customer, I was just about to discuss this matter with you, the previous orders are fine, but if you continue to order weapons, there will be some changes in the price," said the owner. Wu Hang narrowed his eyes and examined the owner carefully. Just now, when the owner was sizing him up, he thought it was to verify his identity, but it turns out he was hesitating whether to raise the price. The previous order, that was with a deposit made and the price negotiated. Even if the owner brought it up, Wu Hang wasn't about to pay him any more money. How much did it go up by? The strong crossbow is now 35 silver coins each. The original order price was 28 silver coins, quite a significant increase. Then we'll talk about it later. For now, just send these to the warehouse, and once they're delivered, I'll pay you the final payment, Wu Hang said directly. Understood. Wu Hang left the shop while the owner summoned his workers to begin moving the weapons from the warehouse. They made the delivery to the designated warehouse. After leaving the weapon shop, he continued on to the armor shop across the street. Entering the shop, he saw the plump and shapely proprietress wiping down the counter. There were unusually few customers inside the armor shop. "Customer, have you come to pick up your goods?" The proprietress stepped out from behind the counter and greeted him with a smile. "Yes, are my goods ready?" "They're ready. I have been waiting for you to come have a look." The proprietress led him to the warehouse, swung open the big door, and inside were all the prepared goods. Wu Hang inspected 2 pieces just the same, and he found no issues. "I'm very satisfied with the quality." "I'm glad you're satisfied," the proprietress said with a smile. "Have the prices of leather armor increased here?" Wu Hang asked. "They have, by about 20% for every type," the proprietress said directly. Wu Hang looked around and continued to ask, "Can you tell me the reason?" After a moment's hesitation, the proprietress still lowered her voice and said, "The Yoko Kingdom is buying up a large amount of weapons and armor, causing the prices in the entire market to rise." "The Yoko Kingdom is buying? The army? Is there going to be a war?" "You can't just say things like that, it could bring trouble," the proprietress said, looking around. From Gold and Silver Island, there were already some intelligence reports. It seemed that the old king of the Yoko Kingdom wouldn't live much longer, and the princes might wage a battle for the throne. Now, the situation seemed even more severe. It was starting to affect markets everywhere. When will the market recover? Wu Hang continued to ask. I'm just a woman, how would I know such things? The proprietress hesitated, then continued, if you still want to place orders, you can leave me an address, and I'll write to inform you when the time comes. Wu Hang felt that this proprietress was quite chatty. He said directly, all right, just send a letter to the association when the time comes. The address is Gold and Silver Island Association, Andre Willow. The proprietress's eyes widened. You're with the association? When you write, also update me on the latest situation, he said. Okay, but you must keep it secret as well, otherwise, I could lose my head, she said. After a brief chat, Wu Hang paid the final installment for the leather armor. The proprietress summoned her workers to move the leather armor to the rented warehouse. Wu Hang followed the workers there as well. The staff from the weapon store were already waiting at the door. After paying the final installment to the weapon store staff, he ordered Skullcrusher and Blood Axe to close all the doors. This warehouse had two separate areas inside. On the outside, there was a room for the guards to stay, equipped with wooden tables and chairs. The second layer inside was the actual warehouse. Wu Hang opened the inner doors and directed the skeletons to move all the goods inside to Zombie World. They were stacked in the corridors on both sides of the hotel. Once all the goods were transported, he came out of the warehouse once again. After leaving the city, he found a deserted place, took out the Phantom train, and returned to Gold and Silver Island. He came back to his residence. It was getting late. The Phantom train could significantly shorten the journey, but a round trip to Netali City still took all day. Upon entering his residence, he saw Minnie and Andre Willow chatting on the sofa. As Wu Hang entered, Minnie immediately sprang up from the sofa and ran over, saying, Master, someone has moved in next door and has invited us over for dinner tonight. Shall we go? Someone has moved in? The place next door had been under renovation for several days, taking much longer than Wu Hang's place had. Finally, someone had moved in. Yes, it's a really pretty elf sister. Are we going? Minnie continued to ask. They're just being polite, we don't even know them. Who invites strangers into their home for dinner? Wu Hang walked in and sat down on the sofa. No, she said she knows you. Minnie persisted. Wu Hang raised an eyebrow and looked at Andre Willow beside him. The latter shook her head. It's as Minnie said, I haven't seen what the person next door looks like yet. Wu Hang asked, did she mention her name? No. What does she look like? An elf sister, very beautiful, with gray-blue hair, about this long, Minnie gestured. Wu Hang narrowed his eyes. Shaynila? The president of the Starflower Merchant Group. Chapter 292, No shortage of suitors. She bought the house next door? During the renovation next door, I had guessed what kind of person would move in. Some local dignitaries, or perhaps the head of a major business consortium. But I never imagined it would be the wood elf hostage we rescued a while ago. This area is indeed quite nice. But Shaynila is the chairman of the largest cross-ocean elf commerce association. Why would she choose to live here? What's wrong? Master, do you know her? Minnie asked softly, seeing his expression. Andre Willow also looked over curiously. Wu Hang replied, it just reminds me of someone who looks a bit like the person you described. Source, Novgo.co. Is it someone from the association? Minnie pressed. Not from the association. On a previous mission, we rescued a wood elf hostage, sort of like the one you're describing, Wu Hang explained. Oh, so are we going to go? Do you want to go? Minnie gently shook his arm, saying, not really, it's just that being closer to neighbors can make future interactions easier. That's true. Let's get ready then, we'll go to their dinner party tonight, Wu Hang said. Yay! Minnie cheered. She took Andre Willow with her to prepare their dresses. Wu Hang arranged for the skeletons to guard the house and went back to his room to look for his formal attire. Having met her once when we rescued her, it was not a bad idea to maintain a friendly neighborhood relation, considering her high status. Especially since the Echo Kingdom was a bit chaotic. I might be able to purchase some needed goods through the wood elves. Inside the room, Wu Hang donned a blue noble suit embroidered with intricate designs. Andre Willow neatly adjusted his collar and said, it looks great, you really suit these noble outfits. You both look very nice today, Wu Hang said as he ruffled her hair. Andre Willow smiled and hugged his waist, leaning her head into his chest. Tap tap tap. Minnie ran up in a dress, lifting her skirts. Master, are you ready? Let's go, pick up the gifts we've prepared. Okay. Wu Hang led the two downstairs, along with 4 skeleton attendants, and headed straight out of his house to the one next door. Gently knocking on the door. A middle-aged woman opened the door. She looked at Wu Hang and the 2 maids, smiling. You must be Deputy Steward Wu Hang. The lady has prepared the dinner banquet, please come inside. The woman must be the steward. Normally, stewards tend to be male. But some women, for convenience, become female stewards as well. Wu Heng nodded and led the maids and attendants into the courtyard. Different from the barren yard of his own, this place had flower beds already blooming with paths and green leaves, not yet flowering but looking like they had been growing for some time. Everyone looked curiously at the arrangements in the yard. Considering they just moved in today, how did the plants grow so fast? They followed the female steward directly into the mansion. Pushing open the doors, the clean white stone floor came into view, surrounded by delicate decorations, with a crystal chandelier covered in illuminating stones hanging above. All three opened their eyes wide. So wealthy. The illuminating stones on the crystal lamp and the items around probably cost more than the house itself. Tap tap tap. Footsteps sounded. A tall and full-figured silhouette slowly descended the stairs. Looking up, Wu Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. It was indeed Shanela, the wood elf he had rescued from the amber. Her skin was tender and pale as jade, her deep and bright eyes carried the proud demeanor of an elf, her grey-blue hair was tied up, and she wore a purple off-shoulder bandage dress. Walking down gracefully, her figure was captivating. Her gaze swept over the people present. Finally, it rested on Wu Heng. Her face softened a lot as she said softly, "Deputy Steward Wu Heng, I didn't expect you to be my neighbor." "Lady Shanela, we meet again," Wu Heng replied with a human race courtesy. Minnie and Andre Willow also greeted her and handed the gifts they were carrying to an attendant nearby. Shanela still smiled. "It seems we really do have fate." "It's an honor to know you," Wu Heng replied. "Is that so? Then I'll take your word as truth." Shanela's bright eyes glanced through his gaze and continued, "Let's go. The dinner is ready. We can talk while we eat." The three followed her to the dining room. The long dining table was already laden with a bountiful spread. Wu Heng had not seen many of the dishes before, and the few he could recognize were alchemy cuisine, considered quite precious. The wealthy really know how to enjoy life. After exchanging a few courteous words, they began to sit down and eat. The wood elf's behavior was dignified and graceful. Even when eating, she chewed slowly and with poise. After taking a simple bite, Wu Heng looked up again and saw the wood elf opposite him, resting her chin in her hand, looking at him with a face full of tenderness. Lady Shanela, what made you think of buying a house here?" Wu Heng initiated a topic. "I didn't have a residence on Gold and Silver Island either, saw this place was nice, and just bought it," replied Shanela with a smile. "So, Lady Shanela plans to stay on the island for a long time?" Lifting an eyebrow, Shanela retorted playfully, "Aren't you satisfied with me as a neighbor?" "Of course not, being neighbors with you is a good thing." Shanela's face broke into a smile, and she winked at him as she lifted her fruit wine and took a delicate sip, leaving a faint kiss of her lips on the edge of the cup. "Sister, how come all the flowers in your yard are blooming?" Minnie interjected. "We've developed a kind of elixir that has a stimulating effect on plants. When you leave, I'll have someone bring some for you. Just add the elixir to the water and water the soil normally," explained Shanela with a smile. "That's too kind of you." "Some elixirs are not that precious," said Shanela, and then she continued gazing at Wu Heng. "Deputy Steward Wu Heng, where are you from?" "A small town in Yako Kingdom." "Oh, the Yako Kingdom, it's a lovely place." As they ate, they discussed various topics of mutual interest. It seemed that the wood elf opposite Wu Heng showed no hostility towards the profession of necromancer. Rather, she seemed overly concerned. She inquired about his background and his past life. This kind of questioning didn't concern personal safety but gave the impression that the other party was simply curious about him. The sort of inquiries one might make during courtship. After dinner, they continued to chat in the parlor for a while. As evening approached, they stood up to say goodbye to the wood elf and left her residence. Shanela had someone send over the elixir, then waved goodbye to the group. Back at their own dwelling, patting her belly, Minnie commented, "Sister Shanela is really nice, pretty, gentle, and wealthy. It's our first meeting, and we're guests, so of course, she'd be somewhat gentle," said Andre Willow, who had changed into more casual attire. "Doesn't it seem like she has a liking for the master? I always feel like the way she looks at you is somewhat different. Maybe it's just because she's enthusiastic. Her status already surpasses that of a socialite, and she surely has no lack of suitors," Wu Heng replied while changing his clothes. At most, they had a favorable first impression of each other. Her appearance and status were such that she would never be short of admirers. "What if she does have that idea? Would you marry her to make her your wife?" asked Minnie. "Elves have lifespans of several hundred years, and it seems she already has a husband." "Oh." After changing clothes, they drank tea in the living room for a while. Before going to sleep, Wu Heng went out to the courtyard to practice swordsmanship. The two followed Wu Heng out, also changed into training attire, and joined in the practice. When the night grew late, they returned to their residence to rest. The next day, Early in the morning, Andre Willow went to the office for her shift, and Wu Heng got ready briefly before opening the boundary door on the 4th floor and heading to Zombie World. He pulled back the curtains to glance outside. A long line of vehicles had already parked on the side of the road. The survivors from the auto repair shop began scavenging for supplies in the vicinity. Descending the stairs, Wu Heng saw Li Yaong coming down from the bus and heading straight towards him. "When did you get here?" "Just arrived, and I've allocated the scavenging areas to everyone," said Li Yaong. Wu Heng nodded. "Come inside with me." "Oh, okay." She followed Wu Heng into the hotel behind him. Li Yaong's eyes immediately widened. The hallways on both sides were filled with various goods. Strong crossbows and leather armor were the most abundant this time. "There's so much. This should be enough for nearby survivors to exchange for a while. If you need any more equipment later, let me know," Wu Heng said from the side. "This is enough for the nearby survivors to exchange for," Li Yaong confirmed. Wu Heng nodded but said no more. Taking out her walkie-talkie, Li Yaong instructed, "Tell everyone to come back and start moving these goods first." All the scattered teams returned. They, too, showed surprise at the sight of the piled-up weapons and armor, and they began to load them onto the trucks. Just then, a voice came through the walkie-talkie. It was Chi Henkai's. "Sister Hong, a convoy has appeared up the road and is moving this way. A large number of zombies have appeared behind them, and we can confirm 2 level 2 tanks," he reported. Chapter 293, Who Will Be the Death of Me? The message came through the walkie-talkie and reached everyone's ears. Meanwhile, the faint sound of running footsteps and distant roars of the horde could be heard. Whoosh! The survivors became somewhat panicked in an instant. Even as the auto repair shop kept expanding its controlled area, the survivors still harbored a deep-seated fear of the horde. Li Yaong signaled everyone to stay calm and pressed the walkie-talkie to ask, "Are there many?" "Probably quite a few," continuously turning from the road ahead. "It's impossible to gauge the exact number. There are 5 vehicles in the survivors' convoy. Now there are only 4 left, and they're approaching this way." Chi Honkai continued. "Keep an eye on them, Sister Chi. You come back first, get ready to intercept the convoy." "Okay." Chi Honkai answered. Source, Novgo.co. Li Yaong also hung up the walkie-talkie and began directing the others to mobilize vehicles. Upon receiving the message, Wu Heng released Zhao to fly straight up into the sky. After glancing at the distant zombie horde, he dove back into his body. The distant scene was also shared in his mind. 4 blood-stained minivans sped forward, shrouded in a mist of blood. Behind the convoy was a densely packed sea of zombies. It was unclear where these survivors had came from, but they had attracted so many zombies. Beyond the survivors' vehicles and the horde behind them, the shared vision also revealed 2 3-meter-tall, muscle-bound, second-level giant mutated zombies. Chasing after the convoy, they hurled rocks and trash cans, knocking down the zombies in front of them. After viewing the shared vision, Wu Heng immediately ordered the Big Head Skull, "Get the skeleton troops moving, set up defenses along the road, and prepare to resist the horde." Hurrah! The skeleton army stationed around the hotel immediately sprang into action, laying out defensive positions along the road. Amidst a chorus of bone-on-bone friction, the dense skeleton army blocked the entire road horizontally, spears forward, forming an impenetrable wall. Behind the spear array, skeleton warriors armed with iron swords, battle axes, and war hammers, followed by the second-largest group, the skeleton archers, drew their bows and arrows, ready to fire. Behind them, the skeleton flying dragon, and the sweat-beaded Kayang-tsai and others hastily loading ammo into the skeleton flying dragon. Thud, thud, thud. Roar, roar, roar. The footsteps grew clearer, and the roars more intense. The survivors' convoy came fully into view, charging head-on towards them. Wu Heng sent Zhao into the air once more to take a look. The horde had grown even denser, more numerous than any horde he had seen before, filling the entire road and extending beyond sight. And the mutated zombies were still just the 2. Following the horde, they chased after the convoy. "The ammo is loaded, ready for takeoff," Kayang-tsai's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Wu Heng looked out into the distance and said to the Big Head Skull, "Have the skeleton flying dragon take to the sky and drop bombs on the back portion of the horde." The Big Head Skull didn't respond. But the skeleton flying dragon behind took off straight into the air, flying head-on towards the direction of the horde. Inside the speeding vans, the fleeing survivors were silent, faces grave and serious, sweat covering their features. Fleeing all the way, comrades were continuously swallowed by the horde, and only these last 4 vans remained upon reaching here. Even so, it was uncertain whether any of them could survive. The horde behind them was so dense that slowing down wasn't an option. Zombies lured to the sides, in a frenzy, banged against the sides of the vehicles, causing the already full-throttle minivans to sway unstably. Suddenly, the driver's face went pale, he rubbed his eyes, and his expression turned from solemn to terrified. He said, "Look, are those skeletons in front of us, skeletons blocking the whole road?" The other passengers in the van quickly ducked down, peering through the gaps in the grid welded by steel bars, looking ahead. They saw a dense mass of figures blocking the road ahead. Wielding spears, dressed in ancient armor, only the faces visible from outside showed the hollow pallor of skeletons. In the eye sockets, blue flames burned. "Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Stop the car. We can't stop. If we stop, the horde behind will also devour us. See if there's a small path we can take on either side." The people in the vehicle immediately looked out the windows, towards both sides of the road ahead. The entire road was only clear on this main route, with both sides piled up with a large number of scrapped cars. Everyone fell silent. After an arduous escape to this place, they did not expect the end to still mean dying at the hands of monsters. The only difference would be whether they died at the hands of the skeletons or the zombies behind them. Someone gritted their teeth and shouted, "Break through, just smash right in, as far as we can go." "Yes, let's just smash through." A few people spoke loudly, determined to charge into the ranks of the skeletons. Whoosh! Suddenly, the view ahead went dark. A huge figure leapt into the air from behind the skeleton horde. The pale bones and massive wings soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. A dragon? Or some freakishly mutated flying creature? Everyone shut their mouths, suddenly feeling that maybe they couldn't even break into the ranks of the skeletons. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of bones rubbing against each other filled the air. In the vision of the few, the skeleton troops blocking the road parted to create a pathway. "Is this letting us in? Go in, it's a fight for life or death." "All right." Once again flooring the accelerator, they plunged directly into the path cleared by the skeleton troops. The vans following behind also entered the passage in quick succession. As they moved through the dense skeleton crowd, the group spotted several figures standing amidst the skeleton troops, followed by military vehicles lined up side by side, as well as survivors. Humans. Behind the skeletons were humans. A sense of ecstatic relief, as if they had narrowly escaped death and reunited with long-lost relatives, surged from within the battlefield. The skeleton flying dragons quickly reached above the horde, and the bomb bay doors opened. A dense shower of solid iron bullets rained down from the sky. Like a downpour, they smashed into the midst of the zombies. Boom boom boom. A deafening series of roars merged into one. The ground trembled, and thick smoke billowed up. In an instant, large swaths of zombie bodies were pulverized, and blood and limbs sprayed everywhere. A vacuum of open space was formed. Roar. Tramp tramp tramp. Then, the horde from behind, trampling over the scattered limbs and bodies, continued to charge forward, relentlessly pushing on. In the sky, the skeleton flying dragons circled back behind the troops. Kaiang-tsai and the others reloaded the ammunition, then soared into the sky once more. The second volley of bombs fell. The earth shook again, and another few hundred meters of zombies vanished. All that remained were scattered limbs. This time, 2 giant mutated zombies were also within the bombing range. They curled up in the corners of buildings with their muscular arms protecting their heads. Even in their effort to minimize the impact, their backs and arms were still penetrated by wounds as wide as bowls. Their bodies were also riddled with shrapnel from the splintering stones. The enraged mutated zombies, dragging their injured bodies, slowly rose. Looking up at the shadow flying overhead, they let out an angry roar. Picking up stones from the ground, they threw them with all their might at the sky. But they were too low to attack the skeleton flying dragons above, and could only follow below, ceaselessly roaring and throwing the stones in their hands. Swish. Whoosh. The whistling sound of something cutting through the air resonated once again. A dense flurry of arrows covered the sky like dark clouds. Thud thud thud. Arrows fell onto the battlefield, and zombies fell to the ground one after another. The mutated zombies' bodies were quickly filled with these densely packed arrows. The mutated zombies once again had their hatred aroused. They turned and roared at the distant skeleton troops. Brushing aside the zombies in front of them, they charged over with large strides. Another wave of arrow rain fell. Wu Hang's group also received a system prompt. Level raised to 12, Intelligent +1, Charm +1, Proficiency unlocked, Forced concentration. You can quickly enter a focused state, significantly boosting the efficiency of your learning and training. He finally reached level 12. Now, he had reached the standard of a normal steward of the association. Zombie World was like an experience grinding instance, providing him with a continuous stream of experience points. His rate of improvement, when compared to Otherworld, was also exceptionally rapid. Perhaps only the heroes from Bard's stories could match this speed. Liang also came over and said, Sister Chi and Han Kai have stopped those cars, how should we handle them? Wu Heng looked back and said, ask them how they ended up here. If they want to leave, let them go. If they want to stay, observe them for a while, then assign them some tasks. At the auto repair shop, there was still a great need for many hands for various jobs. Aside from transporting looted supplies, patrolling, clearing scattered zombies, creating wooden targets, and repairing weapons and armor. Many tasks required manpower. It would not be a problem to have more people join. Li Yong nodded, all right. At the rear of the troop, the survivors wielding heavy crossbows from the auto repair shop had surrounded the stopped vans in the middle. Sister Chi, clad in spike-resistant gear, with her hands held behind her, slowly walked to the forefront and said to the vans, for your safety, raise your hands when you come out of the vehicle. Don't let us see any weapons or anything else that could pose a danger. Creak. The door of the first van, twisted and deformed, was slowly opened. A figure emerged, hands held high and moving cautiously. Don't shoot, we're just ordinary survivors. We don't have the power to harm you. Chapter 294, Amber Pendant. The man raised his hands high and carefully made his way down. Chi Heng Kai gave the other person a look. He wore a leather jacket and looked disheveled, resembling a refugee fleeing a disaster. Chi Heng Kai continued, have everyone come out and submit to inspection. Oh, sure. The man turned around, signaling for the people in the other vans to get out as well. One by one, survivors emerged from the other vans. Most were men, with only a few women, and everyone's condition seemed poor, some dirty and emaciated. Go inspect their vehicles, Chi Heng Kai continued. Source, Novgo.co. A few people went over and began to inspect the interior of the vans. Chi Heng Kai then asked, is anyone injured? No, they all answered in succession. This was easy to identify, as the virus's effect on humans was rapid. If they could stand there for a while, not turning into zombies, then there was no problem. After a moment of silence, Chi Heng Kai's gaze returned to the first man. Are you their leader? I suppose so. Where have you come from? What are you doing here? The sleazy man answered again, we came from the Great Golden Bridge side. Our refuge was attacked by a horde of zombies, so we made our way over here. You people managed to avoid the swarm of zombies and escape here? Chi Heng Kai said. We'd been preparing for a long time. Originally, our plan was to head towards the outskirts of the city, but the roads were severely blocked. We detoured until we ended up here. The man continued cautiously after glancing at Chi Heng Kai, thanks for saving us, otherwise, we might have all died here. Chi Heng Kai nodded, not doubting their explanation. Most other shelters were still just scraping by, trying to avoid the hordes. The auto repair shop might be the only one capable of capturing and killing zombies out in the open. Chi Heng Kai nodded and went on, now you have two options. The first is to join our shelter, where we will provide you with food and security, but you will also need to work. The second option is to leave on your own, continue towards the city outskirts to live by yourselves. Don't discuss what you see and hear today outside of here. We'd like to discuss it among ourselves, the man said. Fine, but make it quick. The survivors huddled together and began whispering among themselves. It wasn't long before they came back and the lead man said, we'd like to join you? Chi Heng Kai nodded, go over there and register. If you have any technical skills or special abilities, mention them. You might receive better treatment. Good, thank you. The man expressed his gratitude and then asked, what should we call you? Chi Heng Kai. The people were taken aback, all of them looking up at her in unison. The man asked, are you the leader of Dongan Village? Chi Heng Kai shook her head, we've joined the auto repair shop. If you know about Dongan Village, you should have heard about the auto repair shop as well. The expressions of the people became animated again. The auto repair shop and Dongan Village had merged, which explained their strength. The survivors continued towards the registration area, still discussing in low voices. We're joining the auto repair shop, that's the biggest shelter, isn't it? It's probably just a bit less than Flame God Shelter, but with Dongan Village merging, it shouldn't be much difference now. How could that be? Does Flame God Shelter have a flying dragon? Can they confront the zombie horde head-on? Have you seen it? How do you know they can't? During the registration, people continued to discuss. Anyone with sense knew the benefits of joining a large shelter. A safe living environment and sufficient food are the most important things right now. And these people, in Chi Heng Kai's view, were among the luckiest. Many more wished to join, but that would depend on whether King Yama and Li Yong agreed. Her gaze left the newly arrived survivors. She reported over the radio. Then continued to direct people, move their cars to the side so they don't block the road. On the battlefield, the fight still raged on. The few vans that had arrived brought more zombies than usual. The skeleton flying dragon repeatedly hurled iron bombs, bombing the rear of the zombie horde incessantly. After each loud explosion and thick smoke, a large vacuum would appear. At the same time, the skeletons and the zombies fiercely battled each other. The zombies tore and bit without cease, while the skeletons in the spear array kept retracting and thrusting their long spears. More zombies fell, and new zombies pushed forward to fill the gaps. Bang, bang, bang. 2 mutated zombies flung aside the zombies blocking them and leaped into the ranks of the skeletons. A swath of skeletons was knocked down, or outright trampled underfoot. Juai, big guy, second chunk, you guys go take out those 2 big ones, but don't smash their heads, Wu Heng ordered. A few mutated skeletons behind him immediately sprang into action. One charged forward, knocking the 2 mutated zombies to the ground. The huge fists began pounding ferociously at various parts of their bodies. Despite their struggles, they couldn't resist the onslaught of the mutated skeletons, getting pummeled and rolled around, their muscles smashed and flattened. "Boss, we're out of iron bombs," Kayang Tsai's voice came through the radio. The flying dragon had been dropping solid iron bullets. All that was left had been thrown out. Look around for some rocks to see if we can drop them from above. Chapter 294, Amber Pendant _2 OK. Roar. Suddenly, the sounds of a zombie horde echoed from the pathways on either side. Wu Heng glanced over and continued to give orders, split 2 groups of skeletons to intercept the hordes on both sides. The sword and axe hammer-wielding skeletons were immediately divided into 2 teams and charged toward the zombie groups on either side. The battle lasted until the afternoon. Bodies littered the entire road, surrounded by a halo of blood in the air. Apart from the stench of the carrion, there was also the unbearable smell of blood. Source, Novgo.co. After the battle, Wu Heng's experience went from level 12 to level 13. Increasing by a small amount. It wasn't for naught that he blocked the horde for those people. The zombies were nearly completely slaughtered, and the skeleton troops began to clean up the battlefield. Big Guy and Juai, each dragging a body of a mutated zombie, came over from the opposite side. They threw the bodies at Wu Heng's feet and then stood at the back of the queue. Wu Heng glanced at the corpses and immediately released the bone manipulation skill. The flesh fell away, and the broad-boned skeletons slowly rose to their feet. Skeleton Warrior, level 11. Skeleton Warrior, level 12, both came from second-tier mutated zombies. The levels weren't too different. Wu Heng searched among the remains and found 2 corpse cores, placing them in a plastic bag. He then handed it to Li Yaong. "Take these to the alchemy skeleton when you have time." "Okay." Li Yaong nodded. Wu Heng stood up straight and continued, "Also, when we get back, have people research making arrows for wooden bows. The consumption is too high. Although arrows couldn't directly kill zombies, under volleys of fire, they could still cause significant damage. But the loss was just as severe. Every time Wu Heng visited the blacksmith's shop on Gold and Silver Island, he bought all the arrows and crossbow bolts in stock. Even so, it was still not enough for the skeleton soldiers' use. It even resulted in the price of arrows on Gold and Silver Island going up. "Okay, I'll discuss it with everyone once I get back," Li Yaong nodded, then continued to ask, "Should we keep pushing forward?" "No need for now, let's clean up the battlefield." Li Yaong began organizing the survivors to continue transporting the strong crossbows and leather armor from the hotel. The skeletons were still cleaning up the battlefield. After moving the crossbows and armor, Li Yaong spoke in a lowered voice, "I'm heading back first, I'll accompany you again next time." "Alright, stay one night next time before you go back." Li Yaong's cheeks reddened, "There's no way to bathe here, it would be so uncomfortable being sticky." "I'll prepare a bathtub for you, no worries." "Really?" The 2 chatted for a while. The motorcade had also finished preparing. After waving goodbye, Li Yaong left with the vehicles. Wu Heng then went over to the pile of collected corpses, holding the spine staff, and began to unleash corpse battlefield. A large number of skeletons rose and slowly joined the ranks. And this time, among the transformed skeletons, there were ones that had reached level 4. The zombies were leveling up a bit too fast. He continued transforming until dusk, then Wu Heng arranged for the skeletons to be restationed and returned to the hotel, opened the boundary door, and went back to his residence. Back on Gold and Silver Island, Wu Heng came downstairs from the upper floor. As he reached the second floor turn of the staircase, he heard the sound of conversation coming from the courtyard. "After pouring it into the water, stir it a bit, then you can go water the flowers." A gentle voice came through. "Water them once a day?" Minnie asked. "Every 5 days will suffice." Wu Heng stepped out of the door and saw the wood elf Shaynaila and Minnie standing in front of the flower bed, holding a watering can and tending to the plants. Behind him stood a middle-aged female housekeeper, as well as a few guards at the doorway. Seeing Wu Heng come out, Minnie immediately showed a smile. Master, Sister Shaynaela brought a gift over. You were resting just now, so we didn't disturb you. Lady Shaynaela, please come in. Wu Heng stepped aside to invite her in. Shaynaela smiled, nodded, and walked into the hall. Today, Shaynaela wore a casual long dress, but her face was still beautiful. Around her delicate, pink-white neck hung that amber pendant. It must be a special item or tool that, at a critical moment, could protect her and wait for rescue. Shaynaela entered the living room with her hands clasped behind her, glancing around at various places. Then she stopped in front of a hanging painting and looked up at it. Lady Shaynaela, are you interested in artworks? Wu Heng started a conversation. Shaynaela shifted her gaze away from the painting. I know a bit, do you also like these paintings? I don't have much of an artistic accomplishment, I just feel that these paintings are very pleasing to the eye, and the artist must also be a very delicate person. Shaynaela laughed. Yes, I also feel that they must be the works of a very impressive artist. The two sat back down on the sofa, and Minnie brought in some milk tea and snacks. She bragged about them a bit and then opened the packaging to offer some to her guest. Wu Heng picked up his cup and took a sip, then continued to ask, Lady Shaynaela, are you the president of the Starflower Commerce Association? Yes, doing some business to maintain life. Wu Heng continued, what kind of industries are involved? Life, military, all aspects are involved. Shaynaela looked up at him. Deputy Steward Wu Heng, is there anything you wish to procure? Weapons and food, does Starflower deal with them? Wood Elf's food is very popular, and we do transport weapons as well. I would like to place an order. Shaynaela glanced at him and said, I didn't bring the agreement with me. Visit me tomorrow, and we can sign an agreement. Whatever you need, I'll arrange for someone to procure it for you. All right. The two chatted for a while. Andre Willow also returned from outside. Wu Heng had someone prepare a dinner banquet to entertain the guests to stay for the meal. It seemed that Shaynaela and Minnie were getting along very well and were having a delightful conversation with each other. By the time evening fell, Shaynaela returned to her own residence. Wu Heng, along with the two women, went back to their rooms to rest. The next day, early morning, Andre Willow went to the association first, and Wu Heng got ready and went to the residence of Shaynaela next door. According to what they discussed yesterday, Wu Heng planned to purchase a batch of supplies from the Starflower Commerce Association. He knocked lightly at the courtyard door, and the middle-aged female housekeeper opened the door, bowed slightly, and led him towards the building. She took him all the way to a room on the 4th floor and knocked on the door. My lady, Deputy Steward Wu Heng is here. Let him in. The door opened, and Wu Heng walked straight in. This was a study. Paintbrushes and paints were strewn about the floor haphazardly, and in the center, there was a raw wood-colored flower stand, as well as an oil painting that portrayed plants and the night sky. Shaynaela was nestled in a bed, and beneath a thin blanket was her smooth, fair skin. Wu Heng's gaze swept over the woman's exposed shoulders and full thighs, then settled on the amber necklace on the side table. Oak amber pendant, special item, category, special item, function, encase oneself in resin, side effects. The first person seen under the sealed state will develop a sense of dependency in the main consciousness, and cannot be changed with a second use. Description: a special amber formed from the resin of an ancient oak tree. Chapter 295, Number 1 Expert Special Items, while providing unique effects, also come with certain side effects. The amber necklace can protect the wearer in dangerous situations, but its side effects are quite significant. The primary consciousness develops a dependence on the first person it sees. This was the first time Wu Heng had seen such a side effect. It reminded him of some popular science videos he had watched. Some young animals, upon hatching, came to regard the first creature they see as their mother. They form a sense of trust and dependence in their hearts. This is very similar to the side effect of the pendant in front of him, and could even be said to be more severe. Wu Heng glanced at the beautiful elf who was still lounging on the couch and wondered if she had left it there on purpose for him to see. Source: Novgo.co, but he immediately dismissed the thought. No one knew he could see the special item panel, and ordinary people didn't understand much about the Wood Elf's special items. She probably just put it down carelessly. Ha! Shaynaela yawned, tilting her head to look at him. Do you always get up this early? Doesn't seem early. Didn't sleep well last night? Wu Heng replied with a smile. Shaynaela smiled and sat up, covering herself with a thin blanket. Her delicate legs were curled up on the bed, and she pouted at the oil painting in front of her. I heard you liked oil paintings, so I thought of drawing a new one for you, but I haven't finished it yet. Wu Heng glanced at the oil painting, somewhat surprised by her talent. His gaze swept over her and he said, a landscape, right? Then you should draw yourself in the mirror and give that to me. Shaynaela's eyes curved. Why didn't you say you wanted me to give myself to you? Really? You wish. Shayla tossed her head, shaking her loose hair, and continued to ask, "How old are you this year?" 24. "What about you?" "Me? If I tell you, I might scare you. By age, I could be your ancestor." Shayla glanced at him and added, "Elves mature late, so in comparison, we aren't that far apart." After speaking, she got up with the blanket and walked towards the screen in the room. As she moved, her figure swayed, and the sight of her bare thighs and the fleeting glimpse of her rounded buttocks were attention-grabbing. Shayla seemed to notice and looked back. Wu Hang shifted his gaze, admiring the half-finished painting on the easel. Behind the screen, sounds of rustling clothes changing could be heard. "What hobbies do you have usually?" Behind the screen, came Shayla's inquiring voice again. Sitting in the chair, Wu Hang felt somewhat amused. This felt like a matchmaking conversation. They talked about age and now hobbies. "Usually, I practice swordsmanship and read some literary works." A mage's hobbies seem to always involve reading all kinds of books. Shayla walked out from behind the screen. She had changed into a light blue casual outfit. Her full chest pushed the loose shirt prominently upward. She came closer and sat down beside him. Wu Hang thought for a moment and asked back, "What about you?" "Me? I like painting, art, and visiting different places," Shayla said after thinking for a moment. "Upper-class hobbies?" "Not at all. I don't like dealing with those stuck-up people all day either." Ding ding ding. As they chatted, there was a light knock on the door. Then came the voice of the housekeeper, "Madam, the purchasing agreement is ready. Bring it in." The door opened, and the housekeeper entered carrying an agreement and a quotation list. Shayla said, "Take a look at what you need to purchase, and I'll arrange for someone to bring it to you." Wu Hang glanced at the quotation list. Transsea Transport had quantity requirements, but the prices were not high. In London City, a full bag of wheat was priced at 135 copper coins, while buying in bulk from the Trade Association was 87 copper coins. It just required larger quantities, with orders over 20,000 bags. Shayla had mentioned before that the Wood Elves' grains were a major export and sold well among all races. Apart from wheat, there were various kinds of beans and grains, with a wide variety as well. Among other items, the price of wooden bows was much lower, and the price of leather armor was close to the market rate. After viewing the prices, Wu Hang noted down the several items he needed, all in quantities exceeding 10,000. Shayla, sipping from her teacup, glanced at the quantities he had written. She coughed and said, "You want this much? What for?" It was like harming an army, buying so many weapons, equipment, and supplies. What's wrong?" "I thought I'd buy as much as possible." Shayla said, "We live so close, there's no need to buy this much all at once, it can attract attention during transport." Wu Hang felt that made sense. Large-scale purchases of military equipment could indeed draw unnecessary attention. "Then I'll adjust the quantities." He ordered a total of 5,000 bags of food, including flour, soybeans, and 2,000 each of wooden bows and single-handed battle axes, 20,000 sets of integral leather armor. After writing it down, Shayla nodded and asked, "The Trade Association has its own rules, you need to pay a 50% deposit. Do you have enough money?" Wu Hang nodded and, after calculating the price, brought out 2 large barrels of silver coins and placed them in the room. "Seized from the pirates." "Captured." Shayla smiled and nodded, indicating to the housekeeper to count it before taking it away. Then she continued, "Care to stay for breakfast? I've eaten already, and I need to go to the association." Shayla didn't insist. "All right, then we'll see each other next time." Chapter 295, Number 1 Expert. Waving goodbye, Wu Hang directly left Shayla's residence. It was nearing midday by then. Wu Hang passed by the association and went straight to the Snake Badge Consortium opposite it. After being led to the meeting room, it wasn't long before a middle-aged staff member entered. "Guest." The staff member bowed slightly. Wu Hang asked directly, "Is there any progress with the undertaking?" "Source, Novgo.co. Please wait a moment, guest. I'll have someone check for you." The middle-aged man went down to give instructions and returned with several coffins being carried in. The middle-aged man said, "Guest, this time we have collected 5 corpses in total, including 1 15th level professional and 4 10th level professionals." Upon hearing about the 15th level professional, Wu Hang's eyes narrowed slightly. He had a few skeleton soldiers of combat professions, but not a single one from the non-combat professions. Wu Hang stood up and walked toward the coffins. The coffin lids were opened by the staff, revealing a male corpse inside with 6 arms folded across the chest. The middle-aged man also began to introduce Renand, of the Burmila race, a 15th level potionology alchemist, 245 years old, died of old age. Indeed, he was from the Burmila race and also an alchemist. A few days ago, Wu Hang had just come into contact with this race whose most distinguishing features were their dark skin, thick eyebrows and lips, and most notably, their 6 arms. Beyond that, their height and physique didn't differ much from humans. The corpse in the coffin was already shrunken and mummified, resembling a dried corpse. All of these details were irrelevant. A 15th level alchemist was precisely what Wu Hang needed. Moreover, the more, the better, and the higher the level, the better. After all, he had not yet made any breakthrough with his 3rd level corpse core. Crack, crack, crack. One coffin after another was opened. Wu Hang suppressed the joy in his heart and continued to look towards the back, as the middle-aged man provided introductions. Bradley, human race, an 11th level tannery craftsman, 45 years old, died in a crime of passion. Mage, dwarves, a 12th level goldsmith, 32 years old, died by drowning. Kanu Valva, short people, a 12th level blacksmith. Fraz, human race, a 10th level blacksmith. The middle-aged man introduced them one by one, their names, races, professions, and levels. Apart from the 15th level corpse, the remaining 4 seemed to have died not long ago. There were 2 blacksmiths among them, a leatherworker, and a goldsmith. A goldsmith, who specializes in the carving of jewelry and small intricate objects, is also a profession that requires a high level of skill. Wu Hang felt that this was all rather satisfactory, better than the previous gardeners and chefs. How much more do I need to pay? Okay, how much more do I need to pay? Wu Hang asked. The middle-aged man said, for the 4 3rd-level corpses, in total 2,700 silver coins, and for the 4th level corpse, 1,500 silver coins. Wu Hang nodded and directly paid the corresponding price. Once the money was counted by the staff, it marked the completion of this undertaking. Wu Hang closed the coffin lids and collected all the corpses, then continued, keep collecting corpses for me, in addition to these special professionals' corpses. If you can find flying dragons, collect them too. Very well, guest. I'll write up a new undertaking for you. Good. With the new undertaking signed, Wu Hang left the consortium and headed towards his residence. Upon returning to the residence, many ran out of the room. Master, didn't you go to Sister Shainala's place? Why are you only just coming back now? Many asked. I finished talking there a while ago and then went to the association, Wu Hang answered as he embraced her and walked inside. Oh. Many continued, Master, is there anything particular you'd like to eat tonight? Whatever you arrange is fine. After a brief exchange, Wu Hang went straight up to the 4th floor. He opened the boundary door and headed to the zombie world. Stepping out of the inn, the dense army of hollow skeletons was still outside the door. The zombie corpses that he hadn't converted the night before were now piled into a mountain of corpses not far away on an open ground. The strong smell of decay and blood wafted through the area. Wu Hang approached and directly released, corpse battlefield. Flesh flowed like hot wax down the mountain of bodies, as skeletons rose one by one from the heap. They tumbled down with chattering noises and joined the ranks of the skeleton team to one side. Once all the bodies had been transformed, Wu Hang used the grease skill to set the shed rotting flesh on fire, then had the skeletons carry it to a spot of land for burial. After dealing with the zombie matter, Wu Hang took out the coffin he had acquired that day. The lid was opened, revealing the corpse inside. He cast the bone manipulation skill on the level 15 alchemist's corpse first. After the unstable prompt appeared, the desiccated flesh on the body fell from the skeleton, and the 6-armed skeleton slowly stood up. The size and structure of the bones weren't much different from that of a human. Only the shoulder blades at the connection of the arms looked broader and sturdier. After examining its appearance, Wu Hang proceeded to check the skeleton's attributes. Skeleton Alchemist, Level 15, Attributes, Constitution 25, Strength 15, Agility 17, Intelligence 20, Perception 18, Charm 12, Traits, Hollow Skeleton, Intermediate Soul, Multi-Arm Coordination, Expertise, Leather Armor Expertise, Proficient, Military Weapon Specialization, Proficient, Potionology, Expert, Toxinology, Expert, Abilities, Alchemy Scholar, Formula Book, Advanced Potion Research, Material Substitution, Multi-Arm Coordination. This unit naturally possesses several arms, accustomed and coordinated in their movement. Potionology. This unit is an expert in the alchemy study of potionology, focused on healing others and the development and alchemy of enhancement elixirs. Toxinology. This unit is an expert in the alchemy study of toxinology, researching various poisons and venoms. Advanced Potion Research, capable of developing new types of elixirs as required. Material Substitution, not restricted to rigidly following formulas for elixir application, capable of flexibly using materials to alchemize a variety of elixirs. Alchemists don't need to engage in frontline combat. Therefore, Wu Heng doesn't hold high requirements for its attributes. After a cursory glance, he focused his attention on its expertise. Apart from potionology, reaching expert level, another expertise in toxinology had emerged. From the descriptions, it seemed that this alchemist was also proficient in making poisons. When instructing it to make elixirs, he would need to be clear to not concoct something dangerous. In terms of abilities, 2 new capabilities were added. The first one, advanced potion research, allowed for the development of high-level elixirs on demand. This was exactly what Wu Heng needed most at the moment, to expedite the research process for the 3rd-level corpse core potion. The second, material substitution, was straightforward in its explanation. It meant that materials with the same medicinal effect could be freely utilized instead of sticking to the original formula. This would save on materials and money as well. From now on, you'll be called number 1 expert. Wu Heng took a moment to think and then gave it the name number 1 expert. The reason for not assigning it as number 5 in the sequence of alchemy skeletons was to better distinguish their level of expertise. Once he acquired another level 15 alchemy skeleton, it could continue as expert number 2. Alchemy skeletons at level 10 would start from number 5 alchemy as before. After Wu Heng finished naming it, he went to the hotel to find a set of waiter's clothes for it to wear. Then he continued to cast the bone manipulation skill on the other corpses. The blacksmith, the tannery craftsman, and the goldsmith all rose in succession. Wu Heng named them in order according to their professions. Glancing at the several skeletons before him, Wu Heng pondered over how to assign them. The blacksmith, tannery craftsman, and goldsmith were clearly to stay in the zombie world. As for the alchemy skeleton, he felt it didn't necessarily have to remain. He could provide alchemy space at his own residence and avoid the back-and-forth transportation of materials by Liang. After deciding, he said directly, "You few stay, number 1 expert, come back with me." He reopened the boundary door and returned to his residence on Gold and Silver Island. Back at his residence, Wu Heng, accompanied by number 1 expert, directly entered the room next to the 4th floor study. Originally intended as a place for experiments, this room had been allocated by Wu Heng. But, having nothing to research, it had remained unused. Now he planned to set it up for use by the alchemy skeletons. Future elixir production could be completed here, allowing him immediate access to the elixirs. Number 1 expert, you will work here from now on. Chapter 296, The husband on number 1 expert walked into the room and stood motionless in his original spot. Without materials and tools, there was no way to proceed with potion preparation. Wu Heng took out paper and a pen from his space ring and handed them over, saying, "I need healing potions, spirit potions, and detoxifying potions. Write down all the materials you need." These 3 were the most commonly used potions. It was best to start with them since they would always be useful. However, the preparation and research of corpse core potions would have to wait until the corpse cores from the prison were transported over. The 6-armed skeleton picked up the paper and pen and began to write down the materials. It was only after filling half a page that he handed it back to Wu Heng. In addition to the materials, there were also a number of alchemy tools listed. Source, Novgo.co. Wu Heng glanced at it and then directly stored it in his space ring. "Stay here for now. I'll have the materials and tools sent over to you later." The skeleton did not respond and continued to stand in the middle. Wu Heng closed the door and went straight downstairs. 1st floor hall. Minnie was lying on the sofa, reading a comic book. Hearing footsteps, she looked up with a smile. "Master." Wu Heng walked over and gave her raised buttocks a light pat. "The room next to the study on the 4th floor, I've arranged for a skeleton to prepare alchemy potions there. Don't be startled when you see it." "Oh, sure. I'm not that faint-hearted. I've never been afraid of skeletons," Minnie said. "Just letting you know," he replied. They sat together and chatted for a while before Andre Willow also came back from outside. After changing into her home clothes, she too came over to join them. "Master, the steward's office asked you to visit them tomorrow," Andre Willow said. "The steward looking for me? Did they say what it's about?" Wu Heng asked. Andre Willow shook her head. "No, Assistant Moya came over. Since he didn't find you, he asked you to come over tomorrow. It shouldn't be anything urgent. I'll go check it out tomorrow." "Okay." Minnie continued, "Wire, Master has set up an alchemy room on the 4th floor, so don't get startled by the skeleton." Turning to look at her, Andre Willow said, "I'm going to the association. You stay at home and don't get scared." "I'm not scared of those things," Minnie countered. While the two were bickering, the courtyard door was knocked again. Minnie stood up to open the door, and Wu Heng withdrew his hand from the fox woman's neckline. Looking outside, he saw the wood elf Shanela walk in, without a guard and without the female housekeeper. Minnie led her inside, shouting, "Master, Shawnayla has brought a painting for you. Coming into the room, Shawnayla handed over the painting and said with a smile, I heard that Deputy Steward Wu Heng likes paintings. I've brought you one. The one you said you liked this morning, I'll deliver it once I've finished painting it. She then playfully winked. Thank you. Wu Heng took it and looked over the painting, which was the semi-completed one he had seen that morning, now completed. It's beautifully painted, I'll hang it in my study later. Shawnayla's smile blossomed even more as she sat down. Minnie brought over some tea, and Wu Heng continued to chat with her until Chef Number 1 prepared dinner. All of them, including Shawnayla, sat down to eat together. After sending off Shawnayla, they all returned to the room. Minnie looked at the painting. Shawnayla is really amazing, all her paintings are so beautiful. Wu Heng changed into pajamas and said, elves have very long lives, so they can devote a lot of effort to researching things. I'm so envious. I want to live longer too. Wu Heng ruffled her hair, then you must practice diligently. As your constitution and level increase, you can also have a longer lifespan. Okay, I will definitely train hard in the future, Minnie said as she put down the painting and then turned her head. Shall we take a bath? Let's go. Wu Heng opened his arms as Minnie and Andre Willow, one on each side, walked into the bathroom laughing and talking. Deep into the night, on the undulating sea surface, several warships sailed forward with the waves, while 3 flying dragons circled continuously above them. The mast stood tall, holding up a flag with a pirate ship emblazoned with a skeleton head and an iron barrel. Iron barrel pirate ship. Inside the captain's cabin, a burly man with thick body hair was fiercely thrusting into the woman before him, cursing wildly, spittle flying everywhere. Until he held out until the very last moment. He let out a loud shout, then collapsed on the woman's smooth back. Phew. That old guy's woman is really something, the man said. He gave the woman's body a hard slap. I'm tired, you can finish up yourself. Before he could finish his sentence, the man's eyebrows furrowed. His gaze fell on the pillow beside him. Sometime unknown, a blank envelope had appeared there. If not for the yellowing bedsheet, it might have been quite difficult to notice the addition of such an item. Get out, the man said. The woman hurriedly got up, picked up her clothes from beside the bed, and ran out. When he was alone in the room, he sat on the bed and pulled a dagger from the drawer, slicing open the envelope and dumping out the letter. Text red as blood appeared on the stationery. 3 days from now, Adira Business Group will enter the Romulo route. There's work again. The man wore a smile on his face. According to the information in the letter, they had recently scored quite a haul. Just as he was about to put the letter back, he noticed there was another message on the lower half. Any pirate group that manages to kill Deputy Steward Wu Heng of Gold and Silver Island will receive 100 gold coins. The man's pupils contracted, his expression slightly surprised. It was the first time he had seen a bounty being issued for a person via such a letter. Deputy Steward of Gold and Silver Island, 100 gold coins. That valuable? A level 15 fugitive would fetch at most a few gold coins as a bounty. Could this person be 5th tier? But that's unlikely, a 5th tier couldn't just be a deputy steward. And besides, any pirate group. This sounded like a bounty had been issued to all pirate groups. Haha. Interesting, this deputy steward really did step in dog shit, caught the eye of all the pirate groups, the man laughed. He stuffed the envelope into a cabinet nearby and shouted outside, bring me the sea chart. Creak. The door opened, and a sailor staggered in, holding a sea chart in his hand. The man carefully checked the location and said directly, inform all ships, prepare to turn around, we've got a fat sheep on our hands. Yes. The sailor ran out to spread the news. The next day, the association. Wu Heng stood in front of the steward's office, knocking lightly on the door. Upon hearing an answer from inside, he pushed the door open and walked in. Steward Emilio was sitting behind a desk, looking up from the documents in his hand. What have you been busy with lately? Haven't seen you around. Just arranging for the safety of my place and investigating some information on fugitives, Wu Heng casually gave a reason. Emilio nodded, not delving further into the topic. He continued, Shawnayla has moved in next door to you, did you know that? Wu Heng looked up at him. The association was aware of this. Thinking about it, it made sense. Shawnayla herself held a certain status, and she had recently been kidnapped by pirates, almost dying at sea. If she was going to reside on Gold and Silver Island, the association would naturally pay more attention to her to prevent any further incidents. I know, she invited us over for a meal when she moved in, Wu Heng replied. Besides being the leader of the business group, Shawnayla is also the wife of a wood elf political figure. Take extra care with her safety as well. If there's any danger, being close by allows you to respond, Emilio said again. Wu Heng was momentarily taken aback. Adachi has a husband. Chapter 297, Looking forward to your performance. Shayla's identity turned out to be even more significant than I had previously known. Being the president of the largest merchant group and having family members as key personnel. If she were to die on Gold and Silver Island, indeed, it would become an issue. Now, she's living next door to me, and I'm also responsible for her safety. Wu Heng frowned upon hearing this. Emilio said, you just need to pay more attention. The Starflower Merchant Group has its own guards, and they might not even need your help. Since the steward has arranged it, I will certainly do well. Wu Heng didn't say much else. My interactions with Shayla have been quite agreeable thus far. If something really happens to her, I'll do what I can to help. Source, Novgo.com. Emilio nodded, then continued, there's another matter. The association has set a target because pirate groups have been frequently interfering with the shipping routes. Within a month, you and Zailigui must take down a third-tier wanted pirate from the bounty list. Wu Heng frowned again. Within a month. It seemed like there was plenty of time, but things were urgent at sea. It's different from being on land. A single voyage could take an entire month. Without accurate intelligence, or if the pirates fled by the time you arrived, the month would pass by the time you returned. Setting targets from the association might also be related to the incident of Shayla being kidnapped. Is there any penalty for not completing the task? It will be recorded in your file and will affect future promotions. Oh, so there isn't really a penalty. I have no intention of climbing any higher anyway. Wu Heng thought for a while then continued, Steward, I lack intelligence. Are there any sources? Emilio picked up a cup of water and took a sip. You have to develop your own sources. If needed, the association can try to assist you. Seeing that the other party didn't have any better solutions. Wu Heng nodded, all right, I understand. After speaking, he stood up and left the steward's office. He returned to his own office. Inside the room, Andre Willow sat straight-backed in her association attire, working at the desk. Seeing Wu Heng enter, she smiled and asked, Master, is there a problem? No problem. The steward knows Shayla is living next door, so we need to keep an eye on her safety. The second thing is to kill a wanted pirate on the list within a month, Wu Heng said. Andre Willow frowned slightly. Vice Executive, you've also been given a task, I see. The pirates seem to be quite rampant right now. Yes, the number of merchant fleets coming into the port has indeed decreased lately, likely due to the pirates, she answered. Wu Heng ruffled her hair. It might not be very safe on the island recently, so try to head back early if you have no afternoon engagements. Alright, are you heading back now, Master? I'm going to buy some alchemy materials, so I can't accompany you. Leaving the association, Wu Heng hailed a carriage to head towards Lighthouse Street. Upon arriving at Lighthouse Street, Wu Heng visited the alchemy material shop. Following the list from the skeleton alchemist, he purchased a certain amount of materials and alchemy tools. He then chatted with the shopkeeper for a moment. Indeed, there had been issues with the shipping routes recently, and the variety of materials began to dwindle. In a little while longer, they might run out of stock entirely. After the chat, Wu Heng left the materials shop and entered a nearby tavern to see if he could eavesdrop on any useful intelligence. Not having seen or heard anything noteworthy by the time he finished his meal. He paid the bill, declined the invitation of the attractive maid, and walked towards his residence. Returning to this place, there was a note left on the table from Minnie. It said she had gone to the next-door neighbors to learn painting with Sister Shayla. Written in Earth's Chinese characters, the handwriting was quite standard. Minnie's nature was lively and enthusiastic, she affectionately called Shayla sister, and their relationship had become very good. Assured that Minnie was alright, Wu Heng headed straight to the 4th floor. He handed over the materials and alchemy tools he had purchased to the alchemy skeleton. Number 1 expert's 6 arms moved in unison, arranging the items and preparing elixirs. The smoothness of the actions surprised Wu Heng. The 6 arms coordinated excellently, leading Wu Heng to believe that transferring to a swordsman or warrior class would also be a good choice for him. After watching for a while, Wu Heng closed the door of the room and went back. He sat at his desk in his office, lost in thought. The association's target for killing pirates didn't have much impact on him. It was just a matter of not completing the task and having it noted on his record. But within Wu Heng's original plans, he intended to collect intelligence on the Flying Dragon pirate group. Flying dragons had demonstrated a formidable bombing ability in clearing zombies. He had long thought of acquiring a few more. If I could confirm intelligence regarding the Flying Dragon pirate group, then I could settle both matters. How should I develop my own informants among the pirates? I'll visit the 6 ladies tomorrow and inquire about intelligence. It'll just cost some money. Sitting in the chair, he thought through everything once more. Then he opened the boundary door and headed to Zombie World. In the other world, it was likewise noon. A convoy of vehicles from the auto repair shop formed a long line. The survivors began to scavenge for supplies in the vicinity. They loaded the trucks and transported everything back to the bus station. Wu Heng walked out of the hotel. Li Yong, who was in the distance, saw him and quickly walked over. She took out 2 bottles of first-level corpse core potions from her backpack and handed them to him. The alchemy skeletons gave these to me when I was delivering corpse cores. Wu Heng glanced at them and confirmed they were first-level corpse core potions, then said, "You take one and use it when you have time." After using several potions, Li Yong's constitution had also improved to a certain degree, so it wasn't necessary for Wu Heng to watch over her every time anymore. "I've used several bottles already and still haven't awakened any superpowers. It's not that easy. Even if you don't awaken any, improving your physique is still beneficial," Wu Heng said with a reassuring smile. "Okay then." Li Yong accepted the bottle and tucked it into her backpack. She continued, "By the way, the survivors who joined us the day before yesterday said that when they were escaping, they seemed to have seen a wrecked armored vehicle by the roadside." An armored vehicle by the roadside? Such things were rare to see in a normal city. They weren't sure, they just said that as they passed by, it looked quite similar. Li Yong added, "They were fleeing through a horde of zombies, so it's not certain whether it was real." Wu Heng felt that made sense. Where did they see it? Li Yong took out a tablet and opened up the map, zooming into a particular location. They said it was around here, but the vehicle was moving fast, so they could only be sure it was on this stretch of the road. Wu Heng took the tablet and looked at the map. The location on the map was not on the main road beneath their feet but a road towards the south. It was also the direction from which those people had escaped. "What's the zombie situation?" Li Yong continued, "The zombies followed them here, so there shouldn't be many left along the way. I think it's worth checking out." This was also a reasonable assumption since they had fled all this way with a horde of zombies following them. Even with a skeleton flying dragon bombing from the air, they had been fighting from morning till dusk. Even if some zombies were left behind, there shouldn't be many. "Get ready, let's go over there and have a look." "Okay." Li Yong went down to prepare. Before long, a bus followed by 2 trucks arrived. Wu Heng boarded the bus with the skeletons, and the army proceeded towards the previous location. The bus moved slowly forward. A dense clattering of bones could be heard from outside the vehicle. Li Yong shared the recent situation and the plans for future development. Listening to her, it seemed that there had been a meeting internally. The discussion was quite comprehensive. Wu Heng listened without any objections. He thought the development direction for the auto repair shop was sound. Once they finished discussing matters, Wu Heng also said, "When we have time, let's make another trip to the prison and bring all the alchemy skeletons here." As the front line kept extending, it indeed wasn't convenient to go back and forth to the prison. After considering, Wu Heng decided to arrange for the alchemy skeletons to be positioned on the 4th floor of Gold and Silver Island. This way, he could replenish alchemy materials and retrieve elixirs immediately, instead of having Li Yong make the trip every time. "Okay." Li Yong readily agreed, then added, "When the skeletons are brought over, what about the refrigerators and all those bottles and jars?" "There's no need to bring the refrigerators, but bring over all the bottles and jars." New refrigerators could be found nearby. The main concern was the materials and organ jars left there. "Alright, I'll arrange for somebody to transport them here tomorrow." "Good girl." Wu Heng praised. Li Yong rolled her eyes at him and then said, "I'm not going back tonight, so later you can see for yourself just how good I am. Looking forward to your performance." "It's you who'll be performing." As they talked, Yang Tsai's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Sister Hong, we've spotted the armored vehicle up ahead. It really is an armored vehicle." Li Yong picked up the walkie-talkie. "Are there any zombies?" "There are, but not many, just a few hundred or so. They're attracted to the convoy and are rushing over." Wu Heng released Zhao, who penetrated the roof of the bus, glanced ahead from midair, and then retreated back into his body, sharing its vision. Far ahead, he indeed saw 2 military green armored vehicles. Simultaneously, there were about 200 zombies wildly charging towards them. "Skeleton army, attack and kill the zombies," Wu Heng ordered the big head skeleton behind him. Rustle rustle. The skeleton army, marching in formation, instantly charged forward. They knocked the approaching zombies to the ground, thrusting spears, swinging iron swords, and battle axes continuously. In the blink of an eye, all the zombies were slain. The convoy stopped to the side. A few people got out of the vehicles, eyes fixed on the blood-stained armored vehicles. Chapter 298, Guest, your dish is ready. There were 2 armored vehicles, overturned in the middle of the road, their surfaces covered in claw marks and bloodstains. A thick layer obscured their original military green color, only faintly visible. A few people approached and carefully observed the armored vehicles from all sides. The armored vehicles, of the wheeled type. Each had 3 massive tires on both sides, one of them equipped with a machine cannon and a machine gun. The other was a bit longer, with only a machine gun on the top. Do you know about these? Wu Heng asked Li Yong and the others. The rest shook their heads. After all, they were military equipment, difficult for ordinary people to access. If you weren't a military enthusiast, you really wouldn't understand the models or their uses. Seeing that no one else was moving, Wu Heng continued, check the vehicles to see if they're still drivable. Okay. The doors were already open. It seemed that those inside had planned to break out and had voluntarily left the vehicles. Li Yong and Calamity, among others, went to inspect the condition of the armored vehicles. Chi Hengkai, on the other hand, did not go over but stood beside Wu Heng. Does this mean the military entered the city to rescue people? Chi Hengkai asked. Wu Heng remembered the 2 vehicles they'd found at the Green Peak Living Plaza. They were also military, but they carried some supplies. It's possible they were from the same batch. They might have been evacuating. With the current situation, trying to enter the city to rescue people seems a bit unrealistic, Wu Heng said. Chi Hengkai glanced at him and nodded in agreement. Finding a second person who could take on hordes of zombies head-on like Wu Heng would be difficult. At that moment, Calamity came over with a few others, carrying a heavy sniper rifle and several boxes of ammunition. Boss, look at this. Calamity hefted the sniper rifle in his arms. Barrett. Wu Heng's eyebrows shot up. This type of anti-material sniper rifle was very famous online and even in games. Yet, he hadn't expected to encounter such a firearm here. It seemed to be a foreign-made gun. Was it also used domestically? Where did you find it? Wu Heng asked. Inside that vehicle over there. It looks like a transport vehicle, with row seating in the back and these things, Calamity said. The others set down the boxes of ammunition they were carrying on the ground. Upon opening the boxes, they found machine cannon ammunition as well as that for machine guns and rifles. Is there more inside? No, Sister Hong told us to bring everything to you. Wu Heng nodded. Can the cars be driven away? Sister Hong is checking it out, I'll go ask, Calamity said, placing the rifle on the ground and taking a few people back toward the armored vehicles. Wu Heng waved his hand and collected the Barrett and various types of ammunition into the space ring. Chi Hengkai beside him had her eyes wide open, a look of disbelief on her face. Soon after, Li Yong also came back and reported, both vehicles are a bit damaged, but with some simple repairs, they could be driven back. Is there a car key? Li Yong answered, I checked, these vehicles don't need keys to start, let's just get them upright first. Wu Heng nodded and waited for Li Yong and the others to secure the tow ropes on the armored vehicles before ordering the skeleton army to pull the vehicles back into position. Then, the repairs of the vehicles began, while Wu Heng continued to walk down the road with the skeletons. He didn't see any other broken-down military vehicles. Once the armored vehicles were repaired, Wu Heng signaled everyone to get back in the cars and began their return to the hotel. On the way, Li Yong looked at the armored vehicle behind them through the rearview mirror and asked, what do you plan to do with these 2 vehicles? Do you have any suggestions? Li Yong said, it would be best to allocate one to the bus station's exchange market, whether or not it's loaded with bullets. Just placing it there would be enough to deter some people. The Flame God shelter was able to hold its current status largely because it had armored vehicles and a large number of firearms. Driving an armored vehicle anywhere was enough to make other shelters cooperate with their actions. The same should be true for the auto repair shop area. Although they weren't worried about someone stealing anything, having an armored vehicle on display was enough to deter those restless survivors. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, that works, I'll keep one, and leave one at the bus station. I'll arrange for the skeletons to operate the machine guns. Great. Which one will you keep? I'll have someone take it back, clean it up, and then bring it back here. Bring the one with the machine cannon. Sure. Head back to the hotel location. The team scavenging for supplies had also filled up the truck. A group of people gathered around the armored car, discussing and analyzing it. Some military enthusiasts were even doing a bit of public education on the model and its functions. Li Yong instructed Calamity and the others to take the supply vehicles back first. They would bring back the armored car together when they scavenged for the second time tomorrow. Calamity and the others nodded, called everyone to get on the vehicles, and then the convoy began to head back. The sky gradually darkened. Wrapped in a bath towel, Li Yong walked out of the bathroom in the guest room. Crystal-clear droplets hung on her wheat-colored skin. With the use of the elixir, Li Yong's skin had become tighter, although the color did not change. While wiping her wet hair, she sat down on Wu Heng's lap. How does this bathtub heat up by itself? Wu Heng embraced her waist. It's the same principle as a self-heating hot pot. Li Yong was stunned, then her eyes filled with laughter. Well then, sir, your dish is ready. And you can taste it anytime. I must give it a good taste then, Wu Heng said as he stood up and spun her around in his arms. Li Yong let out a startled cry, clinging to him like an octopus. The bath towel fell, exposing her skin. After twirling around twice, he held her face in his hands and kissed her deeply. The two of them then fell together onto the bed. The next day, Li Yong left. Wu Heng also returned to Gold and Silver Island. Many bragged to him for a while about her talent in painting before she went to look for Sean Ayla again. After breakfast, Wu Heng also went to the association's office study. He pushed the door and entered. Andre Willow greeted him with a smile. Master. Anything happened yesterday? Nothing, everything was pretty normal. Good, this is the elixir we used last time. Drink it all. Wu Heng handed her a corpse core potion. Andre Willow and Minnie had taken this kind of strengthening potion before. They knew its value. Thank you, Master, Andre Willow said joyfully as she took it and then stood on tiptoe to kiss his cheek. Drink up, I'll wait and watch you finish before I leave. Andre Willow nodded, sat down nearby, uncorked the bottle, and drank it down in one gulp. After swallowing the elixir, she curled up on the sofa in pain, her body trembling. Wu Heng walked over and gently patted her back. Soon, the curled-up body stretched out again, and she stood up to move around. I can feel my body has improved again. As long as it works. Thank you, Master, Andre Willow said with a smile. For now, it was only a level 1 elixir. When it came to level 2, Wu Heng wanted to see if they would awaken a superpower. Professionals existed in this world, but superpowers might not have appeared yet. I'm going out for a bit. If there's nothing important this afternoon, come home early. Sure, Master. Wu Heng walked out of the association and called for a carriage. Heading towards Lighthouse Street. Entering Lighthouse Street. The carriage stopped in front of Barrel Tavern. Wu Heng entered the tavern and directly descended the stairs to a semi-basement room. The guard stationed at the door halted his path. Wu Heng stated, I've come to buy some information from Mrs. McIntosh. A woman's voice came from inside the room. Let him in. You can't stop him anyway. Chapter 299, Wait for the owner to come over. The guard let him through, and Wu Heng walked straight in. The woman with 6 arms, still dressed in extravagant finery, wore gold adornments on her neck and wrists. What information do you require? The woman looked up at him, one of her arms lifting to brush her hair. Wu Heng asked, Is it all right to speak here? The woman seemed startled and glanced around. You all, leave us. The few people in the room left promptly, leaving only 2 guards by the door. The woman said, Speak then, what do you wish to know? Information about pirates. The activity in the woman's hands paused. She looked up. That might be a wasted trip for you. We control some information on the island, but pirate groups never stay in one place for long. I can't provide any news for you. From her tone, there was some aversion to bringing up the matter of pirates. The reason for this shouldn't be too hard to guess. Just like in London City, any faction that has provided information to the association would be ostracized by other factions. Here, the consequences could be even more severe. The approach of pirates was known to be far more ruthless. Well then, I won't bother you any longer. Wu Heng turned to leave. The woman glanced at his departing figure and said, There were 2 bodies found at the harbor. There might have been an incident. You could check it out. Wu Heng looked back. All right, thank you. Upon leaving the Barrel Tavern, Wu Heng headed toward the harbor. The place was still bustling. But the number of docked ships had clearly diminished. Heading towards the ship administration desk, Wu Heng showed the association's emblem and directly asked, Where are the bodies that washed ashore this morning? The ship administrator was a human with a scarf tied around his head. On seeing the emblem, he immediately took his feet off the table and said, Further back, it has been reported already, by this afternoon someone will take them away to incinerate. Take me to see them. Oh, sure. The man led Wu Heng to the backyard. In a crude stone room, there lay 2 bodies, bloated and pale from being in the water. You go on down, I'll call you if there's anything, Wu Heng said. All right, sir, the man promptly left. There wasn't much here, and since the bodies were to be burned, there was no fear of further damage. After the ship administrator had left, Wu Heng performed a communicate with the dead on the bodies. The bodies sat up from the ground and turned to look in his direction. Wu Heng asked, How did you die? The body answered, I was killed by pirates. In which area? Near Gold and Silver Island on the Romulo route. Which pirate group? Iron Barrel Pirate Group. The Iron Barrel Pirate Group? Wu Heng had paid special attention to this group before. Because in the records, this pirate group had a flying dragon. And now, collecting flying dragon carcasses was one of Wu Heng's development strategies. Do you have any other information on the Iron Barrel Pirate Group? No. What is the name of your caravan? Adara Business Group. After 5 questions, The body collapsed back to the ground with a thud. Wu Heng was about to question the second body, when the sound of footsteps came from behind. Several men dressed as guards walked in. Said, "Deputy Steward, we have came to incinerate the bodies." Wu Heng looked at the bodies and pointed to the one he had just interrogated. "Take that one and burn it, I will take the other one back for investigation." "Oh, okay." The guards lifted the body and carried it away, while Wu Heng had Skeleton roll up the other one in a straw mat. He then stowed it in his space ring. Following the guards, he also directly exited the ship administration's backyard. Walking back the way he came, Wu Heng mulled over the intelligence issue. If he continued to search so casually, the likelihood of finding pirates was clearly impossible, and he might even attract the attention of someone. "I still need to carefully consider the plan before proceeding with the investigation." Return to the association. Just as I entered the office study, Andre Willow handed me a letter. "Someone delivered this letter to you." Wu Heng picked it up and saw that the envelope was blank and it wasn't using the association's standard mail service. "Who delivered it?" "A kid dropped it off at the front desk and ran away," Andre Willow said. "A kid? And he left right after dropping it off?" Wu Heng handed the letter to Skullcrusher beside him. "Open it." Skullcrusher casually tore open the envelope, and a piece of letter paper fell out. It landed face up, with a few words written on it. "Tonight, the house with the blue triangle flag in the lighthouse residential area, a fugitive will appear." "A fugitive? And they notified me in this way. Was the message from the Barrel Tavern? Or someone else? Master, could this be some sort of trap? Who would send a message like this?" Andre Willow said. Wu Heng's eyebrows were also furrowed. Couldn't figure out the identity of the person who wrote the letter, and the style didn't seem like something the Barrel Tavern would do. "It's fine, the motive doesn't matter, I'll go take a look when the time comes." "It might be dangerous." Wu Heng smiled. "Go see if the third squad is available. If they don't have any tasks, have them follow me." "Yes, Master." Night fell. In a secluded room in Lighthouse Street's residential district, Wu Heng sat in front of the window, looking at the building opposite. According to the clues in the letter, the building opposite was where the fugitive was located. But everything was calm. "Deputy Steward, we have reached our position and can attack the building at any moment," came the voice of Olin, the leader of Squad 3, through the wireless earpiece. Wu Heng looked down from the window. The people from Squad 3 had already appeared in the alley opposite the building. At a single command, they could storm in. Wu Heng replied, "Wait for now. Wait for my signal." "Okay." As they were talking, Glenda, responsible for reconnaissance, flew back from the opposite and said, "Did you offend someone?" Wu Heng's brow furrowed. "Why do you say that?" Glenda hovered in midair and said, "The room you mentioned, it's clearly a trap. As soon as you enter, you'd be shot dead by the set ballista." Wu Heng's frown deepened. "That is to say, the information I received was deliberately leading me here." "So, it's a trap," Wu Heng said. "Yeah." Glenda continued, "If it's a trap set specifically for you, the enemy is also nearby, waiting for you to trigger the trap. They'll then come over to sweep the area and confirm your death." Wu Heng nodded. "That means I just need to trigger the trap and then see who shows up." "Yeah." Wu Heng contacted Olin below through the wireless earpiece. "Don't go in yet. There's a trap inside. Stand by." "Okay." The members of Squad 3 retreated back into the deepest darkness. Wu Heng thought for a moment, then took the remaining bodies out of the space ring. He cast the corpse manipulation skill, and the body shakily stood up again. Wu Heng covered the carrion with a cloak and gave another order, "Enter that house and search around." Upon hearing the command, the carrion shakily went downstairs and headed towards the house opposite. Wu Heng and Glenda watched from the window. Just as the door was opened. Bang! A loud boom. The next second, the carrion's body was instantly blown back, impaled by an iron spear through the chest. Then, the runes on the spear exploded. The carrion's chest vanished instantly. Innards splattered, and its upper body flew into the air. At the window, Wu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. Glenda also floated up, observing the entire street. Waiting for the enemy to appear. Chapter 300, Killing You on the way. The disturbance caused by the triggered trap didn't attract much attention. No residents came out to check, nor did any patrolling guards approach. Wu Heng and Glenda were both silently watching outside the window. Several minutes later, a ranger's flying creature appeared above the corpse, settling on the eaves overhead, looking down. Then, 5 more figures emerged in the darkness of night, quickly reaching the corpse and flipping back the hood to check the face. Wu Heng spoke into the radio, "Olin, take action, no need to leave survivors." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several crossbow bolts shot out from the dark alley. They instantly hit 2 of the bodies. At the same time, Olin, wielding a one-handed battle axe, led the third squad and charged out. Bang! A muffled thud. Olin, at the forefront, was kicked back by the opponent, tumbling over twice or thrice before barely stopping. The pirates, far from being flustered upon being discovered, drew their weapons with a loud shout and charged directly at the members of the third squad. The combat style was fierce, unmistakably that of pirates. "Skull Crusher, go help them," Wu Heng said directly. Skull Crusher braced against the window frame and leapt down straight from the second floor. Upon landing, he wielded his battle axe and charged at the enemy. His warhammer swung up and down again. The pirate who had kicked Olin away was sent flying instantly, slamming into the wall behind. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Skull Crusher didn't stop, charging forward quickly, kicking the man back into the corner, his warhammer smashing onto the chest. The dull impact was mixed with the sound of bones breaking. The figure in the corner coughed up blood in great gushes. Bit by bit, his breath faded. Seeing this scene, the remaining few turned to flee, but they were tightly entangled by the third squad, and after Skull Crusher returned, he struck each with his hammer, killing them all. When the battle ended, the alley once again fell silent. Wu Heng walked out from a distant room. Olin, holding a torch, was checking the identities of the bodies. No one is on the wanted list. Any injuries? None, Olin said. Wu Heng nodded and looked at the bodies on the ground with the help of the torchlight. The attire seemed like that of a dock worker, but the messy long hair and the scars on their faces made them look more like pirates. Olin, take some men and keep watch here. Be careful of other enemies, Wu Heng instructed. Understood, Olin nodded. Wu Heng walked down another alley, with Skull Crusher and Blood Axe dragging the bodies behind him. The dark alleyway carried a stench of urine. Wu Heng gestured for the skeleton to lay down the bodies, his eyes falling on the one that had kicked Olin away. He directly cast Communicate with the Dead. The fallen body suddenly sat up, its upper body unnaturally tilted to one side, its breastbone and spine broken by Skull Crusher. Wu Heng asked, "Who are you people?" The corpse answered, "I am from Iron Barrel Pirate Group." Iron Barrel Pirate Group. That morning, the body inquired at the ship management office said it was killed by the Iron Barrel Pirate Group. It seems the Iron Barrel Pirate Group is active near Gold and Silver Island. Wu Heng continued, "Why did you want to kill me?" The corpse answered, "The captain ordered us to find a way to kill you and bring back your head." The captain's orders. "Why does your captain want to kill me?" The corpse answered, "I don't know." 3 questions had been asked, but the intelligence gathered wasn't much. Wu Heng pondered for a moment before asking, "Where is your captain?" "Following the fleet, docked north of Scorpion Pincer Island," came the reply. Wu Heng took out a tablet and reviewed the map he had photographed last time, noting that Scorpion Pincer Island was closer to Cocktail Island. After putting away the tablet, he continued, "What level is your captain?" "A level 15 professional," was the answer. After 5 questions, the body lay back down on the ground. Having gathered the intelligence, Wu Heng was somewhat surprised. Previously, in his search for information about pirate groups with flying dragons, he had heard of the Iron Barrel Pirate Group. Before he could even attempt to find them, they were already trying to kill him. His gaze continued to the second body, as he cast Communicate with the Dead again. The body sat up. Wu Heng asked, "Who is the corpse beside you?" "A core member of our pirate group." Wu Heng asked, "What are you doing on the island?" "We came to sell some supplies nearby and then kill the vice executive of the association." Wu Heng went on to question each corpse one by one. The basic intelligence gathering was almost done. The Iron Barrel Pirate Group had plundered a batch of goods on the route and planned to sell some at Gold and Silver Island while taking the opportunity to assassinate Wu Heng. The man killed by Skull Crusher was a core member of the pirate group and was the lead person for landing on the island. In fact, the opponent's strength was not weak either. To kick an association captain flying, he had to be at least a level 10 close combat professional. Unfortunately, he was no match for Skull Crusher. Before this, Wu Heng had been suspecting something fishy about Barrel Tavern. After all, he had bought information there at noon and the incident occurred in the afternoon. But now it seemed that there was probably no connection between the two. The Iron Barrel Pirate Group had already landed on the island 3 days ago and had been observing the situation of the association. Moreover, these pirates were truly audacious. Arranging a group of pirates to come ashore to kill a vice executive showed they were underestimating the association too much. Exiting the alleyway, Olin approached and asked, "Vice executive, how is the situation?" "People from the Iron Barrel Pirate Group. The lead man is a core member. I don't know why he wasn't on the wanted list," said Wu Heng. "He might have recently joined, or the association doesn't have any information on him," Olin suggested, then continued to ask, "What's next?" "Their ship is at Port 6. Let's go back and call some people to seize the ship," said Wu Heng directly. "Okay," Olin didn't say much and promptly took his squad in the direction of the association. Wu Heng, on the other hand, walked in a different direction, and after exiting the residential area, he took out the conductor's hat and put it on his head. The train horn sounded. The train appeared out of thin air. Wu Heng boarded the train and wrote Cocktail Island on the journey schedule. About 10 minutes later, Wu Heng appeared on Cocktail Island with 2 skeleton corpses. Reaching the port, he saw the pirate ship hung with shields all over its hull. Looking up at the deck, he could also see patrol skeleton sailors. This ship was a spoils of war from last time after defeating the Bloody Hand pirate group, and because there was no good reason to dock, it had been kept here. Wu Heng climbed aboard the ship via the rope ladder. He took out the map again for a quick check and pointed forward, "Go in this direction." The warship moved slowly, heading in the direction Wu Heng had pointed out. Iron Barrel pirate ship. Inside the captain's cabin, the new captain, Brad, was still tirelessly gyrating his hips. Cursing swear words, he caressed the silky skin of the woman in front of him. "I really should show the old man how it's done now. His fleet is mine, the women are mine, ha ha ha." Brad laughed out loud, slapping down and cursing, louder, "Let everyone outside hear." The woman remained silent. "Once I sell this batch of goods and kill that vice executive, I will definitely surpass the old man." "Serving 2 captains is also your honor," said Brad, but then his eyebrows suddenly furrowed. He quickly stood up, drew his sword, and flung the door open. He saw a very scruffy, matted-haired figure standing at the doorway. "What are you doing?" "Captain, we've spotted a pirate ship approaching," came the shout from the deck. Brad pushed the figure in front of him aside and said, "Speak up next time if there's something, and if you're mute, go scrub the deck." After speaking, he picked up the armor in the room and started putting it on while heading towards the deck. The slight figure walked directly into the room. He glanced at the woman on the bed and whispered, "Are you okay?" Brad went up to the deck. He looked out towards the distant sea horizon. There, a ship with no flags displayed appeared in sight. But from its design, it was a pirate ship, one that had been through countless battles. "Damn it, encountering other ships even here," Brad cursed and said, "Signal them with flags to bugger off, or else they can't blame me if..." Before he could finish, a thwomp sounded, and Brad's shoulder burst open violently, his entire arm and half of his shoulder blade vanishing in an instant. Chapter 301, Useless. From now on. Suddenly, the situation changed, and all the pirates' expressions shifted. But before they could react, another flash of light came and went. With a snap, a core pirate's chest cavity instantly burst open with a vast hole, splattering various internal organs and fresh blood all over the other pirates nearby. The body was thrown backward, crashing to the ground. With such an injury, even if not dead, there was no way to use an elixir. It was then that everyone started to realize what was happening. Brad, clutching his severed arm, lunged forward for cover behind a barricade of shields, shouting, "What the hell is that? What are they attacking us with?" But the deck was in complete chaos, and nobody could answer his question. At the same time, the sound of something cutting through the air came again. Another pirate who was trying to turn the ballista was hit in the head, which shattered like a watermelon. Flesh and bone fragments splattered everywhere. Wu Heng stood on deck, with Barrett resting on the railing. Watching the figures burst apart in the distance, he also was surprised by the potency of this thing. Killing was as simple as smashing a watermelon. According to the information they had received, the opposing captain was a level 15 warrior. Even so, given the strength of his flesh, it merely prevented his body from shattering, but the hit area had lost an arm. "This thing, it's so powerful?" Glenda, floating in the air, exclaimed in surprise. Its original purpose was for destroying equipment, it's a bit overkill for killing," Wu Heng explained. "You really have a lot of strange things on you." Wu Heng held his breath as he pulled the trigger. After a muffled bang, the shell ejected from the side of the gun. The bullet whistled out again, piercing through another pirate's body. "Flying dragons are coming, along with 2 other pirate ships," Glenda warned. Wu Heng looked up and saw, under the silver moonlight, 3 flying dragons carrying pirates flying toward them. At the same time, 2 other pirate ships were also quickly approaching. "You take on 1 flying dragon, I'll handle the other 2, Wu Heng instructed. "All right." Glenda quickly soared into the sky. Possessing a pirate, she took out the Windfire Thunder from her backpack and strapped it directly onto the flying dragon. Meanwhile, Wu Heng, holding Barrett, also aimed towards the sky. Bang! The bullet whistled out. It instantly penetrated the flying dragon's body and the pirate on its back. Their bodies lost balance and dropped from the sky. Seeing that they had lost 2 flying dragons halfway into their approach, the last one turned to flee. The bullet whistled out again, and the flying dragon's body fell from the sky once more. After dealing with all 3 flying dragons, Wu Heng turned back to the cabin to open the boundary door, signaling a horde of skeletons to come up on deck. "Take over those 3 ships." Kerplunk, kerplunk. Lots of skeletons jumped into the sea, swimming toward the three swiftly approaching ships. Wu Heng repositioned Barrett and said, "That captain is hiding, go see where he is." Glenda flew back above the pirate ship. Pointing behind the shields, bang. A gunshot sounded. Pop. A deafening noise blasted as the shields hanging outside the barricade suddenly shattered, and the bullet, passing through the shield, caused the body of the hiding pirate captain to shake, and his other arm flew off like fragments. All the pirates stood frozen in terror. The ironclad shields, so brittle, were destroyed instantly. And then the captain behind them was hit again. What was going on? At this moment, the pirates on the main ship felt a chill in their hearts. Even hiding below, they only felt a cold shiver down their spines, devoid of any sense of safety. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a dense and fragmented sound arose. "What's climbing up the ship?" someone yelled. Everyone also instantly realized that the sound was coming from both sides of the ship. The enemy was approaching from the hull. A brave pirate glanced at the adjacent ship. In an instant, the color drained from their faces. Countless white skeletons had clambered all over the ship's hull. Undead, so many undead. "They're trying to board from the sea." As soon as these words were spoken, two skeletons leapt onto the deck from below, joining the battle with the pirates. Brad, the captain, clenched his teeth, unaware of who he might have offended. To actually come here to kill him. Surveying the chaos around him, he seized the right moment, sprinted from his hiding spot, and ran towards the cabin. A streak of orange light flashed by. An explosion ripped open Brad's waist and abdomen. He fell to the ground. And at the stairs leading to the cabin, stood a filthy sailor who had been at the door. "Quick, save me, and I'll make you the vice captain," Brad gasped with difficulty. Across from him, the sailor fixed his hair, rolled up his sleeves to reveal a crossbow on his arm, and aimed at Brad's forehead. "What are you doing?" "I am your captain," Brad shouted. The sailor smiled, "Learned it from you." The crossbow twanged softly, and a bolt pierced Brad's forehead. With Brad not yet dead from one arrow, several more were shot until he was dead. Then the sailor put away his crossbow and returned to the cabin. The skeletons began to board for close combat, fighting on the deck and in the cabin. The pirates fought fiercely but gradually became exhausted. And were killed by skeletons. Some pirates jumped into the sea, hoping to escape with their swimming skills, only to plunge themselves into the midst of skeletons and were torn to shreds. Dawn was breaking. The battle was gradually coming to an end. One corpse after another was carried up. Wu Heng jumped onto the iron bucket vessel, looking at the deck strewn with dead bodies. He ordered the skeletons to pick up the pirate captain's limbs, but it was still hard to piece them together. Barrett should be used less in the future. After killing, it's hard to assemble the bodies. Too many missing limbs made it difficult to meet the requirements of the bone manipulation skill. Glancing at the incomplete bodies, Wu Heng still planned to initiate a winch. He cast Communicate with the Dead, awakening the captain's corpse. Wu Heng directly asked, "Why did you hire someone to kill the association vice executive, Wu Heng?" The corpse answered, "I received a letter saying that killing you would earn a reward of 200 gold coins." "A letter?" Again a letter. Wu Heng continued to ask, "Who wrote you that letter?" "Not sure, it appeared on its own." "A letter that appeared on its own? What's the purpose of this letter?" "It alerts us to merchant convoys that we encounter during our voyages, which we can then raid." Wu Heng pressed on, "What does the person providing these get in return?" "Nothing." "Damn, how could there be no benefit for doing this? Is this letter only for you, or do all the pirates have it?" "I guess many people have it." After answering 5 questions, the body lay down again. Originally, it was thought to be an act of vengeance against him, but now it seemed related to the mysterious letter. And, the situation was more serious than he had thought. If someone could send orders to all the pirates, then other pirates probably also received a bounty for him. He had become the public enemy of the pirates. "Glenda, go check the cabin and see where that letter he mentioned is," Wu Heng said. Glenda nodded and flew into the cabin. Shortly after, Glenda flew back quickly. "Did you find it?" "Not yet, there's a hidden room under the cabin with a few living people inside." "Living people?" Chapter 302, I seem to have been targeted alive? Upon hearing Glenda speak, Wu Heng furrowed his brows. Skeleton soldiers directly attacked, yet they still left someone alive, hidden in some dark room no less. Wu Heng took out a straw mat from his space ring, wrapped the dead body of the pirate captain, and then stowed it in the space ring. Then he said to Glenda, "Take me to sea." "Okay, this way." With the skeletons in tow, they descended into the lower decks of the ship. The dim cabin was filled with the smell of stagnant air. Upon arriving at the farthest corner, Glenda pointed to an inconspicuous spot. Wu Heng glanced back, and 2 skeletons moved forward, sliding the door open horizontally. This revealed an iron cage made of black iron bars. The sudden appearance of the skeletons provoked screams from the women inside the cage, several of them huddled together, trembling in the corner. Wu Heng swept his gaze over them, counting 5 people in total. 3 women and 2 men. They were disheveled and bore visible injuries. "We're not with these pirates, don't kill us, we pose no threat to you," one of the men said. "Who are you then?" Wu Heng asked. "I'm from the Adira business group, no threat to you." "Why didn't these pirates kill you?" "I promised them a substantial ransom," the man replied, hastily adding, "I'll give you a ransom too, 500 gold coins. Just send the message, and you will receive the corresponding amount." It seemed they were captives of the pirates. Pirates rarely left captives alive for ransom, but it wasn't unheard of. It depended on whether the price was worth the risk. 200 gold coins had been enough to tempt the Iron Barrel pirate group to audaciously attempt to assassinate him. 500 gold coins would definitely be tempting. Wu Heng didn't ask further and turned his attention to the person behind, a slightly shorter figure with unkempt hair, standing in the shadows but with a fierce glint in his eyes. Wu Heng looked at him and asked, "Why are you wearing armor?" "They had me swab the deck during the day, they gave it to me," he replied. "Are you with the caravan?" "No, but I was also captured by them and brought aboard." Wu Heng glanced at him and then the women in the corner. He lost the desire to question them further and simply said, "The few of you stay here. If they try to get out, kill them." Clatter. The following skeletons sprang into action. Their spears went through the bars, pointing towards the inside. Wu Heng, followed by Skullcrusher and Blood Axe, continued to walk out. From behind, the voice of the business group man called out, "Sir, if the price isn't to your satisfaction, we can negotiate further." Wu Heng ignored him and kept walking towards the exit. He didn't truly intend to verify the identities of these people or decide to kill them all outright. When he returned to Gold and Silver Island, these matters would be left to the association to handle. "Where's all the money stored on the ship?" "This way." Glenda said a word, then flew up past the roof. Wu Heng walked up the stairs and found the treasury room where the treasures were kept. He pushed open the door to find a room filled with loot. Apart from various goods, there was a small chest of gold coins and several barrels brimming with silver coins. Catching pirates on Gold and Silver Island was far more lucrative than catching fugitives in inland cities. In the past, even the most valuable items from a slain level 16 Necromancer Wu Heng had encountered were the robe and space ring. Yet capturing a pirate group not only brought the value of the ship itself but also yielded a substantial amount of money. Wu Heng looked at the goods and collected all the gold coins, silver coins, and valuable items into his space ring. He returned to the deck. The 3 flying dragon corpses that had fallen into the sea had also been salvaged. One was charred, while the other 2 were pierced through the chest by Barrett's bullets. Even the leather saddle on their backs had been punctured with a large hole. Flying dragons had been a predetermined target. In this world, skeleton flying dragons might only serve as flying mounts for Wu Heng, but in zombie world, they could still demonstrate formidable combat capabilities. At least, they could enhance the effect of aerial bombardment on ground targets. The greater their number, the more significant their impact. "Remove the saddles," Wu Heng ordered. 2 skeletons stepped forward and took the saddles off the flying dragons. Then Wu Heng began to cast bone manipulation skill. The flesh fell off the flying dragon corpses, and 3 skeleton flying dragons stood up consecutively. Skeleton flying dragon, level 12, skeleton flying dragon, level 13, skeleton flying dragon, level 13. The levels were not significantly different from the previous batch of dragons. The difference lay at most in 1 level. Next, Wu Heng went to the cleared pirate bodies to identify if any were on a wanted list. He wrapped the corpses in straw mats and placed them into his space ring. He then began to cast Corpse Battlefield. Pirate corpses rose to their feet one by one. Wu Heng then glanced at the distant pirate ship, rode a flying dragon over, and began to transform the rest of the bodies on board. After everything had been converted, the fleet started to return to Cocktail Island. They returned to Cocktail Island. The sky was already completely bright. The fleet was docked at the port. Wu Heng opened the boundary door, allowing the skeleton army and the skeleton flying dragon summoned last night to enter, leaving the pirate skeletons to continue guarding the ships. He then put on the conductor's hat, and returned to Gold and Silver Island. Upon reaching Gold and Silver Island, Wu Heng went straight to the association and delivered the corpses listed on the wanted orders to the mortuary. He then proceeded to the steward's office and knocked softly on the door. After receiving a response, he pushed the door open and walked in. Steward Emilo, still seated behind the desk, spoke. "Last night, were you ambushed?" "It wasn't exactly an ambush. The Iron Barrel pirate group passed me false information, trying to lure me into a trap they'd set up," Wu Heng explained. "I've heard about it from Olin. Last night, We also seized the ships at the port and captured more than 20 people, Emilio said. Wu Heng wasn't particularly concerned about the follow-up issues on shore. Besides, with the association's capabilities, as long as they were on the island, capturing the other party would be achievable. Wu Heng continued, based on the intelligence last night, I located the Iron Barrel pirate group's fleet and killed their captain and several key members. Emilio's eyebrows furrowed as he looked up from his desk, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had been ambushed the night before, and by morning had already killed their captain? The biggest problem with pirates was the difficulty of pinpointing their exact location, even with prior intelligence to attempt a capture. If the enemy simply fled, it was very hard to catch up with them. And he had just killed them. Where are the bodies? Asked Emilio. They've been sent to the mortuary for examination. Well done, Emilio praised, despite his inner doubts. Wu Heng then continued, Steward, I also discovered some intelligence that I feel I should report to you. Speak, what is it? I may have become the target of a bounty by all the pirate groups. Emilio's brows, which had just relaxed, furrowed once more. A vice executive of the association being targeted by all the pirate groups was indeed a rare occurrence. What happened? Tell me in detail. Wu Heng nodded and gave a thorough account of finding the mysterious letters and, after questioning the corpses, learning that he was wanted by the pirate groups. After all, he was a vice executive of the association. Having risked his life for the association for so long, he couldn't just shoulder this matter alone. The association had to exert some effort too. Where's the letter? Let me see what it looks like, Emilio inquired. Wu Heng took out several blank envelopes and handed them over. After a brief inspection, Emilio placed them back on the desk. I've never seen this kind of letter before, it must be some kind of special item, he said. This was more or less what Wu Heng had thought. Special items always had the potential to display many strange and unusual effects. Yes, I think it's a special item as well, said Wu Heng. After pondering for a moment, Emilio spoke, Don't leave the island for now. I will negotiate with Gold and Silver Island to strengthen the port's control, and I will start investigating the matter of the letter. All right, Wu Heng nodded, then added, I also captured a few pirate ships, which are now docked at a small island nearby. There are a few hostages on board who were kidnapped by the pirates. Just bring the ships to the association's port. Tell them that they're your spoils of war, and you can dock as usual, Emilio instructed. Wu Heng looked up and said, During the fight, I used bone manipulation skill, and the crew consists of skeletons. Will that cause any issues? Emilio's eyebrow quirked. Indeed, it might attract some attention. Have the third squad accompany you, let them handle the docking, and keep your skeletons inside the ship's hold. Understood. Afternoon. Wu Heng had the fleet approach the port. The third squad was already waiting and took over the ships. Are these the hostages? Olin had people brought up from the ship's hold. Wu Heng nodded, it's them. They claim to have been kidnapped by pirates, but their true identities are uncertain. Take them back for investigation. All right, Olin nodded and directed his members, take them back, and be careful not to let them escape. The squad members watched as the hostages walked away. The man who initially promised a ransom kept looking back with thanks, shouting he wouldn't forget the agreed terms. Wu Heng didn't bother with him. After handing over the task to Olin, Wu Heng headed for his residence. Back at his residence, Minnie came out to greet him with a big hug. She clung to him like an octopus. Wu Heng patted her uplifted leg, signaling her to calm down. Shall I prepare dinner, master? Asked Minnie. I already ate outside, just prepare some water for my bath. Okay. Wu Heng soaked in a hot bath, then returned to his room to sleep. He slept until past 4 in the afternoon before getting up and going downstairs. Just as he descended to the first floor, he saw Minnie and Wood Elf Shaynila chatting in the living room. Seeing Wu Heng come down, Shaynila showed a gentle smile. Did our chat disturb you? Wu Heng sat down opposite her. No, I got up because I'd had enough sleep. Shaynila leaned back in her chair, looking at him as she said, Did the association assign more tasks? They did ask us to go kill pirates, but it's not a big deal, don't worry. That's good to hear. Chapter 303, Don't You Need an Informer? With Wu Heng joining in, Minnie found herself unable to interject. She just sat to the side, listening to the two of them discuss matters of pirates and trade. After chatting for a while, Wu Heng thought about the goods he got from pirate ships. He asked, I got some goods from pirates, is there any way I can sell them off? Goods from pirates? Shaynila played with a strand of hair on her shoulder and said, You can sell them to us, I can settle with you at the market price. Shaynila's attitude toward him had always been somewhat favorable. It made Wu Heng feel like he was somewhat freeloading. After some thought, Wu Heng then asked, What procedures are needed to set up my own trading company? You want to start your own trading company? Just considering it. I have a few ships at hand, always docked at the port. Over time, they accrue dock fees. I'm thinking about how to put them to use. Shayla laughed and said, starting a trading company isn't hard, the main thing is to have a channel for goods and to see if the market is competitive. Just the goods you've plundered are not enough to sustain the operations of a trading company. That did make sense. To establish a trading company, one must at least have a stable source of goods and an advantage in the market. Random goods could be sold directly for a steady profit. Relying on those to sustain a trading company was completely impossible, even the cost of crew and ship maintenance could not be recouped. But Wu Heng had his own ideas, as he was still continuously scavenging various living supplies from another world. They were all piled up in a large warehouse now. Liang had urged him more than once to take away the collected items. Wu Heng said, I just want to understand the process. Shayla replied, the process is not that difficult. For example, if you are from the Eco Kingdom, as long as you register a transoceanic trading company in your country, you can conduct transoceanic trade, but you also need to file reports elsewhere to prevent misunderstandings that might lead to losses. Wu Heng pondered for a moment and felt that it was not such a simple matter. In the Eco Kingdom, he wasn't exactly welcomed with open arms. Whether it would be possible to get approval was uncertain. Does it have to be in one's home nation? I have no background in the Eco Kingdom, said Wu Heng. You could register with Gold and Silver Island, but that's not very stable, and who knows when it might cease to be recognized by various powers. Shayla looked at him. Wu Heng furrowed his brows, feeling it was still somewhat troublesome. Shayla smiled and said, I understand your thoughts, but I don't think you'll be focused on the trading company for too long. If you just want those ships to be put to some use, you could rent them out and charge a fee, just like renting out a house. It's a business that's definitely profitable. That's true, Wu Heng nodded, then continued, I have some living supplies here as well, could you help me see how best to sell them? Sure. Right now? Tomorrow, I need someone to bring them here. Okay. Shayla nodded. The group sat in the lounge and chatted for a while, and Andre Willow also returned from outside. He greeted Shayla with a polite smile and a bow. Wu Heng looked at the elegant wood elf, stay for dinner. Then, I'll take the liberty of joining you. The next day, in the morning, Shayla came over with several guards in tow. After greeting Wu Heng, she asked, where are the goods you mentioned yesterday? Right over here. Wu Heng led her to the backyard and pointed to two large cardboard boxes piled on the ground. This is part of it, but the types are more or less the same. Shayla nodded and signaled for her men to open the boxes, revealing neatly stacked glassware and ceramics inside. She picked up a blue-gray glass cup, held it up to the sky, and examined it closely, saying, it's very transparent, and the design and craftsmanship are also very fine, even more exquisite than the glass products on the market. It should have a good market. Standing to the side, Wu Heng added, I've sold some in the Eco Kingdom before, and the sales were very good. Shayla looked at a few more, curious, she asked, how come each one is different? What's left in stock? There's less of the same kind. Shayla nodded, pondered a moment, and said, I can take these off your hands for 1 silver coin each, but you have to make sure you won't sell them anywhere else. This price was much higher than Wu Heng expected. When he sold them, his mindset was that it was better to sell them cheaply since they were just sitting around unused. But Shayla seemed to understand the market pricing better. You think that's too little? I also need to handle transportation and subsequent sales. I can't let the trading company operate at a loss, Shayla said when she saw that he was silent. Fine, I have no objections, and I can also guarantee there won't be a second seller of these items. Shayla nodded. In a few days, the trading company's ship will come, have the goods ready in advance. I can do that. After discussing the goods, the two sat down in the front pavilion, with 2 guards standing watch at a distance. Shayla rested her chin on her hand, curiously watching him. I didn't expect you'd done business before. Just trying it out, I need to make a living after all. If one day you no longer wish to serve as vice executive, you can come help me. I guarantee you won't have to worry about food or apparel, Shayla continued. I'm not interested in freeloading. How will you know if you like it if you never try? Wu Heng looked up at her again, this time her cheeks were slightly red, and she averted her gaze. They sat together and chatted for a while. Minnie ran over from the front yard. She said, Master, Wire has asked for you to come to the association. Okay, Wu Heng nodded and said to Shayla, I will step out for a bit. Come back early. After saying that, she felt the tone was a bit off and her cheeks reddened again. Upon arriving at the association, he had just entered the steward's office. What's the matter, Wire? Wu Heng asked. Andre Willow replied, Master, the steward has asked for you to come over. What's it about? It's about the hostages brought back by the Iron Barrel pirate group last time, Andre Willow answered. Oh, okay. Wu Hang agreed and went straight to the steward's office. He knocked on the door lightly and then pushed it open and entered. The steward Emilio was still seated behind the desk, with assistant Moya standing by his side. Steward, you wanted to see me? Wu Hang asked. Emilio nodded and said, those people you brought back, they've all been interrogated. 3 of them are hostages of a merchant group, and the rest have some relationship with pirates? What kind of relationship? Among them are pirates' wives and daughters. Wu Hang frowned, recalling the scene when he saw the people, wives and daughters. Why would they be in iron cages? Thinking carefully, there were indeed many doubts. There was an internal conflict within the Iron Barrel pirate group before, and all involved were from the former captain's crew. Wu Hang had heard some news about the internal strife within the Iron Barrel pirate group before, but he hadn't expected it to involve family members. This new captain sure wasn't great, taking over the pirate group and then laying a claim on people's wives and daughters. Oh, so why did you call me here? Wu Hang asked, puzzled. They should just handle it as they usually would. Why involve him? Emilio didn't speak. Assistant Moya, who was standing by, said, didn't you say before that you wanted to develop your own network of informants? Choose from the 2 women? Wu Hang's brow furrowed. Regarding the selection of informants, Wu Hang had indeed considered this matter, but he hadn't yet decided on any specific targets. Now that these hostages were mentioned, but with both wives and daughters involved, it seemed there weren't very good candidates. Emilio passed him some documents and said, Philippa of the Iron Barrel pirate group, the former captain's daughter. This time you killed the current captain, and you could be said to have saved her life. You might want to speak with her. Wu Hang looked at him. Are you sure about releasing her, that she won't just run off and actually bring back intelligence? Aren't you a necromancer? Don't you have any means to restrict her? Assistant Moya asked. I'm a righteous mage, I don't learn those things. I've only learned some techniques for enslaving the undead. Emilio took out a scroll from his space ring and handed it to him. Slave scroll, you can use it on her if you wish. Wu Hang thought for a moment and decided to take the scroll. He'd see how things went first. Even if she wasn't the right candidate, best to take the scroll for now. Alright, I will go and see her. Wu Hang said and then left the steward's office. Back in the office, Wu Hang handed the documents to Andre Willow and asked her to bring the prisoner from the cell. Before long, the door opened. The staff brought in a prisoner shackled in chains. She was slender with disheveled hair. Wu Hang recognized her. He had seen her on the ship before, looking just like a beggar pulled from a mud pit. Now that she had washed her face, one could see her delicate feminine features. Your name is Philippa. Philippa turned her head away, remaining silent. Wu Hang said directly, all the pirates are repeatedly harassing the shipping lanes, and the association plans to execute you all. The execution is set for noon tomorrow. Hearing this, the silence in her eyes trembled slightly. She showed fear of death, yet she still did not speak. I will ask you only once, I won't give you a second chance. Wu Hang stared at her and asked, do you want to live? Philippa's pupils constricted and, after a moment's hesitation, she said through clenched teeth, yes. Chapter 304, in accordance with the principle upon uttering the word wish, Philippa's expression grew even more somber. Wu Hang glanced at the information and said, pirates have been frequently raiding the sea routes recently, I need an insider to gather information on the pirates' intelligence and movements. The disheveled Philippa slightly raised her head and said, if discovered by the pirates, I will die a horrible death. At least you stand a chance of fighting for your life, rather than dying on the gallows tomorrow. Philippa had no second option. She had no second choice, to either agree to the terms now and become an informant among the pirates, or to be executed as a pirate right now. After taking a deep breath, she said, fine, I agree, but I don't know how to do this. I'll find a chance for you to escape, you just have to go back to being a pirate, Wu Hang said. Philippa bit the cracked dead skin on her lip and said, that's not what I mean I don't have a ship or people now, and when I do get some information, how do I inform you? Wu Hang replied, I will arrange a ship for you. As for people, there are a few from your pirate group still in prison, try to persuade them to join. Philippa fell silent again. What both parties needed to do was actually quite clear. Philippa needed to recruit crew members, then with Wu Hang's assistance, break out of jail and resume her life as a pirate on the high seas. Then she had to send back pirate intelligence to him. What Wu Hang needed to do was to arrange the series of events for Philippa's escape and send her back to the sea legitimately. Okay. Philippa agreed, then asked, what about my mother? Will you pardon her too? The other woman was the ex-captain's lady. Wu Hang had seen her in the cell before, with fairly white skin, a plump and rounded woman. Hardly anyone you would imagine living life aboard a ship. As long as you do your job well, I can assure her safety, Wu Hang promised. And her life? How will she survive? What kind of life do you want for her? She's not a pirate, we didn't know he was a pirate before. You can arrange some work for her, don't send her back to that village, she won't last long if she returns, Philippa stated straightforwardly. Wu Hang didn't have the ability to discern lies, but judging from her demeanor, she didn't seem to be making excuses for herself. He also said, do your job well, and your mother will live a good life on Gold and Silver Island. Alright, then we have a deal. Wu Hang took out a slave scroll and said, this is a slave contract, don't resist. Okay. Wu Hang walked out, picked up a quill pen, pricked the tip of her finger, and a drop of blood fell on the scroll. The scroll absorbed the blood, drawing upon Wu Hang's spiritual power, penetrating her forehead, and branding upon her soul. The contract was complete. Philippa began to feel weak, slumping directly onto the sofa at one side. Wu Hang put away the scroll. He continued, wire, prepare a meal for her, with extra meat. Andre Willow nodded and walked out. When she came back, she entered carrying some food and placed it in front of Philippa. The latter looked up at the two of them, then began to wolf down the food. Wu Hang leaned against the desk and said, later, you'll be sent back to your cell, don't show any unusual behavior. When I've arranged everything, I'll let you know. Philippa, with her mouth stuffed with food, mumbled and asked, what about the ship? As for the ship, you'll get one of the previous pirate ships. Beyond the matter of pirate intelligence, there was also the issue of a mysterious letter. According to the information retrieved from the Wenchai, such letters would suddenly appear beside the pirate ship captains. The rules of transmission were still unclear, but they were definitely related to the pirate leaders. Now, it would be seen if Philippa, once she became the new leader, would also receive such letters. Okay. Be cautious when you return, your very life depends on it, Wu Hang cautioned. Philippa swallowed the last piece of bread and nodded her head. Wu Hang looked at Andre Willow, who summoned the guards on duty, and they took Philippa back to her cell. Is she a pirate? Andre Willow asked. Yes, the daughter of the former captain of the Iron Barrel pirate group, Wu Hang replied. It seems she is even younger than many. At the time, I didn't expect her to be associated with pirates either, I thought she was just a hostage. Andre Willow began to clear away the dishes and asked, will those pirates listen to her? Wu Hang shook his head, I'm not sure, the steward thinks she can handle it, she must not be as simple as she appears. Oh. Wu Hang sat in the association for a while, went to inform the steward about the situation, and noticing there was nothing else pressing, he left the association directly. He returned home. Minnie was in the courtyard practicing martial arts with Bodong. Seeing Wu Hang return, she immediately stopped her motions and ran back quickly. Master, you've returned quite early today. I came back early since there wasn't much to do. Wu Hang embraced her shoulder. Why so diligent today? I normally practice at this time, you just didn't know, Minnie said. It seems our Minnie is indeed very hardworking. A smile instantly spread across Minnie's face. That's right. They went into the room together, and Chef Number 1 prepared lunch. After eating together, Minnie returned to training in the courtyard, while Wu Hang headed to the 4th floor, to the alchemy laboratory. Upon pushing open the door, he saw Number 1 expert, with 6 arms, busily concocting elixirs. 2 hands tinkered with the instruments in front, 2 pulverized ingredients, and the remaining 2 held medicinal herbs and shook elixir bottles. It was like one person doing the work of 3, the movements perfectly coordinated. No mistakes occurred. Wu Hang stood at the doorway, watching without entering to disturb the expert at work. He quietly closed the door again, entered his study, and opened the boundary door. He headed to the zombie world. Stepping out of the hotel, he found the open space outside teeming with dense ranks of the skeleton army, with 4 flying dragons circling continuously overhead. The scavenge rate of the auto repair shop's fleet had also exceeded the range of the hotel, scouring the road for various supplies. It's already October, and winter is drawing closer. The auto repair shop has enough supplies to get through this winter smoothly, but the more supplies one has, the greater the sense of security one feels. Moreover, as the road continues to push forward, more shelters will come here to exchange resources. The scavenged goods will also be traded. They will be used to compensate for the lack of other resources at the auto repair shop and to accumulate more gold and silver. SHH. 2 trucks and a bus stop across the street. Li Yong steps down from the vehicle, along with 4 alchemy skeletons. The alchemy skeletons have been brought over, and those jars and bottles are all in the car. The 4 alchemy skeletons step forward and bow slightly to Wu Hang. Wu Hang nods and says, take your things and move them into the 1st floor of the hotel, and I'll arrange a new work location for you later. The alchemy skeletons return to the bus, carrying the organ jars and jars filled with herbs down into a single room of the hotel. Meanwhile, Kaiang-tsai and the others look up at the dragons circling in the sky. Damn, there are 4 now, Kaiang-tsai says. Among them, aren't 2 clad in armor? His bespectacled companion adds. That looks like a saddle to me, the kind you sit on. It's armor. I say it's a saddle. Soon, the alchemy skeletons finish moving the items. Wu Heng signals to everyone to get back into the vehicles and continue clearing zombies. Roar. The roar of zombies spreads rapidly. Zombies from all directions converge on the main road, a dense mass filling the entire street without end in sight. Wu Heng glances at the horde and says directly, send the dragons into the sky, then drop the solid iron bombs in sequence. Whoosh whir. The 4 skeleton dragons soar into the sky. Reaching above the zombie horde, they start dropping bombs. In an instant, the dense ammunition, like heavy rain, rapidly covers the entire street. Boom boom boom. In the midst of the deafening booms, thick smoke rises. The noise is greater than in any previous battle. As the dust settles, the once crowded street is instantly cleared, leaving only broken corpses and limbs, with blood covering the entire road. Only a few sporadic zombies still charge this way. Li Yong, Kaiang-tsai, and the others all widen their eyes, somewhat disbelieving what they see before them. An entire street cleared in one attack. That's way too exaggerated. Kaiang-tsai exclaims in surprise. The bespectacled man in the passenger seat says, logically speaking, there's no problem. What logic? You were the most shocked just now. Wu Heng too watches the scene with some surprise. At the same time, his own experience bar has risen a notch, and in 2 or 3 more attempts, he could level up again. Advance. Wu Heng commands. The skeleton army begins to move forward, killing any surviving zombies along the way. Wu Heng follows behind, casting Corpse Battlefield, where a large number of skeletons rise and join the advancing ranks, moving forward as well. Once the battlefield has been cleared, Wu Heng leads the army onward, continuing to clear zombies along the way, increasing both experience and the number of skeletons. They continue until dusk. Li Yong and the others need to return to the bus station. Only then does the team start to head back. The convoy leaves, and Wu Heng takes the alchemy skeletons through the boundary door. Back on Gold and Silver Island, Wu Heng takes the 4 alchemy skeletons into the alchemy laboratory. From now on, you will prepare elixirs here. If you need anything, you can ask me or the rabbit girl downstairs, Wu Heng instructs. The alchemy skeletons enter the room, moving various jars and bottles they are carrying inside as well. Wu Heng also directs the other skeletons to bring in a freezer and connect it to power. After everything has been set up, Wu Heng continues to say, Number 1 expert, come over for a moment. Number 1 expert puts down the work in hand and steps forward immediately. Wu Heng takes out a 3rd-level corpse core and says, this is a corpse core. I need you to extract from it components that enhance living beings without harming them and refine them into an elixir. Number 1 alchemy number takes the corpse core, then moves to a piece of equipment and begins the operation. Wu Heng, seeing that the work has started, does not continue to disturb and leaves the room. Number 1 alchemy number, a level 15 alchemist, should have no problem developing from a 3rd-level corpse core. He goes downstairs to eat. After practicing swordplay in the courtyard, he takes 2 maids back to his room to rest. The next day, Wu Heng visits the association. As a vice executive, he is tasked with the execution of pirates. The various teams have killed more than 20 pirates, but that does not include the Iron Barrel Pirate Group, as there are further plans for them. Still, executing pirates has inevitably put significant psychological pressure on members of the Iron Barrel Pirate Group. It's said some have even tried to bribe the guards unsuccessfully. In the afternoon, Wu Heng returns home. He heads to Zombie World. Wu Heng steps out of the boundary door. The walkie-talkie on the table crackles with static, then Li Yong's voice follows, Big Boss, can you hear me? Wu Heng presses the talk button and replies, I'm here. I'm on my way now, I have something to discuss with you. As Wu Heng walks down the stairs, he sees Li Yong running over hastily. What's up? After taking a deep breath, Li Yong says, there's news of Zhao's mother. She's in a shelter in the Peace District, but they don't sound very friendly. Chapter 305, Let's work together. Zhao's mother has been found. Upon hearing this news, Wu Heng felt a surge of joy in his heart. After all, he had promised Zhao that he would help rescue his mother. However, as time passed, the likelihood of her mother's survival became increasingly low. If her mother really died, Wu Heng didn't know how to break the news. Now, hearing that the other party was still alive, he felt somewhat relieved. But the latter part of the message, mentioning that the people in the shelter were not too friendly, gave him a bad premonition. What do you mean by not too friendly? Wu Heng asked. Li Yong said, they're asking us to deliver 500 bags of food in exchange, and to deliver them before they evacuate. Wu Hang frowned. This shelter, planning to trade food for people. And they had set a 3-day deadline. Since the shelter protected Zhao's mother, Wu Hang would naturally not treat them unfairly if he went there. But being told like this gave him the feeling of trading hostages. What's the name of the shelter? Even if we wanted to give them the 500 bags, we can't transport them there, Wu Hang said. Liang replied, it's called the Old Mountain Refuge Shelter. I also said that we can't transport 500 bags, and they said they would leave, giving us 3 days. What did you say? I agreed at first, and also asked them to ensure Zhao's mother's safety, then I came to discuss with you. Wu Hang furrowed his brow and pondered the matter before asking, where's their shelter located? Around this area. Liang activated a tablet map and zoomed in on a region, near this old factory area. They said if we see a red flag on the roof of a building, that would be their location. There was still some distance between their two positions. Even if they cleared the zombies all night long, it wouldn't be possible to get there in 3 days. And rushing in such haste could likely lead to danger. Wu Hang looked at the map and pondered again before saying, I'll ride a flying dragon there and rescue Zhao's mother first. Liang's expression immediately became serious. That's too dangerous. Wu Hang smiled and said, don't worry, if there's danger, I have ways to escape back here. Let the main force advance, it's safer, Liang suggested. Wu Hang shook his head, I'm confident, trust me. Since Liang couldn't persuade him, she could only nod and say, then you must be careful. Don't worry, I won't gamble with my life, he assured. Liang nodded, then asked, should we prepare the food? No need, if they really intend to trade, we'll supply them later, Wu Hang replied, then added, remove the ammo pod from the skeleton flying dragon's belly and check the saddle's stability. Okay. After Liang went down to prepare, Wu Hang let Zhao out. What's the matter, uncle? Zhao asked curiously, half floating in the air. Ahem. Wu Hang cleared his throat before saying, I've gotten news of your mother, and now I plan to rescue her. Zhao's eyes instantly widened, and a look of joy appeared on his ghostly face. Really? Uncle, you're amazing. A promise to Zhao is definitely something I must fulfill, he declared. Hee, uncle, you're the best. Wu Hang continued, but your current appearance is a bit different from humans, so think carefully about how you'll explain this to your mother. How should I explain it? Zhao asked. Well, I'm not sure either. Maybe you can tell her the truth in a more tactful way. Okay, I'll think about it. Soon, 4 skeleton flying dragons had their ammo pods removed and landed on the open ground in front of him. Wu Hang put Zhao away and mounted a flying dragon equipped with a saddle on its back. The remaining 3 flying dragons carried Skull Crusher, Bloody Hand, and Big Head Skull. Wu Hang's skeleton attendant made a simple switch, Blood Axe was replaced by Bloody Hand. Blood Axe was level 14, while Bloody Hand had reached level 15, a difference of 1 level that made all the difference in rank. Once everything was ready, be careful on the road, and if you really can't find her, come back first. Liang stood below, constantly instructing. Wu Hang reassured her, don't worry, there won't be any problems. Come back soon. Wu Hang nodded once again, gently patted the neck of the skeleton flying dragon. Whoosh! Ho! The skeleton flying dragon soared into the sky in an instant, charging into the heavens. The 3 skeleton flying dragons behind him also followed suit, taking to the sky, heading towards the destination ahead. The wind howled by his ears, and the air currents slashed across his face like knives. From below, it didn't actually feel that significant. Riding on the dragon's back, one could truly appreciate the staggering speed of the flying dragon. After adjusting to the environment, Wu Hang looked down. The streets and buildings resembled tiny models, and the dense hordes of zombies looked like lines of ants. From this vantage point, they didn't seem so terrifying anymore. They pressed on swiftly, occasionally encountering zombified pigeons and other birds, but compared to the size of the dragons, they stood no chance. They hesitated for a moment but didn't dare come close, and instead flew away. The flying dragon continued to approach the area Liang had mentioned. From a distance, he saw the flag planted below, as well as several people sitting around on the second-floor balcony. On the second-floor balcony, 4 men with cigarettes in their mouths and rifles slung over their shoulders were gathered playing cards. One of them said, I heard from the other brothers yesterday that the auto repair shop shelter is going to exchange hostages with us. The boss asked for 500 bags of food. Yeah, I know about that. The other side agreed right away. Seems like the boss asked for too little. Chapter 305, let's work together raising the price again, huh? First, let's have them deliver some goods, then keep demanding more continuously. With the person in our hands, I doubt they'll refuse to pay. That's true. One of them, flicking the cards in his hands, said, I went to check on her this morning. That chick actually looks decent. Couldn't tell when she was covered in dirt before. Boss ordered not to touch her. He only said not to go all the way, a little touch to satisfy the craving won't hurt. The rest of them hesitated for a moment. You have a point, let's all go there tonight. Haha, great. Flying dragons were circling in the sky. The four men playing cards underneath didn't notice anything unusual. Wu Heng's perception was enhanced. Even from high above, he could faintly hear the content of their conversation. It seemed Zhao's mother hadn't found herself a very good refuge. He patted the skeleton flying dragon on the neck again and started to lower its flying altitude. Once they reached a certain distance, Wu Heng, along with a few skeletons, descended from the sky. He used the feather fall skill midair to land softly on the rooftop. The card players only turned around when they heard the landing noise, their pupils dilating as they saw the sudden appearance of several figures. In a panic, they stood up and pointed their guns, their fingers ready on the triggers. Wu Heng waved his hand gently, and the guns jerked out of their control, pointing into the sky. Holding the spine staff, he said directly, "Look at me." The men glanced over, puzzled. Wu Heng continued, "Deep sleep." Whoosh. The four men's bodies instantly went limp, collapsing to the ground. Wu Heng then released Zhao to fly around the vicinity. "Uncle, there's nobody in this building." "Looks like their base isn't here," said Wu Heng. His gaze returned to the bodies in front of him and commanded, "Go, kill one." Bloody Hand stepped forward, grabbed a man by the hair, and his long knife cut across the throat. Blood gushed out, and the man woke up from his deep sleep. He clutched his throat, struggling incessantly. Then the struggle slowly ceased, along with any sound. Zhao hid behind Wu Heng's shoulder, cautiously watching the scene before her. After the man had breathed his last, Wu Heng activated Communicate with the Dead. The fallen body sat up suddenly. Its cloudy eyes looked over. Wu Heng asked directly, "Where is your base?" The corpse replied, "The base is in an abandoned factory behind here." It seemed this location was just a lookout post, communicating with each other via walkie-talkies. Wu Heng continued, "How many of you are combat ready?" The corpse answered, "A total of more than 60 people." "How many guns?" "More than 20. "Regarding the hostage exchange with the auto repair shop, what's your plan?" Boss said the auto repair shop is wealthy and doesn't plan on releasing the woman. "We're going to trade repeatedly, squeezing the other side for everything they're worth." These people really weren't that honest. Their initial high demands must have been to test the limits of the auto repair shop. Once they realized the woman was very important to them, they planned to continuously take goods. After all, the auto repair shop had built a trading market in the shelter, which meant they surely had plentiful resources. They intended to exploit the woman's value to the last. One last question remained. As Wu Heng was about to inquire, the walkie-talkie hung on the man's chest emitted a crackling electric noise, followed by an inquiry. The voice transmitted, "Tiger, how's it going over there?" Wu Heng narrowed his eyes and looked at the corpse, asking, "What were you four doing just now?" After asking, he pressed the walkie-talkie's talk button and held it near the corpse's mouth. The corpse replied, "Playing cards." With the fifth question settled, the corpse fell back to the ground. More cursing came through the walkie-talkie. "Damn, broadcasting with a fancy tone now, huh? Don't just care about having fun, keep an eye on the hordes and other matters." Wu Heng pressed a button and muttered an acknowledgement. The conversation over the walkie-talkie ended. Wu Heng turned his attention back to the other three who were still in a state of deep sleep. He ordered flatly, "Just kill them all." Bloody Hand stepped forward and swung his knife, severing the necks of the three men. Wu Heng collected the firearms and ammunition. He cast bone manipulation skill, converting them into skeleton warriors. He then got back onto the skeleton flying dragon, with the three newly converted skeletons riding alongside Skullcrusher and Bloody Hand, 2 skeletons per flying dragon. They were all just skeletons, so they didn't weigh much. The flying dragons took off again, heading for the old factory district mentioned by the corpse. Approaching the rear factory area, on the rooftop, Wu Heng and his party descended from the sky, landing directly on the roof. "Cow. Who's there?" The guard on the rooftop immediately adjusted his gun's position. Wu Heng gestured, and the muzzle uncontrollably pointed skyward. Meanwhile, Bloody Hand became a beam of light, dashing swiftly to the guards. His knife flashed, and several heads soared into the air, blood splattering all around. Wu Heng collected the firearms from the ground. He then applied bone manipulation skill to the several bodies. Skeleton Warrior, Level 1, 3 skeletons, all Level 1 skeleton warriors. Just ordinary humans. "Follow me," Wu Heng said as he walked to the iron door leading to the staircase. He opened the door wide, "Lead the way." The few skeletons walked in front, entering the cold and dim corridor. Only a few steps in, a man with a rifle strapped to his back and a cigarette in his mouth emerged from the room. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, eyebrows furrowing instantly. What the hell is that? In panic, he dropped his lighter and reached for the gun behind him. Chapter 305, Let's work together. Wu Hang directly ordered, charge and kill all those armed with guns. Whoosh! Skeletons instantly sprang into action, brandishing weapons as they pounced downward. Bang bang bang. The man below decisively squeezed the trigger, bullets whistling out, instantly striking the figures lunging towards him. But the bullets passed through the hollow skeletons, lodging into the staircase behind. Wu Hang couldn't help but take several steps back to avoid being hit by stray bullets. The advancing skeletons overpowered the man, hacking at his body with their weapons non-stop. Screams filled the air, blood splattering everywhere. Soon, the man ceased resisting, his body a blur of blood and flesh. Wu Hang strode forward and picked up the rifle. Releasing the bone manipulation skill, another skeleton rose to its feet. Meanwhile, the sound of chaotic footsteps and loud questioning came from below. What happened? Who the fuck started shooting? Didn't I say not to kill people without orders? Wu Hang glanced downwards and continued, Skull Crusher, follow me. Bloody Hand, take the skeletons and kill everyone with a gun or fighting back. Rustle rustle. Several skeletons immediately sprung into action. They charged down the stairs and toward the crowd that had came to investigate, guns in hand. In an instant, the sound of gunfire and slashing erupted. In the dimly lit corridor, chaos ensued. Wu Hang glanced into the room as he passed the first corpse. A yellow-skinned, gaunt young woman was curled up in a corner, not shouting or making a fuss, merely crouching there with her head in her hands. Her eyes were hollow and numb, just like those imprisoned by Chen Jinlong in the early days. Wu Hang closed the door for her and continued down the stairs. On the staircase lay two blood-drenched corpses. Wu Hang bent over to pick up their guns before continuing to release the bone manipulation skill. Go down and kill everyone armed with guns. Two skeletons unsheathed their machetes and strode down heavily toward the lower floors. Wu Hang kept walking while transforming the corpses along the way. The number of skeletons grew, and as they did, the surviving resistors dwindled. The ground floor of the factory. Survivors without weapons were pushed to the front while several men armed with guns hid behind the crowd, pointing their barrels forward. Among them, a burly man with a fat face and thick beard shouted, I know it's your superpower, come out and let's talk. Wu Hang, standing on the second floor corner, said indifferently, what's there to talk about? What do you want? Food or women, you can choose anything from here, but just let your ghosts get out of here, said the fatty. You have a lot of food? We'll have a lot soon. We can cooperate. People will continuously bring us food, so survival will no longer be a worry. How about it? You have the strength, I have the food, let's partner up. Wu Hang narrowed his eyes and continued, if I kill you and take over this place, won't that food be mine? You don't know my plan. Plus, if you keep attacking, I'll kill all the survivors here. Without people, taking over this building is... His words were cut off abruptly. Suddenly, a whooshing sound erupted. Turning around, they saw a warhammer appearing out of thin air. Before people could react, smack. The fat man's head was crushed like a watermelon. Warm blood and pieces of flesh splashed over the others nearby. Immediately after, a towering figure appeared as if drawing back a curtain, swinging the warhammer swiftly, killing all the remaining gunmen. Ah! Don't kill me, I'm not with them. Spare my life. The rest of the survivors screamed loudly. Wu Hang commanded, surround them. The skeletons quickly moved to encircle everyone. Shut up, or I will kill the screamers one by one. The shouting and screaming crowd instantly quieted down, crouching on the ground, trembling constantly. Wu Hang scanned everyone. He said, Zhao Yanqiu, come here. The disheveled woman huddling on the ground slowly raised her head. She looked towards him with a mix of confusion and fear. Chapter 306, Even in Death, becomes a ghost. Zhao Yanqiu looked up briefly, then quickly glanced down again. Bring her over, Wu Hang said directly. Skull Crusher pushed Zhao Yanqiu a bit, causing her to follow Wu Hang into a room on the side. As they entered the room, Skull Crusher closed the door. Wu Hang took another look at Zhao's mother. She was slender, appearing malnourished, with very short hair and her face smeared with filth, resembling a scavenging beggar. For a woman, this was a means of self-protection. Of course, having some looks or paying a certain price could also make life a little better for you. Zhao Yanqiu stood anxiously at the door, her legs beginning to tremble uncontrollably as she said in a low voice, Sir, I'm sick, please don't hurt me. Wu Hang did not release Zhao right away. After all, the form of a ghost was something most ordinary people would find hard to accept. Especially for a mother seeing her daughter turned into this. I won't hurt you, Wu Hang said, and our shelter has close cooperation and contact with the command in the area designated by the main station, unlike the people from other shelters. Thank you. Zhao Yanqiu nodded, then quietly asked, "Do you need something from me, sir? Is it just you?" Wu Heng asked straightforwardly. Zhao Yanqiu's head sank even lower, and she wiped her eyes, saying, "My husband took the kids to his father's place, and now there's no contact. To survive, actually." "I know." Zhao Yanqiu lifted her head. "I understand what you mean, they are probably no longer alive. Everyone is going through the same." Wu Heng nodded, then continued, "Actually, I've met your daughter. She asked me to come rescue you." Zhao Yanqiu suddenly raised her head, her eyes shining with an uncontrollable excitement and joy. "Zhao, she's still alive, she's still alive." Being alive had become a difficult thing to define. Wu Heng leaned against the edge of a wooden table behind him and said, "Zhao's situation might be a bit special, you need to be psychologically prepared." Zhao Yanqiu's eyebrows furrowed, sensing another bad premonition. Without saying more, Wu Heng simply let Zhao out with a thought. Her translucent body floated in the air as she turned to the woman and called out, "Mommy." Zhao Yanqiu's eyes widened in shock at the sight of her daughter, who appeared like an illusion. Zhao, what happened to you?" "Mommy, I've become a ghost now. I can pass through walls and become invisible, isn't that amazing?" Zhao boasted while spinning in the air. "You!" Zhao Yanqiu's face grew even paler. Wu Heng cut off Zhao's next words and said, "Zhao, speak properly. Tell your mom what happened." "Oh, okay." Zhao floated a bit lower and began to recount the events that had transpired, as well as how she met Wu Heng and had been with him ever since. Upon receiving the news about Zhao Yanqiu, she came right away. After hearing her daughter's words and learning that her husband and father-in-law had both perished, and seeing what had become of her daughter, Zhao Yanqiu's tears could not be stopped. "My daughter. Mommy, why are you crying? Aren't you happy to see me?" Zhao asked. "Happy," Zhao Yanqiu replied. "Mommy, you stay alive, and when you die, Uncle can turn you into a ghost too, then we'll never die," Zhao said as she mimed a hug. Cough cough. Wu Heng cleared his throat softly. "Zhao, don't give such advice." Oh, hee hee. Zhao chuckled and continued, "Mommy, you'll be able to live a good life from now on. Uncle is amazing, neither zombies nor bad guys are a match for him." Zhao Yanqiu said with a nod, wiping her tears. Wu Heng glanced at the mother and daughter and said, "You two talk in the room for a while. I'm going to check on the others." Zhao nodded. Zhao Yanqiu knelt on the ground and bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you for taking care of Zhao, and for saving me. Don't be like this, Zhao has also helped me quite a lot." "Saving you is only right," Wu Heng said, helping her up. Zhao folded her arms in midair. "I've always been the one taking care of him, you know." Wu Heng left the two to talk in the room. He himself walked out directly. As Wu Heng walked out of the room, he had the skeletons carrying the bodies they had brought earlier. They went into another room. There were a total of 7 bodies. Those killed by Skull Crusher either had their chests collapsed or their heads blown apart. A collapsed chest was not too problematic. Necromancy magic could repair some of the damage when transforming. But with critical organs missing, that could not be remedied. Especially the head. Missing head meant even communicate with the dead would not work. Wu Heng's gaze settled on one of the bodies with a relatively intact head. He released communicate with the dead directly. The body sat up abruptly, its vacant pupils turned towards him. Wu Heng asked, "Apart from here, do you have people stationed anywhere else?" The body answered, "On the second-floor rooftop to the east, 4 guards were stationed." Those 4 from the east were the very ones Wu Heng had killed first when he arrived. It seemed that these were all the people they had left. Wu Heng continued, "You told the auto repair shop to evacuate in 3 days. Where were you planning to retreat to?" The body answered, "Plans were being made to retreat southward." Wu Heng frowned slightly, "Why are you evacuating?" The body answered, "There were signs that a horde of corpses was moving this way." The 3 days were given for the auto repair shop to bring in supplies. They hadn't yet decided on when exactly to evacuate. Wu Heng considered for a moment, then asked again, "Where did you get your guns from?" "Exchanged at a military gathering point," the body replied. On hearing these words, Wu Heng's eyes suddenly widened. A military gathering point. There was a gathering point set up by the military in the area, and what's more, they were dealing with outsiders. Wu Heng continued to press, "What can be exchanged at the military gathering spot?" The body was silent for a while before saying, "Firearms and ammunition, artillery, vehicles, and various kinds of logistical military equipment and supplies." After uttering the last sentence, it fell back to the ground with a thud. Wu Heng continued to release communicate with the dead on the next corpse. The body sat up. Wu Heng asked, "What kind of supplies does the military gathering spot take in?" The body replied, "Food, corpse cores, all sorts of tools, special talents, all can be traded." How many people are in the military force? Seems like there are 300 to 400 people. Where are they located? The open pit mine to the south. After questioning several corpses in succession, Wu Heng had more or less understood the situation he wanted to know. This area was not quite like the one with the auto repair shop. The military force had already built their own refuge base and had opened up the free market to the outside. You could trade various supplies with them for firearms and ammunition, including some tanks and armored vehicles, radio communication equipment. In other words, the current military refuge was more like a highly specialized corporate institution. If you brought them the supplies they needed, they could provide you with relatively professional weapons. This indeed piqued Wu Heng's interest. Not lacking in food, he could make up for his shortage of ammunition from the other party. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhao flew through the wall. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Zhao grinned broadly, looking very happy. Questioning the dead. "Did you have a good chat with your mom?" "Not fun. She's always crying and sobbing." Zhao flew to the other side and continued, "When we killed the bandits, so many people died, it was so dangerous, and nobody cried." Hearing Zhao's words, Wu Heng was taken aback. Whether it was killing zombies or bandits and enemies in the other world, Zhao had been involved plenty of times. But hearing about killing bandits from the mouth of a little girl still felt somewhat incongruous. "Don't talk about the other world with your mother for now." "Understood." Knock knock knock. While they were talking, a knocking sound came from the door. "Come in." The door opened, and Zhao Yanqiu peeked in. When she saw the neatly arranged corpses on the ground, she instinctively stepped back. Then she entered anyway and said, "I've finished talking with Zhao. Thank you for reuniting us mother and daughter." Wu Heng nodded. "It's what I should do. From now on, you can follow me. I will provide you with a safe living environment." "Thank you." Zhao Yanqiu did not refuse. Wu Heng continued, "Who are the survivors downstairs?" "They are survivors from nearby. They usually do some menial work." "No danger?" "Shouldn't be any danger. They are just barely surviving, without any goals, living one day at a time." Wu Heng nodded. "Where's the radio and the storage here?" "Take me there." "On the 3rd floor." Several people arrived on the 3rd floor. Pushing one of the doors open, there were bags of rice, oils, and stacks of beer scavenged from supermarkets, as well as pickles and instant noodles. Wu Heng glanced at it and said, "Go pick a few people you trust to cook for the survivors below. Then tell them about the situation here. Those who are willing to stay can be provided with food and safety but need to work. Those who are not can also be given some food and allowed to leave." "Oh, okay." Zhao Yanqiu nodded and was about to leave. As she was leaving, Wu Heng spoke again, "Don't talk about Zhao's situation." "I know, I won't tell anyone outside," she said and went downstairs with quick steps. Wu Heng continued to the 2nd room and opened it. He saw a radio set on a wooden table and piles of empty beer cans and cigarette butts in the wastebasket below. Turning on the equipment and picking up the microphone, he said, calling the auto repair shop. Soon, Li Yong's voice came from the other side, "This is the auto repair shop, go ahead. All is well." Received. The simple exchange revealed a noticeable change in Li Yong's tone. From the initial seriousness to the relaxation in the last sentence. It was quite evident. But as the radio used a public frequency, he could not say too much to avoid letting others infer something from it. Conversation ended. Wu Heng continued towards the next room. He pushed hard, but the door was locked. Wu Heng glanced around and used the bronze key to unlock it, then pulled out the key. The contents of the room made Wu Heng's eyebrows twitch. Armory. The entire room was filled with ammunition boxes. These people really had not skimped on exchanging for ammunition. After a glance, Wu Heng's gaze settled on the 2 military green elongated boxes at the base of the corner wall. "Open up," Wu Heng ordered. The skeleton stepped forward and opened it, revealing the military green launch tubes with rocket projectiles inside. Rocket launchers. Chapter 307, It has side effects. Seeing the contents of the box, Wu Heng's brow raised. Rocket launchers. In movies and TV shows, these weapons were hardly scarce. Typically shouldered, firing outward, a single rocket could leave nothing but ash in its wake. "Open this one too," Wu Heng continued. The skeleton opened another box, which contained an identical launcher and rockets. Looking at the items on the ground, Wu Heng frowned slightly. These people had not only bought a large amount of ammunition but had also acquired rocket launchers. It seemed they had some plan. Luckily, Wu Heng had not come face to face directly but had entered the building from the rooftop, catching them off guard. Otherwise, if a conflict had broken out and they had used these 2 rocket launchers, it would have been no joke. Even though his attributes had far surpassed those of an ordinary person, he had not reached the point where he could withstand a rocket with his body. He himself had also relied on modern weaponry to kill many level 15 professionals. Shifting his gaze away, Wu Heng stored all the ammunition into the space ring. This haul of ammunition was a decent find. After making a round of the entire base, he arranged for skeletons to guard some key positions. As for this location, Wu Heng was quite satisfied. It used to be an old factory zone. It had workshops, dormitory buildings, yards, and well-paved roads. It completely met the requirements for a settlement. The people who had died must have also seen this, which was why they chose it. After taking a look around, Zhao Yanqiu came back and reported, "No one left, they've all chosen to stay." Perhaps they had no better option. Wu Heng nodded and did not say much, instead changing the subject. "Have the people here killed zombies before?" "They have, and they've also killed quite a few people," replied Zhao Yanqiu. "Where are the bodies?" "I'm not sure, I just know they were taken to the back." "Let's go take a look." Wu Heng led a few skeletons and Zhao Yanqiu towards the back of the factory. The entire rear area was a wasteland, with weeds half a person's height, and the outline of rockeries and pavilions could be faintly seen amidst them. They followed the only path inward. After walking a distance, they saw a huge pit. It was filled with corpses, zombies, human bodies, and even several naked female corpses. Wu Heng glanced over then said to Zhao Yanqiu, "Go wait outside for me." "Okay." Zhao Yanqiu withdrew. Wu Heng stood on the edge of the deep pit, took out the spine staff, and began casting Corpse Battlefield. A gray-white ring of light rippled out, and skeletons began to rise from the pit, crawling their way out. In total, more than 300 skeletons emerged, filling the open space around them. With not many forces at hand, he needed to gather some from anywhere he could find in this world. Corpses were omnipresent. Leading the skeletons back out, he again startled Zhao Yanqiu. Realizing there was no danger to herself, she calmly followed him. Together, they returned inside the building. As the sky gradually darkened, the survivors were rearranged into new living spaces. Wu Heng chose a room on the top floor and organized the skeletons to guard it. Zhao Yanqiu's room was next to his. Her responsibilities not only included overseeing the other survivors but also listening to radio broadcasts for information and news, in case anything happened at the auto repair shop. Once everything was settled, Wu Heng then opened the boundary door and returned to his residence on Gold and Silver Island. By the time he got back, it was already quite late. Descending to the hall, Wu Heng instructed Chef Number 1 to prepare a late-night snack for himself, filling his somewhat empty stomach. After eating his fill, just as he started up the stairs, a door on the third floor gently opened, and Andre Willow walked out, her hand behind her back gripping a handgun. Rangers were always vigilant. "Hungry, I came down for a late-night snack," Wu Heng said. Andre Willow put away the gun. "Have you eaten yet? I can prepare something for you." "I've eaten already." Wu Heng motioned with his hand and she obediently came closer. "Go to my room, I need to wash up." Andre Willow's cheeks flushed slightly. She carefully glanced at Minnie's bedroom, then hurriedly went upstairs to the fourth floor. After a quick wash-up, he returned to his room. Andre Willow had her head tucked under the covers, leaving only her eyes visible, cautiously watching the outside. Wu Heng liked this expression of hers. With bashfulness and eagerness intertwined. Wu Heng tossed aside the blanket and pressed her beneath him. "Hold on to me." Andre Willow shyly entwined her limbs around him, moving in harmony with his actions. Only after they were both drenched in sweat, did they embrace each other and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Heng and Andre Willow headed to the association together. After reviewing some documents that had been delivered the day before, they had the pirate daughter Philippa brought up from the prison. Philippa stood in the center of the room. Her appearance was still scruffy, and her face and eyes still bore some injuries. "Did you get into a fight in jail?" Philippa glanced up at him, wiped her somewhat dirty face, and said, "That's how pirates resolve issues. You wouldn't know since you've never been one." "Did you win or lose?" "A draw." It seemed she didn't gain any advantage. Wu Heng said to Andre Willow, "Prepare some food for her, with plenty of meat." "Okay." Andre Willow left. Hearing about food, Philippa involuntarily swallowed her saliva. Noticing Wu Heng looking at her, she quickly stopped the swallowing motion and turned her head away. Wu Heng asked, "Are those people willing to leave with you?" "I've persuaded a few. You need to speed up the process. The ship is ready for you." "I plan to let you leave in 3 days," Wu Heng said. "Otherwise, in 3 days, I will let you leave. Any who are willing to follow you and can be trusted, take them with you. Those you are unsure of, I will help you take care of." "Fine. I have no problem with that," Philippa nodded. "At that time, you will give me a list. Those unwilling to follow you will be dealt with en route," Wu Heng stated firmly. "What if I'm not sure?" "Kill them too." "All right, you're ruthless. Just then, the door opened. Andre Willow entered with food in hand. Philippa sat down on the sofa without any regard for her image and started shoving food into her mouth. After gulping down the food voraciously, Wu Heng continued to inquire, "What's your profession? What level are you?" "Ranger, level 8. Wu Heng looked at her anew. At her age, reaching level 8 was quite talented. In the association, that qualified her for the position of a small team leader. It was the profession of a small team leader. Philippa patted her belly and countered, "Have you arranged the message delivery? Don't blame me if the message doesn't get out. I'll have it arranged on the ship for you. Is it a special item? It's best to let me see it beforehand, in case it doesn't work when the time comes." Philippa leaned back on the sofa. "I'll arrange it in the next couple of days. You just focus on your tasks," he replied. "Okay. You have 2 more days. Make them count." "Got it." Philippa was taken down. Wu Heng also packed up his things and returned to his own residence. Back home, Shayna sat in the living room, fiddling with several fancy-looking pajamas along with Minnie. Upon seeing Wu Heng come in, Shayna immediately hugged one of the garments in her arms, her cheeks turning a bit red. "Why are you back so soon?" Should I not come back?" Wu Heng asked, puzzled, as he scanned the two. "What mischief are you up to?" "None." Shayna denied. Minnie giggled and picked up a light yellow pajama. "Look at Sister Shayna's pajamas, they're see-through." In a panic, Shayna dropped what she was holding and instantly tried to snatch the pajama from Minnie's hands. Wu Heng picked up the fallen garment and looked at it. It was made of chiffon, feeling extremely soft and smooth. "Give it here." "You shouldn't be touching a woman's things," Shayna demanded, reaching out to get it from him. Wu Heng handed it over with a smile. "It suits you well." "Stop talking nonsense," Shayna blushed. "Hee hee. I always said Shayna likes master, look." Minnie laughed heartily. Shayna's cheeks turned even redder as she stood up to cover Minnie's mouth. Wu Heng, on the other hand, picked up another garment to look at. A silk nightgown, and rather daring in style. After some playful teasing and laughing, Minnie headed to the kitchen to have Chef No. 1 prepare lunch. Lost in thought, Shayna said to Wu Heng, "Wu Heng, come out with me for a second." The two went to the pavilion in the backyard. Standing at the edge of the pavilion, looking at the sprouting flower bed, Shayna spoke softly, "You probably noticed, I've been paying special attention to you." Wu Heng replied, "Yeah, what about it?" Biting her lip, Shayna confessed, "Let me put it this way. The special item I used last time to seal myself in amber came with a side effect. It causes one to develop an affection towards the first person they see upon awakening." Chapter 308, Talk to You when you're level 15. Hearing Shayna actively mention the side effects of the amber pendant, Wu Heng was also taken aback. At the same time, he wondered what she was trying to convey. He was aware of the side effects, which his panel indicated as causing a sense of dependence. The fondness Shayna expressed was actually the same thing. "You bought the house next to mine because of the pendant's influence too?" Wu Heng asked. "I needed a new place to live, but indeed, it does have something to do with you." Shayna glanced back and continued, "I plan to interact with you. In fact, the side effects are not without solutions. After learning about the side effects of this special item, I had planned a solution. If you don't meet my expectations, I will have someone erase this segment of my memory." Wu Heng raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by this outcome. She had prepared a contingency plan for such a situation while wearing this special item. But this was just a hypothesis. As the main consciousness developed a sense of dependence, it was very likely that erasing a segment of memory would not change anything. "This feels like choosing a maid in a tavern," he remarked. "What's wrong with that? When anyone chooses a partner, they have to observe the other person's character and lifestyle habits, don't they?" Shayna replied. "So, what are you thinking now?" he inquired. Shayna took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. "Having interacted with you these past few days, I don't dislike you. Although you are a necromancer and have had relations with a maid, these are not unacceptable to me." Wu Heng watched her silhouette. "I don't dislike you either. You've even taken a fancy to me." Shayna glared at him displeased, then said, "I don't dislike you, but no matter what, I am the president of the Starflower Commerce Association, with a certain status." After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "If you can advance to a level 15 professional before age 30, I can be your lover." After saying the word lover, Shayna's cheeks flushed red, and even her fair neck and the roots of her ears quickly turned red. "Lover?" Shayna suddenly turned around and said, "Of course, I'm over 400 years old, it's quite normal to have a husband. Don't worry, our agreement is to support each other, to consolidate our own status. By then, you will still be my first man." After speaking, she felt that she had explained too much and seemed too proactive. She looked up and said, "There are many who pursue me, who express their love for me, and you've taken a fancy to me." Wu Hang smiled, "Not at all, I even thought you were just coming of age. You do have a way with words." Shaunaela's gaze softened considerably. For Shaunaela, it was both gratitude and affection for the man before her, not just the influence of the amber, but also the life-saving debt and his attractive personality. Perhaps it was also a favorable destiny. If Wu Hang could reach level 15 before the age of 30, he would be a rare genius mage among the human race. As a lover to a young genius, she wouldn't be at a loss. Instead, it was more like she had snagged a younger catch, gaining a certain advantage. At gatherings of noblewomen in the past, many bold women boasted about their conquests in this regard. "We've made a deal, you can't back out," Wu Hang emphasized. Wu Hang felt relieved on his side upon hearing that reaching level 15 was sufficient. Having him research a new type of magic and achieve something might be more difficult. But just leveling up wouldn't put too much pressure on him. He was level 12 now, with more than half the experience required for level 13. With a bit of diligence on his part, he could quickly reach level 15. Seeing his fear of her reneging, Shaunaela laughed and said, "I won't go back on what I've decided." "Then I'll have you," he declared. Shaunaela's cheeks reddened again. "Don't talk nonsense outside." A light breeze swept by, lifting the hem of her dress slightly. After speaking about this matter, Shaunaela seemed to have completed a daunting task and felt much more relaxed. She said softly, "Actually, I've been having a tough time lately, but in the time I've spent with you guys, I've been quite happy, and I don't mind those troubles anymore." Wu Hang beckoned, "Come, let me read your palm." Shaunaela was curious. "Palm reading? What's that?" "It's looking at a person's palm lines to predict their future fortune," Wu Hang explained. "You know the abilities of a prophet? Not as profound as theirs." Shaunaela immediately showed interest and sat down beside him. "How do you read it?" Wu Hang extended his hand. "Your hand, please." Shaunaela stretched out her hand dubiously. Wu Hang grabbed it and, before she could instinctively pull away, opened her soft palm. At a glance, Shaunaela clearly hadn't done any manual labor. Her palms were as tender as tofu, without even the calluses from wielding a weapon over a long period. Holding her hand, he said, "This line represents your lifeline, which is long and deep, suggesting you'll live longer than others and be free from illnesses." Shaunaela paused, also leaned in, and looked at the lines on her palm. "This one represents your career line, which is long but has many forks along the way, indicating many difficulties. This is your marriage line. You're going to have an affair." Bang. Shaunaela punched him on the shoulder. "Are you doing this on purpose?" "Just kidding, don't be mad. Your palm lines are good, things will get better from here, both in career and life," Wu Hang said as he grabbed her hand again, not continuing to read her palm, but just holding it in his. Shaunaela tried to withdraw her hand a few times, but eventually let him hold it, sitting next to him with flushed cheeks. The two sat side by side, close together. They could feel the warmth emanating from each other's bodies and a faint scent in the air. Wu Hang proposed, "Should we open a side door in the yard, so it's more convenient for you to come over?" Shaunaela's face turned completely red, and in a soft voice she responded, "Let's talk about it after you reach level 15. The two sat for a while longer. Minnie's voice, coming from the front yard, called out, "Master, Sister Shaunaela, dinner's ready, where did you run off to?" Shaunaela quickly withdrew her hand, somewhat guiltily smoothing out her skirt, then gave him a light slap on the body. "Behave yourself from now on." "That's my fault too," Wu Hang said somewhat speechlessly. Tap, tap, tap. Minnie ran over quickly. Seeing the two people inside the stone pavilion, she said, "It's time to eat." "Oh, okay." Shaunaela walked over quickly, linked arms with Minnie, and headed to the house together. As Minnie was being pulled along, she turned her head and called out, "Master, come and eat." "Okay." The group went back to their dwelling for a meal. After lunch, Shaunaela took Minnie to the market to buy flower seeds. Wu Hang went straight to the 4th floor. Upon opening the boundary door, it was still the factory dormitory. Coming out of the room, he saw the survivors downstairs carrying out a thorough cleanup. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps going upstairs sounded, and Zhao Yanqiu walked up from below. Different from the unkempt beggar seen yesterday. Today she was clearly washed up, still somewhat thin in appearance, but certainly not bad-looking. "Your Majesty," Zhao Yanqiu called out, then glanced around. Wu Hang released Zhao, and Zhao Yanqiu immediately smiled. "Zhao. Mommy, were you looking for me?" Zhao asked. "Mommy wanted to see you," Zhao Yanqiu said. "Oh, I missed Mommy too," Zhao obediently said. Zhao Yanqiu and Zhao, under the current circumstances, were actually lucky. At least they could still see each other. More survivors, in fact, were left with only themselves, without a goal, without hope, living day by day. The mother and daughter chatted for a while before Zhao Yanqiu turned to Wu Heng and asked, "Your Majesty, what work do we have to do today?" The conditions Wu Heng set forth yesterday were that after staying, one needed to complete work. "How many survivors are there?" Wu Heng asked. 56 people, about half men and half women, but they are all of working age and quite strong, Zhao Yanqiu replied. "Just clean up the dormitory building today. You'll be in charge of listening to the radio, keeping track of what specialties the survivors have like plumbers, welders, and cutters. Get them all registered. Later we'll assign tasks to everyone." Wu Heng thought for a moment and then said. "Just having taken control of the place, many tasks also require the cooperation of tools." "Okay, thank you," Zhao Yanqiu expressed her thanks. Do these things for today. If there's anything, I'll give further instructions to you all." "Okay." Zhao Yanqiu agreed, spoke a few more words with Zhao, and then walked quickly downstairs. No sooner had she descended than the other survivors immediately gathered around, cautiously inquiring about the situation. Then they cooperated with the registration. Wu Heng then ordered the skeleton to guard this floor's staircase and went up to the rooftop. Riding the skeleton flying dragon, he headed towards the county bus station. The sound of the wind whistled by his ears. He quickly arrived above the auto repair shop, landing directly in the courtyard inside the bus station. The patrolling survivors nearby were startled. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty, your new mount, huh?" The gathered survivors greeted him one by one. Wu Heng nodded and then asked, "Where is Li Yaong?" "Sister Hong is outside." "Are you looking for her?" Tell Li Yaong to come to the council hall. I have something to discuss with her," Wu Heng said. "Okay," the man agreed, pressing the walkie-talkie on his ear and calling Li Yaong. Wu Heng headed straight for the council hall. Shortly after, Li Yaong, Chi Hengke, Kai Tsai, and others walked in quickly. "You're not hurt, are you?" Li Yaong asked. "I'm fine. How is Zhao's mother doing?" Li Yaong continued. "Pretty good, she and Zhao have met, everything went smoothly." Afterwards, Wu Heng recounted the situation over there in full. There were a total of 4 people present. Li Yaong, Chi Hengke, Kai Tsai, and Wang Qinggang. Chi Hengkai and Wang Qinggang had never seen Zhao, but they had heard the name and knew she was an important person in the camp. The reason for the long trip this time was to rescue Zhao's mother. What surprised everyone was that for this, Wu Heng himself had killed 40 or 50 of their armed men. This combat prowess stunned him all. In previous battles, it was the skeletons doing the fighting, with Wu Heng playing a commanding role. This time, with just 3 skeletons taken along, he took over the enemy's base. The superpower and combat ability were astonishing. "I plan to make that factory into one of our sub-bases. We can also contact the military to exchange for some of the supplies we need," Wu Heng revealed his plan. Chapter 309, I just saved you. Establishing a sub-base, making contact with the military. Both are significant decisions. A sub-base means dispersing the population. Resources also need to be reallocated. Making contact with the military could lead to more unpredictable situations. It's fine if we maintain friendly trade, but what if conflicts arise? The skeleton army, can they withstand modern weapons? The power of a missile is enough to destroy a large area. The others were somewhat anxious. Li Yaong directly asked, "What do you need next?" Wu Heng replied, 2 radios, preferably the kind with good signals used by the military, some photovoltaic panels and accessories. These are what I will take with me. You'll also need to prepare some people to come with me, to stabilize the situation over there. We have radios and photovoltaic panels in the warehouse, I'll have someone get them ready. Li Yaong took out her walkie-talkie and began giving instructions. After finishing, she continued, "How do you plan to arrange the personnel, and how will they get over there? The bus station must keep operating. Li Yaong stays here to take charge. Chi Hengkai and Wang Qinggang, pick 20 people to go to the factory area," Wu Heng said. Hearing the arrangements, Li Yaong's expression changed dramatically. She was obviously not too pleased but didn't voice her opinion. Instead, she asked, "How will the people get there?" "The route we planned when rescuing Zhao's mother, skirting the edge of the city. It's safer," Wu Heng said directly. "Alright, does anyone else have any objections or ideas?" Li Yaong looked to the few others. "No objections. I don't have any objections either." The others nodded in agreement. "Good, then let's leave it at that for now. Everyone, go ahead with your tasks," Wu Heng said directly. The group rose and headed outside. Once the others had left, only Wu Heng and Li Yaong were left in the room. Li Yaong's expression was a bit unhappy, clearly displeased. Wu Heng walked over and put an arm around her shoulders. "Why do I get the feeling you're unhappy because I'm not taking you with me?" "Not at all." Wu Hang lowered his voice, one of us has to stay behind. I wouldn't feel secure entrusting the camp we've worked so hard to build to someone else. It's only if you stay that we can keep it in our hands. Liang glanced up at him, but I want to go with you. Riding the flying dragon, it's less than a 2-hour journey. Whenever you miss me, I'll come over by flying dragon. It won't be a problem, Wu Hang stated plainly. If you miss me, you can come over by flying dragon, and if I miss you, I can do the same. There won't be any problems, Wu Hang reassured. Liang thought about it and realized he was right. With the skeleton flying dragon, it would only take a moment. It was no different from before when she would drive to see him. Okay then, you make a good point. Wu Hang pinched her cheek and planted a deep kiss. How about we relax a bit before I go? Liang's cheeks instantly reddened. Stop it, you're relentless, and we'll get sidetracked. Just for a bit. Before she could respond, Wu Hang pulled Liang into a room on the side. He pinned her upper body to the desk and kicked her legs apart. Liang wanted to make a few retorts but suddenly felt him and closed her mouth, softly moaning. They re-emerged from the room. The displeasure on Liang's face had vanished. Joking and laughing together, they walked outside. The photovoltaic panels and radio equipment were ready. Wu Hang put them directly into the space ring. I'll arrange things, so the convoy sets out tomorrow. You just arrange for someone to meet them, Liang said. Okay, be careful on the road, Wu Hang replied. Wu Hang got back on the skeleton flying dragon, with a electrician skeleton sitting in front of Skull Crusher. After everything was ready and farewells were said, he patted the dragon's neck and soared into the sky. Heading back to the old factory dormitory building. He landed on the roof. Wu Hang chose a spot and had the skeletons install photovoltaic panels to power the dormitory building. Then he went back inside and glanced at the other survivors. He opened the boundary door to return to Gold and Silver Island. The next day, at the association's office study, the door opened. The pirate daughter Philippa was brought in. Once the door closed, Philippa sprawled very ungracefully onto the sofa. What are we eating today? Her tone and demeanor were as if she were the vice executive of this place. Wu Hang glanced at her, while Andre Willow chuckled on the side. What do you want to eat? I want beef, water tiger fish, and vegetable soup. Wire, go prepare that for her, Wu Hang instructed. Andre Willow nodded and promptly left the room. Philippa then said outright, how about I stay and be your assistant? All you need to do is provide me with these meals. Do what you're good at. And what am I lacking? Philippa said with a face full of disdain. We're acting tonight, how are you prepared? Wu Hang continued to ask. Just like that, I've done what needs to be done. Wu Hang nodded and took out the radio device, saying, come on, I'll teach you how to use this kind of prop. Philippa stood up and walked over, looking at the strange metal box. This is a prop? It's so big? This is a communication-type prop. This is where you receive the signals, and this is called a microphone. You can use it to transmit messages. When you have any information, turn on this switch and just speak, Wu Hang explained one by one. Philippa picked up the microphone and said a sentence, then looked at him. Did you receive it? You need 2 devices operating at the same time to receive it. I'll leave one with you on the ship, make sure not to damage it or let it get wet, Wu Hang cautioned. Oh, okay. Wu Hang continued, pointing to the figure holding a long sword next to them. This is Blazing Blade, a level 12 skeleton attendant. He'll also be arranged to be by our side to protect you. Are you crazy? A skeleton following me, how am I supposed to explain that to the other pirates? Philippa blurted out directly. You've only reached level 8, can you intimidate those pirates? If there's any danger, Blazing Blade can protect you. Philippa felt that he was right and thought for a moment, then said, then wrap him up tightly. I'll just say he's my enforcer. Say whatever you want, as long as you can deceive the others, Wu Hang replied. The two of them chatted. Andre Willow came in with the food she had bought. Philippa sat on the couch, eating voraciously with no semblance of a lady. After the other party finished speaking, Wu Hang continued, tonight, I'll send Blazing Blade to rescue you. Remember, no one knows you're my informant, you have to try your hardest to escape. Got it? Philippa nodded and said, what do I do about some people who always oppose me? They won't escape. Just take your people and get on the ship. Okay. After they had finished discussing, Philippa was taken back to her cell. Night fell. It was quiet inside the dungeon. A few torches on the wall had gone out, making the light even dimmer. Philippa lay on her straw mat, gazing silently at the wall, waiting. Tap tap tap. Who's there? There's a jailbreak, sound the alarm. Stop them. Suddenly, shouts erupted from outside, followed by the clinking and clanging of fighting. All the pirates in the dungeon sat up in their beds, staring fixedly at the entrance. Suddenly, Several figures clad in armor, covering even their faces and eyes, came charging down from above. They moved quickly past each cell. Philippa's heart thumped wildly, but she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Save me, I'm here." The figures came to Philippa's cell, drew their iron swords, and cut the iron locks. Philippa rushed out of the cage and pretended to run out. "Philippa, save me. Let's go together." "Captain, didn't we agree to sail out together? You can't leave your crew behind." "Yeah, let us out too. If you run, the association will come, and they can kill us overnight." Philippa stopped in her tracks and cursed, "Shut the fuck up, all of you." Then she said, "Let a few of them out." The figures behind her stepped forward, and long swords in hand, they shattered the locks of several cages. The rest of the pirates ran out with faces full of joy. "Go on, no one will save you if you die on the way." After saying that, she took the lead and ran outside. As soon as they had rushed out of the dungeon, growls and chaotic noises erupted all around. The light from torches appeared from the pathways on all sides. They ran towards the direction without torchlight, heading straight for the harbor. At the harbor, the pirates ran frantically, heading directly for the harbor. They fought off the few guards. "This way, I've prepared a speedboat. We'll be safe once we're on board," Philippa said as she ran towards the speedboat ahead. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sharp sound of slicing air came from behind her head. Fear appeared on Philippa's face, and she instinctively threw herself forward. Dong! The clear sound of metal clashing rang out. Philippa created some distance, then abruptly turned to look back. She saw several pirates had drawn their weapons, and the skeleton attendant assigned to her had stopped their sneak attack. Philippa's expression changed drastically as she cursed, "Are you fucking insane? I'm the one who saved you." Chapter 310, Disappear with one shot. The sudden ambush from behind sent a chill down Philippa's spine, and her body broke out in goosebumps. If not for the skeletons alerting her, she would probably already be half a head shorter. What was the point of sailing the seas or spying? She would have died right in the port. Philippa looked angrily at the pirates behind her. A pirate with yellow teeth stood at the forefront, saying coldly, "Philippa, do you think we're idiots? You were always taken out of jail, and now you've escaped. You must be up to something, aren't you?" Hearing this, all the pirates also turned their gaze in this direction. Philippa's heart skipped a beat, and the anger from being ambushed also spawned a hint of panic. She forced herself to calm down and scolded, "Is that the excuse you're making for yourself? In the jail, it was you begging me to save you all, and now that you see there's a chance to escape, you start infighting, huh? Then how do you explain always being taken out? Explain to your mom, if I didn't make some connections, could you have escaped?" Philippa glanced at the torchlight slowly appearing in the distance and said, "Aren't you the association's spy, planning to delay us until we get caught together?" Feeling the suspicious gaze of the pirates, the yellow-toothed pirate cursed, "Shit, who doesn't know I hate the association the most? Cut the crap, if you want to stay and wait for death, that's your choice, but if you want to follow me, get on the ship. Let's leave this damned place." Philippa shouted loudly, signaling the pirates behind her to board the ship. Whoosh! The long sword was turned once more. The yellow-toothed pirate blocked her way again, saying, "Philippa, you take another ship, this one is ours. Are you deliberately messing with me, huh? With so many ships, why don't you just take one?" Glancing at the barrels on the ship, the yellow-toothed pirate said, "You go to another ship, or else we all delay here until the last moment, wait for the association and the guard team to come, and we all die together. You're really not human. You've got a lot to learn if you want to be a pirate," the yellow-toothed jeers. "Wait for the sea god's punishment then." Philippa gritted her teeth and then called out to the remaining few behind her, "Let's find another ship." "Ha ha ha." The yellow-toothed pirate laughed loudly and then said to the people behind him, "Let's go, onto the ship, back to sea for the free and happy life." Philippa quickly ran towards the original port. Behind her, apart from a few tightly wrapped skeletons, only 6 pirates were following her. They were the ones who had spoken to each other in the jail before. Reaching the port, Philippa saw the ship with rope ladders ready and called out in joy, signaling everyone to board. They released the moorings and hurried toward the sea. And the chasing lights on the island were also coming closer. Splash! The association's team and the guard team of Gold and Silver Island arrived at the port consecutively. "Vice Executive, 2 ships have left the post, 1 sea ship and 1 medium-sized fast ship," the ranger reported. A flood of tamed beasts circled above the sea, sending back the news. "How many pirates boarded each vessel?" Wu Hang asked. The ranger replied, "The number of people on both sides is about the same." Whiz whiz whiz. At the same time, the port defenses began their attack. A volley of arrows and ballistas fired towards the 2 escaping ships, landing with a clatter on the sea surface. The crossbow arrows, etched with special effects, exploded upon hitting the water, causing various special effects like explosions and lightning. The noise was tremendous, but the accuracy was clearly not high. The two ships gradually moved away. At that moment, several professional teams also hurried over. Dwarf Captain Olin released his tamed beast again, saying, "I'll go call the ships, bring people to pursue." "Everyone, hold on a minute, the enemy dared to launch a prison break, they must be fully prepared. We may walk into an ambush if we recklessly give chase," Wu Heng said. "So, we just watch them get away?" Olin was somewhat anxious. "It's okay," Wu Heng said, taking a rocket launcher from his space ring, shouldering it, and aiming at the small ship that was gradually moving away in the distance. He adjusted the angle and range. Then he pulled the trigger directly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The rocket, trailing a thin flame, rocketed forward. Boom! The next second, under the watchful eyes of everyone in the port, red flames instantly engulfed the entire ship. Fire shot up to the sky, and wooden debris splashed into the sea. Everyone's eyes widened. They looked back at the launch site and then towards the ship sinking in the fire. A fast ship simply disappeared under their watch, sinking bit by bit to the seabed with the fire, leaving only flotsam on the sea surface as proof of the enemy's existence. "There's another, larger one," Olin pointed to the ship that was still moving away. Wu Heng looked at it and said, "The gadget can only be used once. Have everyone focus fire to sink the ship." "Okay." The various defense machines began firing. They crashed loudly into the sea. Although there was some impact, the sea ship still quickly moved away. It gradually vanished into the night. "They got away." Wu Heng nodded and said, "Search for pirates in the port, all those from the jail, execute them all." "Yes." Back at sea on the pirate ship, Philippa wiped sweat from her neck, still looking somewhat pale. When that ship piloted by the yellow-toothed pirate was swallowed by fire in the distance, she too was startled. Luckily, she kept to the plan. She had those who opposed her take that ship. Now, the sea ship had also sustained some damage, but it was nothing serious. For a pirate ship, such damage was insignificant. Undiminished in speed, they continued to escape from the port, heading towards the open sea that meant freedom. "We made it out, we're live and out. Those traitors got what they deserved from the sea god. We're free." The pirates began to cheer, their joy of escape replacing the shock and unease they felt at the sight of the explosion moments ago. Philippa clapped her hands and said, "Everyone standing here, go to your stations and leave quickly, don't let the pursuers behind catch up." "Aye, Captain." The crew responded and all returned to their posts. Philippa watched as everyone returned to their positions. Carrying the blazing blade and several skeletons, she headed to the captain's cabin. The familiar room had undergone some minor changes in layout. She glanced at the thin rope hanging to one side and gave it a gentle tug. Click. The room suddenly lit up. Philippa's eyes widened a bit, somewhat surprised by the thing that illuminated overhead. On the desk by the bed was the device that could communicate. On each button, there were notes attached to explain their use, lest she not understand. Philippa scanned the room and then her gaze fell on a wooden chest in the corner. She kicked it open with her foot, revealing a chest brimming with silver coins and a few gold coins interspersed among them. Philippa's eyes widened. "Damn, I can finally live a good life." Dawn broke. Wu Heng returned to the association from the outside. After Philippa had escaped, he had taken people to execute all the remaining pirates, as well as those pirates who had been inconvenient of leg and had been caught on the way back. These pirates should have been executed long ago, and the only reason they were kept until now was to stage Philippa's escape. Whether she could bring back intelligence depended on Philippa herself. Returning to his office, he sat for a while before the door was reopened. Andre Willow came in with a figure wearing a hood. "Master, I've brought the person." Wu Heng nodded and passed over a wanted poster. "Hang this wanted poster up." "Yes." Andre Willow withdrew again. Wu Heng's gaze then fell on the figure inside the room. The figure took off the hood, revealing a somewhat disheveled woman. She was in her late 30s, had very fair skin, and a full figure that came with mature womanhood. The mother of Philippa, a woman who had been snatched away by pirates. "Did Philippa tell you anything?" Wu Heng asked. The woman lowered her head, speaking softly. She said, "She's gone to do your work, and from now on she's with the association." Just as expected. This pirate mistress didn't take his words seriously at all. He had told her not to share anything, yet she had still told her own mother. "Have you told anyone else about this?" "No, Philippa told me, apart from you, no one else is allowed to know," the woman said hastily. "Remember this, if you mention it to anyone else, both you and your daughter will lose your lives over it," Wu Heng emphasized. "Yes, I understand." Wu Heng nodded. "I have pardoned your crime. What plans do you have for the future?" The woman hesitated with her head down. "I'll go back to the village, I have a place to live there." Better stay on Gold and Silver Island. In the village, knowing your affiliation with pirates also makes life difficult. Stay at the association's dormitory for now. I'll arrange a new place for you in a couple of days, Wu Heng stated directly. Okay, I'll follow the adults' arrangements. Soon after, Andre Willow returned. Wu Heng asked her to take the woman to the dormitory and also spent money to buy some daily necessities for her. Whatever the relationship between Philippa and Wu Heng had been before, it didn't matter now. She was working for him now, with her life on the line at any moment. Looking after her family was still necessary. Once it was completely light out, Wu Heng went straight to the steward's office. He recounted last night's events and their outcomes to Emulo. After all, Philippa was his pick, and it was he who had given him the slave scroll. It was only right to let him know. Emulo must have been paying attention too, as he didn't seem too surprised by the outcome. He was told to continue the follow-up and nothing more was said. Wu Heng also left the steward's office and went straight home. Back at his place, Minnie, wearing a tank top and shorts, lay on the couch reading comics. She saw Wu Heng return and greeted him with a smile. Master, was there trouble last night? It seemed a bit chaotic outside. Her fair skin and long legs exposed to the air. The pirates broke out of jail, but they've all been recaptured, Wu Heng said as he sat down on the couch. He reached into the loose tank top, his palm filled with softness. Minnie shifted to make it more convenient for him and continued, Do you want to eat, Master? I've eaten outside already. Oh, Master, I'm going to visit Shangela later, Minnie said. Go ahead, her place always has nice stuff, eat a lot of what you haven't tried before, he replied. Hee, you're the best, Master, Minnie said with a pleased smile. She flipped over to straddle his lap, her arms wrapped around his shoulders as she stuck out her tongue, entwining it with his. After spending some time on the first floor, Minnie left for Shangela's place, and Wu Heng went up to the third floor, pushing open a door on the north side. In the empty room, against the wall was a wooden table, and on it was a wireless communication device. A investigator-class skeleton was at the desk, responsible for recording the messages received by radio. Wu Heng approached, picked up the microphone. Philippa, can you hear me? Soon, Philippa's voice came through from the other side. Cow, you scared me. Chapter 311, Tamed Beast. How are things on your end? Wu Heng continued to ask. What things? Any injuries? How many people did you take with you? Wu Heng directly asked, always feeling that this person was somewhat unreliable. Philippa lowered her voice, saying, No injuries. There are 6 pirates who came with me, and you have 5 skeletons left. We're a bit short-handed, so I'll recruit some more crew later. It seemed to go quite smoothly. Listening to the tone, it was clear there hadn't been any significant losses. Be careful with everything, and remember to pass any intelligence to me. I've arranged for a skeleton to take notes here and will reply to you in due time. Okay, but when can I go back? Philippa asked. Wait until the pirate affair is over, and I'll arrange your return. Got it. Philippa agreed, then continued, How's my mother? Don't worry, I've taken her out, and for now, she's been accommodated in the association's dormitory. Oh, are you going to do her? Usually, Wu Heng would speak frankly with the women around him, but faced with Philippa's question, he still felt a bit offended. He said in a serious tone, Speak to me properly and don't use your pirate lingo. TCH. Alright, got it. Ending the chat, Wu Heng had the skeletons continue to watch over the radio. He then went back upstairs to rest. He slept until 4 o'clock upstairs. Andre Willow returned from the association, and Minnie brought Shangela over for a meal. After dinner, they sat in the living room and chatted. Shangela smiled the whole time, but kept glancing at Wu Heng, her eyes filled with tenderness. Even Minnie and Andre Willow noticed the difference in her eyes and teased her about it. This made Shangela blush all evening. After chatting for a while, Minnie whispered, Master, Sister Shangela asked me to stay at her place tonight, is that okay? Wu Heng looked at Shangela and said, Is that really okay? It's fine. I don't have many friends, and I get bored on my own. I'd be happy if Minnie could keep me company, Shangela said with a smile. Seeing that both of them agreed, Wu Heng naturally had no objections and said, Just be careful when staying over. If you break anything at her place, we can't afford to compensate for it. What nonsense are you talking about? Shangela gave him a look. Minnie cheered happily, gathered her pajamas, and walked arm in arm with Shangela to the neighboring house. Wu Heng took Andre Willow to train in the courtyard. After the training was over, he walked to his room with the vixen in his arms. Tonight it's just the two of us. Andre Willow's cheeks turned slightly red, and she clung tightly to him. Night fell. In Shangela's room, Minnie rolled on the bed and said, It's not as comfortable as my bed. Shangela laughed it off without concern. Seriously, The mattress was brought by Master from outside. It's very soft and comfortable, Minnie emphasized as she lay on her side. Softer than mine? Not just soft, it's also springy. You can bounce on it, Minnie patted the bed. You should stay over at my place tomorrow, it's really soft. Shayla's heart began to race at the thought of staying next door. She said, "What are you talking about? You're staying here with me, we're both women. Your place is ultimately a man's, what if others see you? What's there to be afraid of, as long as we're happy?" The two changed into their pajamas, and Shayla eyed the other's corset, saying, "I've never seen such a corset before." Minnie giggled and replied, "This is a corset from Master's hometown, meant to be worn under clothes by women, and it's very comfortable. The material does feel different from the ones I'm used to," Shayla noted. "Try one on. If it fits, I'll give it to you," Minnie said with a smile. Being the president of the First Commerce Association and hearing a maid offer her something felt strange but amusing. "Then I will give it a try." She took off her silk nightgown, exposing her fair and voluptuous figure. Minnie showed her how to put it on. However, the garment seemed too short. "Sister, this is too big for you, this size won't fit. Tomorrow I'll tell the director to find you a bigger one," Minnie said. "No, don't mention such things to a man. What's there to fear? Master really likes you, and I'm sure he'd like your figure too." Shayla raised an eyebrow. "He likes women with good figures? Like you, big and soft." Minnie approached and grabbed 2 handfuls. Shayla immediately covered her chest. "Stop it, let's sleep." "Okay." Minnie also dived under the quilt. The next day, at the association. Passing through the lobby, he exchanged the merit reward for killing the Iron Barrel pirate group leader. He glanced at the skill book and then reviewed the available items. Wu Heng's gaze settled on the robe. Arcane Recirculation Silk Robe. Description: the wearer's movement speed increases, and spell casting costs are reduced. This item was quite good. The robe Wu Heng was currently wearing was obtained from killing a 16th level Necromancer, the Calm Robe. It enhanced spellcasting speed and external interference resistance. Wu Heng's spellcasting was already fast, and his skills weren't mainly attack spells, but rather summoning skeletons and some secondary effect spells. Spellcasting speed wasn't that critical for him. On the contrary, he felt an increase in movement speed and a reduction in spellcasting costs would be more suitable for him. "I'll take this one," Wu Heng said. Chapter 311, Tamed Beast. Of course, Deputy Steward. The staff proceeded to register. Wu Heng tucked away his robe and walked towards the office. Just as he reached the doorway, he saw Olin and Andre Willow standing in front talking about something. "What's going on?" Wu Heng walked over. "Deputy Steward." Olin gave a slight bow in the manner of his people. Andre Willow explained, "Captain Olin wants to give me a tamed beast." Hearing Andre Willow's explanation, Wu Heng took another look at the dwarf opposite him. In the arms of the dwarf was a palm-sized white owl with fluffy feathers. It didn't appear to be fully grown yet, staring with round curious eyes at everyone present. Olin explained, "Here's the thing, we obtained a tame beast during a task, and thinking that Miss Andre Willow didn't have a tame beast, we just brought it straight to her." Andre Willow's profession was a forest ranger, which is a branch within the rangers. "Wire, can you handle taming a beast?" Wu Heng asked. Andre Willow looked up and said, "I can." "Then keep it, accept Captain Olin's kind gesture," Wu Heng said directly. The dwarf immediately smiled and said, "See, the deputy steward himself said so. Miss Wire, don't be too shy to accept. It's truly something we gained from a mission, and if you didn't take it, I'd have to sell it to a shop for just a few coins." Dwarves are known for being straightforward, almost giving off the feeling that if you don't want it, they'd just toss it away. "Then, thank you, Captain Olin." Andre Willow took the small owl from him, hugging it gently and softly stroking its feathers. Wu Heng said, "Come into the study, have some tea before you leave." "Oh, that's too much." Olin, stroking his beard, followed into the room. Andre Willow brewed tea for Olin. Then she sat to the side, starting to cast the taming technique on the little owl. The taming technique is a skill for professions like rangers and beast tamers, used to establish a connection with a tamed beast. Communication is one aspect, but more importantly, it allows sharing perspectives or executing tactical coordination. It's very useful indeed. Wu Heng glanced at Andre Willow, feeling that she was indeed very fond of the little owl. Her face full of affection. His gaze returned to Olin. "Why haven't I seen Zailigui lately?" This heartfelt and righteous self-deputy steward had been unseen for a while. Olin took a sip of tea and said, "Deputy Steward Zailigui has taken 2 squads out to the island to capture pirates. The higher-ups have set targets, and there's a certain pressure." She went out to the island? No wonder she hadn't been seen. "Have you ever met the island master?" Wu Heng continued to inquire. I've never met him, but it is said that he is a powerful level 18 professional, albeit of pirate origin, and thus not very prestigious. This matter had been discussed at the ports of the Echo Kingdom. It was no secret to hear about it, but as the island master, he seemed never to show himself. Doesn't he live on the island? Wu Heng asked again. That I'm not sure of, but it does seem like no one has ever seen him. Wu Heng nodded in understanding. They continued to discuss some issues about the pirates. Olin did not stay long, returning to his squad's resting quarters. Wu Heng looked to the side. Andre Willow, with a face full of joy, was rocking the little owl back and forth. Obviously, she was very fond of this tamed creature. Have you named it yet? Wu Heng walked over and gently stroked the top of the little owl's head. The little fellow was very well behaved, just staring up at Wu Heng with big eyes, not dodging or making any aggressive movements. Not yet, master. What do you think sounds nice? It's your tame beast, choose a name you like. Wu Heng touched it again. Master, give me some ideas. Andre Willow hugged the owl with one arm and hooked the other around his arm. Wu Heng frowned in thought and then suggested, pick something simple and easy to remember, like Ziabai, Pudgy, or the like cute and easy to remember. PFFT. Amused by his suggestion, Andre Willow said while holding her tame beast, we are not fat at all. Let's call it Ziabai. With a slight shake of her hand, Ziabai flew around the room for a loop. It landed back on Andre Willow's head and directly snuggled down. The owl's feathers were white, and so was Andre Willow's hair. If you didn't pay attention with your eyes closed, you wouldn't even realize an owl was perching there. As Andre Willow played with her tame beast, Wu Heng glanced at the time. He greeted her and then left the association to return to his residence. Back at the residence. At this time, Minnie was training in the courtyard. As soon as she saw Wu Heng coming, she ran towards him from afar. Wu Heng caught her in his arms, and she clung to him like an octopus. Master, I missed you so much. Wu Heng patted her plump and flexible buttocks. You make it sound like it's been a long time since we last met. But I still missed you. Holding her, Wu Heng walked towards his room and said, if you're bored, you can go to the association to see Wire. She just got a new tame beast, a little owl. Minnie tilted her head back, resting on his shoulder, and looked into Wu Heng's eyes. An owl? Isn't that Wen Manchu's tamed beast? Wire also has one now, still young, quite cute. Then I will go have a look. After giving him a big kiss on his face, Minnie went back to her room to get dressed and dashed out with the skeleton attendant in tow. Wu Heng went straight up to the third floor. He checked the radio room. The investigator skeleton was still sitting in front of the radio. The papers on the table were filled with words. Wu Heng picked it up for a look. Damn, the ocean is so boring. Some crew member asked me what's always done in the prison cell, wondering if they've found me? No worries now, the person got killed by blazing blade, fed to the fish, and I ate the fish dead without proof. Really freaking boring. Wu Heng's brows slightly furrowed as he read the message. Infinite radio, is it meant for you to complain? He wanted to pick it up and warn her, but thought better of it. Replying now might excite her even more, leading to endless chatter in the future. It wasn't that he feared she would waste the radio, the paper and pen used also cost money. He closed the room door again, went up to the fourth floor, opened the boundary door, and headed to Zombie World. Appearing in a room at an old factory dormitory. Wu Heng glanced out the window. Survivors were building a wall, stacking bricks and cement higher. He stepped out of the room and had just reached the third floor. Zhao Zhao's mother, Zhao Yanqiu, walked right up to him and said, there's a message from a group claiming to be from the auto repair shop. What's the message? Wu Heng asked. They will arrive at the designated spot around 3 p.m. today. The convoy was arriving. That was significantly earlier than originally planned by almost half a day. Chapter 312, Sending the Paper Crane. The car fleet of the auto repair shop was equipped with a car-mounted radio. They could contact the outside world directly while en route. It seemed that the fleet had estimated the time of arrival and then notified the old factory district. Is someone coming over? Zhao Yanqiu asked from her position on the stairs, looking up. Wu Heng glanced at her. It's the auto repair shop's fleet, bringing over some materials and equipment to support construction here. Well, that's good news. Of course, it is, Wu Heng said with a smile. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Yanqiu continued, then I'll organize a team to receive the fleet. No need for you all to go, I've made arrangements on this end, just have your people tidy up the dormitory rooms, they'll need to stay there when they arrive. Oh, okay. Zhao Yanqiu nodded in agreement but continued to stare at the area. Wu Heng glanced at her and said, I'll have Zhao look for you when I get back. All right. Having said that, she hurriedly went downstairs to assign cleaning duties to the others. Meanwhile, Wu Heng went straight up to the roof. He climbed onto the back of the skeleton flying dragon and flew into the sky, heading toward the city's edge. The flying dragon was a bit faster. By the time he arrived, there was still time to spare. He waited by the roadside for a while before he saw a column of vehicles approaching rapidly from afar. From a distance, one could see the bloodstains on the body armor of the vehicles and the limbs hanging from the hood. It seemed that even though they had skirted around the edge of the city, it had not been entirely smooth sailing. But they were still fortunate. The entire fleet did not seem to have suffered any serious damage. Hiss. The fleet began to slow down and stopped opposite him. Chi Hankai jumped down from a vehicle and ran over quickly. "My king, more than 20 survivors and 1,000 skeletons, we've brought them all over," she said. As she spoke, quite a few survivors got off the vehicles behind her, and as they opened the backs of the trucks, a large number of skeletons poured out. Dressed in leather armor, wielding spears, and a few with longbows slung over their shoulders, arrows in quivers. "Good work," said Wu Heng. "It's my duty," Chi Hankai answered with a smile. Wu Heng then turned to the big head skull next to him and commanded, "Form up the skeleton warriors." With a rustle, the scattered skeleton warriors quickly converged toward his side. They formed a tight formation. Wu Heng turned back and instructed Chi Hankai, "Have the fleet follow behind." "Okay." They made their way off the main road. Ahead were various auto repair shops. As the skeleton army advanced, the moans of zombies began to sound in the area. Zombies emerged from the alleys and buildings around, issuing desperate roars as they ran towards the skeleton troops. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies crashed into the skeleton crowd, biting and tearing wildly. The skeleton army kept thrusting their spears forward, impaling the attacking horde, causing the zombies to fall one after the other. Wu Heng ordered the advance to continue while he released Corpse Battlefield from behind. Many fallen bodies rose from the ground and joined the ranks of the skeletons. Chi Hankai handed over the truck to someone else and quickly walked over. "Should we scavenge around here?" "Check the vicinity, get some weapons for the skeletons first, and we'll come back for the rest tomorrow," Wu Heng decided. They needed to return to the old factory district before dark. They could not delay here too long. Chi Hankai nodded and quickly went to the rear, ordering everyone to scavenge supplies from the surroundings. A group of survivors handed newly scavenged tools like kitchen knives and hammers to the new skeletons. The rest followed the fleet forward, transferring the important supplies to the back of the trucks. The skeletons were now decently armed. Wu Heng continued to order a forward march. The skeleton army passed through the area and entered an old residential district. More hordes converged from within the district, charging toward the skeleton army. The number rapidly increased in everyone's sight, quickly surpassing that of the skeletons, at least 5,000 or more. Chi Hankai by his side changed her expression, slapped her forehead, and said, "Kaiangtsai brought a lot of solid iron bullets, should we use them?" Wu Heng glanced around. "There's no need, the distance is too close, you fall back and make sure everyone stays inside the vehicles." "Okay." Chi Hankai ran back quickly and dove into a truck. Wu Heng watched the approaching horde and first cast white bone armor on himself. White bones covered his body. Only his eyes and nose were left with a gap. Then, he directly gave the command, "Archers, fire at will." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dense arrows rained down from the sky, shooting into the zombie horde with a crackling sound. Many zombies were turned into porcupines, their bodies wavering and falling, tripping over the zombies behind them. The archers did not stop shooting. Wu Heng also timed it right, continuously casting grease skill and fireball technique. The fireball exploded above the horde, igniting the grease, and erupting into a towering inferno. The zombies charged fearlessly into the fire, their bodies alight, staggering a few steps before falling just 2 meters away from the skeleton formation. It was as if he had returned to the time when he first learned grease skill. Luring the zombies through the fire. As the intensity of the flames receded, the zombies plunged directly into the midst of the skeleton's spear array. A fierce battle ensued. But the number of corpses, with the attacks of fire and arrows, was reduced by more than half, and was not as numerous as before. In a fierce melee, the battle gradually drew to a close, the skeletons stood by, and Wu Heng began to release Corpse Battlefield. The number of skeletons increased once again. Once the conversion was complete, the army continued to advance along the road, fighting ceaselessly against the hordes of corpses, replenishing the number of skeletons. As dusk approached, the shelter in the old factory area suddenly became chaotic and noisy. People outside panicked and ran back, while those inside the building also gathered at the entrances and windows, looking out with terrified expressions. At the entrance to the factory area, countless figures slowly appeared in sight, wearing protective gear, leather helmets on their heads, and carrying metal spears in their hands. One could even see the not yet dried blood stains on the spears. And in the uncovered parts of their faces beneath the helmets, The pale skulls and the faint blue fire in their eye sockets could be seen. It was as if an army had emerged from hell and was walking this way. Inside the factory area, everyone's eyes widened, their expressions turning increasingly frightened and chaotic as the skeleton army approached. What's happening? Why are there such monsters? Is it that auto repair shop leader's skeleton soldiers? Let's run, grab the food and run. The noise and chaos surrounded them. And in the midst of the chaos, even as some were preparing to pack their belongings and flee, the skeleton army entered directly into the large yard of the factory, reassembled, and arranged themselves in neat formations facing outward. 6 trucks also drove in from behind the ranks of the skeletons. Wu Heng, accompanied by Chi Hengkai and others, got off the trucks and walked towards the dormitories of the old factory district. Only then did the survivors in the dormitories begin to quiet down. It was indeed that leader's bone soldiers, capable of wearing protective gear and armor. Walking into the dormitory building, the rest looked over at him collectively. Wu Heng directly said, "Everyone go help unload the trucks. Zhao Yanqiu keeps records of the supplies on the trucks." "Oh, okay." Zhao Yanqiu responded. The rest also immediately sprang into action, dodging the skeletons and beginning to unload supplies from the trucks. On the first floor, in a conference room that had been converted, several people sat around a wooden table to discuss the development plans for the days ahead. After the discussion, Wu Heng directly said, "Chi Hengkai, you were the leader of the Dong'an shelter before, now you will handle the distribution and management here in the old factory district." Chi Hengkai, sitting by the side, was startled, then showed a look of joy. He cleared his throat. "Thank you for your trust, I will do well." Since coming from Dong'an village, Chi Hengkai had acted more like the head of security. Now being given a position as the leader of a territory, his status had clearly risen. Perhaps not as much as Li Yaong, but definitely surpassing Kaiang Tsai, Wang Qinggang, and others. Wu Heng nodded, and continued, "Wang Qinggang, you are in charge of leading everyone to resume production. We have a large area of workshop space here that will all be utilized. We only need to produce spears, arrows, and those solid iron bullets." "Understood." Wang Qinggang nodded. Next was Zhao Yanqiu, as Zhao's mother, and also someone Wu Heng could trust. After all, her daughter was in his care. "Zhao Yanqiu, you continue to handle the radio, as well as the tally of personnel and materials. If you're too busy, find 2 people to help." "All right," Zhao Yanqiu nodded in understanding. With their respective responsibilities assigned, the sky had gradually darkened. "Okay then, everyone go back and rest, we can't do any work tomorrow." They nodded, stood up, and left. He returned to the dormitory. When Zhao came back from Zhao Yanqiu, he reopened the boundary door and returned to Gold and Silver Island. The sky here had also darkened. After reading a late-night snack downstairs, he went to the courtyard for some simple exercises. Turning his head, he saw the neighboring Shanela's study still lit. It seemed she was up late again. Wu Heng stood thinking for a moment, then folded a paper crane and cast, animate object, on it. The paper crane flapped its wings and took flight. It flew past the guards below and directly into the room through the window. Soon after, Shanela, looking disheveled and radiantly beautiful, poked her head out. Wu Heng jumped up and waved his arms at her. Shanela looked out, her face brightened with joy, then she gave him an annoyed white look before pointing at the rooftop. On the rooftop, Wu Heng opened his arms and embraced Shanela, the stunning wood elf who jumped over. "Why haven't you slept yet?" "Can't sleep, I'm reading the comics Minnie gave me." Shanela squirmed in his embrace. "Why aren't you sleeping?" "Missed you, couldn't quite fall asleep." Shanela pouted, "Smooth talker, I don't like you that way." "Alright, I was busy with some things earlier, but I did indeed miss you." Shanela's cheeks turned slightly red, and she lowered her head. "Okay, got it, no need to keep saying it." After speaking, she looked down at her feet. "Why is your roof like this?" "Solar panels, a type of device that can convert energy." Wu Heng tightened his arms around her waist. He continued, "It's cold up here, let's go down." Chapter 313, Who is the real monster? Shanela nudged him with her arm, looking a bit reproachful as she said, "Didn't we agree to wait until you were level 15? I only said I'd sit for a while, I never mentioned doing anything else." HMPH. "As if I would believe you," Shanela twisted and continued, "Let's just sit here for a bit, I have to go back soon." "Sure." The two sat down on the rooftop. Wu Heng naturally wrapped his arm around her waist, and Shanela gently leaned on his shoulder. "What have you been busy with these past few days?" "You always seem in such a hurry," Shanela asked softly. "It's still about the pirates, there's a lot to handle. Tell me about your past life." "I want to know you a bit more," Shanela continued. "Me? I joined an association in a small town in the Yoko Kingdom, where they really despised necromancers, as if they were their father's mortal enemies. Wu Heng said softly. Leaning against him, Shayla laughed and said, "You even make your stories sound funny, likening them to father's mortal enemies." They chatted for a while. Shayla stood up and stretched. "It's getting late, I should head back now. How about talking a bit more? It's not good if the patrolling tamed beast sees us. We'll talk next time." Shayla winked. Wu Heng also stood up, hugging her waist tightly. "What are you doing?" "We agreed that." Wu Heng captured her lips with his, kissing her deeply. After a slight struggle, Shayla also clumsily responded. Then, grabbing the hand that had slipped into her shirt, she turned her head aside and said, "All right, save this energy for leveling up." Wu Heng didn't want to be too forceful and upset her. "Yeah, okay. Then I'm going back. I'll walk you out." "Just go back. When it's daylight, I'll come find you." Shayla slapped his hand lightly. "Okay." He watched Shayla leave and enter her dwelling. Wu Heng then climbed down from the rooftop and went back to his room to rest. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Heng headed directly to the zombie world. The survivors in the old factory area started working on their assigned tasks. The whole base became bustling with activity. At that moment, Chi Hengkai hurried over. "The route is confirmed. There are several building material stores over here where we should be able to find some tools." The plan for the day was to clear the zombies around the base. Meanwhile, gathering various necessary tools to speed up weapon production. Wu Heng glanced at the map and nodded. "Okay, let's set out." They boarded the modified jeep, with Skull Crusher, Bloody Hand, and Big Head Skeleton in the back row. Once everything was ready, the convoy set out. On both sides of the convoy was a dense skeleton army, moving towards the target location. As they left the old factory area and entered the main road, a large number of zombies began to appear all around. They snarled and gnashed their teeth, their faces fierce. Their roars merged into a continuous sound, and as it spread quickly, more and more hordes of zombies flooded the main road, forming massive waves of undead. Wu Heng stood amidst the skeleton troops, watching as the wave of zombies rapidly approached. He asked over the walkie-talkie, "Wang Qinggang, how is it looking behind us?" "The first skeleton flying dragon's ammo chamber is loaded." Wu Heng instructed the skeleton nearby, "Have the dragon loaded with ammo, take off and bomb from above the zombies." Whoosh! A rushing sound echoed, and the wingspan measuring several meters, the skeleton flying dragon swooped over the skeleton troops, climbing to a certain height rapidly. Above the horde of zombies, it opened its ammo chamber. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The whistling sound of the falling ammunition echoed from overhead. Following that, it was like a hailstorm raining down, bombarding the gathered horde. Boom boom boom. The earth-shaking roars went off, and smoke billowed up over 3 meters high, the debris flying everywhere, shattering the glass of the surrounding shops. The dust, carried by the autumn wind, scattered away. The wave of zombies at the rear, stepping over the ground littered with limbs, continued to surge forward. Without any trace of fear or hesitation. "Boss, the second one is loaded now," Wang Qinggang's voice came through the walkie-talkie once again. Wu Heng continued to give orders to the nearby big head skeleton. The second skeleton flying dragon took to the sky, reaching above the horde, and dropped the solid iron bombs. Boom boom. Still came the intense tremors and the rising smoke. At the same time, a notification sounded in Wu Heng's ears. "Your level has increased to 13, intelligence +1, perception +1. Amidst the dense accumulation of experience, his level had finally reached 13, although no new feat was unlocked. There was no time to check his attributes. As the dust with the wind gradually faded, it revealed a vast swath of zombies with battered bodies. Stepping over the remnants littering the entire road, they continued to charge forward. "Archers, fire at will." Wu Heng ordered again. Swish swish swish. The skeleton archers drew their bows and shot their arrows. Arrows fell into the crowd of zombies like rain, pitter-pattering as they landed. The already decaying zombies were turned into porcupines, their bodies staggering and falling to the ground. After several rounds of arrow showers had passed, advance. Clattering. The neatly arranged skeleton army, with spears pointed forward, formed an impenetrable wall and began to advance. The oncoming zombies were pierced by the spears. Bearing their bodies, they slowly retreated backward and were then punctured into honeycombs. Once the skeleton ranks returned to standby mode, the entire battlefield quieted down. The narrow road was now covered with flesh and blood. "Clean up the battlefield, clear the bodies, collect the arrows." Wu Heng ordered directly. The waiting skeletons sprang into action again. They began cleaning up the battlefield. The rear convoy. The survivors who had newly joined the scavenging team trembled with shaking legs and goosebumps all over their bodies. Despite being mentally prepared, they were still terrified out of control by the scene before them. Flesh and blood carpeted the entire road like a rug, with fresh blood streaming into rivulets, and passing vehicles and buildings were riddled with holes. Even the air above was permeated with a layer of dark red bloodlight. Just which side was the monster? Both sides were monsters. At this moment, an order came through the radio: "Scavenging team, come over. Collect the items from the shops, take precautions, and don't get injured." Wang Qinggang turned his head and shouted at everyone, "Alright, it's our turn now, load all the useful things onto the truck." The survivors from the auto repair shop, along with the newcomers from the old factory district, began entering the battle zone. They scavenged and transported various materials along the way. At the same time, they carefully watched the dense skeleton army as well as the young leader. Having assigned the tasks, Wu Heng opened his panel to check his attributes. Name: Wu Heng. Level 13. Attributes: Strength 34, Agility 28, Constitution 37, Intelligence 36, Perception 23, Charm 28. Feats: One-handed sword specialization, basic; swordsmanship specialization, basic; arcane training, knowledge of souls; undead adaptation, spellcasting acceleration, forced concentration; abilities: Greyhawk swordsmanship, beginner; enhance will, soul sense, spellcasting acceleration; skills: bone manipulation skill; bone armored, corpse gauge, white bone transplant, breath of death, animate object. The experience from level 13 to level 14 had reached an exaggerated number. Without the zombie world, Wu Heng feared he would never be able to reach a higher level in his lifetime. But with the zombie world, just grinding 5 or 6 waves of zombie hordes was actually enough. After closing the panel, the bodies were all gathered together. Wu Heng took out the spine staff and first cast white bone transplant. The broken skeleton warriors walked into the crowd of corpses, pulled out the parts they were missing, and attached them to their own bodies. Once the bone transplantation was finished, Wu Heng continued to cast Corpse Battlefield. A gray-white ring of light spread out, and countless skeletons rose from the piles of corpses, joining the skeleton ranks. The tens of thousands of corpses in the street still represented a significant workload. The staff and the newly exchanged robe provided an effect that reduced spell consumption. But still, he needed to take a spirit potion. After all the conversions were complete, Wu Heng called over Qi Hengkai and continued to push forward along the road. Gaining experience was also a way to increase the number of skeletons. As dusk approached, the skeleton army and the convoy returned. The vehicle had just stopped when a large number of people from the dormitory rushed out to help move the supplies. When they saw the truckload after truckload of grain and various foods, the survivors from the old factory district were excited and overjoyed. The other trucks were filled with various tools, which would be used to make weapons. Wu Heng walked into the dormitory and said, "We need to hurry up with making weapons and solid iron bullets. Having enough skeletons isn't enough if they can only punch. Okay, I'll have people start making iron spears overnight, but for the solid iron bullets, we need to build a furnace. I plan to arrange for the convoy to transport it from the bus station first," Qi Hengkai responded. Without a better option, "Alright, do that for now. Are you going to eat with us tonight?" Qi Hengkai continued to ask. Wu Heng shook his head, "No need, when I'm not here, you're in charge of everything. Don't let people into the floor I'm staying on." "Okay, I got it," Qi Hengkai nodded. Returning to his room, Wu Heng opened the boundary door and returned to Gold and Silver Island. He had come back earlier today than yesterday. He went downstairs to the radio room to have a look. In front of the skeleton investigator, the papers were once again covered in writing. "Damn it, what's up, Vice Executive? You're not dead, are you? Why aren't you talking? We've landed on the island and are planning to recruit some sailors. If something happens to me, remember to ransom me. Hey, I've got some intel. Are any of your people out at sea catching pirates? A few pirate groups are planning to ambush our men." His own people? Wu Heng's mind flickered in recognition. The association's men. Zai Ligui. Chapter 314, Auxiliary Array Patterns. Seeing this message, Wu Heng immediately thought of Zai Ligui. Last time he chatted with Olin, he heard that Zai Ligui had taken 2 teams out to sea. Unless it was someone from an association branch elsewhere, if it was a member of the Yako Association, it would be Zai Ligui and her team. How come the pirates didn't catch them, but were instead targeted by them? After thinking for a moment, he still picked up the microphone. "Philippa, can you hear me?" Soon, the sound of communication came from the other side. "Yeah. I'm here. I thought this thing was broken. You haven't spoken for days." Wu Heng asked, "How are things on your end?" "I just docked today, planning to recruit some sailors," Philippa said. Wu Heng continued to ask, "The pirates you mentioned want to capture our people. Who are they?" "Don't know, but it's definitely an association's ship," Several pirate groups are discussing how to encircle them, Philippa said bluntly. Do you know who in the association it is? Don't know, I only heard some chatter, haven't seen anyone, Philippa replied. Wu Hang frowned and thought for a moment, then continued to ask, where are you? Cape Lookout Fortress. I see, said Wu Hang and then added, if possible, continue to pay attention to this matter. Oh, sure. You're the boss, what you say goes. Stay safe. Roger that, gotta stop talking now, I need to brief the new crew. Ending the chat, Wu Hang put the microphone back. He thought for a moment, went downstairs, and greeted many on his way to the association. Steward's office. Wu Hang knocked on the door lightly and entered directly. Emilio was putting on his coat, looking as if he was about to leave work. Something came up? Wu Hang nodded. The intelligence is not very certain, but I feel I should still mention it. Go on, Emilio said. I received intelligence that several pirate groups are planning to attack the association's fleet, Wu Hang whispered. The normally unconcerned Emilio looked up with a serious expression. Do you suspect it's Zai Ligui's team? Yes, very likely. Where did this message came from? Emilio began to take it more seriously. Philippa. She's in Cape Lookout Fortress recruiting sailors and overheard the news, Wu Hang replied. Emilio nodded and said, all right, I'll figure out a way to notify Zai Ligui. You yourself are being targeted by the pirates, don't leave the island. Okay. After discussing the matter, Wu Hang didn't linger and left the steward's office immediately. The sea is far too vast. Wu Hang knew that with this information, trying to rescue them himself was clearly impractical. Informing the steward and letting him find a way was the best course of action. He headed back to his own office. He picked up Andre Willow and the white-haired tamed beast on his way home. Returning home, Chef Number 1 had already prepared dinner. The three chatted and ate together. With Minnie around, the atmosphere was always light. After dinner, Wu Hang redeployed some security measures for the residents. Beyond increasing the number of skeleton guards stationed, he also set up armed skeleton sentinels on the balconies of the second and fourth floors, as well as the rooftop. Overall, it felt even more secure than Shauna's next door. Moreover, her guards were all living beings, prone to shift changes, fatigue, distraction, and other issues. Such situations were completely impossible in his own home. Skeletons, without even blinking, stood on 24-hour alert. Once everything was arranged, Wu Hang called the two other people in the room to train together in the courtyard. Only after the training ended did they go back inside to rest. The next day, Snake Badge Consortium. VIP room. Wu Hang sat on the leather sofa, and immediately someone brought over dried fruit and tea. The middle-aged worker in a suit smiled and bowed. Good morning, guest. Any results on the commission I posted? Wu Hang asked directly. Guest, please wait, I'll check for you. The man went out and quickly returned. Behind him, someone carried in two coffins. Guest, it hasn't been long since last time, we've only gathered 2 blacksmith corpses, both level above 10, both of the short people race, died from heavy drinking at sea, the middle-aged man explained. Wu Hang was not interested in learning why the blacksmiths went to sea. Whether or not they died for that reason was also not important. All that mattered was that he had a need for them. Wu Hang glanced at the opened coffins with the corpses inside, ordered them to be closed, and put them into his space ring. After paying the final amount, suddenly, Wu Hang thought of something and asked, do you have anything that can smelt iron ore? The middle-aged man didn't ponder too much and directly answered, if you mean a forge for smelting metals, we can provide the flame furnace enchantment construction, which is built by blacksmith shops everywhere. Wu Hang's brows raised, surprised to hear about such construction. He continued to ask, what other types of enchantment construction can you provide? The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, what are your requirements? I can suggest some options for you. Can it directly make arrows? Do you mean arrows for bow and arrow use? There's no such construction. Enchantment constructions mainly have auxiliary effects and can't be used for direct production, the middle-aged man replied. Wu Hang nodded to indicate he understood. After thinking for a moment, he continued, do you have buildings that purify water? Yes, guest. One type is a well structure that aggregates water elementals, which can collect water elements from the air to form drinkable water. The second type is a dam-like structure that purifies water resources by removing the toxins within, the middle-aged man explained. Wu Hang straightaway said, the iron forging furnace and the water elemental well, write up a commission for one of each for me, I want to see the effects. The middle-aged man's face showed delight, of course, just a moment, please. After saying that, he quickly filled out the commission forms and collected a deposit of 3,500 silver coins. After Wu Hang paid and put away the commission forms, he left the Snake Badge Consortium straight away. He didn't linger outside and headed towards his residence. Pushing the door and entering the courtyard, he saw Shaunaila sitting alone on a stone bench, staring blankly at the flower bed in front of her. She really acted as if this was her own home. Almost twice every 2 days she would come by, mooching lunch and dinner. If it weren't for her inability to get up in the mornings, she'd probably eat breakfast here too. In fact, Wu Hang had many secrets that were not convenient to reveal to others. In the past, he was very averse to having outsiders near his residence. After all, the boundary door and the skeleton attendants were his core trump cards. This world was not friendly, revealing everything would only quicken one's death. But as his level increased, he loosened up quite a bit regarding secrecy. Apart from the boundary door, things like the skeletons and some modern equipment were no longer strictly confidential. After all, it was impossible to keep them completely secret. The only exception was the bronze key. That was something he could not let outsiders know about. Even if it was a maid bound by a slave contract. "Why are you here alone?" Wu Hang asked as he approached. "Minnie is in the living room reading comics. I got bored, so I came out to sit for a bit." Shaunaila turned her head with a smile. "That Minnie, when I get back I'll have to talk to her." "No, Minnie said she'd accompany me outside, but since I have nothing to do, I came out by myself," she said, stretching out her fair hand. Wu Hang took her hand, pulled her up, and didn't let go. He led her to the backyard. Once in the backyard, Wu Hang sat down in the pavilion, intending to pull her into his embrace. Shaunaila immediately became alert. "Don't mess around, Deputy Steward." "What do you mean messing around? I'm worried the chair is too cold." "HMPH. As if I'd believe that." Shaunaila sat down next to him, but very close, almost leaning on him completely, and said softly, "Actually, I want to be with you too, but as a businesswoman, I must abide by contracts." "It won't be long now," Wu Hang said, smelling her fragrance and reaching around to embrace her soft waist. Shaunaila leaned back against him. The two leaned against each other for a while. Wu Hang continued to ask, "Great Chairman? Why call me Great Chairman? It sounds so odd." Shaunaila looked up and then, as if realizing something, immediately said, "Did Minnie tell you? What's with the great this and great that? It sounds horrible. Don't you dare say it randomly." "Ah." Wu Hang didn't know what she was getting at, and asked directly, "The batch of weapons and equipment I ordered should be arriving soon, right?" Shaunaila leaned back against his shoulder, closed her eyes to calculate the time, and said, "Pirates have been rampant lately, so the convoy has increased its guards and changed routes, but it should arrive in the next couple of days. I'll let you know when it does." "Good. Why are you buying so many weapons and armors? You're not thinking of getting involved in the affairs of the Yoko Kingdom, are you?" Shaunaila asked curiously. Wu Hang tightened his hold around her and whispered, "I've got a friend who has a city inland. I plan to buy and ship goods over to him. They've never seen the elf race's equipment over there." "Oh, you have friends too? What kind of remark is that? No offense, but isn't it said that humans are very hostile towards necromancers? I thought you'd have very few friends." "True, I don't have many, but it's not like I have none at all." "That's true." The pair chatted in the backyard for a bit, with Shaunaila only allowing to hold hands and embrace, but refraining from doing anything else. Then they both got up and went back to the living room together. Minnie was curious about the two of them coming in together. She said she went out to look for Shaunaila just before and thought she had left because she couldn't find her. After lunch, Shaunaila and Minnie were off to go shopping. Wu Hang checked the wireless communication to make sure there was nothing urgent, then opened the boundary door and headed straight for Zombie World. At the old factory area, Wu Hang came downstairs and saw the busy survivors. Some were moving things while others were adding height and reinforcement to the walls at the main gate. Even a forklift was brought over to redig and set the foundations. Wu Hang called Shi Hengkei, got the convoy ready, and led the skeleton army to continue clearing hordes of zombies in the vicinity. While transporting materials back and forth, the number of the skeleton army had reached over 30,000. A vast, rustling mass. The only deficiency was in equipment. Even with the collection of kitchen knives, they still hadn't completely met the need for one piece per hand. As dusk approached, the skeleton army returned to the factory area. Just as Wu Hang was about to go upstairs, a young girl hurried down, lowering her head timidly and said, "King, Sister Zhao is asking you to go to the radio station. She has something to tell you." Well, the title of king was catching on here, too. Wu Hang nodded and went straight to the radio room upstairs. Zhao Yanqiu was sitting in front of the radio, listening to information from all over, with a notebook beside her, jotting down some content. Upon seeing Wu Hang come in, she immediately stood up and said, "We've established contact with the military. They have set up a market for exchanging goods to the southeast. Chapter 315, Starflower Goods. Have you made contact with the military? The location of the military market isn't difficult to find, or you could say it is open to all the shelters. As long as you get in touch and ask, they can tell you the exact location. What are their requirements for trading? Zhao Yanqiu said, there aren't any special requirements. No more than 5 people are allowed inside the market at one time, and if you want to sell items in the market, you need to register in advance. Just these 2 conditions? Yes, they only mentioned these 2 requirements. For other shelters, these 2 requirements weren't too strict. Those able to make it there already faced great danger, and if the requirements were too demanding, then no one would truly go. What sells well over there? Wu Hang continued to ask. The best sellers are food, medicine, military-provided weapons and equipment, and some daily necessities. With winter coming, cotton clothes and quilts should sell well too, Zhao Yanqiu replied. The market's rules were much the same as those at the auto repair shop. Only the format was the opposite. At the auto repair shop, food and daily necessities were provided, as well as weapons and armor, in exchange for gold and silver from other shelters. The military, on the other hand, provided firearms and ammunition in exchange for food and various supplies. But both sides had the same goal, to exchange for the goods they needed. Are you planning to trade supplies with them? Zhao Yanqiu asked. No rush, let's wait and see how things go first. He would definitely have a look at the military side, but now was not the time. Food had become the most popular currency in the apocalypse, and all trades were based on it. He had ordered 5,000 bags of food from Shanela, and once this batch arrived, he would have enough to trade for the supplies he wanted over there. Oh. Seeing she had nothing else to say, Wu Hang spoke directly. All right, then keep an eye on the radio. Zhao Yanqiu nodded, indicating she understood. Wu Hang left the room and returned to his dormitory on the top floor. He opened the boundary door and returned to Gold and Silver Island. He went downstairs. Minnie and Andre Willow were playing with a little owl in the courtyard. Chef One started preparing dinner. Wu Hang sat in the living room, thinking over his contact with the military. Guns were still very effective against hordes of zombies, but the noise easily attracted more of them. With sufficient numbers and adequate weapons, dealing with zombies wasn't hard. The fear was that the more you fought, the more zombies would swarm until you were overwhelmed. At the county's Flame God shelter, there were also plenty of firearms, but unless it was an emergency, they generally wouldn't use guns to kill zombies. After all, a shelter that started with just over 100 people could trigger a zombie tide that numbered in the thousands. Even a minor scratch or bite was still fatal. Perhaps that was why the military was selling firearms, both to exchange for the resources they needed and to enable more survivors to keep living. I'm not lacking in food, just need to see if they have what I want, he thought to himself. Soon, Chef One served dinner, and Wu Hang called the 2 ladies from the courtyard to come inside to eat. The 2 women quickly ran inside. They ate together. After dinner, they trained in the courtyard until it got dark, then went to the bathroom together to take a bath and dressed. The next day, in the morning, after breakfast, Wu Hang went straight to Zombie World. Coming out of his dormitory, the survivors downstairs had already started their own work. Standing at the entrance of the dormitory building, he waited for a while when Chi Hengkai hurried over and said, Yesterday, we made more than 70 spears, and there are also some kitchen knives and hammers that were scavenged. They're all piled up there. The city was densely populated. After clearing several old residential areas nearby, the number of skeletons reached more than 20,000, close to 30,000. The team's numbers were rapidly increasing, but their weapons and equipment were falling behind. Now, besides scavenging, the most assigned job for the survivors was weapon crafting. If they couldn't kill zombies, at least they could fashion weapons faster, right? Let's go, let's check it out, Wu Hang said. Chi Hengkai nodded and led the way to the side. In an open space, it was piled full of scavenged kitchen knives, hammers, hatchets, and other harmful iron tools. It looked like they had collected everything that could be used as a weapon. Wu Hang turned to the big head skull behind him. Bring over the skeleton warriors that are lacking weapons to take their pick. Hula la. With a clattering of bone against bone, a large number of skeletons, forming a long line, came over from one side. They bent down to pick up weapons from the ground and rejoin the ranks. It was as if they had been trained, remarkably orderly and uniform. When all the weapons were distributed, Wu Hang continued, have the vehicle team come over, we're heading out to clear zombies. Got it. Chi Hengkai acknowledged, picking up the walkie-talkie to say, come on, bring the vehicles over here. Once the vehicle team arrived, one of the drivers came down to meet Chi Hengkai. Wu Hang boarded the bus with a few skeletons, following suit. The vehicle team started up, and under the escort of skeletons, they left the old factory area. On the bus, Chi Hengkai gripped the steering wheel, her eyes occasionally glancing at the co-driver's seat. After a long moment of contemplation, she started a conversation. "My king, what kind of corpse core did you use to awaken your superpower?" Chi Hengkai was also a superpowered man. Although climbing walls and having enhanced leg strength didn't have as strong an effect on killing zombies. At the auto repair shop, she was the strongest person next to Wu Heng. Corpse cores contain the virus, but in a sense, they also broke the body's shackles for humans. Wu Heng knew what she was asking. Summoning skeletons was a skill inherent to his profession, but to Chi Hengkai and others, it seemed like he had awakened some special superpower. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, "I've taken a few kinds, and the one that awakened my superpower was the corpse core of a big-head zombie." He gave a deliberately vague answer. His own awakening of the corpse core was willpower reinforcement, which could protect his own consciousness and block negative states affecting one's will. It wasn't really lying to her. Hearing that Wu Heng had taken several kinds, Chi Hengkai's expression became animated. Surprise, hesitation, and a bit of disbelief crossed her face until finally, she managed to say, "Your constitution is really good." She almost blurted out, "You really have a big life." "There are some tricks, I'll tell you when I get a chance. Taking more elixirs might benefit your breakthroughs in constitution," Wu Heng said in an even tone. These words made Chi Hengkai tremble with excitement. Tricks? He really found a way to consume corpse cores. Besides summoning skeletons, Wu Heng had also cast fireballs and casually taken out items, clearly indicating he had more than one superpower. There surely was a method to mitigate the toxins. A method even the headquarters didn't know. "All right, I will definitely do my best," Chi Hengkai promised. She inwardly rejoiced over her decision to join the mechanics factory. Good food and drink were no longer a worry, and now she had learned such significant information. "Don't talk about it outside, or it will be troublesome." "I won't say a word," Chi Hengkai assured solemnly. Wu Heng continued, "How did you arrange those few factory buildings in the old factory district?" "I've turned 2 of them into production workshops. Some equipment and tools are over there, manufacturing weapons for skeleton usage. The rest haven't been arranged yet, they're still empty." The old factory district was very large. From the worn signs found in a warehouse, they were marked with Mechanical Factory Number 16. But the factory had been abandoned long ago, and no equipment was left behind. With several workshop buildings and the number of survivors, production of iron spears and arrows would not require so many facilities. Choose one workshop to serve as a warehouse, build an inner wall and iron door inside. "I will need it later," Wu Heng instructed directly. "Oh, okay, I'll arrange it when I get back." The coach continued forward. As they moved away from the safe zone, zombie roars began to emerge around them. And the numbers grew. Wu Heng began issuing commands to the skeleton army. The skeleton flying dragons dropped solid iron bullets. Then came a rain of arrows plummeting from above. After the 2 assaults, not many zombies that could reach close quarters were left. They were directly knocked to the ground by the skeleton army, spears and kitchen knives incessantly falling, a rollover slaughter. "Advance forward," Wu Heng ordered. The skeleton strode ahead, while Wu Heng followed behind, holding the spine staff and casting, corpse battlefield. One by one, skeletons rose from the ground and joined the advancing ranks. This area was cleared. Wu Heng ordered the skeletons to continue forward, clearing other areas of zombie hordes. As dusk neared, the skeleton army returned, with their numbers having increased once again. Wu Heng glanced at his experience points. It had risen to 1/4, a few more runs and he could level up to 14. He was a bit closer to Shanela. The army returned to the courtyard and went into standby mode. After giving Chi Hengkai a couple of instructions, Wu Heng went back to Gold and Silver Island. The next day, the association. It had been several days since he'd last been here. Wu Heng still came to sit for a while. Beside him, Andre Willow was doing a kitten owl's hair, tying a tuft upright on its head. Then she took out a silver mirror to show the owl. The little owl, infuriated, stood on the desk shaking its head frantically, trying to throw off the thing on its head, causing Andre Willow to laugh without stopping. "Wire!" Wu Heng called out. Andre Willow came over, and the owl, still shaking its head madly, followed, staring at him with big eyes. Wu Heng stroked the little owl's feathers before asking, "For rangers who transition jobs, are the abilities trained?" "It requires long-term training. We grew up in the forest from a young age and underwent the training of our tribe," Andre Willow explained directly. "What kind of jobs are easier for the children of ordinary families to transition into?" "That would be warriors or rangers. They can quickly become professionals through training and are not overly dependent on inheritance, or spending a lot of time studying books. In fact, ordinary families need more time to sustain a livelihood," Andre Willow explained. In her view, her master was of noble origin, and a very wealthy one at that. So, she explained things in more detail. Wu Heng nodded, feeling she made a lot of sense. It was just like how people in modern society pursue higher education. Those from better-off families have ample time and financial resources to continue improving their knowledge and experience. But some people need to spend more time sustaining their livelihoods. Professions that are easy to pick up allow these people to quickly become professionals. Does the master have someone in mind who wishes to change jobs? We could choose a profession based on what he's good at, Andre Willow said. Just asking, he replied. While they were chatting, the door was knocked softly. Andre Willow answered it. There stood a man in a crisp suit with the starflower emblem on his chest at the doorway. Without entering, he glanced at the room and said softly, "May I ask if Deputy Steward Wu Heng is present?" "I am. Is there something you need?" "Deputy Steward Shanela, the leader, has sent me to remind you that the goods you ordered from Starflower have arrived at the port, and you can go to inspect and receive them anytime," the man relayed. Hearing this news, Wu Heng's heart stirred. The goods had finally arrived. Chapter 316, This Cheap. Due to the pirates, the formation of the Starflower fleet was also affected. After so much time, it had finally arrived at the port. "I'll come over to you now," said the man. The man nodded. "All right, Deputy Steward, I'll wait for you at the door." Wu Heng put on his coat and said to Andre Willow, "Wire, if there's nothing urgent at the association, head home early." "Got it, Master," Andre Willow replied with a smile. Wu Heng exited the association and saw the Starflower coach parked by the door. After boarding the coach that opened its door, it sped towards the direction of the port. The cargo ship of the Starflower. It was a massive blue and white cargo ship that, in terms of structure and size, was larger than those of the pirates and far more sophisticated and advanced. The two seemed like they were built with styles and technologies from different eras. With the arrival of the Starflower fleet, the port was busier than ever. Rows of workers were transporting cargo, surrounded by guard teams keeping watch. Under the lead of a man in formal attire, Wu Heng went straight into the cabin of one of the cargo ships. Upon descending, he saw a mature yet beautiful figure wearing a hood, standing in the company of guards in the middle of the cabin. From the stature and the few strands of hair falling from underneath the hood, it was unmistakable that it was Shanela herself. Hearing footsteps, Shanela turned her head and greeted with a smile, "Deputy Steward Wu Heng." "Lady Shanela." Wu Heng nodded in response. It was as if they were business partners who had only met once. Shanela nodded, and while walking deeper inside, she said, "Your cargo has arrived, this way for the leather armor and weapons. Further inside are the grains you ordered." Due to the humidity at sea, the internal cargo hold has moisture-proof formations to ensure the dryness and quality of the grains. Following her introduction, some guards opened 2 wooden crates. They revealed one-handed battle axes and wooden bows inside. Wu Heng casually took one out to examine and felt the quality was very good. Putting it back, he said, "I trust the reputation of Starflower, there's no need for inspection. Have people move it directly to the ship at number 3 Association Dock, I'll arrange for someone to haul it away later." "Certainly." Shanela smiled and commanded her people behind her. A horde of workers immediately rushed in and began moving the cargo. Meanwhile, some people from Starflower came out and started tallying the remaining balance that needed settlement. Wu Heng immediately took out the corresponding money to complete the transaction. The workers carried the cargo. Wu Heng and Shanela stood aside, quietly watching. "What time did you get up today? You seem still sleepy," Wu Heng mentioned softly while standing aside. Shanela continued to gaze ahead and replied softly, "Don't even mention it, I was brought here as soon as I got out of bed, and I haven't even had breakfast yet. Youth is great, staying up late every night." A small hand softly pinched him on side. "What do you mean by that?" Once the cargo was moved, Shanela had to deal with matters involving the fleet and left with the people of Starflower. Wu Heng also went to his own ships. He opened the cabin and the boundary door to Zombie World, transporting all the purchased goods into the newly constructed warehouse. The items purchased from Starflower were split into 5 categories. 2,000 wooden bows and one-handed battle axes each, 50,000 sets of leather armor, 5,000 bags of wheat flour and soybeans in total. After everything was moved over, he began directing the skeleton army to come over, don armor, and pick up weapons. "When did they bring over so much equipment?" "Last night, I guess. They hurried construction yesterday and added an extra wall in the warehouse, originally planning to use it as storage. Goodness, these boneheads even know how to dress themselves. Would you stop blabbering? He might be smarter than you. You know, if we used these skeletons as a base for making silicone people, wouldn't that solve the issue of rigidness and heaviness?" "Eh? Brother, what kind of work did you do before?" From a distance, survivors from the old factory district were watching the skeletons change their gear and discussing among themselves. They had originally thought that skeletons were only capable of simple attack motions, but now they could dress themselves, pick up weapons, and transport goods. They didn't seem much different from people anymore. At that moment, Chi Hankai came out from the dormitory and said, "Stop gawking, get on with your tasks." At her word, everyone immediately dispersed and returned to their respective posts. Seeing Chi Hankai approach, Wu Heng asked, "Has the route to the military market been planned out yet?" "It has been planned out." Chi Hankai took out a map and pointed out the route to him. The people from the old factory shelter had traded with the military before, so there was guaranteed to be a safe route to reach them. Plus, in the past few days, Wu Heng and the others had cleaned and investigated the surroundings for a well-inferred route. Having looked at it, Wu Heng said directly, "Get ready, we're visiting the military market tomorrow. How many vehicles do we need to prepare?" Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, "3 trucks will do, load some grain on 1 truck, and the skeletons on the other 2. After all, it was a public market, and the likelihood of danger was low. But it was important to be cautious on the way. Bringing along some skeletons would provide some defense if needed, buying time for the convoy to retreat. "Okay, I'll let the people prepare immediately." Chi Hankai went to delegate tasks. Wu Heng returned to the dormitory, opened the boundary door, and went back to the cabin. Upon reaching the deck, Wu Heng glanced at his ships moored at the port. Because he was also wanted by the pirates, he had never had the opportunity to set sail, so the ships just stayed docked here. He previously thought about forming a caravan to experience life in navigation and trade, but as Shah Nayla had said, doing business required a lot of energy to manage, which clearly wasn't suitable for him. The second option was to lease out the ships for a certain rent, just like houses. Now, the second option seemed more reliable. Wu Heng stomped firmly on the deck twice. If only they could be refitted into modern battleships and destroyers, that would be wonderful. He stood on the boat and watched for a while. He disembarked directly, hailed a carriage, and headed to the central district. He returned to his residence. Lady Shaynala was already sitting in the living room, chatting with 2 maids. The 3 of them had tied several hairstyles on the owl's eye. Besides the owl looking dispirited, the 3 of them were quite happy. They were holding the little guy and chuckling. Seeing Wu Heng walk in, all 3 said in unison, "Back already." After speaking, they were all startled. Then Minnie and Andre Willow simultaneously turned their gaze toward Shaynala, whose face instantly blushed as she said, "Deputy Steward is back. Are you satisfied with today's goods?" "Satisfied. With guild leader Shaynala keeping an eye on things, I'm certainly satisfied," said Wu Heng as he walked in and sat down on the side. "That's good," Shaynala continued. "Do you need to order anything else? The fleet can bring it directly the next time they return to port." "Not for now, I'll find Shaynala when I need to," he replied. "All right." Minnie watched the 2 talking. Curiously she said, "Master and Sister Shaynala, your way of speaking is so formal. Do you always talk like this?" "Doing?" asked Shaynala. "Yes, right, Sister Wire." Andre Willow also nodded her head. At that moment, Chef Number 1 came up with dinner. "Dinner's ready, Shaynala, please stay and eat with us," said Wu Heng. The 4 of them sat at the dining table and began to eat. Wu Heng and Shaynala no longer addressed each other as deputy steward and guild leader, but by their names instead. After dinner, they chatted for a while before Shaynala returned to her residence. Wu Heng went upstairs to rest with the 2 women. The next day, Andre Willow went to sit in at the association, while Wu Heng headed straight for the zombie world. Exiting the dormitory, Chi Hankai came up to meet him. He said, "Everything is ready, we can leave at any time." Today's task was to head to the military market. "Let's set off then." Wu Heng got on the truck. The convoy started moving, leaving the old factory area. Heading to the military market. They needed to take a long detour. Fortunately, the road was relatively clear, and even though some parts were rough and bumpy, they didn't encounter situations that forced them to stop. About 3 hours later, 3 military trucks arrived within the perimeter of the military area. From afar, they could see a market enclosed by a concrete wall. Outside the wall, many modified vehicles were parked, most of them reinforced with iron plates and steel bars, all bearing the style of the wasteland. Above the wall was barbed wire, and at the gatehouse was a heavy machine gun. Rifle-bearing guards could also be seen. It felt somewhat like a prison from before. The 3 trucks stopped in the distance for a while. The invisible Zhao floated back from the opposite direction and slipped directly into Wu Heng's body. In his mind, images shared from Zhao immediately surfaced. Behind the concrete wall was indeed the market. Many people were selling their wares at the stalls, medicines, tools, and in the frame, people were even selling themselves. Shouting, having consumed a first-level corpse core, seeking refuge to join a shelter. What interested Wu Heng in the military sector was situated in the back of the courtyard. It was set a distance apart from the ordinary refuge stalls. Many people were lining up there, waiting to exchange materials. "Let's go, let's head over there," Wu Heng said. "Oh." Chi Hengkai picked up the walkie-talkie, notified the vehicles behind, and stepped on the gas pedal to drive straight there. As they approached, someone came to direct them to park on the side. Wu Heng instructed the others to wait and walked toward the market with 2 skeleton attendants and Chi Hengkai. Just as they neared the gate, they were stopped by someone. "Gentlemen, from which refuge are you?" "We need to log your entry," the guard said. Wu Heng replied, "From the old factory district refuge." The guard looked curiously at them and particularly at the oddly shaped, towering skull crusher and bloody hand. "Has your refuge changed personnel?" "Our 2 refuges have merged, and I've come to take a look around, get to know the place," Wu Heng said offhand. The guard didn't say much else, he just nodded, wrote Old Factory District, 4 people in the record book, and let them through. Wu Heng led the group straight inside. As soon as they entered the market, various shouting voices surrounded them. There was beer, medicine, and even winter clothing, quilts. It felt even more bustling than the modern vegetable markets before. He continued striding towards the interior. His target this time was military weapons. Even if he couldn't exchange for planes or tanks, getting a few more rocket launchers could be very effective in critical moments. Halfway through, Wu Heng suddenly stopped, looking down at a stall. 5 glass jars, each containing a bloody corpse core. 5 corpse cores? Are these for sale too? Wu Heng asked. What else would I be doing, displaying them here? The man's voice broke through. Wu Heng glanced up at him. How much are they? What have you got? Food. 150 kilograms bag of food for 1 core, said the man sternly. Wu Heng's brows lifted. So cheap. Chapter 317, Cheap Prices. Wu Heng looked up again at the owner behind the stall. Sitting on 3 red bricks, draped in a black, oily, tattered cloak, it concealed his figure, bulging in such a way that it was unclear what was hidden underneath. Only at the gap in the hood could one see the gun barrel sticking out. From its length and appearance, it should be an AWM sniper rifle. Wu Heng had one himself. The silhouette had a touch of the ancient heroes. After sizing up the other man, Wu Heng turned his attention back to the stall. There were 5 canned glass jars set out, a corpse core and a bag of food for each. This price, in Wu Heng's view, was definitely not expensive. Even to say, unevenly cheap. A thing that can change human constitution, breaking through the shackles, is merely worth a bag of food? 1 for 1 bag? Wu Heng asked. No bargaining. If you don't have enough food, look at other stalls. The stall owner said directly. His tone was cold and somewhat impatient. Wu Heng didn't mind the man's tone, instead, he felt surprised to confirm the seller's price. I want to check the goods before deciding whether to buy, Wu Heng said. The black hood lifted slightly. Check then. Wu Heng picked up one of them, unscrewed the cap, and immediately a rotten stench emanated from the jar. Mutated corpse core. Description: the energy crystallization of mutated creatures can enhance one's own constitution, may be contaminated by toxins. The property tip appeared. A level 1 corpse core, no problems whatsoever. Wu Heng continued to check the rest one by one, all of which were level 1 corpse cores. He looked up at the man again. Had this person found a nest of mutated zombies? Brought out so many at once. After screwing the lids back on the glass jars, he continued to ask, any more? The hood trembled slightly, and the man's tone was doubtful. You plan to buy? Planning to buy. There are 3 more, I can sell them all to you, no price reduction. The man emphasized. Wu Heng nodded. I'll take them all. Where's the stuff? Where's the food? The food is on the truck. Bring the corpse cores, and I'll take you to trade. I hope you're sincere in completing this trade. The man started packing up his stall and followed Wu Heng outside. They exited the market directly and came to where the truck was parked. Seeing Wu Heng and Chi Hengkai return, Wang Qinggang and the others jumped down from the truck. How come you came out so quickly? No problem. Grab 10 bags of food for this brother, Wu Heng said. Then he turned to look at the black-cloaked man in the distance. Rice and flour, what do you want? Half of each. Bring 4 bags of rice, 4 bags of flour. Okay. Wang Qinggang nodded, called over several other people from the truck, and carried down 4 bags of rice and 4 bags of flour, placing them on a nearby cement ground. The cloaked man drove a pickup truck from the opposite side, stopping not far away. He got out and started checking the bags of food, one by one. After confirming there was no problem, he opened his backpack, and in addition to the 5 canned jars, he threw another plastic bag. Inside were 3 level 1 corpse cores. 8 in total. The trade is complete. he said. After that, he moved the several bags of food to the back of the pickup truck. Having loaded everything on the truck, he was about to leave when Wu Heng spoke up again. We're from the old factory shelter. If you have more corpse cores to sell, you can contact us directly. 1 for 1 bag of food, for every 5, we'll give you an extra 5 kilos of soybeans. The man raised an eyebrow, sitting at the wheel and looking at him. I've met the leader of the old factory, doesn't seem to be you. We've merged. Now I have the final say here, and I promise you won't be shortchanged a bit. Wu Heng stated plainly. The man looked at him, then swept a glance over the several trucks behind, and said, okay, I'll remember that. If there's more, I'll contact you. Wu Heng nodded. The man then stepped on the gas, driving off into the distance. It seemed that he too was here in this market just for the sake of selling corpse cores. Chi Hengkai watched the receding pickup truck. They got the corpse cores, don't they plan to use it themselves? Maybe the risk is too high. Could be. Chi Hengkai nodded. Wu Heng glanced around at the armed guards and said to Wang Qinggang, you also take someone in and see if there's anything we need around here that we can exchange. Okay. Wang Qinggang nodded, called over another person, and followed Wu Heng and the others back into the market. Wu Heng, accompanied by Chi Hengkai and 2 skeleton attendants, headed for the central military exchange spot. Wang Qinggang, on the other hand, wandered through the market, checking out some stalls. Within the market, various tools and vehicle parts were for sale, possibly holding something his side needed. It was a good opportunity to exchange for them. At the military exchange spot behind Wu Heng, the building wasn't an exhibition hall, but rather more like an office building. At the entrance, 2 blue notice boards were placed. On them were listed the exchange prices for various firearms and ammunition. Rifles for 25 kilos of food each, ammunition for 20 kilos per 100 rounds, machine guns for 75 kilos of food each, ammunition for 30 kilos per 50 rounds, hand grenades, rocket launcher, 90 kilograms of food, including 1 rocket, sniper rifle, machine cannon, 500 kilograms of food, 23 mm cannon shells, 10 kilograms each, military radio, military headset. There were quite a few exchangeable goods, but not as comprehensive as imagined. Airplanes and tanks weren't on the list. It seemed that resources here weren't as abundant as one might think. From the initial questioning of Wenshai, Wu Heng learned that the military had about 300 people. How had these people managed to transport so many things out? Or was it that they had organized a raid on a military base to acquire these items? The latter seemed more likely. Wu Heng's gaze lingered on the machine cannon. This wasn't his first encounter with such a weapon. Back in the county, they had acquired 2 armored vehicles, one of which was equipped with a machine cannon. However, for the safety of the bus station there, both armored vehicles were left behind. Wu Heng looked at the machine cannon in the picture. It felt somewhat different. The machine cannon they had obtained last time was single-barreled, yet the one in the picture was double-barreled. He wondered if the picture was accurate. As for other firearms and bullets, he was not short on those. But he was indeed interested in this type of machine cannon. After looking at the first notice board, Wu Heng's gaze shifted to the second one, which mainly listed the prices for purchasing goods. Grade 1 Corpse Core, purchase price 40 kilograms of food, Grade 2 Corpse Core, purchase price 80 kilograms of food, medicine, purchase price 1 to 30 kilograms of food, gasoline, purchase price 1 kilogram for 10 liters, special vehicles, equipment. The military's purchase prices were lower. It's no wonder the man who sold his Corpse Core earlier set the price at 50 kilograms. That was already quite a bit higher than the military's rate. Moreover, the fixed prices. Common items like gasoline, various tools, and automobile parts were also within the range of purchase. However, the prices were particularly low. It gave the impression that as long as you came to trade, you wouldn't starve, but you wouldn't get to rest either. I feel like we're loaded, Chi Hengkai approached and said in a low voice. With such low pricing here, the auto repair shop is definitely like a tycoon. The food in the warehouse could let them spend extravagantly here. At this moment, Chi Hengkai was even more certain that joining the auto repair shop was a definite decision. So what if Ma Ziyang held a title of regional command, had armored vehicles, and various firearms? Now, they had whatever they wanted. To say they could buy out the entire military market was an exaggeration, but acquiring a large portion was definitely feasible. Wu Heng also had this feeling and said softly, keep a low profile. We're in someone else's territory, so be more discreet. Understood. Chi Hengkai's face turned slightly red with excitement, but she managed to suppress her joy. The two stood aside and watched for a while. There weren't many people left in line to trade, and Wu Heng stepped forward. I'd like to exchange for firearms and ammunition. The staff member was a middle-aged woman. Just say what you want to exchange directly. One machine cannon, those 23mm shells, 100 of them, Wu Heng said directly. The woman who had been looking down suddenly looked up. She glanced at him, and at Shi Heng Kai beside him, and said, "Have you seen the price list?" "I have, and I plan to trade for these," Wu Heng said directly. The number of shells he intended to buy was somewhat small, but there was no choice, as the food they brought was limited. He had also wanted to exchange for more military radios and machine gun bullets, but it would have to wait until the next visit. Upon confirming that he really intended to buy, the woman picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Captain Yang Long, please come to the hall. A base is planning to purchase machine cannons here." "Roger that." Thump thump thump. Soon, several people in camouflage uniforms came down from the upstairs. The one in the lead appeared quite young, only in his late 20s. The woman indicated Wu Heng with her gaze, and the man quickly walked over, extending his hand. "Brother, you want to buy a machine cannon?" "Yeah. Then I'll take you to have a look," he said, leading him outside. Meanwhile, the gazes of other survivors in the hall followed them, murmuring quietly among themselves, "New faces, huh? Right, buying a machine cannon straight away, looks like they've taken over a granary. Doubtful. Last time, a refuge attacked the granary. Heard the rats were like a bunch of cats, swarming everywhere. They didn't take over the granary and lost quite a few people instead. That woman doesn't look bad, not malnourished at all, quite plump." Chapter 318, Street Chase. "Brother, which shelter did you come from?" Yang Long led the way, walking and asking. "The old factory district." Brother must have quite a few people under him. To be able to bring out so much grain for exchange, your strength must be formidable, Yang Long continued. Wu Heng glanced at him and said directly, "Not many, just happened to find a grain store, got some food there." Yang Long still smiled. "Don't get me wrong, brother. We've always cooperated with some high-strength bases, regularly clearing out some special areas. You can join us when the time comes, everyone gets a share of the spoils." Wu Heng nodded. "If there's a chance, we can work together." A few of them walked together to the back of a factory building. The iron door opened, revealing a large amount of military equipment inside. Yang Long had someone lift the canvas in front, exposing a twin-barrel machine cannon. The two pitch-black gun barrels conveyed a sense of modern mechanical beauty. Yang Long patted the machine cannon, saying, "GSH-23 twin-barrel machine cannon, loaded with 23mm cannon shells, muzzle velocity 715 meters per second, 3,400 to 3,600 rounds per minute, can easily tear apart conventional vehicles and some shelters." Too specialized a knowledge, Wu Heng didn't have much of a concept either. But after listening, he knew this thing was powerful. It was not for shooting people, but for destroying vehicles or some equipment and shelters. A machine gun could kill a swath of enemies, machine cannon bullets were bigger, so naturally, their power was also greater. Wu Heng looked it over carefully and felt quite satisfied. "How to operate, give me a rundown." The machine cannon was mounted on an iron frame, and it seemed it could be controlled to a large extent. Yang Long and the others smiled, came forward, and explained a bit, how to operate it, and how to turn it in different directions. Without a control system, it needed to be operated by someone manually. Just like a machine gun, aim and fire at the enemy. "The grain is on truck outside the market," Wu Heng stated directly. Although he didn't have the chance to test fire it, he was quite satisfied with the machine cannon. "I'll go with you to fetch it, then get some people to haul the machine cannon out for you," said Yang Long. "Okay." They chatted as they walked out of the camp. Wang Chenggang had also bought some tools in the market and was having people load them onto the back of a truck. Wu Heng went over and had his people start transporting the grain. Because there was a large quantity, they didn't bother to differentiate between rice and flour, just threw it out. Whatever they grabbed counted. Seeing how swiftly the other party worked, Yang Long and his people guessed they had plenty of resources. While unloading the grain, Yang Long said, "Next time you want something, come directly to me, and I'll arrange the goods for you, so you don't have to waste time in line." Wu Heng nodded. Soon, the grain was unloaded, and Yang Long and his people began to inspect it. Once confirmed as correct, Yang Long grabbed the walkie-talkie and said, "Bring the machine cannon and ammunition over." At this moment, a truck appeared from the inside and drove out. Using tools, they transported the machine cannon to Wu Heng's truck. Once everything was ready, Wu Heng had the canvas cover secured on the truck's top. "Captain Yang, we'll be heading back now." Take care." Wu Heng waved, and the convoy started off, leaving directly. Yang Long also, along with his people and a large amount of grain, crossed the market under the greedy gazes of other shelters and entered the innermost side. At the market entrance, the onlooking crowd dispersed, leaving 5 people who didn't move. They still watched the departing truck. One cursed, "They actually traded so much grain for a machine cannon, damn it. I've been watching. They unloaded the grain from one truck, the other two definitely had a lot of good stuff too, and there were just a few of them," another added. "Boss, should we follow and take a look? If we can't fight on this side, could we not take down those few shrimps? They just got that machine cannon, you want to get blasted to heaven or what? I noticed the machine cannon and the ammo were stored separately. If we make a swift attack, they won't have time to get ready." The schemer glanced at the parked vehicles. "Didn't we just trade for a rocket launcher? At the right moment, hit them with a couple of rounds. Trade a rocket launcher for a machine cannon, it's worth it." Aside, the bald, goat-beard man furrowed his brow in thought. In this world, it's either kill or be killed. A few people came along with so much grain, proving they weren't very bright. Could be a chance for a big score. Glancing around and seeing no one else following, he said decisively, "Let's go, follow them. After this job, we won't have to worry about food or women." "Good, we'll listen to the boss." "Listen to the boss." The few of them spoke and headed towards the parking spot. Then, a pickup and several SUVs filled with people charged out, chasing in the direction the truck had disappeared. On the truck. "The goods here are so cheap," Chi Hankai exclaimed. "Yeah, grain is a necessity, and it's decreasing as it's consumed. We have plenty of grain, so it feels cheaper. For other shelters, though, it's not cheap." Wu Hang shared his thoughts. This was because they were getting supplies from the other world. Otherwise, with the number of survivors in the auto repair shop, relying on scrounged supplies, it was doubtful whether they could have held on. If that were really the case, we wouldn't even want to trade machine cannons, let alone rifles and bullets, for fear that we might go hungry the next time. Trading away even a little bit might mean starvation next time. Chi Hankai's expression stiffened. "You're right, thank you for feeding all of us. The base is built by everyone, there's no feeding or not feeding." Chi Hankai showed a smile. "If you were in command of our region, I would have joined you long ago. It's not too late now. Hey. Anyway, still." As Chi Hankai spoke, Wu Hang suddenly extended his hand, stopping her from saying more. He listened intently to the outside. Chi Hankai also became tense immediately and checked the surroundings through the rearview mirror. Wu Hang said, "Ask the last vehicle if there's any convoy approaching." Chi Hankai quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and repeated Wu Hang's words. Soon, the last vehicle responded, "No vehicles detected." "No vehicles," Chi Hankai said. Wu Hang shook his head, "Impossible." He was just about to have Zhao fly up high into the sky to take a look. Suddenly, several off-road vehicles flashed past quickly through the gaps between the buildings at the side of the road. Both of them saw the off-road vehicles. There indeed were vehicles following us. Whoosh! At that moment, a pickup truck suddenly charged onto the road from the side, driving parallel to Wu Hang's truck. The canvas cover on the back was lifted, revealing the dark iron of a machine gun. The gun barrel swiveled, aiming at the position of the truck. "Fuck you, I'll send you to see your mama." The man laughed wildly, ready to pull the trigger. Whoosh! Suddenly, a force came through. The machine gun's barrel was abruptly raised skyward. No matter how hard the man tried, he couldn't turn the barrel back down. And Chi Hankai seized the opportunity, turned the steering wheel sharply, and rammed directly into the pickup. Bang! A loud crash sounded. The two vehicles collided. The military truck trembled slightly, while the pickup with the machine gun became instantly unbalanced, swaying left to right, crashing into the roadside wrecked cars, with its hood flying open and thick smoke billowing out. Then 4 more off-road vehicles emerged from one side and followed suit. Car windows rolled down, and several rifles were extended out. Before they could fire, the rifle barrels, likewise uncontrollable, spun around, aiming skyward and groundward, but never forward. Wu Hang drew his pistol and, using the effect of the hunting ring, fired 2 shots at the open window of the off-road vehicles. 2 bullets accurately hit the driver in the driver's seat. The off-road vehicle started to lose control, crashing into a bus shelter on the side. Then bang bang bang, 3 more shots were fired, hitting the tires of 3 off-road vehicles respectively. The bodies rolled, and the sound of crashing, accompanied by flying parts, scattered chaos everywhere. The appearance of the off-road convoy, to their disappearance, lasted only a few minutes. Some people hadn't even realized what had happened. The battle had already ended. If everything hadn't been seen so clearly, and if the other side hadn't brought out machine guns and rifles, one might not have believed such events could have happened upon hearing about them. "Anybody hurt?" Chi Hankai asked through the walkie-talkie. "No. No injuries here either." The 2 military trucks directly responded. Through the rearview mirror, several people crawled out of their vehicles, cursing in the direction of the truck. Chi Hankai looked away from the rearview mirror and said, "Some people have climbed out of the cars, they seem to be alright." Reverse the truck, let's go kill them. Oh, okay. Chi Hankai picked up the walkie-talkie. Reverse, let's go back and finish them off. Roger that. Received. The convoy immediately reversed, approaching the overturned vehicle's location quickly. Under the bus shelter, Goatbeard and his men struggled to crawl out from inside the vehicle. They were lucky that this sector's zombies had been cleared away, or else they might have been attacked and killed by a horde. After coughing loudly twice, forcefully slapping the smoke-emitting hood twice, he cursed, "Damn it, the gun moved by itself." One underling said, "Must be a super-powered man, we've encountered a super-powered man." Damn, what the hell, anyone could be a super-powered man. Go check on the others, pull out anyone who's alive. Goatbeard instructed and continued to mutter curses, "I remember that kid and that girl, next time I'll just use a rocket launcher to blow." He was cut off mid-sentence, his gaze turned puzzledly forward. He saw the 3 trucks that had already left the field of view quickly reverse back towards them, with the tarpaulin on the back shaking. It seemed like something was going to come down from it. Chapter 319, Skeleton Assault Team. The truck that had left suddenly came barreling back. Those who were scrambling to save their companion were all startled, immediately searching for their guns. Before they could pull the guns from the wrecked car, the tarpaulin cover at the back of the truck was flung open. Figures clad in leather armor, wielding battle axes, supported themselves with one hand on the edge, and jumped down. They started sprinting toward this side in droves. Amidst their panic, the eyes of the few people present were filled with surprise. Didn't they say there were only a few of them? Damn it, what are those? They have no faces. Damn it, the truck isn't loaded with food, it's full of skeletons. As they saw the faces of the approaching figures, the terror amongst them increased. Frantically releasing the firearm safeties, they began firing toward the front. In the midst of the gunfire, the bullets poured forward non-stop, striking the battle axe-wielding skeletons that were dashing madly forward. In desperation, they picked up the guns that had fallen under the vehicle and started firing wildly at the charging skeletons. Bullets rained down like raindrops, hitting the bodies of the skeleton horde. The force of the bullets knocked down the skeletons at the very front, but they soon got up from the ground again and continued to charge with the other skeletons. Damn it! They can't be killed, run for it. They're not human. Run, they're not human, just like the zombies. Seeing that the bullets were ineffective, the rest turned and ran. And Goatbeard, the boss hiding beneath the truck pulling a long wooden crate, looked up and saw that his underlings had already run several meters. Goatbeard panicked, cursed loudly, let go of what he was holding, and ran. As he sprinted, he pulled out a pistol from his waist and fired bang-bang at 2 of his underlings up front. "Cover for me, I'll take care of your women for you." As the underlings fell in pain, before they could curse, they were overtaken by pursuing skeletons and struck in the head with an axe, collapsing to the ground. Even so, the skeletons ran much faster than the remaining people. They were quickly overtaken, knocked to the ground, and the battle axes continued to fall. "We were wrong, we're all survivors. It was Yang Hao who made us do it. Don't kill us. Ah! Give us a chance." Goatbeard and his remaining men cried out loudly, begging for mercy. But the encircling skeletons gave them no chance. The battle axes descended from all around, the sound of chopping meat drowned out their cries, and the battleground gradually fell silent. When the skeletons entered standby mode, Wu Hang finally jumped down from the truck. The one-handed battle axe skeletons displayed a rather different form of combat. Wielding the axe with one hand, they sprinted rapidly. It felt like attacking with a suicide squad. In time, forming a strike team with these one-handed battle axe skeletons might yield good results. Wu Hang looked around and said, "Go search those overturned cars, and scavenge anything useful." "Okay." Chi Hankai took out the walkie-talkie and issued the command. The rest of the people also got down from the truck and went to the several overturned and wrecked off-road vehicles to loot the spoils. The equipment those people had on them wasn't bad either. Apart from guns and ammunition, they all wore bulletproof vests. It was unclear if they could defend against the tearing and biting of zombies, but wearing them made them look more professional. While the others looted the vehicles, the skeletons dragged several bodies over. The corpses were badly mutilated. Unrecognizable. Wu Hang thought for a moment, then released communicate with the dead on one of them. The corpse sat up, gazing over. Wu Hang asked directly, "Why were you following us?" The corpse with a mangled mouth answered, "We saw you didn't have many people and wanted to take advantage of that." Indeed, they had attracted the attention of others at the market. Wu Hang continued asking, "Did someone direct you to follow us?" The corpse replied, "No, we talked it over and followed right after." "Apart from these vehicles, are there others?" "No." "Besides those present, does anyone else know you're tracking us?" "No." After several questions, Wu Hang had no more to ask. He dispelled the magic, and the corpse lay back down on the ground. So it was that these people had set their sights on him at the market, thinking the numbers were too few, and upon seeing several trucks of food, they conceived the idea of looting. Probably this sort of thing was not uncommon at the market. But today they encountered Wu Hang and his group, and that was their bad luck. Strip everything off their bodies, Wu Hang said. Several skeletons stepped forward. They searched the bodies, taking everything from bulletproof vests to magazines, cigarettes, and other items. Wu Hang also released bone manipulation skill on the stripped corpses. The skeletons stood up and joined the lineup of battle axe-wielding skeletons to one side. At this time, Chi Hangkai and the others also brought over the loot. Apart from rifles and ammunition, there were 5 grenades, 1 machine gun, and a rocket launcher packed in a box. There were also dry food, beer, mineral water, and other supplies. The loot was quite substantial once it was scavenged. It's all here, Chi Hangkai said. Wu Hang put away the weapons and continued, what about those off-road vehicles? They are trashed. We could repair them, but it's not really necessary. In this world, there are plenty of cars. Crashed like that, it's better to find a car in better condition from the roadside. Just go to a 4S store, and pick any you want. Distribute these bulletproof vests later, load the food and drink into the truck, and let's head back, Wu Hang instructed. Okay. Everyone loaded the items onto the truck, and then they all got into the vehicles. Once the skeletons also boarded the rear compartment, the convoy restarted and headed towards the old factory area. There were no more issues for the remainder of the journey. Even the off-road vehicles that had rushed out earlier hadn't caused any losses. Instead, they brought a good deal of firearms and bullets, including a machine cannon and a rocket launcher. At first, Wu Hang wondered why they didn't just fire a rocket launcher directly. Instead, they charged forth and shot at the cab. Once he got on the truck and thought about it, he figured it out. At Novel Bennett, if they launched a rocket, he feared the entire shipment would be affected. At that moment, they believed the truck was carrying food, not skeleton soldiers. The factory area opened its gates, and the convoy drove straight in. The skeletons began to disembark from the 2 trucks. Chi Hangkai then parked the truck loaded with the machine cannon directly into the garage. After parking, Wu Hang got out and immediately put the machine cannon into the space ring. Chi Hangkai wasn't surprised that he could take things away, he had seen it before. Standing aside, he directly asked, do we have any plans for tomorrow? Continue making weapons as normal. If anything comes up, I'll let you know, Wu Hang said. Got it. The 2 walked out of the garage together. Chi Hangkai had people move the bulletproof vests to the warehouse, while Wu Hang headed back to his dormitory. He opened the boundary door and returned to Gold and Silver Island. Emerging from the boundary door, Wu Hang went straight to the alchemy laboratory. Opening the door, he saw several alchemy skeletons busy with their tasks, sorting herbs, purifying, and brewing. The making of elixirs was not as simple as cooking porridge. The steps were quite intricate. Wu Hang turned his gaze to number 1 expert. He saw number 1 expert, with 6 arms, cautiously handling a 3rd-level corpse core at the alchemy bench. After thinking for a bit, he decided to switch to another skeleton. Number 1 alchemy number, come here for a moment. The dwarf skeleton came over, shaking a potion bottle as it walked. Wu Hang took out the 8 corpse cores he had obtained that day and said, these are 1st-level corpse cores, use them to make 1st-level elixirs. The dwarf skeleton took them, placed them in a nearby cooler, and then returned to its original work spot. Wu Hang didn't continue to disturb them. He closed the door and headed downstairs. When he reached the 1st floor, Minnie was sitting at the coffee table practicing her writing. Seeing Wu Hang come down, she immediately smiled. Master, I thought you weren't home. I've been upstairs. Get the bathwater ready, I need to take a shower. Yes, Master. Minnie got up to prepare the bathwater. After the bath was filled with water, Wu Hang soaked in it comfortably. Leaning his head back, resting on the edge of the tub, he pondered his encounter with the military market today. The take was not small. Besides purchasing a machine cannon, he also obtained 8 corpse cores. All of which were needed by him. And the pricing of the market was really not expensive. I can often go there to exchange for things I need, Wu Hang muttered to himself. Beyond ammunition, corpse cores, various mechanical parts needed, special labor types, or corpses of mutated zombies. All these were usable by him as well. Talents are also quite important. I'll recruit some in time. The development of the base, relying solely on ordinary survivors to do the hard labor, was difficult to advance. Recruiting special workers or superpowered men was also very important. At the very least, after Kyang Tsai figured out the lazy dog bomb, the efficiency of clearing zombies increased by more than several times. So having talents from various industries in the base was ultimately not a bad thing. Creak. As he thought this, the bathroom door was gently pushed open. Wu Heng narrowed his eyes and looked to the side. He saw Minnie, wrapped in a bath towel, sneaking in. The towel revealed her white collarbone, arms, and straight calves. Seeing Wu Heng open his eyes, she said a bit disappointed, "I wanted to scare you." As she spoke, Minnie sat down and gently splashed water on him. Wu Heng placed a hand on her smooth thigh, sliding under the towel. "You're always up to mischief." Hee hee, Minnie giggled, her onion-like fingers gently caressing his chest. "Master, your muscles are so nice. I wish I were this solid." "What girl is solid with muscles all over?" Minnie smiled again and said, "Let me rub your shoulders for you, you seem a bit tired today." Then she moved behind and began gently massaging his shoulders. After massaging for a while, Minnie continued, "Master, this position is a bit tiring for me. Can I come in?" "Come on in." The robe slipped off, revealing a lithe body full of vitality. Carefully, she stepped into the tub and sat down facing him. But as soon as she sat down, she leaned into his embrace as if she had no strength left. "Aren't you going to continue?" Wu Heng asked, wrapping his arms around her waist. Minnie's face turned red. She tucked back her sweater and said, "I don't have the strength anymore." "That's not true. You're ending it before you even start." Minnie wrapped her arms around his shoulder and whined softly, "Master is so mean." As dusk approached, Andre Willow also returned from outside. When Chef Number 1 brought dinner, the three of them sat together to eat. "Shayla hasn't come over for a meal these past 2 days," said Andre Willow. "Eating," Minnie replied, "the merchant ship has arrived, and she's busy with that." "Has Starflower's fleet not left yet?" "Not yet, I think. I heard they're preparing food, fresh water, and cargo to take away," answered Minnie. "That makes sense. He had been commanding the undead and had forgotten about the matters of the living. Living beings setting sail needed to be well prepared, otherwise, they might die of thirst or hunger at sea." "Yeah, that makes sense." After dinner, they continued their usual training in the courtyard. Wu Heng's swordsmanship became increasingly proficient, and even without using the longsword, instructor, he wielded it with style. However, his swordsmanship was still basic and hadn't reached the intermediate level. After training for a while, Wu Heng took the two women back to the room to rest. The next morning, Wu Heng headed to the association. As soon as he entered the hall, a staff member hurried over. "Deputy Steward, there are 2 letters for you here." Chapter 320 letter? Wu Heng took it and glanced at it. It wasn't a blank envelope sort of letter but one mailed by the association. "Thank you. It's my duty." The staff member smiled and nodded before turning and walking away. Wu Heng, holding the letter, went straight to the office study. Upon opening the door, he saw Andre Willow tidying up. As the vice executive's assistant, she always arrived a bit earlier to prepare some things ahead of time. "Master." Wu Heng nodded, sat down at the desk to the side, and began to peruse the letter. There were 2 letters in total, and both were sent by acquaintances of his. Sister Manshaw, the gang big sister, and Steward Slate from Blackstone Town. Had the 2 agreed to send letters together? They actually arrived here at the same time. He picked up the first letter, broke the seal, and poured out the letter to unfold it. "Master, I assume you've arrived at Gold and Silver Island by now. Did you have a smooth trip? Are the new members friendly? If it's not so nice there, if you're not quite fitting in, you can come to London City. It's not as bad here anymore as it used to be. Of course, with your abilities, Master, everything will go smoothly wherever you go. Since you've been gone for so long, Steward Slate has come to London City. He brought girls who sing and dance, and now the Money Cat has opened for business. It's become the hottest entertainment venue in the surrounding cities, making a large amount of money every day. Even the local taxes have gone up several-fold. The development of the city has also progressed according to your layout. Streetlights have been erected in the central area, and property values for shops around have been rising rapidly. Those who sold their properties to us at low prices before probably cannot sleep with regret now. I've been keeping a tally of the taxes and Money Cat's income, which you can take with you as soon as you return. During your absence, I've missed you a bit, though I know you must miss me too and know that you can't come back because you're busy with association work. But still, I dream about you every day, about the times when I would act as your little wildcat. Oh, and I have a surprise for you. The thing we worked hard on together has borne fruit. You'll see it when you return. Master, if you have time, please come back to see me. I miss you very much." After reading the letter, Wu Heng immediately put it into his space ring. The first part talked about the development of London City. According to the plans he and another person discussed before he left, they were to turn London City into a genuine city that never sleeps. Aside from serving as a transit hub for the Beastmen Federation and the Yoko Kingdom, It was also going to become a significant entertainment city. The Money Cat was one of its representative buildings. From what the letter indicated, the effect was very good. Even the whole town's shops benefited, with taxes naturally increasing as well. The latter part of the letter detailed Sister Mansha's longing for him. Sister Mansha was Wu Heng's first maid, a cold big sister of the gang outwardly, but a woman who would wear cat-ear lingerie and meow indoors. In truth, Wu Heng missed her too, but the distance was too great. Even using the Phantom train, the journey would take half a month. When he had some free time, he would go back to visit. And to lay out the next steps for the development of London City. Did someone write a letter to the master? Andre Willow brought over a cup of tea. From Sister Mansha. Andre Willow smiled. Sister Mansha probably misses you to death. When we were in London City, she was the one who clung to you the most. Really? Yes, if you don't believe me, ask Minnie. Whenever we spent too long with you, Sister Mansha would immediately get mad, Andre Willow said while petting the little owl. Is that so? Tell her about it next time you see her. No need for that. Aside from you, Master, she takes good care of us in every other way. Since coming here, no one has given us any spending money, Andre Willow said. Oh, she still acts a bit like an elder sister then, Wu Heng commented. Andre Willow leaned in closer and continued, did Sister Mansha mention my people? No, Sister Mansha is quite reliable in her work. I'll be back in a short while, and I'll check for you then, Wu Heng replied. Thank you so much, Master. The two chatted as the owl hooted softly. Andre Willow moved to one side, opened the drawer, and took out some jerky to feed it. Wu Heng then opened the second letter to see what it contained. Deputy Steward Wu Heng, the sea surrounds Gold and Silver Island, and it's plagued with rampant pirates, far worse than the bandits and highway robbers before. Their leaders might even be at the third or fourth tier, with not insignificant power. In your dealings, be very cautious and careful, and never as reckless as on the mainland, or act alone. With your current age, it's rare for anyone in the human race to rise so quickly to the position of vice executive. Just survive safely for a while, and the association will nurture you more. Remember not to be reckless and seek adventure. The Money Cat at London City is doing exceedingly well. Even without the profit share I promised you, the yield is dozens of times that of the Money Cat in Blackstone Town. I intend to shift the focus of the business to London City, to prioritize it. I've heard that Gold and Silver Island is an important maritime trade hub. Can you start making contacts to see if it's suitable to establish another Money Cat there? Everything is fine in Blackstone Town. Even though you have left, the tales about you in the crowded district keep spreading and growing. Your reputation has far surpassed mine as an association steward. The residents of the crowded district have had their third application for erecting a statue of you approved. When you return next time, you should be able to see what your likeness looks like amongst them. At Novel Banat Yuli often talks about you, seeming rather attached. Be aware of your position and don't talk to her about anything to do with pirates. Now she keeps clamoring to go to sea and become a pirate, which is giving me a headache. Everything is fine on my end, there's no need to worry. I've been keeping an eye on that house of yours in Blackstone Town. I've recently replaced some of the furniture and wall coverings. When you have time, come back and see if you like it. Be careful in all you do. Reading the contents of the letter, Wu Heng's brow raised. Slither and Sister Mansha had completely different personalities. When Mansha would be more straightforward in revealing her emotions, after all, that's just how communication in the gang worked. As for Slither, she was the image of a strong woman, and she was quite assertive in her approach. Otherwise, Money Cat wouldn't have taken off, let alone secure a position as a steward. Even when the two of them were together, she was the one on top. The contents of the letter, aside from advising him to be careful, also included an update on the business situation at Money Cat. The booming income from London City even made her consider closing down the Money Cat in Blackstone Town. The latter part of the letter mentioned Yuli and her desire to become a pirate, which Wu Heng failed to see how it related to himself. He had came to Gold and Silver Island and encountered pirates but never told Yuli. And the last sentence, there was new furniture at home, beckoning him to return and check it out. Wu Heng, however, did understand the message. It was at this place that they last reconciled. What's there to see about furniture? It was simply that she missed him. HMPH. Women. Still playing it cool. He took out 2 sheets of paper and wrote replies to the 2 women. He briefed them on the situation here and also expressed his longing for them. He would definitely visit them when he had the time. After finishing the replies, he sealed them in envelopes, addressing them properly. Wire. Master. Wire turned around. No matter, I'll be heading back now. Now. It's not even noon yet. Can't help it, sitting here is making me restless. Let me know if anything comes up. Wu Heng got up. All right then, Master, take care. Squeak, squeak. The little owl also hooted twice. Wu Hang waved at the person and the bird, carrying his letters as he walked out. Handing over the letters to the front desk, he left the association. He returned to his residence. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw the wood elf Shawnayla sitting there. Seeing Wu Hang return, she flashed a bright smile. "You're back." "Yeah, why are you spacing out here by yourself again today?" Wu Hang walked over and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Shawnayla looked around guiltily, making sure no one was there, then leaned into him and said, "Just came out to sit, Minnie is inside painting." "Ah. Minnie has picked up a new hobby." Shawnayla smiled and said, "It's quite nice. She has her own interests, and it's rare to have a master who spoils the maids as much as you do. I'll spoil you even more in the future." Shawnayla lifted her eyes slightly. "You said so, I'll remember that." "Of course." Shawnayla continued, "Starflower's merchant fleet is about to leave. Let me know if you have more ceramics and glass products to sell, I'll take them too. Zombie World, the collected life essentials." Wu Hang had agreed to sell them to Starflower. Besides, he would get more profit by selling through them than on his own. Wu Hang said, "Let's do it tomorrow. I'll have all the goods ready. Your people can take them all away then." "Alright, also let me know if you need to buy anything, write it all down and place the order with me." "Okay." The two sat in the courtyard chatting for a while, then Minnie came out of the room. She called Shawnayla over to take a look at her work and help with some adjustments. Shawnayla went to correct the painting with Minnie, and Wu Hang found an excuse to leave the place directly. He headed to the port and his ship's hold. He opened the boundary door and moved all the ready goods over. Skeletons carried the goods one by one. Gradually, they filled up the entire cargo hold. "I'll have Shawnayla arrange for people to move it tomorrow. It's good to make use of it." All those things had been scavenged from Zombie World. Now Starflower would sell them on his behalf, and he could now sell them in large quantities. Otherwise, he'd run out of space to store them. After moving everything, Wu Hang locked up the door, left skeletons to guard it, then went back to the deck and walked out. He followed the road back. Along the way, he stopped by a few shops on Lighthouse Street. He bought some alchemy materials and a large number of arrows. Halfway through, he suddenly felt someone rapidly approaching. He turned around cautiously, while Skullcrusher and Bloody Hand quickly positioned themselves before and behind him for protection. The approaching person was a bald, dark-skinned burly man dressed like a gang member. He gave a slight bow and said, "Sir, our lady invites you over." Wu Hang took another look at the man and asked, "Who is your lady?" "Lady Macintosh." The Six-Armed Prophet. Chapter 321, "Have a meal with me, and I will tell you everything." Macintosh, this name did conjure some memories for Wu Hang. The prophet from the Old Barrel Tavern, with her thick lips and bushy eyebrows, was a woman with 4 arms. Her appearance felt somewhat like that of a Native American in the movies. This bald burly man, was he one of the people from the Old Barrel? "What do you want with me?" Wu Hang asked, looking toward him. Though the bald man looked fierce, his tone was very respectful. The lady didn't say. Wu Hang nodded and asked, "Where is she?" "Where?" "This way, please." The bald strong man led the way, heading to one side. Wu Hang followed behind him, and before long, they arrived in front of a carriage. It seemed that they had just seen him. The bald man stood by the carriage and spoke in a soft voice, "The person you are to meet has arrived." The curtain was pulled open slightly, and Wu Hang could vaguely see a woman looking out. "Please get in, sir." The carriage door opened, revealing the somewhat dark interior. Wu Hang glanced inside. It was just the woman by herself, with nothing else unusual about the place. Wu Hang let Skullcrusher sit next to the coachman, and he entered the carriage directly with Bloody Hand. The carriage door closed, the woman poured a glass of fruit wine, and gently said, "Deputy Steward, where are you planning to go?" The other party knew his identity, but Wu Hang didn't mind. The pirates had already spread the news far and wide. Not to mention the Old Barrel Tavern that handled many of the island's intelligence reports. "Back to the association." "I'm heading to the Central District as well," said the woman. Then she tapped the carriage's partition. "Let's go." The carriage gradually set into motion, slowly moving forward. Inside the carriage, after a moment of silence, the woman, leaning back in her chair, said, "Did the deputy steward come to Lighthouse Street to buy something?" "Just browsing around." Wu Hang asked back, "Mrs. Macintosh, what are you doing out?" "Visiting a friend." "The information I provided you with last time, did it yield anything?" The last time Wu Hang went to buy information about the pirates. The other party did not provide it, but mentioned finding 2 bodies at the port. Although it was not a direct clue for catching the pirates, it was still somewhat related. It was somewhat helpful. Mrs. Macintosh's information is quite reliable. In the future, should there be any cases, I may still trouble Old Barrel Tavern, Wu Hang said politely. A smile appeared on the woman's face. Don't keep calling me Mrs. all the time, I'm not much older than you. With that, she reached out one of her hands to hold his hand. Wu Hang instantly raised his hand to scratch his head, avoiding the woman's gesture, and casually said, there hasn't been any trouble at the port lately, has there? The woman's gesture fell short, and her expression didn't change at all. She simply said, accompany me for dinner tonight, and I can provide you with any information you need. Wu Hang's skin crawled upon hearing this. Why did that line sound like it was trying to seduce some young girl? And today, it was being used on him. At the same time, he recalled what the steward assistant Moya had said during his first visit to the Old Barrel Tavern. Macintosh had been through several husbands, with lovers everywhere. She looked at him with a certain look in her eyes, warning him to be careful. He hadn't paid much mind at first, but now, the situation had actually arisen. Lovers everywhere. Chances are that some of the strongmen outside were her lovers. Macintosh controlled the allocation of port labor and intelligence work. Although she didn't hold a candle to the island master or the association stewards, she was still a well-known figure on the island. Having more lovers was quite normal. The strong hold more resources, including partners, regardless of gender. However, since she wasn't to his taste, it was also hard for him to accept this approach. I will pass on dinner, but if there is any information I need, I will go to the Old Barrel Tavern, Wu Hang said directly. The woman looked up at him, sipped her tea with a smile, and did not dwell on the matter. Instead, she casually brought up a new topic, mentioning that many wealthy merchants had recently come to the Lighthouse district and bought a lot of properties in the newly built area. It was possible that Lighthouse Street would have many new shops opening soon. Wu Hang chatted along. It was somewhat awkward. The awkward conversation continued all the way to the association, where he thanked her and got out of the carriage. The woman with the gold rings on her fingers lifted the curtain and said, if you come around one day, you can find me. Feelings can be cultivated slowly. Wu Hang raised an eyebrow and replied, I still prefer purchasing information with a bounty. The woman didn't say anything, and the carriage slowly drove away. Wu Hang watched the carriage depart, and then walked towards his own residence. Well, that was a close call, he nearly got flirted with by a woman. Returning home. Andre Willow had also returned from the association. The three women were sitting in the living room chatting. Seeing Wu Hang return, Minnie immediately said, Master, Shayla brought a lot of ingredients, dinner is going to be rich tonight. Shayla smiled and said, they were brought by the fleet, and I can't finish them alone. Let's eat together. Sorry for the trouble. Not at all, it's just some common ingredients. Minnie hugged Shayla's arm, it's nice to be rich. Your master is pretty rich too. But not as rich as you. Minnie looked up at her and said, why don't you just move in here and save the trouble of going back and forth? Shayla's cheeks turned red, and she glanced cautiously at Wu Hang before tapping Minnie's forehead lightly. I'm the president of Starflower, how could I possibly stay randomly at other places? It would affect both the merchant fleet and our race if word got out. Wu Hang, sitting on the side, felt as though the comment was meant for him to hear. Minnie still clung to her. Would it affect anything if you come here every day? Visiting you? What's there to affect? Hee, that's true. After chatting for a while, Chef Number 1 prepared dinner. They sat down together at the dining table to eat. Once dinner was over, the group, along with an owl, went to the courtyard to discuss the flower beds and the swimming pool's water storage. As the daylight gradually faded, Shayla waved goodbye and returned to her place. Wu Hang also went back to his room with the two women to rest. The next day, morning. Inside the ship's cabin. The Starflower workers began moving the cargo stored in the cabin. To one side, people were constantly reminding them to be careful because the items were fragile. Shayla, today wrapped in a blue cloak that hid her body and face, could not entirely conceal her voluptuous figure. Wu Hang handed her the completed order form and said, it's done. 50,000 sets of leather armor, 3,000 one-handed battle axes, 3,000 longbows, and 1,000 strong crossbows, plus 5,000 bags of grain. Upon hearing the quantities he reported, Shayla took another look, slightly surprised. Why are you buying so much again? Was he planning to arm a national army? I have many friends. As soon as they heard the cargo was from the Starflower, they all clamored for it. Stop talking nonsense. If you keep ordering like this, you will become our biggest customer on Gold and Silver Island, Shayla said. Is there any discount? Shayla gave him a glance, handed the order to a nearby fleet manager, and instructed, charge him a 30% deposit. Yes. The manager replied. After calculating the price, Starflower paid Wu Hang over 40 gold coins. This was the money for selling glass and ceramics, which would have been more, but they had deducted the 30% deposit. By the time it was passed over, only a small bag remained. But the price was still good. In London City, these items were all sold for copper coins, but Shayna had directly bought them at the rate of 1 silver piece each. Of course, the quality of glass products like these could only be sold by Starflower and not to others, setting a kind of monopoly price. With the money received, Wu Heng still stood to the side. The workers kept on moving the cargo. Wu Heng and Shayna stood nearby, silently watching. After all the cargo was moved, Shayna went to deal with fleet matters, and Wu Heng left the port with the skeletons. After returning to his place, he informed many. Then he directly went up to the 4th floor, heading for the zombie world. Stepping out of the dormitory, the survivors were all greeting each other. Wu Heng nodded in response and headed to the designated area for skeletons. Walking around inside, he selected 20 skeleton warriors that had reached level 5 and possessed the skill, Hunter's Aim. Hunter's Aim: when the target focuses on aiming, their attacks become incredibly precise, ignoring the prey's concealed state and any lesser cover. Hunter's Aim was a skill unlocked by archers and crossbowmen that could reduce environmental impact and increase accuracy. In reality, the environment had little effect on skeletons. Skeletons lacked physical sensation, the most it impacted was their weaponry. For example, wind force, air resistance, or other kinds of disturbances. But having this skill was certainly better than not having it at all. Wu Heng took out rifles from the space ring and placed them on the ground, then ordered, "Drop your weapons and pick up the firearms on the ground." Clatter clatter. The skeleton warriors put down their longbows and bent over to pick up the rifles from the ground. Level 5 skeletons already possessed basic intelligence. Although their actions still followed orders, they now had strong recognition and judgment abilities. Moreover, this wasn't the first time skeletons had been guards carrying guns. Both the prison and the passenger station were guarded by armed skeletons. Wu Heng demonstrated to them how to disengage the safety and change the bullets among other actions using the rifle. After demonstrating everything, he continued to order, "Fire ahead." Bang bang bang. The skeletons fired in unison, their bullets shooting into the high grass a half-meter away. The skeletons bearing guns was not their first time either. The prison and passenger station were both guarded by skeletons armed with guns. Skeletons were stronger in combat than average survivors, which also prevented the distribution of guns to ordinary survivors from resulting in uncontrollable situations. If someone indeed tried to snatch the firearms from the skeletons' hands, they would be deemed a threat and attacked by the rest of the skeletons. Therefore, skeletons serving as guards were effective as a deterrent both internally and externally. At this moment, Chi Hengkai and others, hearing the gunfire, hurried over. Seeing Wu Heng there, they let the others disperse. Chi Hengkai approached and said, "I thought we were being attacked." "No, these skeletons are to be assigned for base defense," Wu Heng said directly. "Understood." Chi Hengkai immediately positioned the skeletons on guard duty, attracting quite a crowd of curious survivors. After coming back, Wu Heng continued, "Get the convoy ready, we're going out to clear zombies." "All right." Soon, the convoy was prepared. Escorted by the skeleton army, they left the factory gates. The street was flanked by a large number of KTVs. Packs of zombies surged like a raging flood from all sides onto the main road, bringing with them an overwhelming stench of blood, rushing forward in a torrent. Whoosh! The skeleton flying dragons flew over the horde of zombies, dense iron bombs fell like torrential rain, covering the zombies below. The ground shook, and clouds of dust rose to the heavens. Then the second and third waves of iron rain followed in succession. The horde of zombies collapsed in the barrage, instantly clearing the whole street. Only a few scattered at the edges, shaking their broken bodies. Confused, they looked around and continued their forward assault. Wu Heng waved away the smoke that had drifted to the back. Looking at the 1,000 or so zombies, he ordered directly, "Advance forward." Shuffle shuffle. The waiting skeleton army began to move. They started to advance along the road. Wu Heng followed behind, unleashing corpse battlefield. Bands of skeletons rose up and joined the skeleton ranks. Skeleton warrior, level 3, skeleton warrior, level 4, level 4? Chapter 322, A Person Dies, It's None of My Business. Seeing the directly transformed skeletons had already reached level 4. Wu Heng still couldn't help but frown. This was not good news for the ordinary survivors. The attributes of the zombies were continuously increasing, but on the survivors' side, awakening superpowers remained difficult. Even selling corpse cores, no one was willing to try swallowing a corpse core to gamble at all. This was related to the level of danger after consumption. Whether one could awaken a superpower was one thing, but most survivors, after consuming a corpse core, would be directly transformed into zombies. Without being driven to a last resort, few were willing to gamble with their lives on luck. Whoosh! Ahead, a staircase entrance door suddenly fell to one side. 5 or 6 zombies charged out from inside, pouncing toward the rear of the team. Wu Heng looked up and said, "Axe-head skeleton, go up." The axe-wielding skeleton at the back rushed forward, knocking the zombies down head-on and directly chopping them into a mess of flesh and blood. The battle quickly ended. After Wu Heng had transformed all the bodies, he ordered to continue moving forward, heading to the next area, continuing to kill zombie hordes to increase the number of skeletons while also gathering experience. The third batch of zombie hordes was cleared out. 2 mutated dog corpses were dragged over by skeletons and thrown at his feet. Mutated dogs, possessing substantial intelligence, were not easy to kill. It was only after the skeletons took a detour and trapped them in an alley that they were successfully killed. Releasing the bone manipulation skill, the flesh fell off, and 2 skeleton hounds immediately stood up. Shaking off the bits of flesh from their bodies, they walked to one side. Wu Heng, meanwhile, found 2 level 1 corpse cores among the bodies. He directly pocketed them. Continuing, he released Corpse Battlefield, transforming all the killed bodies. As the transformation ended, the sky also gradually darkened. Wu Heng climbed onto the truck, leading the large force back. After returning to the old factory district, he handed it over to Chi Heng, then opened the boundary door and returned to Gold and Silver Island. On Gold and Silver Island, the sky also darkened. Wu Heng moved downstairs quietly, and after having Chef Number 1 prepare some late-night snacks, he walked out of the courtyard, instinctively glancing at the position of Shaunaela's study where, behind the curtains, a light still shone through. She was indeed staying up late again. Wu Heng folded a piece of paper into a box, released animate object, and the paper crane flapped its wings, heading toward the window. Soon, Shaunaela, with her hair down, poked her head out from the window. She glanced in his direction, then pointed to a spot on the rooftop. Wu Heng nodded and quickly climbed up to the rooftop. And Shaunaela on the opposite side waved at him. Wu Heng pointed to himself and whispered, "I will come over." Shaunaela nodded. The distance between the 2 buildings was roughly 3 to 4 meters. His attributes were already several times greater than an ordinary person's, and since Shaunaela could make the jump, he surely wouldn't have any problems either. Backpedaling 2 steps, he ran forward and leaped, directly landing on the opposite rooftop and teetering a few steps before being caught in the open arms of Shaunaela. Shaunaela freed herself from the embrace, grabbed his hand, and slapped the back of it hard before pulling him downstairs into the 4th-floor study. Only after closing the doors and windows did she speak softly, "I've cut down the number of guards. Usually, no one comes to the 4th floor." Wu Heng immediately said, "Why have the guards been reduced? Gold and Silver Island isn't safe, don't let anything happen." "Don't I have you now? You said you would protect me. But what if I'm not around? What if you encounter danger?" Wu Heng thought for a moment, then continued, "I will arrange some skeletons for you. They will be fully armed and inconspicuous. No need for now. The trade caravan will send some people over for me. We can see how it goes. The Starflower, obviously, would not let Shaunaela, the president, be in danger. I just need to keep an eye on things myself then." Having decided, he looked at the wood elf in front of him, with her fair skin and voluptuous figure, stood up, walked over, and pulled her into his embrace. He gazed down at her beautiful eyes, as green as emeralds. Shaunaela's eyes darted away. What are you doing?" "I only said it's convenient to talk here, we had an agreement, you can't just." The next second, Wu Heng bent down and kissed her. He captured her soft lips, gently taking them into his mouth. In her panic, he quickly caught the flicking tip of her tongue. Struggling in vain, Shaunaela's body gradually softened. She lightly punched his shoulder, then wrapped her arms around his neck, awkwardly returning the kiss. Wu Heng chuckled. Over 400 years old, and she really doesn't understand much about these things. Seeing her moved, Wu Heng gently explored her body, soft and smooth as if caressing polished jade. Tap tap tap. At this moment, footsteps sounded. Wu Heng opened his eyes, while Shaunaela was still responding eagerly. He slightly turned his head and whispered, "Someone is coming." Shaunaela's expression froze, and she snapped back to reality. "Shh, don't make a sound." Thump thump. "My lady, you should rest now," the housekeeper's voice came through. Before the room door opened, Shaunaela walked out. She said, "Let's go, I'm tired too." The housekeeper glanced at the study and left with her. Wu Heng then returned to his quarters via the same route he had come by. Returning to his room from the rooftop. After a simple wash, he prepared to rest. Lying in bed, he thought about what just happened. The timing of Shaunaela's housekeeper's appearance and the glance she cast toward the study before leaving. It all seemed as if she knew Wu Heng was in the study. On further thought, Shaunaela, as the president of a wood elf trading company and an important covenant wife, Wouldn't have an ordinary person for a housekeeper. Moreover, could I have so easily gotten in and out if the guard of the 4th floor had been reduced? She likely wasn't an ordinary person either. If that was the case, then, Shawnayla must have known the housekeeper would find out. She didn't attempt to hide it, which seemed like a declaration of her relationship with me. It appears she trusts her indeed. With these thoughts in mind, he closed his eyes to rest. The next day, early morning. Laughter from Minnie echoed from downstairs. Wu Hang got up, washed, and made his way downstairs. When passing the radio room on the 3rd floor, he walked inside. In front of the skeleton investigator, the record book was filled with numerous entries as usual. A new batch of slaves has arrived here. Do you want me to buy some women for you to try out? I saw a lot buying. Damn it, those assholes look down on me. Arrange a couple of merchant ships for me to rob, will you? Without any prestige, it's hard for me to do things for you. I'm joining a few other pirate groups to quarter your association's ships. Think of something. This ship won't last much longer. It's not me attacking, you know. I'm just following from a distance to help you gather information. If anyone dies, it's got nothing to do with me. Chapter 323, The steward is not present. Looking at the recorded content in his hands, Wu Hang instantly sobered up. Philippa was actually joining forces with other pirate groups to ambush the association's ship. This. Our own undercover agents clashing with us, isn't his madness? 2 days ago, Philippa had sent back a similar message. She mentioned that a few pirate groups were discussing ambushing the association's ships, and Wu Hang even asked her to pay more attention to it. And now, she had directly joined in. If these association members really die here, and Philippa's involvement gets out, it would be hard to remove their names from the association's wanted list. A complete return to the high seas. Wu Hang looked at the contents again, picked up the microphone, and said, Philippa. Can you hear me? Yes, you're finally speaking. What's going on? Explain in detail, Wu Hang directly said. Oh. While I was on the island, I recruited some sailors, intending to leave the next day. The pirate groups I mentioned before found me, saying they were going to ambush the association's ships at night. They were short-handed and asked if I wanted to join. I thought it was a good opportunity to gather intelligence on pirate movements, so I agreed, Philippa said proudly. So, originally, the Philippa pirate group wasn't part of the plan. But an unexpected situation arose, and they were asked to join. It felt like Philippa had fully integrated into her undercover identity and was even excited about it. What about now? Wu Hang asked again. We're at sea now. How's the association's ship doing? They are fleeing, there are several pirate ships chasing after them. I haven't hit them at all. If they die, it has nothing to do with me, Philippa continued. Who's on the ship? Lots of people, all from the association, and they are pretty formidable. So many ships attacking them, so many ballistae fired, and they've still managed to break through and flee until now. Wu Hang thought for a moment and asked again, is there an elf woman with golden hair wearing silver armor? Yes. She's quite formidable. So, she's one of your people, Philippa said, a bit surprised. Wu Hang's heart skipped a beat. It must be the team led by Zailigui. They were fine, yet they had to go out and capture pirates. Now they didn't catch anyone, and they are about to become captives instead. Frowning in thought, he said, is there a way to ensure their survival? I can make sure to gather the bodies for you. Once people are dead, what difference do their bodies make? Tell me your location, the number of pirate ships, and the level of the leader, Wu Hang said. I'm not too sure about the location. They are fleeing toward Gold and Silver Island. They should be near Scorpion Pincer Island by now. There are 7 pirate ships, all small ones. 2 leaders, the highest is from the Poison Blade Pirate Group, a level 12 chief, the other is level 10, Philippa reported. Wu Hang flipped through the wanted orders on his tablet. Poison Blade Pirate Group, level 12 chief, wanted on a 3rd-degree order for a previous assassination of an association squad leader. Quite the catch. They had already attacked association members before. It seems they harbored grievances against the association, which is why they targeted their isolated members. After confirming the pirates' wanted orders, Wu Hang going on, alright, if there's a chance, try to save the golden-haired elf woman, she's a deputy steward of the association. Oh, if there's an opportunity, I will, Philippa replied. Hearing this, Wu Hang put the microphone back. He went downstairs, put on his coat, and hurried outside. Minnie, watering the flowers in the courtyard, saw him rushing out and called out, Master, breakfast is ready. There's trouble at the association, I will have to eat later tonight. With that, he left. He hailed a carriage and rushed towards the direction of the association. Steward's office. After tapping lightly on the door and hearing the assistant Moy respond, he pushed the door open and entered. In the office, Only Moya sat behind the desk, sorting through stacks of documents. "Where's the steward?" Wu Hang asked. "The steward is not here." "You seem to be in a hurry, is there something wrong?" Moya asked. Wu Hang glanced at her and said, "Call the steward back, I have important intelligence about the pirates that I need to discuss with him." Moya hesitated for a moment but still said, "The steward has gone to sea, to meet with Deputy Steward Zai Ligui and others, he is not on the island right now." After saying this, she added, "Don't speak of this matter to anyone, to avoid complications." Upon hearing this, Wu Hang furrowed his brows. "Emilio has gone to sea to rescue Zai Ligui? Then who are Philippa and her group chasing after?" "From their appearance, it should be the team led by Zai Ligui." "How many days has the steward been out?" 2 days, according to the plan, he should arrive at the rendezvous point by noon. Considering he left 2 days ago, how did they still encounter an ambush by pirate ships? Was the steward targeted as well? Impossible, pirates dare not come close to Gold and Silver Island, largely because Emilio is stationed here. A level 12 petty pirate daring to confront Emilio is quite unlikely. It's very likely there was a timing issue, and the two sides didn't meet, with Zai Ligui's fleet being pursued haphazardly. "Is there a problem?" Moya, seeing him standing there frowning, asked curiously. Wu Hang raised his head, shared the intelligence he had just gathered, as well as his own analysis. After hearing this, Moya's eyebrows also furrowed. He said, "What you're thinking makes sense, and I will find a way to contact the steward. Tell the pirate mistress to ensure the safety of the association members as much as possible." Wu Hang hesitated but still responded, "All right. The only guarantee is to recover bodies." Seeing Moya hurry off, Wu Hang also promptly left the steward's office. He stood in place, deep in thought. Then he headed straight for the office of the elf vice-executive Zai Ligui. Standing in front of the door, he forcefully twisted the doorknob, but it didn't open. Zai Ligui didn't have an attendant, so when she wasn't there, no one was in the room. "Do you have the key to this room?" Wu Hang asked the passing worker. The worker looked at him and then at the steward's office, shaking his head. "No. Go find a thief to pick the lock." "Never mind, Skullcrusher, you do it," Wu Hang said directly. Skullcrusher stepped back 2 paces, took a running start, and kicked out. Bang, the whole door shook violently. Then Skullcrusher swung the warhammer and smashed it down on the door lock. The sound of breaking was heard, the door lock instantly loosened, and with another kick, the door was forced open. Wu Hang entered the room and looked around. He pulled open the desk drawer, which contained many daily use items. He rummaged through it and found a cream-colored bodice and a blue hairband. He put back the bodice and took the hairband. Tap tap tap. Guards responsible for the order at the association hurried over, pushing through the crowd. They surveyed the violently opened door and Wu Hang, who was seated inside rifling through things, with slightly furrowed brows. "Deputy Steward Wu Hang, what is this about?" Wu Hang got up and walked out, saying, "Have someone watch over this place, don't let anything get lost. I will explain to the steward and Zai Ligui afterward." "Oh." The guard responded. They had the door propped up and arranged for someone to stand guard. Upon reaching the port, Wu Hang boarded his own ship directly. When he walked down into the ship's cabin, he saw the skeleton attendant Shark Teeth, as well as a large group of skeleton sailors behind him. "Set sail, to Scorpion Pincer Island." Rustle rustle. All the standing skeletons instantly sprang into action. Shark Teeth headed to the control room while the rest of the skeleton sailors charged onto the deck, untying the mooring ropes, retracting the gangways. Preparing to set sail. At the port above, the sudden appearance of skeletons quickly drew the attention of others. "Damn it, how can there be so many undead here? They're commandeering the association's ship, quick, call the guard team. Damn it, follow me, there aren't many necromancy forces, kill them and go collect the reward from the association." The port was in chaos. Meanwhile, the ship filled with undead troops gradually disappeared from view. The ship moved swiftly across the sea. Shark Teeth's attributes included navigation-related ones. His ship handling skills were very proficient, and the ship under his feet advanced rapidly. On deck, Wu Hang held the tracing locket, discerning the direction it indicated. The greatest use of this special item was to find targets. The last time he used it, it had been very effective. This time, he was relying on the locket to find the location of Zai Ligui and the others. The ship progressed swiftly. At that moment, the ghost Glenda, serving as a lookout sailor, flew down from above. "I see several ships flying pirate flags, they should be the ones you're looking for." Wu Hang shaded his eyes with his hand and looked ahead. In the vast expanse of the sea, with faint mist floating, he saw nothing. "I don't see them, come back so I can take a look," Wu Hang said. Glenda emerged into his body, sharing the recent vision in his mind. In the distance at sea, several pirate ships hovered. They had encircled a ship and launched an attack, It appeared that Zai Ligui and her party were still alive, at least, from what the vision showed. They were engaging in battle with the pirates. He let Glenda out again and continued to have shark teeth move closer. Glenda hovered in midair and said, "Are you sure you want to go? 8 pirate ships, are you sure you're going to rescue them and not join them in death?" The information provided by Philippa mentioned 7 pirate ships, not counting her own. What Glenda saw were 8. Wu Hang thought for a moment, then took the heavy machine cannon out of the space ring and had a skeleton secure it on one side of the deck. Meanwhile, he said to Glenda, "I have a big toy, cost me a lot of money, just the right time to test its power." Glenda floated above the machine cannon, looking at the oddly erected contraption. "Another one of your strange devices?" "Huh." The ship approached the battlefield quickly. Wu Hang continued to distribute heavy machine guns, rifles, and rocket launchers to the rest of the skeletons. Chapter 324, Boatmen all shattered on the sea ship surrounded by pirate ships. Bodies lay scattered across the deck, their blood pooling together and flowing into the sea. A few pirates, wielding large hammers, kept swinging them, pounding at the entrance of the cabin. At this moment, the watching pirates made way. 3 figures, all wearing captain's hats, walked straight to the forefront. The leader, tall and slender with bushy eyebrows and a full beard, was clad in black leather armor and had 2 short blades hanging at his waist. This man was the captain of the Poison Blade pirate group. The second, probably in his 40s, solidly built with a rugged face, had a green feathered red crown parrot on his shoulder, larger around than a chicken. He was the captain of the Red Crown pirate group. The third was Philippa, clad in leather armor and trousers, her hair done up in dreadlocks, representing the Iron Barrel pirate group. Also the weakest among the 3 pirate groups. "How's it going?" the captain of the Poison Blade pirate group asked. The hammering pirate wiped off sweat and replied, "It's been specially reinforced, very hard to break through. HMPH,